The Grand Princess Chapter 1 to Chapter 36. At the end of winter, it was the coldest time in Huajing. The ice and snow melted, bringing with it a chill. In the eldest princess palace, Li Rong was lying on the bed with a thick blanket covering her. There were many braziers in the room, heating the room up like it was summer. There were many people standing in the room, but not a single person spoke. Li Rong's entire body was dizzy. This feeling could not be considered comfortable, but compared to the previous days when she was hot and cold and coughing up blood, it was much better. Change to another handkerchief. An elegant male voice rang out. The maid on the side gave a hear sound and the sound of water could be heard. After that, Li Rong felt someone wiping the sweat off her forehead. The person's movements were gentle, as if they were wiping a porcelain doll, afraid that it would be accidentally broken. Li Rong opened her eyes in a daze and saw a white-clothed man. This man looked to be in his early 40s and had an elegant temperament. His handsome face was gentle and his movements were filled with indescribable elegance. Just looking at him, she felt that he was very good-looking. He noticed that she opened her eyes and looked up at her. Seeing Li Rong staring at him, he was stunned for a bit before revealing a smile. He gently said, "The princess is awake?" Li Rong heard this and was stunned for a bit. The man reached out to help her up and placed a pillow behind her back. He took a bowl of pear soup from the maid and brought it to her lips. He softly said, "Drink some first and moisten your throat." As he spoke, he fed her mouthful by mouthful. The perfect amount of sweet soup entered her mouth and slowly woke her up. She finally recognized the person in front of her. This was the Princess Palace's steward who had served her for many years, Xianxia. This was her most trusted aide and the person closest to her. Li Rong wanted to say something, but she felt her throat itch. She raised her hand to push away his hand that was feeding her soup and used the handkerchief to cover her mouth as she began to cough. Xianxia gently patted her back to help her breathe. After a long time, she finally calmed down. She opened her mouth to ask about the matters in the imperial court. She directly said, "How is the matter of the crown prince?" "They're still in a stalemate." Xianxia spoke slowly about what she was worried about. She said calmly, "Prime Minister Pei refuses to relent and insists on supporting the first prince as the crown prince. I've already ordered people to arrest the first prince's subordinates for a scandal. Tomorrow, I'll report it. He really won't give up." When Li Rong caught her breath, Xianxia let her lean on his body. Li Rong could feel the warmth of this person. She coughed softly and said, "Didn't he want to establish Li Ping because of Qin Zhenzhen?" She had been dead for so many years, yet she was still unwilling to let go. Yan'er is the legitimate son of the empress. How could the position of crown prince fall to Li Ping? You're just saying things out of anger. Xianxia chuckled and raised his hand to massage her temples. Li Rong felt much better. She leaned on Xianxia and listened to him softly say, "Pei Wenxuan wants to support the first prince. Naturally, he has his own intentions. The first prince's maternal family is not strong. He has a good relationship with Pei Wenxuan since childhood. In the future, if the first prince becomes the emperor, he can only rely on Pei Wenxuan. For Pei Wenxuan, he can continue to hold power and be stable until he's old." "How is the emperor now?" Li Rong listened to Xianxia's words and calmed down a lot. Xianxia continued, "The emperor is still the same. He's unconscious. I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than a few days. Yesterday, the empress sent a letter from the palace. She wants you to prepare early. The matter of the crown prince cannot be delayed." Li Rong didn't speak. She leaned on this person for a long time. Then she slowly said, "Rongqing." "Yes?" Xianxia responded. Li Rong was silent for a long time. Then she said, "I think I won't be able to last much longer." Xianxia's hand that was pressing her acupuncture points paused. Li Rong didn't speak. She really felt this way. When she opened her eyes this morning, she felt that she couldn't go on. "Actually, I've lived enough in this life." Li Rong slowly said, "I'm just worried about the empress and Yan'er. If I'm gone, Pei Wenxuan will cover the sky with one hand. I'm afraid they won't be able to fight against him." "Don't worry." Xianxing's voice deepened, "If you die, he won't be able to live either." I'll kill him and bury him with you. When Li Rong heard Su Yongqing's words, she laughed softly. She raised her head and looked at the person's face in front of her. In fact, he was almost 51 years old, but he didn't look old at all. If it weren't for the few strands of white hair on his forehead, it would be impossible to tell his true age. When he stood out, he still looked like a popular young girl on the streets. 30 years ago, Su Yongqing, the son of the first wife of the Su family, who was over 20 years old, was the dream lover of all the girls in Huajing. Now, even though he was old, he was still the dream of many people. I didn't know. Li Rong looked at him with a smile. Our Lord Su also has times when he gets angry. I have many things to be angry about. Su Yongqing laughed. When he was about to say something, he heard the maid outside say, "Your Highness, Prime Minister Pei requests an audience." When she heard this, Li Rong looked at Su Yongqing and asked curiously, "Why is he here at this time?" "If Your Highness doesn't want to see him," Su Yongqing said calmly, "you don't have to see him." Li Rong thought for a moment. After a while, she smiled, "Forget it. After all, we were husband and wife. It's better to see him. Maybe this will be the last time we see each other?" Su Yongqing didn't say anything. He just sat there quietly. Li Rong turned to look at him and asked curiously, "Rongqing?" Su Yongqing seemed to come back to his senses. He stood up and said respectfully, "Then this subordinate will go and invite Prime Minister Pei." As he spoke, Su Yongqing helped Li Rong to rest on the pillow. He helped her adjust her clothes and then left. Li Rong asked someone to bring her a bronze mirror and touched up her makeup. After a while, Su Yongqing led Pei Wenxuan into the room. Pei Wenxuan was still wearing his black court robes. The wide sleeves were tied around his waist. Red cloud patterns were printed on the wide sleeves. When paired with his red undershirt, it made him look even thinner. When he was young, he was very good-looking. Now that he was at the age of knowing his destiny, although he wasn't as handsome as he was when he was young, he had a calmness that was rarely seen in young people. He walked into the room and bowed to Li Rong. His every movement carried a fragrance that spread to her face. Li Rong couldn't help but take a few more glances. Pei Wenxuan was used to being introverted. Why would he use such a fragrant sachet? She felt that something was wrong, but she didn't show it on her face. Her eyebrows and eyes curved. Just as she was about to ask him to sit down, she couldn't help but cough lightly. Su Yongqing quickly came forward to pat her back. Pei Wenxuan looked at him coldly. After a long time, Li Rong came back to her senses. She raised her head and looked at Pei Wenxuan. She smiled and said, "Prime Minister Pei hasn't returned to the princess residence for many years. Today, you must have something important." Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. He looked at Su Yongqing quietly. Su Yongqing pretended not to see Pei Wenxuan's gaze and stood motionless. After a long time, Pei Wenxuan finally opened his mouth and said coldly, "Ask him to leave." Li Rong didn't find this strange. Pei Wenxuan didn't like Su Yongqing, so Pei Wenxuan didn't directly scold him. This was already giving her face. After all, she and Pei Wenxuan were husband and wife in name. Even if they had been separated for many years, they were still allies. She didn't make things difficult for him. She looked at Su Yongqing and gently persuaded him, "Rongqing, you go out and wait for a while." After Li Rong spoke, Su Yongqing bowed to the two of them, got up, and left. As soon as he left, everyone in the room followed. Only Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong were left. Li Rong coughed lightly. Pei Wenxuan was silent. After a long time, Li Rong said, "What's the matter? Say it." "It's about the appointment of the crown prince." Pei Wenxuan looked at her and said, "I came to discuss it with you today." "What are you discussing?" Li Rong pretended not to know what was going on in the court and said lightly, "Xianxia is the legitimate son of the empress. He's gentle and modest. What else is there to consider? We've worked together for many years. I don't want to beat around the bush with you." Pei Wenxuan's eyes were cold. His tone was much heavier. "Third prince is arrogant and willful. He's not suitable for the position of crown prince. Moreover, his mother's family is too powerful. If something happens to you and me, in the future, in the court, the relatives of the empress won't be able to suppress them. What's the difference between the relatives of the Empress and you and me? Li Rong sneered, you make yourself sound so dignified. You know very well what you're trying to achieve. Instead of discussing with me, why don't you tell me what you're going to do if I don't agree? Do you have to let Li Yan ascend the throne? Nonsense. Li Rong raised his voice, Yan is the legitimate son of the Empress. Do you want him to let a concubine's son ascend the throne? Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. After a long time, he said, do you hold a grudge against Xinjin? Can you call her imperial concubine Qin? Li Rong couldn't help but remind him, is Xinjin a name you can call? Pei Wenchuan quieted down again. After a long time, he stood up, you can still make such a big fuss. Your body is not bad. Since you don't agree, then forget it. In the future, we'll each have our own means. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Pei Wenchuan turned and left. Li Rong looked at his back. His blood boiled. He said coldly, I want to know what kind of means you're talking about. What do you think? Pei Wenchuan said coldly with his back to her, what do you think? Li Rong didn't say anything. She sneered, can you kill me? Do you think I won't? Pei Wenchuan looked back at her with a murderous look in his eyes. Li Rong looked into his eyes. For a moment, she was dazed. His eyes were too cold. It made her wake up in an instant. Pei Wenchuan was a person who could do anything to achieve his goal. There was nothing between them. They were just bound by the title of husband and wife and cooperated together. With the same interests, Pei Wenchuan could tolerate her. Now that they were tit for tat, it wasn't surprising that he would use all kinds of means. Li Rong watched him smash the door and go out. She gasped for breath. Su Yongqing walked in. Seeing that she was furious, he hurriedly came up to her and asked someone to bring her medicine. He patted her back and said, he must be up to no good. You're sick. Why do you want to see him? Li Rong didn't say anything. She leaned against Su Yongqing and coughed. A maid came up with the medicine. Su Yongqing asked someone to test the medicine. After confirming that she was fine, he gave it to her. Li Rong drank a mouthful of medicine. She wanted to say something. As soon as the medicine entered her stomach, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Then, blood rushed to her head. She grabbed Su Yongqing's sleeve and threw herself forward. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Yongqing was stunned for a moment. He shouted in shock, Li Rong. Li Rong lay on the bed and gasped for breath. Her stomach was turning upside down. Su Yongqing hugged her and shouted for the imperial physician. At the same time, he put his hand on Li Rong's pulse. After a moment, Su Yongqing's hand trembled. It's fragrant beauty. He blurted out. When Li Rong heard this poison, the fragrance on Pei Wenchuan's body appeared in her mind. Fragrant beauty. Back then, Qin Xinjin died from this poison in the harem. Fragrant beauties were placed in an incense burner. Through the accumulation of the fragrance, the poison would be triggered. But there was another way to use it. After smelling the fragrant beauty, the poison would be directly catalyzed. Li Rong endured the pain in her stomach and swallowed the blood. It's Pei Wenchuan. She gritted her teeth. In the end, this wolf cub still did it to her. He wanted to help Li Ping ascend the throne. Now, in the imperial court, the emperor was obsessed with cultivation. The empress's methods were not as good as his. She was his biggest obstacle. In the past, he tolerated her for many years because of her status as the eldest princess. Now that the emperor was about to die, he didn't need to be the emperor's son-in-law to obtain the emperor's favor. She also became his political enemy. Naturally, he wanted to get rid of her. Only Pei Wenchuan, who had known her for 30 years, could poison her so naturally in her residence. Therefore, the strange fragrance on his body was fragrant beauty. And now, this bowl of medicine was probably brewed by his people. If she had just agreed to his request, this bowl of medicine would not have been delivered to her. But she didn't, so he killed her. He actually dared to kill her. When Li Rong realized this, she couldn't help but vomit another mouthful of blood. She faintly heard the imperial physician's footsteps outside. Her mind was unprecedentedly clear. She couldn't let him live. The pain made her exceptionally calm. Even if he died, she would bury him with her. Take my token. The imperial physician rushed over and began to perform acupuncture on Li Rong. Li Rong grabbed Su Yongqing's hand with difficulty and hurriedly said, "Gather the princess's residence's elites," and immediately set off. Set up an ambush in Bai Yali. In the name of assassinating the princess, we will kill Pei Wenchuan. Blood came out of her mouth. Li Rong covered her mouth with a handkerchief and vaguely ordered, "His people will definitely fight back crazily. When you're done, inform the staff and immediately leave. Pei Wenchuan is dead. The Empress will take care of the rest. You can't be a target. Don't say any more." Su Yongqing hugged her and said in a trembling voice, "I know, I will take care of it. You should see the doctor first." You're fine. If I die," Li Rong's eyes slowly darkened, "Pei Wenchuan can't live." Li Rong's last words before she died were about Pei Wenchuan, the man who had lived as her husband for 30 years. After she finished speaking, she lost consciousness. She thought that she was going to die. How could she endure such a potent poison with her body that had been ill for a long time? Unexpectedly, she woke up again after an unknown period of time. When she woke up, she was sleeping on a warm and soft bed. Warm sunlight shone into her bedchamber, and the orchid incense she loved the most when she was young was burning around her. She opened her eyes in a daze and heard a familiar yet somewhat distant voice calling out, "Your Highness, you're awake?" Li Rong heard the voice and turned her head. A gentle smiling face appeared in front of her. The face couldn't be considered beautiful, but it could be considered delicate and pretty. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. She was dignified and calm, reflecting a person in her memory. She called out in disbelief, "Jinglan?" The other party smiled and reached out to help her up. She said softly, "It's already 9 in the morning. His Majesty just left court and sent someone to inform me that lunch is to be served with Princess." This servant wanted to wake Princess up, but unexpectedly, Princess woke up. Li Rong listened to Jinglan's words and looked around. She was quite shocked. She stood up with Jinglan's movements. She washed her face and rinsed her mouth while looking around. After she finished washing her face, she finally confirmed that she was in Changle Palace. Changle Palace was where she lived before she got married, and Jinglan was her personal attendant. Jinglan accompanied her from Changle Palace until she got married. Later on, she was promoted to the head of the princess residence. When she was young, she didn't like Jinglan very much. She thought that she was rigid and didn't speak pleasantly. Instead, she liked Jingmei more. However, her imperial mother liked Jinglan, so after the princess residence was built, Jinglan became the head of the princess residence. It wasn't until she was assassinated when Jinglan blocked the sword for her and died in front of her that she understood that some people didn't need words to do things. It wasn't because she didn't have any merits. Looking at the living Jinglan and the old palace from when she was young, Li Rong composed herself and finally admitted that she seemed to be alive again. Moreover, she was back to when she was young. She needed to determine what time it was as soon as possible, but she didn't want others to notice. She washed her hands and thought about what Jinglan said earlier. She asked, "Imperial father summoned me for a meal. Did you ask why?" Although this imperial father of hers seemed to dote on her very much, he rarely invited her to eat. Every time she went, it would be a hongmen banquet. For example, when he arranged the marriage back then, he also asked her to eat first. "Newbie doesn't know," Jinglan said. But after thinking, she added, "But I heard that a few days ago, His Majesty had each family submit the portraits of marriageable youths." "Oh, then it was indeed the meal for the betrothal." Li Rong took the handkerchief from Jinglan's hand. After wiping her hands, she raised her hand to let the attendants change her clothes. After she was dressed, she took a small golden fan from the side and stepped onto the sedan chair. She rode the sedan chair and rushed towards Taiha Palace Hall. It was difficult to remember the past, but with the creaking of the sedan chair, it slowly became clear. She remembered that before she was 18, she and her father, Li Ming, had a good relationship. She was the eldest princess of the imperial palace and Li Ming's first child. Since she was young, Li Ming had been very good to her, even better than her younger brother, Li Chuan, who was the crown prince. She cherished Li Ming's kindness. She didn't know where it came from when she was young, but she understood early on that if an emperor was willing to be good to you, it was extremely rare and precious. Therefore, she did her best to please Li Ming. In reality, she was naughty and mischievous, but because Li Ming often told her that women should be gentle and virtuous, she suppressed her temper and pretended to be a gentle and virtuous princess. The better she pretended, the more Li Ming liked to praise her. He often said that she was the best of his many children. If she wasn't a girl, she would have been able to rule the country. That year, whenever Li Ming praised her, she worked harder. Later, she understood what it meant to praise someone to death. She had unconditional trust in Li Ming. Normally, a princess would have a marriage at the age of 15. Then, they would naturally get married, leave the palace, be given a fief, and build a princess residence. But when she was 15, Li Ming said that he didn't want his daughter to get married, so he let her stay for a few more years. She believed him. She stayed until she was 18. Her mother began to fall ill, and Li Ming finally decided to arrange a marriage for her. He took out the portraits of 4 young masters for her to choose from. These young masters were all of noble status and had handsome faces. She picked left and right, and chose the most handsome one, Pei Wenchuan. When she came back to investigate, she was shocked by Pei Wenchuan's background. Pei Wenchuan looked like a good person. He was handsome, had a gentle temperament, and was the eldest son of the first wife of the noble Pei family. He could even be compared to Huajing's number 1 noble, Su Yongqing. But the problem was that he didn't have a father. It was said that he was the top scholar in the high school when he was 17. Who knew that his father, Pei Lizzie, would suddenly die of illness? He was then chased back to his hometown in Jinling by his second uncle, Pei Lixian, in the name of mourning. 3 years was neither long nor short. When he came back from mourning, everyone in the Pei family was his second uncle's people. He casually arranged for him to be an 8th-rank official in the Ministry of Justice. Anyone with eyes would know that Pei Wenchuan's life was not easy. Even his status as the eldest son of the first wife would not allow him to live long. This was equivalent to a poor noble family. She naturally wouldn't accept marrying such a person. So she quickly inquired about the other 3 candidates. These 3 candidates were Marquis Ning's heir, Lu Yu, Marshal Yang's second son, Yang Quan, and the new top scholar, Cui Yulong. If she didn't ask, she wouldn't know. But once she did, she was shocked. That Lu Yu was rumored to be mentally retarded. It was just that his mother had been hiding it from outsiders. When Marquis Ning passed away, his position as heir would be gone sooner or later. That Yang Quan was a madman. He had been in the military camp since he was young. At the age of 7, he killed people with a knife. He had a violent temperament, and none of his maids survived. As for Cui Yulong, he came from a humble family. Logically speaking, he didn't have any major shortcomings. However, the problem was that this person's greatest hobby in life was to go to brothels and write poems for the women there. He wasn't a bad person and could be considered to be carefree. However, what future did he have in the officialdom? Out of the 4 people on her husband's list, there was not a single one that wasn't rotten on the inside. She didn't know how much effort her imperial father had put in to come up with this list of the worst husband candidates in the world. After inquiring about the identities of the 4 candidates, her heart turned cold. That night, she went to find her imperial mother. She originally wanted to cancel her marriage with Pei Wenchuan. Who knew that the first sentence her imperial mother heard was to tell her, "You have to live with him." Li Rong was stunned at that time. Then she heard her imperial mother calmly say, "Now that the crown prince is in the limelight in the imperial court, your imperial father is afraid. In addition, your maternal family is too powerful. If you marry someone with power and influence, I'm afraid your imperial father won't be able to hold back. So you have to marry him and live with him. When your younger brother ascends the throne, you will be the princess royal. At that time, if you want to divorce him, then divorce him. If you don't want to divorce him, and if you don't like it, you can keep a few male companions. It's not a big deal." Her imperial mother's words shocked Li Rong. Since she was young, this was the first time she heard someone tell her that it was not a big deal to keep a few male companions. Her imperial mother reached out her hand and gently placed it on her face. She gently said, "Son, in this world, all women suffer. The only way to not suffer is not to learn to be virtuous and virtuous, but to grasp power. You have to fight, snatch, and hold power in your hands. You can't expect your destiny to be given to you by others. Whether it's your father, husband, or brothers, you can't count on them. You're not young anymore. Her imperial mother's eyes were calm and bleak. I won't be able to protect you for long. You've been smart since you were young. So what if he can't do it? You can do it. You don't want him as a person. You just want this marriage to help you avoid disaster. If you don't marry, I'm afraid your imperial father won't tolerate you. So she married him. After marrying Pei Wenxuan, she had already made plans to abandon Pei Wenxuan, this good-for-nothing, and become the princess royal by herself. Who knew that after getting married, she would see this man who was rumored to be gentle, weak, and could be killed by his family at any time. Only then did she know what it meant to be a smiling tiger. She had gained a good ally. They used each other, supported each other, and suspected each other. She became the princess royal, and he became the prime minister. Their marriage was the strongest contract, and it was their oath to form an alliance in the imperial court. They cooperated well, and this cooperation made her somewhat happy. In the early days, she even thought that perhaps they could really be a couple, live together, have children, and grow old together. Until one day, she suddenly realized that this person had another person in his heart. In fact, this was not Pei Wenxuan's fault. Their marriage was originally involuntary. How could their hearts be forced to belong to each other? She didn't really like Pei Wenxuan. She just had hope. When she found out, she was somewhat disappointed. She had always been a proud person, and could not tolerate her marriage being impure in the slightest. If this was a marriage, then the two of them had to abide by the oath wholeheartedly. No one could have any other thoughts. If they had other thoughts, then this marriage should not be a marriage, but a covenant. So from that moment on, she became the Princess Royal, Li Rong, and Pei Wenxuan, in her heart, became the eternal Lord Pei. The Lord Pei had his own white moonlight, and he carefully protected her for a lifetime. She also found her own entertainment. She watched plays, listened to music, and enjoyed the world. Later, when the Su family fell into trouble, she risked her life to rescue Su Yongqing, who she had admired in her youth, from prison. She placed him in the Princess Royal residence, and she had the first and only guest official in everyone's eyes. They each had their own lives. This marriage had nothing to do with romance. It was only a clean fight in the imperial court. It started like this in the imperial court, and it ended in the imperial court. Li Rong thought in a daze. The sedan chair landed on the ground, and she heard the voice of the Jing Lan outside. "Your Highness, we're here." She held the golden fan and looked up at the plaque of Tai Ching Hall. Now, everything had to start all over again, she thought. This time, should I choose Pei Wenxuan? If she didn't choose Pei Wenxuan, what other choices did she have? A fool, a madman, and a wastrel. Compared to them, even if Pei Wenxuan fed her a bowl of fragrant beauty, she actually felt that it wasn't that hard to accept. After all, Pei Wenxuan had a fatal advantage, which was his good looks. A good-looking person, regardless of gender, was pleasing to the eye. She could forgive a lot of things they did. However, in her previous life, living with Pei Wenxuan wasn't that frustrating, but it wasn't that happy either. There was too much scheming and scheming. Just thinking about it made her feel tired. Living a new life and having to live according to her previous life seemed a bit boring. She didn't know about the other three people. Why not see them with her own eyes this time? Li Rong pondered as she walked into Tai Ching Hall. At this time, Li Ming was already seated. He had changed into casual clothes and was chatting with head eunuch De Song while wiping his freshly washed hands with a handkerchief. Li Ming was less than 40 years old this year. He was in the prime of his life and looked quite spirited. He had a heroic spirit that was different from an old man and a calmness that a young man didn't have. This was the most glorious period of a man's life. He was born handsome. In order to appear solemn, he deliberately grew a beard, giving him the calm temperament of an elder. Li Rong walked into the room and glanced at Li Ming. She didn't show it on her face, but she was a bit absent-minded in her heart. After all, she hadn't seen Li Ming for almost 30 years. Suddenly seeing her biological father, no matter what happened in her previous life, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. She recalled her actions when she was young and respectfully bowed. Li Ming smiled and let her sit next to him. Li Rong picked up a pair of chopsticks and blinked. She acted like a spoiled child and said, "Imperial father, why are you in the mood to have your daughter come to eat today?" Li Ming listened to Li Rong's feminine voice. Even if he was talking about business, he softened his tone. He watched the eunuch test the poison and slowly said, "Today, we talked about your marriage in court. We thought that you weren't young anymore, so we called you over to talk." "Marriage?" Li Rong pretended to be surprised, then lowered his head and said embarrassedly, "Shouldn't we discuss this with mother?" "You are Zhen's daughter." Li Ming's mouth was full of dissatisfaction, but his eyes were full of admiration for his daughter's obedience. "Your marriage, of course you have to decide on your own. You have to pick someone you like." As he spoke, Li Ming turned his head and ordered De Song, "Bring up the portrait." De Song nodded and had someone bring in 4 portraits. He then opened the portraits, revealing the faces of the 4 men. Li Rong subconsciously looked over, but then felt that it was inappropriate. She was now an 18-year-old girl, and when she saw a man's portrait, she should avoid it. Thus, she tried her best to put on a bashful expression and turned her head away. She coughed lightly and said, These are the husbands that Imperial Father has chosen for you. Take a look and choose one." "Yes." Li Rong responded in a low voice, then turned her head back and looked at the 4 portraits. She actually didn't remember the appearance of the candidates very clearly. After all, so many years had passed, and she only remembered the stunning Pei Wenchuan. At that time, she was too embarrassed to look carefully, so she only took a quick glance and fell in love with Pei Wenchuan, so she let it go. Now, she didn't feel embarrassed. She stared at the portraits of the 4 and looked at them seriously. It had to be said that her Imperial father didn't treat her unfairly. Although the 4 of them were the 4 unusual choices of a fool, a madman, a prodigal, and a destitute noble son, they all had good faces. Perhaps Li Ming had considered the problem of appearance, and was afraid that if they were too ugly, she would make a fuss. So, although there were some differences in appearance, these 4 sons each had their own merits. Marquis Ming's heir apparent, Lu Yu, was gentle and looked clean, like the little brother next door, unrestrained and innocent. General Yang's second son, Yang Quan, had starry eyebrows and sword-like eyes. He had experienced the hardships of the battlefield. Putting aside the fact that he was a murderous madman, his appearance was worthy of the word handsome. The new top scorer, Cui Yulong, had a peach blossom face and a spring breeze smile. At first glance, he looked like a romantic gentleman, and was a man that attracted women's love. As for Pei Wenchuan, it was difficult to imitate even 1/10 of his charm in the portrait. He had phoenix eyes and thin lips, and he was as handsome as an immortal. His eyes were extremely handsome in the portrait, and his real life was even more captivating. It was difficult for ordinary people to escape the charm of a banished immortal. Of course, it would be best if he could be a real immortal. Unfortunately, he was a blind jackal, wolf, tiger, and leopard in his bones, so he lost some of his artistic conception. She lazily glanced at the 4 people, holding her chin and thinking. Li Ming saw her looking for a while, fiddling with the teacup, and couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you looking at them for so long? Is there no one you like? Zhen has checked the family backgrounds of these Gongzi for you. As long as you choose one you like, Zhen will help you take care of everything else." "It's not that there's no one I like." Li Rong lazily straightened up, and said with some worry, "Ronger just thinks that they are all good-looking, so I want them all." Hearing this, Li Ming, who was drinking tea, choked on the water in his mouth. Li Rong quickly stood up to help Li Ming breathe, and hurriedly said, "Aken knows his mistake. Aken was just joking." Li Ming slowly calmed down. When he heard Li Rong say that she was joking, he calmed down a bit. He helplessly shook his head, and said with a smile, "You're also bored, scaring Fu Huang like this. The main thing is that I really don't know how to choose." "They all look good-looking," Li Rong said. After thinking, she moved forward to massage Li Ming's shoulders, and negotiated, "Fu Huang, why don't you give me a chance to see them?" When Li Ming heard her words, his gaze became deep. Li Rong pretended to not know anything, as if she really was speaking innocently. She took a risk by saying this. Her marriage, for Li Ming, was a test to see if this daughter that he had personally raised had become what he wanted her to be. In the past, she didn't have any misgivings. Facing this father who didn't have any suspicions, Li Ming was completely relieved, or rather, his heart softened. Between the imperial family, it wasn't just about the game of tactics, but also the confrontation of emotions. After all, people weren't plants. Under the power, there was always a bit of pitiful sincerity. This was also the reason that her muhu had raised her to be flexible in the past, but had never really talked to her about the struggle between the emperor and the empress in the imperial court. As long as she was always that innocent and unaffected princess, her father would leave her some affection. Just like when she married Pei Wenchuan. According to Pei Wenchuan's conditions, Princess Xiang certainly wasn't good enough, and there was no future to speak of. However, it was still safe to live a stable life. Now that she didn't directly choose and made a rebuttal, Li Ming would naturally be suspicious. However, she still had some regrets in her heart about directly marrying Pei Wenchuan in this life. After all, they were both handsome young masters. If she got to know them better, what if there was a miracle? After all, rumors were rumors. What if there was something wrong? Li Rong tried to figure out Li Ming's thoughts. She raised a hand to massage Li Ming's shoulders and muttered, "A Ken has waited for so many years. The most important thing in marriage isn't appearance, but character. A Ken feels that it's better to pretend to be an ordinary girl and have someone introduce me to them. Let's meet and have a chat to cultivate feelings. It would be best if they could take A Ken out of the palace to play." A Ken heard that Ling Long Pavilion's roast duck is the best, Hugua Temple's peach blossoms are also beautiful, and... Stop. Li Ming was amused by her words. "Are you going to see your husband, or do you want to go out of the palace to play?" "Of course I'm going to see my husband seriously." Li Rong blinked and reached out to hug Li Ming, acting spoiled. She shook Li Ming and said, Imperial father, I beg you. I'm your favorite youngest daughter. You love me the most." Okay. Li Ming was coaxed and shaken by Li Rong. He smiled helplessly, "Then let's meet. It's almost time for the spring banquet. Didn't Jin give you a residence in the suburbs of the capital?" Li Rong blinked. After a moment, she pretended to react and said in surprise, "Imperial father wants me to hold a spring banquet? Your aunt holds banquets in the imperial garden every year. You're also a princess. What's wrong with holding a spring banquet?" Li Ming smiled. As he spoke, he patted Li Rong's hand and said, "Imperial father will assign some people to help you. When the spring banquet is held, invite these 4 people over. You can meet them in private through a curtain and talk." However, Li Ming became serious and seriously instructed, "You must be reserved. Don't lose the face of the imperial family." "I know." Li Rong was happy. She hurriedly said, "I know that imperial father treats me the best. A Ken loves imperial father the most. Then what about your imperial mother?" Li Ming smiled faintly. Li Rong said seriously, "When I see imperial mother, I naturally have to say that she's good, but imperial mother is too fierce. How can she compare to imperial father's good to me?" Hearing these words, Li Ming laughed. He gently scratched her nose and scolded with a smile, "Little flatterer." The meal was joyous and harmonious. When it was time to leave, Li Rong had people take away the 4 portraits. She swaggered out, looking like a proud peacock. As soon as she entered the sedan, Li Rong suddenly lost her smile and her whole body collapsed. After all, she wasn't really 18 years old. When she pretended to be delicate and charming, she was very careful. She was afraid that she would inadvertently go too far and Li Ming would notice. Between Li Ming and her, there wasn't really only a conflict between the imperial family. She was his first child and also his daughter. His love for her wasn't fake. It was just that his power ran amok. Her mother's family was too prosperous, and the older Li Ming got, the more he wanted to control power. In addition to her younger brother, Crown Prince Li Chuan was now 16 years old. Li Ming was a harsh and warlike monarch, while Li Chuan advocated governing the world with benevolence and virtue. He had a lot of supporters in the imperial court. A son who had prestige and ability, whose political views were the opposite of his own, and who was even starting to become weak, a relative who held military power, and a suspicious and manipulative monarch, had destroyed most of the trust in the imperial court. She was mixed in with this, but she didn't know about the past until she was 18 years old. Thus, 18 years old became the most difficult year of her life. However, compared to Li Rong in the past, the current Li Rong could be considered to be handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. She paused for a moment, then called outside in a low voice, "Jing Lan." Jing Lan approached the sedan and responded in a low voice, "Princess. In a moment, His Majesty will send people to host the spring banquet. You will receive them." Jing Lan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said in a low voice, "Understood." The so-called help was actually sent to monitor. Li Ming was monitoring her, so she let Jing Lan monitor those people. She knew that Jing Lan was a smart person, so she didn't need to say things too clearly. After a while, Li Rong thought for a moment, then used the golden fan to lift the curtain and waved at Jing Lan. Jing Lan leaned over and asked in confusion, "Princess? Find a few people." Li Rong lowered his voice and continued, "Go to these people's homes and keep an eye on them. Report all of their actions to me in full detail." Li Rong paused, then ordered again, "Especially Pei Wenchuan." When Li Rong's men quietly sneaked into the Pei household, Pei Wenchuan was standing in front of a basin of clear water, quietly looking at his own appearance. He had actually come back to life. He looked at himself in disbelief. He was almost 20 years old. But his many years in the imperial court had taught him to restrain his emotions. Even if his heart was turned upside down, he still maintained a calm expression. His attendant, Dong Yi, looked at him with trepidation and whispered, "Young master, are you all right?" He had been in a daze since he woke up early in the morning and asked him what day it was. Although Pei Wenchuan usually didn't like to talk, he was rarely so silent. Dong Yi couldn't help but feel a little afraid. He continued, "Young master, if you're not feeling well, I'll go get a doctor for you." Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan finally looked up. After replying with a "no need," he washed his face and directly went out. He walked out of the courtyard, and Dong Yi hurriedly followed. After a while, he finally said, "Young master, if you have something to say, don't keep it to yourself. Perhaps you'll feel better if you say it out loud." Miss Jean came to break off the engagement. You can't blame her. She's also sincere to you, but say no more. Seeing Dong Yi talking more and more, Pei Wenchuan stopped and turned his head to tell Dong Yi, "Don't mention this matter in the future." As he spoke, he stood outside the courtyard with his hands folded in his sleeves, looking at the distant tower in the palace city. The tower towered into the clouds, with red paint and golden tiles. Copper bells hung under the eaves, jingling when the wind blew. It was exactly as he remembered. When he was in the Prime Minister's residence, he liked to stand in the courtyard and look up at the tower in the distance. Now, this habit seemed to have been preserved. Looking at the tower now, his heart slowly calmed down and he began to think about his situation. He remembered that when he was 20 years old, he had just finished mourning in his hometown and returned to Huajing. His second uncle controlled the Pei family, and his mother was weak and easily bullied. She always claimed that she was sick to avoid trouble. Although he was the most logical successor of the Pei family, he was ostracized by his family. As the eldest son of the Pei family, he could only be a small prison guard in the Ministry of Justice. The current date should be right after his engagement was annulled. When his father was still alive, he arranged a marriage between him and Xianxia, the daughter of his family friend from the Qin clan. The marriage was decided at an early age, so there wasn't any formal ceremony. They exchanged jade pendants, and the marriage was settled. As a result, he and Xianxia had known each other since they were young, and he wholeheartedly wanted to marry Xianxia. His father had passed away when he was young, and the Qin family was on good terms with his second uncle, Pei Lixian. Therefore, it was reasonable for Xianxia to annul the betrothal. The engagement back then wasn't formal enough, so annulling it was simple. After returning the keepsake, he didn't even write a letter. He left some money and left. Of course, he didn't blame Xianxia. He didn't have the ability, so there was no reason for him to blame a woman. What happened after that, Pei Wenchuan tried hard to remember. Later, it was probably because of his awkward status that the emperor took a liking to him and betrothed him to Li Rong. With Li Rong's current status, it would be embarrassing for her to marry a poor son, and the whole world would talk about it. However, if she was married to a prestigious family, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and the emperor would have no choice but to fear her. Pei Wenxuan looked noble, but he had no future. He was the most suitable candidate for Li Rong. After becoming the emperor's son-in-law, the Pei family began to value him again, and he finally had a real backer in the imperial court. According to the time, the marriage decree should be issued soon. If he could do it all over again, he would still have to marry Li Rong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He and Li Rong were enemies in their previous lives. They had worked together for a lifetime, and they had been suspicious of each other for a lifetime. He originally thought that Li Rong would treat him as a friend, even if they weren't husband and wife. He didn't expect that in the end, in the face of power, she would still kill him without batting an eye. However, if he died, she wouldn't be able to live either. She gave him a sharp sword, and he gave her a bowl of poison to pierce her intestines. They never owed each other anything, and their lives were the same. People's resentment was nothing more than injustice. In the past 30 years, there was nothing unfair about them. His heart belonged to someone, and she had people by her side. She gave him a sword, and he gave her poison. Thinking about it this way, even if she killed him, he wouldn't have much resentment. Now that he had to do it all over again, he didn't feel much resentment when he thought about marrying Li Rong again. He couldn't help but think about it. The 18-year-old Li Rong was still a little naive and kind. She would occasionally blush when she saw him. She lifted her veil and looked up at him with a sincere smile. She took the wine cup and said to him, Pei Wenxuan, no matter why we got together, since we are husband and wife, I still want to spend the rest of my life with you. If he didn't let Li Rong find out that he cared about Xianxia in this lifetime, or if he didn't care about Xianxia in this lifetime, she wouldn't have been so angry, she wouldn't have separated from him, and she wouldn't have met Su Yongqing. Perhaps they could still be an ordinary couple and grow old together. He was tired of the suspicion and conflict in his previous life. If he could, he also wanted to have an ordinary family and live a peaceful life. As for Xianxia, in his previous life, he couldn't ask for anything, so he protected her for a lifetime. In this lifetime, the responsibility was greater than love, and the regret was greater than missing her. Since it was fated that they couldn't be together, then so be it. After thinking it through, Pei Wenxuan calmed down. He turned his head and said to Dong Yi, let's go back. He didn't need to do anything now. He just needed to wait for the imperial edict. However, he waited in his room for a few days. The imperial edict didn't come, but an invitation to Princess Ping Le's spring banquet was sent to his residence. Ping Le was Li Rong's title. Looking at the fancy invitation, Pei Wenxuan felt a little uneasy. He frowned and couldn't help but think, in his previous life, he had attended Li Rong's spring banquet. Was it because he was too old and had lost his memory, or was reality out of line with his memories? While Pei Wenxuan was at home trying to figure out what was going on with the spring banquet, Li Rong was in the palace, happily making arrangements for the spring banquet. She liked this kind of lively occasion. When she was young, she thought it was noisy. Now that she was older, she realized that the elderly liked to watch the young people make noise. This made her feel full of youthful energy. In addition to making arrangements for the spring banquet, she had a lot of things to do. First, she went to pick out a new pile of clothes. She sent all the black and white cold-colored clothes she used to keep at the bottom of the box. She specially got some red and gold-colored clothes, which made her look radiant and beautiful. Then, she copied all the maintenance procedures from her previous life. Every day, from morning to night, she massaged, bathed, and applied fragrant ointment. She didn't miss a single detail and fully enjoyed the beauty of being a princess. Finally, when she was free, she had to listen to the Jing Lan report the 4 young masters' itineraries. Every day, Liu squatted at home and counted ants. She had already counted 2 ant nests and made good friends with ants. Recently, Yang Quan got into a fight at the military training ground and sent 3 of his colleagues to the medical center. Then, he was beaten to the bed by his father and had been crawling in bed for 2 days. Recently, Cui Yulong was in high spirits at the brothel and wrote 30 poems, which were well received. As for Pei Wenxuan, he went to work every day and practiced calligraphy. At a young age, he had become a retired official of the imperial court. The strangest thing was that he always stood in front of his house, as if he was waiting for something. Of course, in the end, he successfully waited for her invitation to the spring banquet. Heaven really rewards those who wait. Li Rong was soaking in the pedal pool and listening to the Jing Lan's report. He couldn't help but ask, at that time, was he surprised? Did he ever think that he, an 8th-rank official, would receive an invitation from Princess Ping'el? Was he crazy with joy? No. Jing Lan's expression was calm. At that time, Lord Pei's expression wasn't very good. The servant next to him, Dong Yi, asked him how he received the invitation and if it was sent to the wrong person. What did he say? Lord Pei said, Jing Lan said methodically, the invitation wasn't sent to the wrong person. He's good-looking, so the invitation must have been sent to him by you. Upon hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. For the first time, she knew that Pei Wenxuan was so confident about his looks. However, Li Rong soon had some doubts. How did Pei Wenxuan know that she liked good-looking people? Li Rong kept this question in her heart. Time passed very quickly. Li Rong felt that she had just adapted to life in Changle Palace when the spring banquet arrived. On the first day of the spring banquet, she went to her courtyard in the suburbs in advance and missed the schedule of the other aristocratic families in the capital the next day. On the morning of the second day, the young masters and young ladies of the aristocratic families came one after another. Outside the courtyard, there was an endless stream of luxurious carriages and precious horses. Each family's carriage was luxurious and exquisite, accompanied by servants. It looked very dignified. After a while, 2 jade carriages came one after the other. The carriage in front had the character Su carved in jade, while the carriage in the back had the character Pei carved in jade. When the 2 great Huajing families came one after the other, everyone made way for them. After a while, the carriages came to a stop. A person from the Su family's carriage came out first. That person was dressed in a white brocade robe with a jade hairpin tied to his crown. His features were handsome and elegant, and his temperament was elegant and moving. As soon as he appeared, someone hurriedly called out, "Young Master Su, you also came." "The princess invited me." Su Yongqing opened his mouth and said with a smile, "How could I not come?" As he spoke, he got off the carriage and had the servants quickly make way for the carriage behind. As soon as Su Yongqing appeared, everyone gathered together and chatted with Su Yongqing. When Pei Wenxuan got off the carriage, not many people paid attention to him. Pei Wenxuan got off the carriage by himself. When he heard Su Yongqing's voice, he couldn't help but raise his head to take a look. This was the person who had accompanied Li Rong for the past 20 years. He didn't like him. His disgust for Su Yongqing was almost instinctive. After all, even if he and Li Rong had made it clear that they each had their own lives, Su Yongqing was still a challenge to his dignity, just like how Qin Jinjin was to Li Rong. This kind of disgust had nothing to do with love, but the dignity in his heart. However, this was already his next life. Pei Wenxuan felt that it was irrational to fuss over the matters of his previous life. He quickly turned his head and led Dong Yi into the courtyard. Although Su Yongqing was talking to someone, his footsteps didn't stop. He walked into the courtyard with Pei Wenxuan one after the other. At this time, Li Rong had also woken up. She had finished dressing and was yawning as she rushed to the courtyard where the main banquet was being held. Just as she reached the entrance of the courtyard, she heard a familiar voice. That voice had changed a little, but it was still engraved in her heart. She was so familiar with that voice that she subconsciously turned her head. Then, she saw 2 people in front of her. One was wearing a white robe and a jade crown, standing with a smile. The other was wearing a blue robe and a golden crown, looking at her in a daze. One of them was elegant and gentle, while the other was handsome and upright. The 2 of them stood not far from each other. It could be said that they were stunning. Li Rong looked at the 2 of them and was stunned for a moment. At this time, Su Yongqing was the first to regain his senses. He bowed to Li Rong. Between his lips and teeth, he repeated the words he had said countless times in the past. "This humble subject Su Yongqing greets your highness. Choice 1 is the most." Choice 1, respond to Su Yongqing and chat with Su Yongqing. After being stunned for a short while, Li Rong finally came back to her senses after hearing Su Yongqing's voice. Similar words spoken by the same person at different times would ultimately have different meanings. When Su Yongqing said those words, he was always respectful, cautious, and had many meanings that she could not understand. But now, Su Yongqing said those words in a magnanimous and gentlemanly manner. It was just a greeting according to etiquette and did not have as many meanings as it did later. This was Su Yongqing's best time. The Su family was still at its peak. Su Yongqing was the eldest son of the first wife of the Su family and was deeply favored by the emperor. Even in front of the princess, he had the confidence to be neither servile nor overbearing. Seeing Su Yongqing like this, Li Rong couldn't help but smile. She had never spoken to Su Yongqing at this time, so she couldn't help but praise. Rumor has it that Su Yongqing is the first son of Hua Jing. Now that I've met him, you really live up to your reputation. Thank you for your praise. Su Yongqing lowered his head and chuckled, as if he was a little embarrassed. It was just a joke. How was it a joke? Li Rong couldn't help but lower her voice. When I saw you, I felt that you were extraordinary. If you don't dare to say that you're the first, I'm afraid that no one in Huajing would dare to say that they're the first. This humble subject is Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong had just finished speaking when a clear voice squeezed in and calmly said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Hearing Pei Wenxuan's voice, Li Rong turned her head. Pei Wenxuan looked at her quietly, his heart unconsciously beating faster. He hadn't seen the 18-year-old Li Rong for many years. In his memory, Li Rong had always been wearing heavy makeup and looking lethargic. He didn't know when it started. She always reeked of alcohol. Every time she saw her, she was either listening to music or watching a dance. It was as if she had lost all her bones. She stuck to Su Yongqing every day. He didn't like this kind of Li Rong, and this kind of Li Rong had already become all his memories of Li Rong. Until now, when he suddenly saw the 18-year-old Li Rong, dressed in a bright red palace dress embroidered with a golden phoenix, with a golden hairpin dangling in her hair, with only a little makeup on her face, slender and elegant, with a smile on her face. When she looked back at him, her eyebrows and eyes seemed to have been drawn with a paintbrush, as if they had captivated his heart. Of course, his heart wouldn't be stolen, but that didn't stop him from admiring Li Rong's beauty. However, he was slightly stunned. By the time he reacted, Li Rong had already started talking to Su Yongqing. Li Rong was used to admiring people like Su Yongqing. Pei Wenxuan instantly realized that the situation wasn't good. Back then, without this spring banquet, Li Rong didn't seem to have seen Su Yongqing. Now that she had seen Su Yongqing, would she still be willing to marry him? If it was the later Li Rong who was good at scheming, he would still have some confidence. However, the 18-year-old Li Rong wasn't willing to use her marriage as a scheme. He couldn't control himself. What if she was stupid and fell in love with Su Yongqing at first sight and refused to marry him? Then Li Rong would really be dead. Pei Wenxuan quickly went through the current situation in his mind. In the end, he decided to take the initiative and attract Li Rong's attention. He remembered that this wife of his had been obsessed with appearances from young to death. Coincidentally, his greatest strength was probably his good face. If he hadn't taken the initiative to let her discover that she had Qin Xinjin in her heart, Su Yongqing wouldn't have had this opportunity. Therefore, he mustered up a lot of courage and forcibly interrupted Li Rong and Su Yongqing's conversation by saying, "Greetings to Your Highness, Princess." He originally thought that Li Rong would at least say a few words to him after seeing his appearance. However, after he spoke, Li Rong remained silent for a moment and then said, "Oh, you may rise." Then, she turned her head and looked at Su Yongqing with a smile. Her voice suddenly became gentler. "Young Master Su, please come in." Su Yongqing sensed that the atmosphere was strange, but he pretended not to hear and smoothly followed Li Rong. He said gently, "Princess, please." As they spoke, the two of them walked side by side into the courtyard. Pei Wenxuan raised his head and looked at the backs of the two of them walking side by side. He pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Dong Yi saw his young master's expression and couldn't help but worry. "Young master?" Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath and said, "I'm fine." After he finished speaking, he walked in with everyone else. Li Rong and Su Yongqing walked forward slowly. Su Yongqing was a considerate person. When Li Rong walked slowly, he slowed down and stayed half a step behind Li Rong. If this was in the past, Li Rong would have already held his hand and chatted coquettishly. However, Li Rong remembered her identity and only chatted with Su Yongqing about interesting things. Su Yongqing was born in an aristocratic family and was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. No matter what Li Rong talked about, Su Yongqing would immediately respond. The conversation was so smooth that Li Rong couldn't help but feel happy. After being reborn, this was the first time she was so relaxed. For a moment, she felt as if she was still in the princess residence. Su Yongqing was always by her side. Her youth had passed, but this person was always by her side. Actually, she didn't know her relationship with Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing had never told her that he liked her. She only said to him vaguely on a rainy night, "Rongqing, if you're not happy, I can divorce Pei Wenquan." Su Yongqing didn't say anything. After a long time, he took a step back and knelt in front of her. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "Princess, I don't dare to marry you. I am only willing to serve you for a lifetime, to accompany you in life and death. After I die, I am able to leave a servant by the princess's side. I am able to leave a servant by the princess's side. Moreover, Prime Minister Pei is a great help to Princess. In terms of reputation, integrity, and interests, you can't do this. I hope Princess will reconsider." To Li Rong, this was considered a tactful rejection. She didn't dare to give too much of her heart to a person who rejected her. However, they had been together for 20 years. It was impossible not to give some of her feelings. Sometimes, she felt that she was used to Su Yongqing. After all, in her life, there was no one who made her like him. But sometimes, she would wonder if she had ever liked anyone in her life. She couldn't figure it out. Later, she didn't want to think about it. After all, she was old. Many things were not important. It was enough for her to have that person by her side. Regardless of whether she liked Su Rongqing or not, Su Rongqing was still someone special in her heart. She tapped her golden fan and chatted with Su Yongqing. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was a pity that she couldn't marry Su Yongqing. If she dared to tell Li Ming that she wanted to marry Su Yongqing, perhaps she would receive an imperial edict the next day. Li Ming would probably send her to the wilderness and she would die on the way. Thinking of this, Li Rong gathered her thoughts. She smiled and entered the courtyard with Su Yongqing. Then, they went their separate ways. It was as if this was indeed an ordinary meeting. Pei Wenquan was behind them. He stared at them silently. When he sat down, he didn't look away. Dong Yi poured tea for him. He squatted next to him and whispered, "Young master, that's the princess. No matter how beautiful she is, you shouldn't look at her. If you're discovered, you'll be punished." "Shut up." Pei Wenquan scolded him in a low voice. Dong Yi shrunk his neck. At this time, Li Rong and Su Yongqing finally bowed to each other and left. Pei Wenquan finally looked away. He picked up his teacup and said in a dignified manner, "I didn't look at the princess." Dong Yi was speechless. Young master was getting more and more arrogant. His brain was getting worse. Pei Wenquan drank his tea alone for a while. When most of the guests had arrived, Li Rong announced the start of the spring banquet from above. Then, he retreated to the private courtyard in the back. For matters like the spring banquet, as the princess, if she was willing to have fun with the guests, it was considered as sharing the fun with the people. It was normal for Pei Wenquan to retreat and summon the guests alone. When Li Rong retreated, Pei Wenquan's heart calmed down. He vaguely guessed the purpose of Li Rong's spring banquet. Although he wasn't too sure, his guess was pretty close. He waited quietly in his seat. After a while, a young eunuch came over and said in a low voice, "Young Master Pei, the princess has summoned you. Please follow this servant." When he heard this, Dong Yi suddenly panicked. He looked up at Pei Wenquan. Pei Wenquan put down his teacup and said, "Wait for me here. Don't run around and cause trouble." After he finished speaking, he stood up and followed the young eunuch out of the crowd. He didn't ask anything. The young eunuch couldn't help but be surprised. However, this saved him a lot of trouble. He couldn't help but have a better impression of Pei Wenquan. He led Pei Wenquan to the back and said with a smile, "Young Master Pei, don't worry. The princess has summoned you. It's not a bad thing. It's Wenchuan's honor to be invited by the princess. Pei Wenchuan said calmly, don't worry, eunuch. Wenchuan understands. The young eunuch smiled and said, young master is a smart person. Pei Wenchuan was led to the back courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he felt that the back courtyard was separated from the noise outside. Li Rong's side courtyard was connected to a peach blossom forest. Her back courtyard was built at the border between the peach blossom forest and the front courtyard. The further in they went, the more peach blossoms there were. The peach blossom petals fell on the wooden corridor, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. The eunuch led Pei Wenchuan into a room. As soon as Pei Wenchuan entered, he saw 3 people kneeling on the ground and waiting. When the 3 people heard Pei Wenchuan enter, they all turned their heads. Their gazes fell on Pei Wenchuan. Some were confused, some were thinking, and some were waiting for a good show. For a moment, a large stage was formed. It was as if they were waiting for the audience to sit down so that they could start the show. Pei Wenchuan only needed to glance at them to know who was kneeling on the ground. He felt depressed. For a moment, he didn't know whether he was annoyed or annoyed. He felt that this world was too absurd. Li Rong could have just directly chosen a marriage in the palace. Did he have to fight with these people? He was angry, but he didn't show it on his face. Under the guidance of the attendant, he knelt down next to Cui Yulong. Cui Yulong waved his fan and smiled. I didn't expect the Lord Pei to also come. Does the Lord Pei know why the princess has summoned us? I don't know. Pei Wenchuan said coldly. Cui Yulong laughed softly, as if he found it funny. The Lord Pei really doesn't know? I don't know. I heard a piece of news. Cui Yulong lowered his voice and whispered, I heard that His Majesty is planning to choose a husband for the princess. You said that the princess has summoned us. Before he could finish, a eunuch's shout came from outside. The princess has arrived. As the eunuch spoke, a woman holding a small golden fan and wearing a wide-sleeved palace dress embroidered with golden phoenix threads gracefully walked in from outside the door. Pei Wenchuan was the first to kowtow according to etiquette. He knelt on the ground and respectfully waited for Li Rong to enter the room. When the others saw Pei Wenchuan kneel, they also lowered their heads and knelt on the ground. Only Cui Yulong remained upright and stretched his neck to look outside. He whispered, the princess is such a beauty. It's a sin not to see her. Before he could finish, Pei Wenchuan pressed down on his head and smashed him to the ground. Cui Yulong cried out in pain. At this time, Li Rong had also arrived at the door. She walked past Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan could only see her long dress on the ground and the red embroidered shoes embroidered with phoenixes. When she passed by, a fragrant wind blew. The smell was extremely elegant, like the fragrance of flowers in the spring wind, lingering at the tip of one's nose. Then Li Rong sat behind the beaded curtain and lazily leaned against the chair. Her crisp voice was mixed with a trace of innate gentleness. She whispered, please rise. As she spoke, the 4 people slowly raised their heads. Li Rong propped up her chin and looked at the 4 men kneeling before her. Lu Yu knelt in the innermost row. Dressed in white, he knelt properly and lowered his head, not daring to look at her. He was not as handsome as the others, but he was somewhat cute. He had a pure innocence that ordinary people did not have. It was as if he was still ignorant and did not know about the world. Next to him, Yang Quan was dressed in black. His hair was tied up high with a cloth ribbon. His expression was cold. Just by kneeling, he was like a sword unsheathed, carrying an indescribable coldness. But his features were handsome, and this coldness was a kind of good-looking posture that made people look at him from afar. Cui Yulong was a bit more lively. He wore a light green brocade robe with dark green bamboo patterns. He wore a jade crown on his head and held a paper fan in his hand. He covered his forehead and frowned slightly. He looked like he was carved out of white jade, living up to his title as the Jade Prince of Huajing. Pei Wenchuan knelt by the door and quietly watched her. His blue robe was embroidered with cranes. His expression was calm, and he stood like a lonely crane. There was an indescribable sense of loneliness in his pride. The 4 people looked at her quietly. Li Rong propped up her chin and glanced at them. She gently tapped the armrest. Today, she had to leave one person behind. After all, she had spoken with Su Yongqing for so long today. If she did not have a clear direction today, Li Ming would probably panic. Then, today, who should she talk to first, and who should she leave behind? The one with the most votes is 1. Lu Yu. Speak to Lu Yu first. Li Rong sized up the four of them without saying a word. Behind the beaded curtain was a piece of light muslin. Li Rong could clearly see their faces, but they could only vaguely see Li Rong's posture. After a moment of silence, Li Rong raised his chin towards the Jing Lan beside him. The Jing Lan knew what Li Rong meant. He bowed to the four of them from behind the beaded curtain and said respectfully, "The princess heard that the four of you are famous in the capital and was curious. Therefore, she summoned all of you to have a chat with you. Please relax and don't be too nervous." The atmosphere was not very tense at first, but after hearing this, it became more tense. Previously, they did not know what she was here for, but now they were sure. Which woman would find a few men for no reason? It must be related to her marriage. Yang Quan and Cui Yulong's expression suddenly changed. Lu Yu, on the other hand, seemed to have no idea what was going on. She sat there quietly, seemingly bored. Pei Wenchuan was used to not showing his emotions on his face. He glanced at the three people beside him and could tell what they were thinking from their expressions. Naturally, Li Rong could see the same thing as him. She held her teacup and looked at the four of them quietly. Yang Quan's gaze was eager. He seemed to want to say something a few times, but he felt that it was inappropriate and held himself back. He wanted to marry the princess, and Li Rong knew what he was trying to do. Yang Quan had a bad reputation and was ostracized by the Yang family. If he could marry the princess and treat her well, the things he had done in the past might slowly be forgotten. If he did not want to marry the princess so much, Li Rong might have wanted to talk to him again. After all, Yang Quan was considered a talented general in the future, but he died on the battlefield. It would be a pity if the rumors about him were false. But now, seeing his ambitious demeanor and the sense of imminent threat, Li Rong believed that the rumors were somewhat true. Cui Yulong, on the other hand, seemed rather cautious. He seemed to be contemplating something as he tapped the fan in his hand against his palm. Li Rong could almost guess what he was thinking. This person was really bold. He probably saw her appearance and felt that she was somewhat interesting. However, he disliked her status as a princess and did not want to be associated with her. In his previous life, he was obviously brimming with talent, but after leading the government for a while, he felt bored and directly resigned to return to Yangzhou. From then on, he wrote poetry in the brothel for the rest of his life. If one were to say that he was not talented, he would not have been able to become the Zhuangyuan. It was even more impossible for him to have this kind of temper and still be able to stay in the officialdom for a long time before leaving unscathed. It was just that he was born to be carefree and unrestrained. He just hated the imperial court. Pei Wenchuan was still the same as she remembered. His expression was calm, and she couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. Li Rong couldn't be bothered to look at him. Finally, his gaze fell on Lu Yu, and he looked at her quietly for a moment. Lu Yu's appearance was the least outstanding among the four of them. Although she wasn't outstanding, she was extremely pleasing to the eye. At first glance, she was just not bad. After looking at her for a while, although she wasn't stunning, she was like a clear trickle of water that was extremely comfortable. After looking at her for a moment, she opened her mouth and softly called out, "Ning." Her voice carried the tenderness of a young girl, but it was also naturally a bit hoarse. When she spoke together, the ending of her voice was slightly longer. When it entered the ears of others, they would feel an indescribable sense of limpness and numbness. It could be said that it was a heaven-sent charm. The three people beside her all had different expressions. Only Lu Yu, who was called out, was a bit confused. Li Rong thought for a moment, then said one word and called out again, "Ning." This time, Lu Yu understood. He looked at Li Rong and asked straightforwardly, "What did you call me for?" His straightforwardness made Li Rong smile. She spoke gently and continued to ask, "What did Ning do today?" Lu Yu frowned and thought about it seriously. Then, she said, "There are many things. When I woke up this morning, Alan changed my clothes 10 times. One set was yellow, one set was blue, one set was When he spoke, he was like a child who talked about everything, big or small, as if everything was very interesting. Li Rong tapped the fan in her hand and listened to them with great interest. The sound of silver bells could be heard from behind the beaded curtain. Li Rong found the conversation between Lu Yu and Li Rong very interesting. The other three people were left aside and felt a bit awkward. Pei Wenxuan looked up at the person behind the beaded curtain and felt a bit flustered. The current situation seemed to be more and more different from what he remembered. Li Rong didn't seem to be interested in him at all. Why was that? Did something go wrong in the middle, or did he actually not understand the 18-year-old Li Rong? When he thought of this, his heart sank. After Li Rong and Lu Yu chatted for a while, she turned to say a few words to Yang Quan and Cui Yulong. When they reached Pei Wenxuan, she asked about the food and drinks, then yawned and said, "I'm tired. Everyone, please help yourselves." As she spoke, she asked someone to help her up and left. After she left, the attendant led the four people away. Pei Wenxuan purposely slowed down his steps and looked around. He saw that the person who led the way for Lu Yu was Jing Lan. He knew how important Jing Lan was to Li Rong. He also knew about Li Rong's current situation. Li Rong and Su Yongqing talked for so long today. It was actually very dangerous for her. If Li Ming thought that she was interested in Su Yongqing, it would be very bad for Li Rong. If Li Rong was smart, he would find a way to change the target and let the emperor think that she was interested in one of the four people he appointed. Now that Jing Lan went to find Lu Yu, it seemed that Li Rong was interested in Lu Yu today. Pei Wenxuan's heart sank. He thought for a while and walked out quickly. He saw the attendant standing at the door waiting for them. Among them, the attendant who wore the jade pendant of Marquis Ning was the most anxious. As soon as the eunuch came out, the attendant came up and said, "Eunuch, this servant is the personal attendant of Marquis Ning Shitzi. Have you seen my Shitzi?" "Oh, you are Shitzi Ning's attendant." The eunuch looked the attendant up and down, then smiled and said, "The princess likes Shitzi and asked him to stay to talk. In a while, Aunt Jing Lan will send someone to pick you up. You don't have to worry." Hearing this, the attendant was stunned. The eunuch turned his head and said goodbye to Pei Wenxuan. "Young Master Pei, this servant will send you. Here. Please help yourself." "Thank you, eunuch." Pei Wenxuan was very polite. When he cupped his hands, he put a piece of silver into the eunuch's hand. The eunuch bent over in laughter and hurriedly saluted Pei Wenxuan before taking his leave. After the eunuch left, Pei Wenxuan looked at the attendant next to him. Seeing the attendant's anxious expression, he went forward and whispered, "Do you not want Shitzi to accompany the princess?" Hearing Pei Wenxuan's words, the attendant was stunned. Then he said with some vigilance, "You are?" Pei Wenxuan said his name and said quickly, "Just now, I met the princess with your Shitzi. May I ask, does your Shitzi offend the princess easily?" Pei Wenxuan said it euphemistically, but the attendant could tell that Pei Wenxuan saw that Shitzi Ning was a fool. Lu Yu rarely went out. His mother hid him well. When he went out, she asked the attendant to follow him at all times. Not many people knew about this. When the attendant heard Pei Wenxuan's words, he said directly, "Young Master Pei, since you already know what this servant is worried about, do you have any ideas? In a while, when you see your Shitzi, let him pretend to be unconscious. Won't the princess blame me?" The attendant asked anxiously. Pei Wenxuan said calmly, "He's sick. What's there to blame? It's a real sin to offend her while sober." Hearing this, the attendant didn't say anything. Pei Wenxuan turned around and said, "I'll stop here. Think about it yourself." After that, Pei Wenxuan returned to the front yard. He glanced around. Cui Yulong was already sitting with a group of women, including a princess. He was helping the princess read her palm. He wasn't worried about this person. He was hiding from Li Rong. Yang Quan was still talking to the eunuch. He frowned and seemed to be angry. Pei Wenxuan thought for a while and took a cup of wine. When no one was paying attention, he directly poured it on Yang Quan's seat. The people at the spring banquet were having fun. Pei Wenxuan shuttled through the crowd, randomly took a jade pendant from a drunk person, and threw it at Yang Quan's feet. After doing all this, Pei Wenxuan directly turned around and returned to the entrance of the backyard, waiting quietly. After a while, Yang Quan's roar came from the crowd. Whose jade pendant is this? As soon as Yang Quan roared, the scene became noisy. The person who lost the jade pendant didn't have a low status. He looked at the jade pendant in Yang Quan's hand and was a little unhappy. You're holding my jade pendant. Why are you shouting? When the person responded, the two sides immediately quarreled. Pei Wenchuan heard the roar and sneered. He turned around and stood respectfully with his hands in his sleeves. In the backyard, Li Rong sat by the lake and asked people to bring fishing tools. He also prepared the boiled eggs that Lu Yu said she liked. As he peeled the eggs, he waited for Lu Yu to change clothes and come over. Just now, his servant accidentally poured a cup of wine on him and took him to change clothes. Li Rong guessed that something must have happened, but he wasn't worried. She peeled the eggshell on the table and slowly said to the Jing Lan behind her, "Look at how good I am to him. I haven't personally peeled eggs for many people." As she spoke, the Jing Mei hurried over with some people. She said in a panic, "Princess, it's not good." Ning Shizi fainted. If he fainted, then go find the imperial physician. Li Rong put the peeled eggs on a small decorative vase. Why are you looking for me? Li Rong's indifferent attitude made the surrounding people quiet down. For a moment, they felt that Lu Yu fainting wasn't a big deal. After a while, the Jing Lan said respectfully, "Princess, are you going to fish by yourself, or?" Li Rong didn't speak. She patted the eggshell residue on her hand and took a handkerchief from the Jing Mei. She lowered her head and wiped her fingers. She said, "Jing Mei, go out and bring that dog in." The Jing Mei was stunned. After a while, she stuttered, What if there isn't a dog in front of the door?" "Impossible." Li Rong looked up. Pei Wenchuan must be there. The Jing Mei understood this time. She wanted to find Pei Wenchuan. She quickly led the people out. After everyone left, the Jing Lan knelt behind Li Rong and poured wine for Li Rong. He asked with some confusion, "Princess doesn't seem to like Pei Wenchuan. Why did you summon him?" "Even Lu Yu fainted." Li Rong sneered. "Do you think other people can still come?" The Jing Lan was confused. Li Rong didn't explain further. After a while, the Jing Mei led Pei Wenchuan in. Pei Wenchuan knelt down and bowed respectfully to Li Rong. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "This humble subject is Pei Wenchuan. Greetings to your highness." Li Rong didn't say anything. She continued to peel the egg. Pei Wenchuan knelt down respectfully and didn't show the slightest bit of impatience. After a long time, Li Rong said, "I peeled an egg and wanted to put it in the bottle. However, the opening of the bottle is too small. I can't put it in." Li Rong looked up at Pei Wenchuan. "I've heard that young Master Pei is intelligent. Why don't you come and help me? If you can't put the egg into the bottle completely, then young Master Pei's reputation as an intelligent person would be unworthy. Why don't you just jump into the lake? That way, you'll have some integrity." "Princess means that if I can't do it, then I have to jump into the lake?" "Yes," Li Rong said directly. "That's exactly what I mean. Princess, this is quite absurd." Pei Wenchuan tried to persuade her. Li Rong propped up her chin and admired the way Pei Wenchuan knelt down and dealt with her. Suddenly, she felt secretly happy. She felt that the current Pei Wenchuan was very pleasing to the eye and brought her an indescribable pleasure. Therefore, even though she knew that Pei Wenchuan was dealing with her, she still continued to pester him endlessly. "Yes, but I'm a princess. What's wrong with me being a little willful?" "Princess, you're a princess. You shouldn't make things difficult for this humble subject." Pei Wenchuan continued to persuade her. Li Rong picked up a grape and ate it. She continued to make things difficult for him. "Yes, I'm a princess. What's wrong with making things difficult for a small official like you?" "Princess, if this humble subject can do it, then there's no need for me to jump into the lake. I can sit up and talk to you properly, right?" "Yes." Li Rong subconsciously opened her mouth. Before she could finish, she saw Pei Wenchuan stand up and remove the egg from the small bottle. He tore a page from the book beside him, lit the incense burner, and threw the incense into the bottle. Then, he put the egg back into the bottle. He quickly retreated and respectfully knelt on the ground again. His actions were smooth and fluid. By the time Li Rong reacted, he had already knelt down. Li Rong was furious. Who allowed you to tear my book? As soon as she finished speaking, the egg that was placed in the mouth of the bottle suddenly fell into the bottle with a thud. Li Rong and the attendant next to her looked at the egg that disappeared into the mouth of the bottle. Their eyes widened. Pei Wenxuan raised his head and looked at Li Rong. Princess, may I ask if I can sit up and talk to you properly now? Li Rong looked at him quietly. The 20-year-old Pei Wenxuan was much more handsome than she remembered, but the arrogance in his bones had not changed at all. Just by looking at Pei Wenxuan's eyes, she knew that he was angry. In the past, when he was Prime Minister Pei, he could quarrel with her when he was angry. She could understand that. Now, Pei Wenxuan was only an 8th-ranked official. How could he have the courage to fight with her? Li Rong smiled gently. She stood up and looked at Pei Wenxuan, who was kneeling on the ground. She said gently, "All right, I'm a woman of my words. You can talk nicely with me, but before this, you did something wrong. How are you going to deal with that? This humble official doesn't know what he did wrong. You tore my book." Li Rong pointed at the torn pages on the table. Also, why did Ming Shixi suddenly faint? Why can't the others come? I'm sure young Master Pei knows? Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know that Li Rong could be so smart. Did she send someone to keep an eye on him? Pei Wenxuan had many guesses in his heart, but he still looked calm on the surface. How does Princess want to punish this humble official? Jump down. Li Rong raised her chin. Pei Wenxuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Li Rong saw that he didn't respond and knew that he was very angry. She smiled and said, "You want to be my son-in-law? Can't you bear this little grievance? Princess knows that. This humble official wants to be your son-in-law?" Pei Wenxuan looked up at Li Rong. Li Rong found it funny. Otherwise, what are you doing here? Li Rong didn't want to talk to him anymore. She said directly, either jump down and talk, or get lost. I'm telling you, get lost. It won't be easy for you to come back. Pei Wenxuan clenched his fists. He was so angry that his face turned pale. In an instant, he felt as if he had returned to his previous life. When he had quarreled with Li Rong had always been sharp-tongued. Every time, he would be so angry that his blood would boil. It was very strange. Unlike other people, he had always been calm and composed. He had been spat on and scolded in front of his face in the imperial court, and had been scolded in his own home. There were many things that made him angry, but he rarely lost his composure. Only when it came to Li Rong did he feel that his life would be shortened by 10 years if he quarreled with her once. This woman was willful and unreasonable when she quarreled. He used to think that maybe her married life had changed her, but now it seemed that it was not the marriage that had changed her. It was obvious that she had pretended too well when they first got married, so he did not notice. This woman was a shrew in her bones. She was rude, unreasonable, and willful. Pei Wenxuan could see that she hated him. He had had enough. He knew that Li Rong would definitely make someone stay today, and that person would most likely be her husband in the future. None of the men outside were as suitable as him. She could only ask him for help now. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath and said, "Then this humble subject will get lost." He then kowtowed, stood up, turned around, and walked back. Li Rong didn't expect him to leave so quickly. She was a little stunned and hurriedly said, "You don't want to talk to me anymore?" "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Pei Wenxuan refused loudly without turning his head. Li Rong tapped her palm with her golden fan. She gave the Jinglan a look and said loudly to Pei Wenxuan, who was walking on the long corridor above the lake, "But I want to talk to you." "Who?" Before Pei Wenxuan could say sorry, a secret guard suddenly jumped out from the side and caught Pei Wenxuan off guard, pushing him straight into the pool. Laughter immediately sounded around them. Li Rong looked from afar and smiled as he slowly walked to the place where Pei Wenxuan fell. Pei Wenxuan knew how to swim. Although he was a little panicked when he suddenly fell into the water, he quickly reacted and adjusted his posture, poking his head out of the water. He then saw Li Rong standing on the edge of the corridor above, wearing a red embroidered phoenix palace robe. She looked at him with a smile and said, "All right, let's talk like this." I'm very satisfied. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He stared at Li Rong above. The attendants at the side whispered to each other. Some of the servant girls laughed softly, but it was unknown what they were laughing about. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan's wet body. His handsome face was stained with water plants. This kind of sorry state gave him a kind of indescribable beauty. He was like a lake demon that had poked its body out from the lakeside. Just his face and eyes were enough to bewitch people's hearts. However, those eyes didn't have any seductive hypocrisy, only anger and unwillingness. They burned like fire in Pei Wenchuan's eyes. When these kinds of emotions were revealed, Li Rong's previous cheerfulness slowly dissipated. She suddenly felt that it was meaningless. The current Pei Wenchuan was no longer the same person. She was bullying him like she was bullying a child. She looked down at Pei Wenchuan, her expression turning cold. After a long time, she turned her head and said indifferently, "All right, don't make a fuss. Come up." As she spoke, she ordered the Jing Lan beside her and said indifferently, "Take him to change his clothes." After she finished speaking, she turned and left. She looked back and saw that Pei Wenchuan had swum to the shore and was being pulled up. The spring lake was still a bit cold. When he came ashore, he was shivering. The attendants at the side hurriedly handed him a coat. He thanked everyone who helped him in a low voice, not neglecting anyone. His careful and cautious appearance made people feel a bit sad. After all, no young master of an aristocratic family would be as nervous as him. Pei Wenchuan noticed that Li Rong was staring at him for a long time. Pei Wenchuan turned his head and saw that Li Rong was looking at him. His gaze immediately turned cold. He then turned his head and left quickly. Seeing him glare at her, Li Rong couldn't help but smile. He was quite young, but his temper was quite big. Li Rong sat by the lake and asked someone to warm the tea. She read a book while waiting for Pei Wenchuan. After waiting for a while, Pei Wenchuan finally returned. He had changed into a white brocade robe with cloud patterns. His hair was tied up high with a jade crown. When he walked over from afar, he looked like he had walked out of a painting. Li Rong stared at him for a while. When Pei Wenchuan returned, she secretly shifted her gaze. Pei Wenchuan bowed and saluted. Li Rong said indifferently, "Sit down." Pei Wenchuan got up and sat down. He knelt beside Li Rong. Li Rong lowered her head and looked at the book. Pei Wenchuan waited for a while. Li Rong said indifferently, "What do you want to say?" "Say it." What should he say? Originally, he only came to discuss the pros and cons with Li Rong and let her know that he was the best choice. However, after a few exchanges, he understood that Li Rong was probably very clear about everything. Princess already knows what needs to be said. Pei Wenchuan's voice was flat. After a moment of silence, he said, "If there is anything more to say, I can only say it to Princess. If Princess is willing to marry me, I will treat you with sincerity." When Li Rong heard this, she raised her head and looked at Pei Wenchuan playfully. "Sincerity?" Li Rong leaned on the small table next to her and supported her chin. "Tell me, how should I treat her with sincerity? In the family, Princess should be the most respected. Don't tell me you think you can do it? For the rest of my life, Wenchuan will only have Princess by his side." This was true. However, he didn't keep his chastity for her, but for his ex-fiancée who had broken off the engagement. Li Rong's smile widened. "Isn't this how it should be? Not only can you only have me by your side, but I should also be the only one in your heart." Pei Wenchuan's body stiffened. He wasn't a liar. Or rather, when it came to matters of the heart, he wouldn't lie. If he was willing to lie a little, she wouldn't have known that there was another person in his heart. Perhaps she would have been deceived for the rest of her life. She didn't know whether to scold him or praise him for his honesty. Li Rong raised her cup. She thought that Pei Wenchuan would openly admit that this marriage was an alliance, just like in her previous life. She smiled and waited for Pei Wenchuan to speak. However, after a long time, Pei Wenchuan said, "Princess is right. Wenchuan will not think of anyone else in the future." Li Rong was a little stunned. After a moment, she couldn't help but laugh mockingly. She suddenly realized that compared to being angry, she was more disgusted by being deceived. She put the cup down on the table with a clang and said coldly, "Eat the eggs." Pei Wenchuan was a little confused. He turned his head and looked at the plate of eggs that were as white as jade. Li Rong sneered, "Didn't you say that you would respect me? I worked so hard to peel these eggs. You don't even want to eat them?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He frowned. After a long time, he said, "There's too much." "Then you still have to eat them all," Li Rong scolded. The people around them had already retreated far away and looked at the two of them from afar. Pei Wenchuan didn't know why she was throwing a tantrum, but he didn't want to be seen as a joke by others. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to tolerate her. He could only say, "We've just eaten. Let's eat later." Li Rong snorted coldly. She thought about how she still had to show the old fox in the palace today. She waved to the Jing lawn next to her and said, "Bring the chessboard." Playing chess was a way for the two of them to get along harmoniously with each other under any kind of mood. Because all the killing and competition would be placed on the chessboard. The Jing lawn brought the chessboard. Li Rong called Pei Wenchuan in front of her and said, "Sit down. Let's play chess." Pei Wenchuan was a little confused. In fact, he also thought that if the atmosphere was so awkward, they might as well play chess. However, he didn't know why Li Rong thought of this method before he said anything. It was as if she already knew that it was better for them to get along with each other. Pei Wenchuan was even more confused. Li Rong directly picked up the black chess piece and began to play with her. Just like in her previous life, she liked to start the game on the star position. When Pei Wenchuan saw that she had placed her piece, he didn't intend to give way to her. He immediately followed his usual method and placed his piece on the star position opposite of Li Rong's. The two of them were very focused on playing chess. In Li Rong's heart, she was probably going to win against a 20-year-old Pei Wenchuan. Therefore, she should give way to him a little and give him some face. Otherwise, people would say that she was an adult bullying a child. In Pei Wenchuan's heart, he was still going to give way to an 18-year-old Li Rong. Li Rong was used to being arrogant and willful. If she lost too badly, she would probably make a scene again. Therefore, the two of them played chess with the mentality that they would definitely win. Before 1/3 of the game had even started, both of them felt that something was wrong. What was the difference between this style of chess, this set of moves, and this pattern from their previous life when they were 50 years old? After realizing this, both of them were shocked. Pei Wenchuan's expression did not change. He lowered his head and looked at the chessboard. He twirled a chess piece in his hand and pretended to be thinking. Li Rong, on the other hand, looked up. She sipped her tea and secretly looked at him. Pei Wenchuan thought about Li Rong's behavior from beginning to end. Although Li Rong looked arrogant, she was actually very methodical in her actions. She would not cause trouble for no reason. Although she looked unreasonable, it was usually because she wanted to find a way to punish the other party. However, this was the first time he met Li Rong. What did Li Rong dislike about him? Why did she make fun of him like this? However, if all of this was assumed that Li Rong was reborn like him, then it made a lot more sense. Li Rong was reborn because his subordinates succeeded. With Li Rong's intelligence, she must have guessed that it was him before she died. Facing her enemy, she was able to control her temper and not kill him. She was very kind. Teasing him was just to vent her anger. As for whether she still wanted to marry him, it was unknown. After all, in his previous life, Pei Wenchuan's heart sank. Li Rong and Su Yongqing should have liked each other. Pei Wenchuan's mind was filled with thoughts. However, he acted as if nothing had happened. He put down the chess piece and pretended to be thinking. Li Rong secretly observed Pei Wenchuan's expression. When she saw that he looked normal, she muttered in her heart. She remembered that the 20-year-old Pei Wenchuan was still young and inexperienced. He clearly knew his situation and his temper was much better. When they first met, although he looked calm on the surface, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. After all, he was meeting his future wife, and she was a princess. No matter what, he should have some emotions. However, the current Pei Wenchuan was not just emotionless. He was treating her like an old acquaintance. That was why he dared to confront her and scheme against the other three people right under her nose. Pei Wenchuan was too strange. However, if he was reborn like her, then it would make perfect sense. In an instant, suspicions arose in the hearts of the two men. In fact, their suspicions were very close to being confirmed. However, the two of them were cautious people. If they had suspicions, they still needed to verify them. Moreover, if the other party was also reborn, then whether or not they should let the other party know that they were reborn was also a matter that needed to be considered. Therefore, both of them did not speak. They pretended to be calm and composed. The two of them pondered for a moment. There was a strange silence around them. Jingmei and Jinglan stood far away. Jingmei whispered, "You said that the princess doesn't like young Master Pei." "I think the two of them get along very well." "The princess's thoughts?" Jinglan sighed, "It's getting harder and harder to figure out." Halfway through the game, both of them recovered from their shock. After they calmed down, they had to think about what to do next if the other party was reborn. It was raining outside the courtyard. The raindrops fell into the pond and rippled. Li Rong was the first to speak. Slowly, she said, "Young Master Pei wants to marry me. Have you thought about what life will be like after marrying me?" Pei Wenchuan hesitated for a moment. Finally, he said, "I will treat the princess well." He would treat her well because that was what he had done in his previous life. He would try to understand this person. He would try to get close to her and make her happy. Back then, Li Rong liked him to wear white, so after they got married, he wore white for many years in addition to his official robes. Until one day, he heard that Li Rong once said that Rongqing wore white and there was no immortal in the world. He learned all the dishes that Li Rong liked to eat. He let her try them again and again. In the end, he became her personal chef. No one knew her tastes better than him. Until one day, Su Yongqing learned how to cook. Li Rong's legs were cold and would hurt when it was cold. Pei Wenchuan learned massage and acupuncture. Every time it was cold and rainy, he would massage Li Rong's legs until she felt comfortable and fell asleep. Until one day, they quarreled too much. Li Rong told him that she didn't want him. She had someone else too. Pei Wenchuan felt bad when he thought about it. However, when Li Rong asked, he could only say that he would do the same thing again. However, he hesitated for a moment before replying. He already knew the ending. Did he want to try it again? They didn't have a good ending. They had been together for half of their lives and fought to the death. Most of their lives seemed to have been wasted. Li Rong heard the hesitation in his voice and knew that he was actually hesitating. She looked down at the chessboard and said slowly, "I believe that you will treat me well. But, will you like me?" When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he lowered his eyes. Li Rong looked up at him seriously and said, "Will you treat me as your wife or as your ally?" Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. The rain outside was pitter-patter. Li Rong looked at the crisscrossing chessboard and suddenly lost interest. She threw the chess piece into the box and leaned back in her chair. She turned to look at the lotus leaves swaying in the rain and said slowly, "I've thought about it. If I were to be with you, I probably wouldn't have a husband in this lifetime. I would only have one ally. In the inner court, one's husband and family are actually not important. What is important is the power in one's hands. However, when one reaches the peak and walks alone in this world, one will envy the prosperity of the world." As she said this, Li Rong turned to look at him and chuckled, "Tell me, what's the difference between a lonely person and a lonely ghost?" Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. He understood what Li Rong said. He quietly looked at Li Rong. An 18-year-old girl should be at her most beautiful. But her lazy posture and her movements showed a desolation and loneliness beyond her age. She was like a wandering ghost in the world, beautiful and lonely. Just looking at her made one's heart clench. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan was speechless and chuckled. She thought that if Pei Wenchuan was also reborn, he would know what she was talking about. Pei Wenchuan indeed knew, but he didn't know how to respond. Jing Lan walked in from nearby with an umbrella and whispered to Li Rong, "Princess, it's raining heavily. The eunuchs in the palace say that it's about time to end the banquet." Li Rong nodded and said, "Just say that I'm not feeling well. You can see them out." Jing Lan acknowledged and left. Once Jing Lan left, Li Rong turned to look at Pei Wenchuan, who was kneeling in front of her, and said gently, "Young Master Pei, Do you think that I should marry you and live such a life? She was seriously asking Pei Wenchuan for advice. Although Pei Wenchuan argued with her for many years and even killed her in the end, Pei Wenchuan had one good point. He never lied to her. She felt that Pei Wenchuan's answer must be true whether it was good or bad and whether she should live such a life. Pei Wenchuan, on the other hand, only looked up and stared at her quietly after she asked the question. Her smile was not pleasing to his eyes. It was just like how he saw her decades ago in his previous life. This smile was completely different from the 18-year-old Li Rong in his memory. The 18-year-old Li Rong was very good. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Pei Wenchuan still remembered that at the beginning of this marriage, he lifted Li Rong's veil and saw her looking up at him shyly and curiously. Then, when they drank the wine, she said crisply, "Wenchuan, no matter why we got together, since we're husband and wife, I still want to spend the rest of my life with you." At that time, he also seriously thought that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with Li Rong. They would have children and be together for the rest of their lives. That was until Li Rong found out that he liked Qin Jinjin. In fact, he didn't know whether his feelings for Qin Jinjin were love or responsibility. They grew up together and he always had this person in his heart. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with Qin Jinjin, but he couldn't. Later, Qin Jinjin married Li Rong's younger brother, Crown Prince Li Chuan. As the Crown Prince, Li Chuan was a good Crown Prince, but not a good husband. Because of political marriage, while he was still the Crown Prince, he already had a total of 5 wives. Qin Jinjin was innocent and naive, but he was doted on. In the Eastern Palace, if it wasn't for his help, he would have died in a conspiracy. Li Rong naturally knew that he had helped Qin Jinjin. During the last palace banquet, when he had secretly helped Qin Jinjin out of a predicament, he had almost exposed himself. It was Li Rong who had helped him out. On the way home that day, Li Rong didn't say anything in the carriage. At that time, he was a little panicked. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. He only felt that no matter what Li Rong said, it was justified. After that, Li Rong returned home. After entering the bedroom, she walked to the table and poured herself a cup of tea. With her back facing him, she asked, "Do you like her?" Pei Wenchuan stood at the door. He actually wanted to say no, but he felt that he couldn't lie. Thus, he could only tell the truth. "I can't let her go." "What's your relationship with her?" Li Rong held the teacup and looked particularly calm. Pei Wenchuan still told the truth. They were childhood sweethearts, and his family fell from grace. The Qin family broke off the engagement, and Qin Jinjin was forced to marry into the Eastern Palace. "I just want to help her," he said in a low voice. "I'm not delusional. She's the Crown Prince's concubine. I won't do anything." After he finished speaking, Li Rong didn't speak for a long time. The silence became Pei Wenchuan's deepest impression of that night. He saw Li Rong drinking cup after cup of water. After a long time, Li Rong seemed to have recovered. She turned her head and looked at him. She only asked, "Will you betray me?" "No," he immediately replied. He looked at her. "You're my wife." "I'm not your wife." Li Rong looked at him with a serious expression. "I'm just your ally." These words stunned Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong turned her head and looked out the window. She calmly said, "Actually, you and I didn't choose this marriage. We're both doing it for power. In fact, there's no love between a man and a woman. You have someone in your heart, and I have someone in my heart. It's just that we didn't make it clear before, so there were some misunderstandings. Now that we've made it clear, it's not a big deal." Li Rong smiled. Her eyes looked like they were about to cry at any time. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Pei Wenchuan looked at her blankly. He wanted to deny it, but he felt that what Li Rong said was not wrong. He didn't have feelings for Li Rong because it was impossible for one person to love 2 people at the same time. He had Qin Jinjin in his heart, so how could he tolerate Li Rong? Li Rong saw that he didn't speak. She lowered her head and said gently, "It's fine now that we've made it clear. We'll live the same life in the future. I just hope that Lord Pei will understand. I'm not your wife, and you're not my husband. I don't care who lives in your heart, and you don't care who I'm with. You and I have our own lives, and we'll find our own fun. I just want Lord Pei to promise me. Li Rong stared at him. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Since you and I are allies, you will never betray me. It rained that night. Just like at this moment, heavy rain poured down. Li Rong walked in front of him and stared at him. She only said, Pei Wenchuan, say something. He couldn't speak. Li Rong saw that he was hesitating, so she smiled. Pei Wenchuan, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you have feelings for me. But if you and I have feelings for each other, then everything you've done will be too disgusting. We shouldn't be together. I'll go ask Imperial Father. No matter what, she said calmly, we have to divorce. Thunder rumbled. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong, who was looking up at him. At that moment, he finally understood how stubborn this woman was when it came to love. Even if she had to destroy both jade and common stone, she wanted a clean cut. So he smiled. Why? He said with difficulty. You're right. We're allies. I have someone else in my heart, and I shouldn't care about you. Divorce isn't a good thing for both of us. How about this? In the name of husband and wife, we'll live our own lives. You and I are allies, and we'll never betray each other. If I violate this oath, Pei Wenchuan said in a hoarse voice. Li Rong laughed. I'll die a horrible death. But in the end, they still violated their oath. In the end, they also fulfilled this oath. Pei Wenchuan thought of the moment when he made the vow, and his heart trembled. In fact, he never thought that Li Rong would actually make a move on him for the throne. Because he never thought about it, he was unprepared on the way back to the princess residence. When he died, he was extremely unwilling to die. No matter what, he wanted to drag this woman down with him. The two of them chose to be allies in their previous lives, but in reality, no ally in this world could share the same interests for a lifetime. They died at each other's hands, but now they had another choice. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong in front of him. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said calmly, you shouldn't marry. As he spoke, he kowtowed and knelt in front of Li Rong. He said respectfully, this humble subject can only give your highness this much. The life your highness wants should not be limited to this. Li Rong heard this and was not surprised. She smiled gently and said, I also know that you can't give me what I want. It's just that I'm a little troubled now. If I don't marry young Master Pei, who should I marry? Pei Wenchuan's eyelashes trembled slightly. He thought that this would be the last time he would make plans for her. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Lu Yu. This was similar to Li Rong's thoughts. Li Rong couldn't help but be interested. Tell me. The princess's current situation is difficult for His Majesty to suspect. In fact, as long as the crown prince succeeds the throne, the princess's future will be worry-free. Therefore, the most important thing now is to protect the crown prince. Among the Marquis of Ning, the Yang family, and Cui Yulong comes from a poor family and is useless. Marrying him is the most useless. In addition, he has a dissolute personality and loves to write poems. There are many things that can be used against him. If the princess marries him, she is afraid that he will cause trouble for the crown prince. Li Rong turned his folding fan and replied, yes. The Yang family is too powerful, and Yang Quan's personality is too sharp. The reason why His Majesty allowed the princess to marry into the Yang family is because His Majesty is interested in the Yang family. If Yang Quan marries the princess, I'm afraid that His Majesty will make his move soon. The princess will be implicated, and the crown prince will be easily implicated. Yang Quan must not be married. Indeed. Li Rong's eyes turned cold. He's too ambitious. As for Heir Ning, although Marquis Ning's mansion is not a prominent family, Marquis Ning was His Majesty's study companion and once blocked a sword for His Majesty. His Majesty is a person who values friendship. Although he doesn't often think of Marquis Ning, he still has some brotherly feelings. This is a good thing for the princess. Marquis Ning was a steady man. Child Ning was an idiot and seldom went out. It might not be a good thing for the marriage, but he would never drag the crown prince down. Most importantly, Pei Wenchuan looked up at her and reminded her, Heir Ning is not in good health. In her previous life, Lu Yu died 3 years later in the winter of an illness. Li Rong understood Pei Wenxuan's meaning. She tapped the table with her fan. You mean, he is not in good health and is an idiot? If I marry him, when he passes away and my brother ascends the throne, I can remarry? Yes. Pei Wenxuan said calmly, in this way, we can relax His Majesty's vigilance and let your highness avoid him. In the future, with your highness's status, it won't be difficult for you to remarry. Li Rong nodded. She actually had the same idea, but Pei Wenxuan said it, which made her feel more at ease. However, she didn't expect Pei Wenxuan to say these words. She couldn't help but smile. She looked up at Pei Wenxuan and asked curiously, if I don't marry you and I have a way out, what will you do? Pei Wenxuan picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. It would be best if your highness could help. If you don't want to help, I have my own path to walk. He gently nodded. Your highness doesn't need to worry about this humble subject. He nodded, as if he wanted to write "Don't meddle in other people's business" on his face. Li Rong was so angry that she laughed. She felt that Pei Wenxuan was really capable. He could always make her blood boil in an instant. She turned to look at the sky and said indifferently, it's getting late. Young Master Pei, you should go back. If you don't leave early, I'm afraid you'll be scolded by the steward if you return the carriage covered in mud. Hitting people in the face, stabbing people in the heart. When Pei Wenxuan heard her words, he felt that all his plans had been fed to the dogs. He felt that he was the reincarnation of a living bodhisattva if he could still work so hard for a woman who could stab him to death. Thus, he smiled mockingly and bowed respectfully. Yes, this humble subject will take his leave. This humble subject has been wanting to leave for a long time. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. Quickly scram. I won't see you out. I'll scram now. After Pei Wenxuan finished speaking, he immediately stood up and walked out without the slightest hesitation. The attendant waiting outside held an umbrella for him. Pei Wenxuan thanked him softly and left with the attendant. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan's back and felt as if she was watching a memory fade away. She quietly watched for a while, then said to Jing Lan behind her, prepare some money and ginger soup and send it to him. It could be considered a personal reward for him in the end. Although Jing Lan couldn't figure out what Li Rong was thinking, she didn't ask her master too much. After bowing respectfully, she went to prepare the money and ginger soup according to Li Rong's instructions. Pei Wenxuan stomped out of the courtyard with a belly full of anger. By this time, most people had already left. Pei Wenxuan got into his carriage with a straight face. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Jing Lan call out from afar, young Master Pei. When Pei Wenxuan heard Jing Lan's voice, he frowned and lifted the curtain to go out. He saw Jing Lan hurrying over with an umbrella held by another maid. Li Rong's palace servants were extremely well educated. Even if they walked in the rain, they walked steadily and didn't splatter the slightest bit of rain and mud. She carried a box and came in front of Pei Wenxuan. After bowing to Pei Wenxuan, she stood up and handed the box over. Young master, the rain is cold today. The princess asked this servant to prepare ginger soup for you to drink on the way. Pei Wenxuan was stunned. After a moment, he looked at the box and said softly, thank you, princess, for the reward. Jing Lan smiled and handed the box over. Young master, take care. Pei Wenxuan acknowledged and thanked Jing Lan. After taking the box, he entered the carriage. The box had 2 layers. When he opened the first layer, he saw a bowl of ginger soup. The ginger soup was still steaming. Pei Wenxuan remembered that during the first year of their marriage, Jing Lan would give him a bowl of soup that corresponded to the weather when he went out every day. When it was dry, he would get pear soup. When it was dry, he would get mung bean soup. When it was cold, he would get ginger soup. This was Li Rong's habit. He didn't say anything and just watched quietly. When he felt the carriage move, he suddenly realized that once the carriage moved, he and Li Rong would never meet again in this life. From now on, they would go their separate ways. All the grudges from their previous lives would be written off. He couldn't help but lift the curtain and suddenly call out to Jing Lan, who was returning to the villa. Miss Jing Lan. Jing Lan turned around and saw Pei Wenxuan sitting in the carriage. He looked at Jing Lan and opened his mouth. For a moment, he regretted that he didn't say more to Li Rong. When the carriage driver outside heard him call out, he stopped. Jing Lan looked at Pei Wenxuan and walked back. She asked in confusion, "Young Master Pei? Help me pass a message to the princess." Pei Wenxuan gripped the curtain tightly and stared at Jing Lan. He said solemnly, "Tell her that I'm leaving this time. Tell her to take care of herself and be careful in everything she does. Don't be too bold." When Jing Lan heard these words, she was somewhat at a loss. Before she could ask anything, she saw Pei Wenxuan quickly put down the curtain and his figure disappeared behind the curtain. The carriage moved forward again. Pei Wenxuan leaned back against the carriage. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little stuffy as he leaned against the carriage, as if he had lost all his strength. He leaned against the carriage for a while, then pulled open the drawer and took out the bowl of ginger soup that was still steaming hot. He drank a mouthful. The warmth mixed with the spiciness all the way down to his stomach. There was a slight sweetness in the middle. He smiled and felt a little nostalgic. This was probably the last time in his life that he would drink Princess Ping'el's ginger soup. After Pei Wenxuan left, Jing Lan came back. Li Rong looked at the chessboard on the table and turned the chess pieces in his hand. She had to admit that Pei Wenxuan's chess skills were really good. After so many years, among all the people she knew, he was the only one who could be so evenly matched with her. It was very interesting to play against each other. Other people were not good at chess, and Su Yongqing liked to deliberately let her win. Pei Wenxuan was the only one who was bold and fierce. She heard Jing Lan come in and said calmly, "Did you send him off?" "He left," Jing Lan replied respectfully. Then he said, "Before he left a message for you." "What is it?" "Young Master Pei said that after he left this time, you should take care of yourself and be careful in everything you do. Don't be too bold." Li Rong was stunned when she heard this. After a moment, she laughed bitterly. "That person really worries a lot." As she said this, she stood up and casually threw the chess pieces into the box. She said calmly, "Is it his turn to worry about me?" After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at the lotus leaves outside the courtyard. The lotus leaves trembled as the rain fell on them. Not far away, a group of people lay in ambush on the corridor and began to set up roadblocks. "Young master," the youth raised his sword and said nervously, "After all, she's the princess. If we do this, won't we what?" The youth next to him wiped the blade in his hand and looked at the youth next to him. He sneered, "Do you think that if we don't kidnap the princess, His Majesty will let us go? Stop dreaming." The youth turned his head and looked at the courtyard in the distance. He said coldly, "Only by marrying the princess and tying her to the crown prince will we have a way to survive." After hearing this, the youth was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, "Young master is right." The sky gradually darkened and the thunder rumbled. Pei Wenxuan finished the ginger soup in mouthfuls and rolled up the curtain. He looked at the mountains and rivers under the heavy rain and felt that the rain was washing away his new life. After a moment, he heard the sound of horses galloping past. Immediately, a group of people rushed past him. Those people's clothes were simple and plain. He couldn't tell which family they came from. However, Pei Wenxuan recognized at a glance that these horses were not of Xingjing's breed. They were war horses that were specially supplied at the border. These war horses looked no different from ordinary horses. Ordinary people couldn't quickly detect them. However, Pei Wenxuan used to be in charge of frontline logistics. He could tell at a glance. Now that it was raining heavily, these people were rushing out of the city. Moreover, they were heading in the direction of the imperial courtyard. If they wanted to go to the border or do something, they should go through the other gates. So, what do they want to do? Pei Wenxuan thought about it and knew that it was not good. They were going for Li Rong. In Huajing, only the Yang family had this kind of horse. Now that the Yang family was rushing towards the princess residence, there was only one goal. They wanted Li Rong. Based on Yang Quan's style, if he didn't have the opportunity to marry Li Rong, he wouldn't even think about it. But now that he had the opportunity, a madman like him was capable of doing anything. Under normal circumstances, Yang Quan would have his men pretend to kidnap Li Rong and save Li Rong at the critical moment. Then, he would spend the night alone with Li Rong. Perhaps Li Rong would be moved by him. Even if Li Rong wasn't moved, Li Ming was an emperor who valued reputation very much. If Li Rong and Yang Quan spent the night together, Li Ming would definitely grant her a marriage. If Li Rong resisted, wouldn't Yang Quan do something extreme? At that time, Li Ming would probably marry Li Rong to protect the reputation of the imperial family. After the marriage, he would destroy the Yang family and settle the score. Once the Yang family was destroyed, if Li Chuan made a move for Li Rong, he would fall into the emperor's trap. He would use the Yang family's fire on the crown prince and take the opportunity to depose the crown prince. If Li Chuan didn't care about Li Rong, he would use the Yang family as an excuse to demote Li Rong to a commoner or send her to a Taoist temple. Then, the emperor could rest assured that the crown prince wouldn't have the chance to use Li Rong's marriage to win over anyone. Therefore, to Li Ming, as long as Li Rong lost her chastity, she would be married to Yang Quan no matter what. But where did Yang Quan get his courage from? Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes and thought back to his previous life. Not long after that, the Yang family almost died on the front lines. He didn't believe that the emperor didn't make a move. Yang Quan was so anxious because he knew that the Yang family was on the edge of a knife. Whether he kidnapped the princess or not, he would still die. At this moment, the Yang family urgently needed Li Rong to bind with Li Chuan. Once Li Rong married Yang Quan, Li Chuan and the Yang family would be tied together. Even if Li Chuan didn't want to, Li Ming wouldn't believe it. Therefore, Li Chuan could only be forced to fight with Li Ming. This was the best chance for the Yang family to survive. The more Pei Wenxuan thought about it, the more he felt that Yang Quan was disgusting. But this posed a problem. Should he help? To what extent should he help? Of course, he had to help. At the very least, he had to go back and inform Li Chuan so that he could send reinforcements. But what else, if Li Chuan was too slow? As Pei Wenxuan thought about it, he couldn't bear it. Li Rong was a proud person. She was humiliated and forced to marry him. No matter what, she would remember it for the rest of her life. But if he wanted to help, how could he? He wasn't a hero who could save Li Rong. The only thing he could do if he went back was to buy some time and increase the possibility of saving Li Rong from being humiliated. But this possibility was exchanged with his life. If he wasn't careful, Yang Quan might even kill him. Was it worth it? Pei Wenxuan fell into deep thought. His feelings for Li Rong might have been good when they were young, but it had long been eroded by time. The two of them hated each other. If they had any feelings for each other, it was mostly because they had known each other for a long time. The other person represented a part of their lives. This person wasn't considered a lover or even a good friend. It wasn't Pei Wenxuan's style to risk his life for her. It was already benevolent of him to help her pass on the message. Thinking of this, Pei Wenxuan turned his head and looked at the small bowl on the table. Then, his gaze moved to the box next to it. This box had 2 layers. He looked at the unopened layer and hesitated for a moment. Then, he opened it and found shining silver. Li Rong mocked him before for borrowing a carriage from his family because she knew about his current predicament. Although she mocked him, now that they were parting, she was still considerate of him and prepared money for him. This money dazzled Pei Wenxuan's eyes. Without thinking, he shouted, "Dong Yi, stop the carriage." Hearing Pei Wenxuan's shout, Dong Yi hurriedly stopped the carriage and asked in confusion, "Young master? Go back now and tell the crown prince's residents that something happened to the princess. Someone wants to kill the princess. Tell them to send people quickly." With that, Pei Wenxuan jumped off the carriage and quickly untied a horse for Dong Yi. Then, he turned his head and said, "Go quickly. Don't delay." "What about you?" Dong Yi hurriedly said, "Young master, aren't you coming? I have to go back and find the princess." Pei Wenxuan immediately said, "Don't worry about me. Go quickly." Dong Yi didn't dare to delay. Although he was worried about Pei Wenxuan, he still gritted his teeth and rushed back. Pei Wenxuan looked at the remaining 3 horses pulling the carriage. He jumped on the carriage and rushed back to the courtyard. After a while, he realized that he couldn't. If he rushed over now, there would be people from the Yang family there. If he went over, he might not even be able to pass through the courtyard. According to Li Rong's habits, she would have at least 20 secret guards by her side. They were assigned to her by the empress. Including her entourage, there would be at least 100 people. Just now, there were about 40 people from the Yang family who went over. Those people were very fast and had green badges on their waists. According to the Yang family's customs, the green badges should belong to the people who came as reinforcements. Usually, the number of reinforcements would be about half of the total number. So now, there might be nearly 100 people lying in ambush near the Yang family. With the skills of Li Rong's secret guards, if she encountered a surprise attack, they could at least guarantee that she would be able to break out of the courtyard. The biggest help he could give to Li Rong now was to delay the Yang family's pursuers. After understanding this, Pei Wenchuan didn't move forward. He roughly calculated the position where Li Rong could break out of the encirclement and took a few steps back. He quickly looked at the surrounding terrain. This road was surrounded by reeds. Occasionally, there would be a few trees scattered among the reeds. The reeds were almost as tall as a person, so it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Pei Wenchuan got on the carriage and rummaged through it. He found some clothes, flint, swords, and some ropes. Pei Wenchuan unloaded the horse first, pulled it into the reeds and tied it to a tree. Then, he turned back and used his sword to dismantle the carriage and cut it into several boards. He used a rope to connect the boards and placed them on the left and right sides of the road. Then, he put a large stone under the boards and went to pick up a lot of stones. He wrapped them with clothes and placed them on one end of the boards. He set up several roadblocks like this. Finally, he connected them with a string. As long as he pulled the string, all the wires on the road would stand up. Then, when the horse was caught by the string would be pulled taut and it would pull the board. The other end of the board would then fly over and smash the horse. After doing this, Pei Wenchuan relaxed a little. As long as Li Rong could successfully escape, he would definitely be able to block Li Rong's men. However, he didn't know if he could escape. But now, he didn't think too much about it. Since he had decided on something, there was nothing to think about. He hid in the reeds and lay on the ground. He pulled the string of the mechanism in his hand and put on his self-made reeds as a disguise on his head. He was waiting for Yang Quan to come. While Pei Wenchuan was doing all this, Li Rong was lying on a rocking chair. As he rocked, he ate the grapes that Jing Mei fed him. Someone is lying in ambush outside? She closed her eyes and listened to the secret guard's report. The secret guard knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Many people. His Majesty's men have already gone to ask for help. Princess, please be at ease and wait." Be at ease? Li Rong opened her eyes. What is there to be worried about? In any case, those people won't kill me, right? The surrounding people did not speak. Li Rong straightened up and said indifferently, "However, if we stay here any longer, I'm afraid those people will attack the courtyard. I'm afraid we'll be caught like turtles in a jar before His Majesty's men arrive." "Princess, what do you mean?" The secret guard looked up at Li Rong. Li Rong said indifferently, "We have to go out now." "No." Jing Mei immediately said, "It's too dangerous to go out now." "Did I say I'm going out?" Li Rong turned around and was a little puzzled. Jing Mei frowned. "Princess, what do you want to do?" "In a while, Jing Mei will disguise herself as me. Then, you will sit in my carriage and swagger to the official road. After you leave, Yang Quan will definitely chase after you. At that time I will quietly take Jing Mei and leave through the back door. Won't that work?" Hearing this, the people present suddenly understood. The secret guard nodded and said, "Princess is wise. Go and do it immediately." Li Rong yawned. "It's not a big deal. Anyway, I'm going to be caught. I won't lose anything by sleeping with him for a night. Yang Quan is quite good-looking." Li Rong looked at the servant girl standing next to her and raised her eyebrows. "Am I right?" The servant girl was stunned. Then, she hurriedly knelt down and said anxiously, "Princess is right." Li Rong saw the servant girl panicking and couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so nervous?" "I won't eat you." "All right." She said calmly, "Get ready. We'll split into 2 groups. I'll leave through the back door." As she spoke, Li Rong raised one hand and slowly walked into the room with the help of Jing Mei. Jing Mei hurriedly went to prepare. In less than half an hour, the first group of carriages set out from the courtyard. At this time, it was already dusk. Li Rong was still sitting on the small bed, flipping through a travel book. Jing Mei saw her calm expression and said respectfully, "Princess, it's time to prepare to leave." Li Rong grunted, but didn't move. After a while, the secret guard jumped in through the window and knelt down on one knee. He whispered, "Princess, the people lying in ambush outside didn't move." As expected. Li Rong sighed. "I was wondering how Yang Quan had the guts to kidnap me and wasn't afraid of anything happening. It turns out that there was a mole taking care of him." Jing Lan. Li Rong looked up at her and smiled. "Change into my clothes and lead the men out on horseback. Go through the back door and go around the back of the mountain. Stay away from the official road. Go out quickly. Don't get caught." Jing Lan was stunned. Then, he heard Li Rong order the secret guard, "Send 15 people to protect Jing Lan. Leave 5 for me." The secret guard responded. Jing Lan reacted and replied, "Yes." Then, he immediately changed into Li Rong's clothes and led the men out. Not long after they went out, they heard deafening battle cries. Li Rong immediately got up. She changed into a set of bodyguard clothes that she had prepared in advance and combed her hair into a man's bun. Then, she led the remaining 5 secret guards. While Jing Lan led the men to the back of the mountain, she rushed out of the main door like an arrow leaving the bow and rushed towards the official road. At this time, the night wind was strong. In the distance, the lights of Huajing illuminated the night sky. Li Rong ran wildly in the night, ignoring the moon and the stars. Yang Quan led the men to chase after Jing Lan for a while. Suddenly, he saw someone galloping on the official road. Yang Quan suddenly reacted and shouted, "Chase on the official road." At this time, Pei Wenchuan was lying in the mud and waiting. Li Rong's carriage had just passed by. Yang Quan's pursuers would be here soon. His heart was beating very fast. He nervously held the rope in his hand. It was at this time that he heard the sound of horses galloping towards him. In the night, a group of people in plain clothes holding sharp swords chased after Li Rong's carriage. Although he couldn't see the person's face clearly in the night, there was no doubt that it was Yang Quan. Pei Wenchuan silently counted the distance between them. 3, 2, 1, pull the rope. Pei Wenchuan suddenly pulled the rope. Li Rong's horse was tripped by the rope and screamed. Li Rong rolled on the ground. The secret guard anxiously called out, "Your Highness." At the same time, countless pieces of cloth wrapped with stones flew down and directly hit Li Rong and the secret guard. Li Rong was hit on the head by a small stone and her vision went black. Before she fainted, Li Rong couldn't help but think that she had underestimated Yang Quan. She didn't expect that a simple-looking person like him would be able to set up an ambush here. When Pei Wenchuan heard the words "Your Highness," he knew that things weren't good. He looked at the fainted Li Rong and his heart thumped. A moment later, he heard Yang Quan angrily shout from behind. "Princess, don't go." Hearing this, the secret guards all drew their swords and rushed towards Yang Quan. In the midst of the chaos, Pei Wenchuan hurriedly crawled out of the reed field, picked up the unconscious Li Rong, and hurriedly rushed back into the reed field with the head of the reed. When the secret guards reacted and turned around to carry Li Rong, they were surprised to find that the princess had disappeared. Pei Wenchuan carried Li Rong and ran into the reed field. While the shadow guards and Yang Quan's men were still fighting, he cut off the horses' ropes and whipped them. The horses fled in 2 different directions. Pei Wenchuan carried the unconscious Li Rong and lay on the ground, motionless. By the time the 2 sides realized what had happened, Li Rong was already gone. They could only see something moving quickly in the reeds. The 2 sides immediately found a direction and chased after it. Pei Wenchuan saw them chasing after the horses and quickly got up. He carried Li Rong and ran towards the dense forest in the distance. He usually didn't have so much strength, but at this critical moment, he didn't feel that Li Rong was heavy. He carried Li Rong and ran as fast as he could, not daring to stop at all. Li Rong slowly woke up on his shoulder. As soon as she woke up, she felt something poking her stomach. She hissed. Pei Wenchuan heard it and hurriedly said, "You're awake?" Li Rong was shaken by him and wanted to vomit. Her stomach hurt, and the bumps made her dizzy. She hurriedly said, "Put me down." Pei Wenxuan confirmed that she was awake and immediately put her down. Before Li Rong could react, he dragged her and rushed forward, shouting, "Run!" Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong didn't understand the situation at all. She was dragged all the way through the dense forest. She said in a trembling voice, I want to vomit, swallow it." Pei Wenxuan decisively opened his mouth and explained, "There are pursuers behind us, Before he finished speaking, Li Rong vomited in Pei Wenxuan's direction. Pei Wenxuan quickly let go of Li Rong and jumped to the side. He saw Li Rong kneel on the ground and vomit. Pei Wenxuan was shocked by Li Rong. He quickly looked around. After confirming that there were no pursuers, he walked to Li Rong's side and handed a handkerchief to Li Rong. He frowned and said, "Are you okay?" Li Rong wiped her mouth with the handkerchief and stood up gracefully. She looked around and said, "Where are we?" Pei Wenxuan fell silent. Li Rong saw that he didn't speak and knew that something was wrong. She frowned and said, "You don't know." "We were running too fast," Pei Wenxuan said calmly. "We didn't pay attention to the road. We should be in the forest now." "Nonsense!" Li Rong shouted angrily, "I don't know that we're in the forest. I'm asking you how to get out. Let's wait for someone." Pei Wenxuan was yelled at by her and suddenly became unhappy. He turned his head and said directly, "Find a suitable place to rest first. Yang Quan's people can't guarantee that they won't find us." Li Rong heard this and felt that it made sense. However, she was unhappy when she saw Pei Wenxuan's sullen face. When she thought about how she was injured and he wasn't, she was even more unhappy. Thus, she stood still. Pei Wenxuan walked a few steps and saw that Li Rong wasn't following. He looked back at her and frowned, "What are you up to now?" "My head hurts." Li Rong raised her hand to her forehead and sighed, "I can't walk." Sigh. "You have a headache, not a limp," Pei Wenxuan said instinctively. However, after saying that, he remembered where the injury on his head came from. He felt a little guilty and his attitude changed 180 degrees. He coughed and said, "But it's not a small matter. Let me carry you." Pei Wenxuan walked in front of Li Rong and squatted down. Li Rong saw Pei Wenxuan's good attitude and couldn't help but feel a little scared. She looked around Pei Wenxuan suspiciously. After confirming that there were no traps, she carefully climbed up. Pei Wenxuan carried her and chose a direction to walk in. Li Rong saw that he seemed to have a direction and couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" "Let's find a water source first," Pei Wenxuan said directly. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. "You know where the water source is?" "There are some ways." Pei Wenxuan was very patient when faced with serious questions. He explained, for example, looking at the types of plants, the density of their growth, the height of the terrain, and the clouds. Pei Wenxuan paused and then said, "Why do you know these things? It's not your job anyway." "You're right." Li Rong nodded, "This kind of thing is only for people like you." Li Rong. Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath. "Will you die if you don't speak properly?" "Not with others," Li Rong said with a smile. "But with you, I can't. I think Lord Pei looks better when he's angry." "Then you're crazy." Pei Wenxuan directly retorted, "You're blind. You're impudent." Li Rong lay on his back and said lazily, "Do you think I'm someone you can speak to like that? Hurry up and apologize to me. You're already out of the palace, yet you're still so arrogant." Pei Wenxuan sneered, "Do you believe that I'll leave you here and wait for Yang Quan to find you? Let's see what you'll do then." "You speak as if I'm afraid." Li Rong raised her eyebrows, "Can he kill me?" "At most, he'll marry me. With his short life, do you think he'll be able to live past this winter? I'm afraid he won't even see the end of the year before he goes to the underworld to meet the Harkin. When that time comes, I'll be a widow. When my father dies, I'll immediately raise 10 or 20 guests. Won't I be happy? Even now, you're still thinking about raising guests." Pei Wenxuan sneered, "You're really something." "Of course, I'm optimistic," Li Rong said, then sighed, "But speaking of which, I didn't expect Yang Quan to be so smart. I've already sent 2 groups of people out, but he was still able to guess my true route and set up an ambush on the road. He can be considered an extraordinary person. How did he die so easily in his previous life?" Pei Wenchuan, he didn't dare to speak. Li Rong wrapped her arms around Pei Wenchuan's neck and suddenly looked at him, somewhat puzzled. By the way, why are you here? Didn't you go back? Pei Wenchuan, he had never lied in front of Li Rong, but he didn't have the courage to speak the truth now. Li Rong saw that he didn't speak and couldn't help but laugh. You didn't come back to save me, right? Pei Wenchuan, you dog, you're not bad. Don't talk so much, Pei Wenchuan said awkwardly, save your energy. Why didn't I see you in the beginning? Where did you hide? By the way, did you come to save me alone? No way, you're so. Before the word stupid could leave her mouth, Li Rong suddenly realized that something was wrong. Was Pei Wenchuan such a stupid person? Even if he had no power or influence now, how could he come here alone without any preparation and confront Yang Quan head-on? Moreover, Yang Quan was also a bit strange. If Yang Quan had guessed her plan from the beginning and set up an ambush for her on the road, then why didn't he set up an ambush in front of her directly? Why did he have to chase after her from the back of the mountain? Li Rong reacted. She couldn't help but clench her hands and sneered, Lord Pei, I have something to ask of you. I did it. Pei Wenchuan knew that Li Rong understood and immediately said, but I can explain that I really wanted to help you. Those stones. They all fell on me. Li Rong was so angry that she laughed. Pei Wenchuan, tell me the truth. She took a deep breath and said, are you here for revenge? Pei Wenchuan was silent. Li Rong's anger rose. She tried to calm herself down and restrained her voice, put me down. Pei Wenchuan quickly put her down. Li Rong angrily walked forward. She wanted to stay away from this person. She was afraid that she would lose her composure. Pei Wenchuan knew that he was in the wrong. He quickly followed and said, if I say that I'm not here for revenge, would you believe me? You don't believe me either. Do you have a reason for me to believe you? I think you have no way out. You must want to marry me, but you can't bring yourself to do it. That's why you came up with such a plan. Li Rong turned around and pointed at Pei Wenchuan. She said angrily, you just can't bear to see me marry Lu Yu. Why can't I bear to see you marry her? Pei Wenchuan frowned and explained seriously, you have nothing to do with me. Why should I care who you marry? Do I need to care? Nothing to do with you? Li Rong sneered. Do you think I don't know you? You can't bear to part with me. You're talking nonsense. Pei Wenchuan was angered by this can't bear to part with me. He jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I don't have you in my heart. If I can't bear to part with you, it's Xinjin. Don't. You have any idea? Well, you actually dare to mention Qin Xinjin to me? When Li Rong heard this person say Qin Xinjin, she didn't care about hiding her identity. She said directly, if you like him, then go ahead and marry him. Didn't you marry me in your previous life? Yes, you don't like me, but you can't bear to part with my identity as a princess. Pei Wenchuan, you're the most shameless, spineless, and shameless gigolo I've ever seen. My gigolo? Pei Wenchuan laughed angrily. Am I as handsome as your guest Su? Li Rong, do the math yourself. Other than at the beginning of our marriage, when did I rely on you for food? And at the beginning, we also relied on each other. You gave me an official career, so didn't I help your younger brother ascend the throne? Besides, later on, did you use me less? Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about your princess residence's food and clothing. Whose money did you use? Then I really have to thank you. Li Rong laughed. Thank you for spending money on my man every year. You're so generous. Don't you know why you're spending money on me? If you weren't my son-in-law, do you think my younger brother would trust you so much? I beg of you, don't flatter yourself. That's not giving me money to support me. That's buying resources from me. Lord Pei, can you wake up a little? Oh, I want to buy resources from you. You used my intelligence network and my spies, but you didn't give me a single cent. Then when you used my name to pressure people and asked me to persuade my younger brother, you didn't say anything? Ah, didn't His Majesty suspect you? When His Majesty argued with you, saying that your conduct was improper and wanted to drive you back to your fief, who was the one who begged me to put on an act? No matter what, His Majesty is still my younger brother. When His Majesty had you dragged out to be beaten, who was the one who asked me to go to the imperial study to beg for help? You still have the nerve to say that? That year. The two of them went back and forth, cursing at each other. One by one, they compared old events. After cursing for most of the night, the two of them were both panting. Pei Wenchuan had carried Li Rong for a long time and carried her for a long distance. He had long lost his strength. Li Rong was a woman and had suffered some injuries, so she had long lost her strength. The two of them were like two fighting cocks. You look at me, I look at you. They clearly had no strength, but neither of them was willing to admit defeat. After a long time, Pei Wenchuan's stomach rumbled. He had crawled in the soil for so long that he hadn't eaten dinner. Pei Wenchuan suddenly froze when he heard the rumbling sound. Li Rong finally found a way out. It was rare that she didn't laugh at him. She turned around and said, "Forget it. This consort is tired. I'll go rest first. Find something to eat. After eating, we'll quarrel again." This humble subject agrees. Pei Wenchuan nodded and followed behind Li Rong. The two of them quietly walked for a while. Li Rong sighed, "I didn't think that you would really come." Pei Wenchuan was stunned. After a while, he lowered his head and softly replied, I'm back." He couldn't help but call out in a low voice, "Your Highness the eldest princess." The water source was not far ahead. After arguing with each other for so long, both of them felt exhausted and stopped arguing. Li Rong went down the slope first and reached the flat ground near the water source. There was some grass further away from the water source. Li Rong was so tired that she didn't care whether it was clean or not and directly sat down. Pei Wenchuan came later. He picked up some dry wood in the forest and returned to the river. When he reached the river, he saw Li Rong sitting on a haystack. She seemed to be very tired, but she still insisted on sitting. The usually arrogant and domineering person was now quiet. She hugged her knees with her hands, lowered her head, and buried her face in her knees without making a sound. She looked somewhat pitiful. Pei Wenchuan also felt that he was used to being ordered around by her. Looking at her like this, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. He put down the firewood and cleared out a piece of muddy ground from the haystack. Then, he used his head to build a small pile and took a match to light the fire. After the fire was lit, Li Rong looked up and looked at the source of the warmth. She was tired and sleepy, but there was water in the grass. If she lay down, her clothes would be wet in a while. Therefore, she didn't want to lie down, but she also felt uncomfortable. She vaguely heard Pei Wenchuan turn back to the forest. After a while, he came back with a lot of things wrapped in his coat. Li Rong looked up and saw that Pei Wenchuan seemed to have picked up a pile of dead leaves. He piled up the leaves and covered it with his coat. Then, he called out to Li Rong, "Come over and hold it down. Don't let the wind blow the leaves away." After saying that, Pei Wenchuan turned around and pulled up his trousers to his knees. He knotted his clothes and took the sword in his hand and went to the river. Li Rong was not someone who didn't know what was good for her. She got up and went to the side of the coat. Lying down, she suddenly felt much more comfortable. After lying down for a while, she heard the sound of water next to her and felt that she could not fall asleep. She turned over and lay on her clothes. She propped up her upper body and looked at Pei Wenchuan not far away. Pei Wenchuan stood motionless in the river, sword in hand. He was very patient. Li Rong stared at him for a long time, but he did not see him move except for his eyes. It was very similar to his posture when he hunted his enemies in the imperial court. Li Rong propped up his chin and looked at the young man in the distance. Slowly, he began to see something. If Pei Wenchuan didn't speak, his face was indeed unparalleled in Xinjing. His gentleness was mixed with a bit of handsomeness, but it wasn't overly gentle. It carried a bit of indescribable arrogance, but it wasn't annoying. Under the moonlight, he stood quietly in the flowing water with a white robe and a long sword. He really looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world, reflecting the moonlight. Pei Wenchuan was not good in any way, but with this face, Li Rong really had nothing to say. Especially now that he looked like he was 20 years old, the best years of his life. Compared to the old man who came later, Li Rong liked him a lot more. Li Rong stared at Pei Wenchuan for a while and saw that he was quick to react. With a swoosh, he threw the sword into the water and skewered a fish. He threw the fish to the shore and turned around to wait. After a while, he repeated the same trick and skewered another fish. After he got the fish, he squatted on the ground and quickly cleaned the fish by the river. He washed his hands and used the tree trunk that he had cut in advance to stick it in. Then, he walked back to the fire with the fish. He knew that Li Rong was not asleep. When he reached the fire, he handed the fish to her and impatiently said, "Roast it yourself." Originally, Li Rong didn't mind roasting the fish herself, but she couldn't stand the way Pei Wenxuan ordered her. Therefore, she completely ignored him and lazily said, "Bengong doesn't know how to roast fish." "Then don't eat it." "But Bengong likes to eat fish," Li Rong said with a smile. "If you don't roast it for me, I'll snatch it from you." Pei Wenxuan was speechless. He didn't want to argue with Li Rong anymore. He sat down, put the fish on a stone, and put it on the fire to roast. The sound of water and the sizzling sound of the roasting fish could be heard all around them. The two of them were silent. After a long time, Li Rong said, "When did you come back?" "More than a month ago." Pei Wenxuan looked up at her and asked, "What about you?" "About the same time." After the two of them finished talking, there was a moment of silence. After a while, Li Rong couldn't help but sigh, "I didn't expect that you didn't hide it from me." "What's there to hide?" Pei Wenxuan said indifferently, "Didn't you also not hide it from me?" "I'm different from you," Li Rong said lazily. "I'm used to doing things and taking responsibility for them. Why would I hide it from you?" "You're different," Li Rong said and glared at him, "Despicable." Pei Wenxuan sneered when he heard the word despicable. "How dare you call me despicable? Who was the one who broke the agreement and attacked me first?" "Ha!" Li Rong heard his words and stood up. He clapped and said, "Rongqing killed you after all. Good job, good job." Li Rong squinted at him and said happily, "A treacherous and ungrateful person like you will die a horrible death." "How dare you say that?" Pei Wenxuan was furious when he heard her words. He was so angry that he clenched the wood in his hand and controlled his speech. He stared at Li Rong and said, "Li Rong, I don't think I've done anything wrong to you. Although we often quarrel and fight, I've never let you down all these years, haven't I? You let Su Yongqing attack me because of the fight for the position of crown prince. Didn't you do it?" Li Rong said coldly, "It's just the position of crown prince. You've even forgotten the agreement. You can kill me, so why shouldn't I attack you?" "Killing you is just fulfilling the promise between you and me," Lin Feng said coldly. Pei Wenxuan was stunned when he heard this. He sensed that something was wrong and said quickly, "Who broke the agreement and attacked the other party first?" Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan's question and realized what was going on. His face changed and he said, "You didn't poison me first?" Then she said, "You came to me first and warned me that you smelled strange when you came. Not long after you left, I drank a bowl of medicine and was poisoned." "You didn't poison me?" "No," Pei Wenxuan was shocked, but then he realized what was going on. He explained to Li Rong what happened in his previous life. "I did arrange some spies in the princess mansion in case of any accidents. I asked them to poison me after you sent people to kill me." "When did you die?" Li Rong frowned. Pei Wenxuan thought for a while and said, "After I left the princess mansion, I was attacked by Su Yongqing and his men on my way back." "They were indeed my men." Li Rong lowered her eyes. The two were silent for a while before they sorted out their thoughts. Pei Wenxuan thought for a while and concluded, "So, in your previous life, you didn't want to kill me. Someone made you think that I killed you, so you killed me before you died. Is that it?" "It should be like that," Li Rong answered in a low voice. Pei Wenxuan looked at her quietly. After a while, he chuckled. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. He raised his hand and patted his thigh. He sighed and said, "You're too smart. You're too smart. Li Rong, you still don't believe me. Do you believe me?" Li Rong looked at him with a calm expression. If she believed him, she wouldn't have identified him as the murderer at the first moment. She was even willing to hand over power to Su Yongqing to kill him. And he wouldn't have planted spies in her residence, ready to counterattack and kill her at any time. "You're right." Pei Wenxuan nodded. It's rare for a real husband and wife to trust each other wholeheartedly, let alone us. But I'm curious. How did you determine that I was the murderer? I died from the poison of the fragrant beauty. Li Rong recalled the state before she died. When you came to see me, there was a strange fragrance on your body. You usually don't wear a perfume pouch, but you did that day. After that, you told me about the crown prince and said that if I didn't agree, you would kill me. After you left, I drank the medicine and died of the poison. Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong talk about what happened before she died with a grave expression. Li Rong continued, the evidence isn't enough, but you have the motive and the ability. The clues all point to you, so you think it was me. Pei Wenchuan nodded and concluded. Li Rong remained silent. Pei Wenchuan seemed to find it funny. He lowered his head and looked at the fish with a bit of self-mockery in his eyes. Li Rong knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to say anything. After a while, she whispered, where did the fragrance on your body come from? If I tell you, I'm afraid you won't be happy. Pei Wenchuan's eyes had a bit of schadenfreude. Li Rong thought for a while and frowned. Xianxia? Yes. Pei Wenchuan picked up the fish from the fire and looked around. When he saw that the fish was almost roasted, he handed one to Li Rong. Li Rong took the fish in a daze and put it on the fire to roast. She heard Pei Wenchuan slowly say, when I went, Xianxia said that you were very sick. When you enter the room from the outside, you have to wear a herbal sachet. Otherwise, you will cough when you see people. I asked someone to check the ingredients of the sachet. They tested it and found that it wasn't poisonous, so I brought it with me. Moreover, your servants all carry the same sachet. It's just that mine is relatively new, so the fragrance is stronger. Li Rong was stunned. Pei Wenchuan looked at her in a daze. He thought that she wouldn't believe him so easily, so he said, you can also not believe me. It doesn't matter. In any case, even if it wasn't Xianxia, it still wasn't me. Just don't put the blame on me. Li Rong didn't say anything. She stared blankly at the fire. Pei Wenchuan was roasting the fish while looking at her with a smile. He seemed to be quite happy. Li Rong couldn't help but feel a bit absent-minded when she heard that he wasn't afraid of making things worse. She believed Pei Wenchuan's words. Xianxia was saved by her. At that time, Prince Su rebelled. Xianxia's older brother spoke up for Prince Su. Later, he was framed for having an affair with Prince Su. It was said that the Su clan and Prince Su rebelled together. At that time, Li Chuan was so angry that he lost his head. He didn't go through a joint trial between the three departments. He directly sent the entire Su clan to prison. The men were executed, and the women were exiled. She didn't agree with this. Before the Su clan met with misfortune, she went to Li Chuan to beg for mercy. She was beaten 10 times. With Pei Wenchuan's help, the Su clan was finally pardoned. She could avoid the death penalty, but she couldn't escape punishment. Even if the men of the Su clan survived, they were all castrated. The others couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide one after another in prison. When she rushed over, the only man left in the entire Su clan was Xianxia, who was dragging out an ignoble existence. At that time, she told Xianxia that she saved him. She didn't ask for anything in return. She would give him silver and give him a job, so that he could live a good life outside in the future. At that time, she didn't have any special feelings towards Xianxia. It was just that he saved her and took care of her a little. Therefore, she felt a little bit more grateful, as well as a vague feeling of tenderness. She saved the Su clan mostly because she was considering Li Chuan and her own conscience. The Su clan was a noble family. She couldn't sit idly by and watch them die for no apparent reason. It was just that at that time, Xianxia was unwilling to leave. He knelt in front of her and respectfully begged her, your servant's body is no longer complete. I can't live in this world anymore. Only the princess mansion can live in peace. I am willing to serve the princess by your side. I am willing to live and die to repay the princess for saving my life. Since he said that, she decided to let him stay. The Su clan had a lot of enemies outside. Xianxia couldn't enter the officialdom for the rest of his life, and it was difficult for him to have a position outside. She couldn't bear to see Xianxia being humiliated outside. Because he was castrated, it was natural for him to stay in her mansion. Later on, they became friends. Although Pei Wenchuan noticed it, he couldn't say anything. Li Chuan and the courtiers didn't think much of it, so Pei Wenchuan's act of being a cuckold wasn't so obvious. It wasn't that she didn't think that Su Yongqing would take revenge. After all, it was Li Chuan who personally gave the order to kill all the men of the Su clan and banish all the women. No one could forget this blood feud, let alone the first young master of the Su clan. Therefore, for so many years, she didn't dare to give him real power. On one hand, she observed him, guarded against him, and on the other hand, she tried her best to let him live a better life. She couldn't cross her conscience and really killed him. She also couldn't be at ease to give him power. In the end, he still made his move. He killed her first, and then smoothly took over the power in her hands in the name of eliminating Pei Wenchuan. If she guessed correctly, he wouldn't lead with her aides. Instead, he would win people's hearts in the name of avenging her. In order to push Li Xian onto the throne, he would join hands with the Empress and fight to the death with Pei Wenchuan's remaining supporters. In this way, he would be firmly tied to her people, and he would have real power. Li Chuan had been cultivating immortality for many years, and his foundation in the imperial court had long been unstable. In addition, his health had been deteriorating. Recently, Su Yongqing might really have the opportunity to kill Li Chuan with his own hands. She had already expected this from the moment she took Su Yongqing in. However, when it really happened, she couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If the Su clan didn't die, perhaps she and Su Yongqing wouldn't have such an ending. Li Rong took a deep breath. Seeing Pei Wenchuan's happy expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you happy about?" Pei Wenchuan roasted the fish and dragged out his words, "I already said that this person can't be left alive, but you didn't listen. Now look at it." As he spoke, he smiled and looked over. "You've suffered a loss, right?" "I've suffered a loss, and you're this happy?" Li Rong said coldly. "That's right." Pei Wenchuan happily said, "Our Princess Royal has suffered a loss. This is a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle." Pei Wenchuan raised a hand and placed it on his chest. "My heart is comforted." "Lord Pei, you're wrong this time." Li Rong was so angry that he laughed and spoke without thinking, "For better or worse, I've had him serve me for 25 years. I'm willing to be killed by him. You're the fish in the pond that was implicated. What are you so happy about? He's already killed you, and you're still willing?" Pei Wenchuan sneered. Li Rong looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "What, Lord Pei doesn't allow it? Is it my turn to allow or not?" Pei Wenchuan was so angry that he laughed. "Princess is of noble birth. You can do whatever you want. However, I have to remind Princess of something." Pei Wenchuan turned his head to look at the jumping fire, and his voice became colder. "In your previous life, if you wanted to get involved with him, you would have been beaten. Now, if you dare to get involved with Su Yongqing, you'll get married to him. If you don't, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life." Li Rong was silent. After a while, she said in a low voice, "I know." As she spoke, she slowly said, "I'm well aware of my situation." Li Ming loved consort Ro's son and was afraid of Li Chuan, who did not agree with his political views. He had long wanted to depose the crown prince. She was caught in the middle. It was not easy to depose the crown prince, but it was very easy to deal with a princess. The Su family was now a prominent family in the court. Su Yongqing was not someone she could covet. Moreover, she was just teasing Pei Wenchuan. She did not have any ulterior motives. It was rare for her to be so quiet. Pei Wenchuan could not help but look at her. Seeing her gloomy expression, he knew she was thinking about her own matters. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should say something. However, after thinking about it, he did not say anything in the end. Things had already come to this point. Li Rong was a smart person. She would think about her own path. The two of them ate the fish quietly and then went to sleep. They didn't mention anything about the marriage. Pei Wenchuan leaned against a small hill. After closing his eyes for a while, he felt that it was difficult to fall asleep. He opened his eyes again and looked at Li Rong's back in the distance. The night wind woke him up. Only now did he have time to sort out what had happened that day. He never thought that Li Rong would be reborn. He originally thought that this life would be like his previous one. He would marry Li Rong, ignore Qin Zhenjin, and live a good life with Li Rong. However, now that he thought about it, he was afraid that this idea would not work. The 50-year-old Li Rong was completely different from the 20-year-old. She was crafty and fierce. She was like a thorny bramble. She would hit whoever she caught. Most importantly, the 50-year-old Li Rong had Su Yongqing in her heart. That man had lived with her for 25 years, and he had even killed her. Perhaps the betrayal would make Li Rong hate him, but love and hate often coexist. He could not get involved in the deep friendship between them, nor could he tolerate it. He didn't want his wife to think of another person, like the 20-year-old Li Rong. But even if he could not tolerate it, what could he do? Li Rong didn't have a choice, but what choice did he have? Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked up and saw Li Rong's back facing him. She looked extremely thin and weak. She curled up her body and hugged herself with her back facing him. When the cold wind blew, she shivered slightly. Pei Wenchuan saw this and hesitated for a moment. After a long time, he stood up and went to the side to pick up the coat he had taken off. He covered Li Rong with it, then returned to the fire and closed his eyes. Li Rong felt the coat covering her body. She closed her eyes and didn't say anything. After pulling the coat over her body, she thought that Pei Wenchuan's clothes were basically all here. She hesitated for a moment, but finally opened her mouth and called out to him, "Pei Wenchuan. Shut up and sleep." Pei Wenchuan spoke very decisively. Li Rong, after a while, Li Rong still felt a little guilty and said directly, "Come here and sleep with me." This time, it was Pei Wenchuan's turn to be silent. Seeing that he ignored her, Li Rong felt that she had done her duty. She simply pulled the coat and closed her eyes. After a while, she heard someone's voice behind her. Then, Pei Wenchuan squeezed over. Li Rong gave him half of the coat. She was small, so half of the coat was enough for her to lean sideways. Pei Wenchuan was behind her and draped the other half over himself. Pei Wenchuan's back was facing her and they were separated by a palm's distance. The cold wind blew in, but Pei Wenchuan didn't move. Li Rong endured for a while and leaned back against him. Pei Wenchuan's body stiffened. Although he was in his 50s, he was pathetically lacking in experience when it came to matters between men and women. He and Li Rong were husband and wife. After Li Rong separated from him, he didn't have anyone else for a long time. In this matter, he still had some principles in his heart. Being with Li Rong was a responsibility. Of course, when he thought about it later, perhaps when Li Rong lifted the veil, he was still a little moved. It was just that he didn't realize it. And other than Li Rong, he always thought that he should have some feelings for other people. But in his 30 years of life, perhaps because he was too focused on politics, he didn't meet anyone who really moved him. There were people who sent him beauties one after another. Even Li Chuan, seeing that he was childless, felt apologetic and hinted that even if he married the eldest princess, he could consider taking concubines. It wasn't that he didn't think about it, but every time those beauties stood in front of him, he always felt that something was missing. After so many years, when the young and delicate Li Rong leaned behind him, he couldn't help but feel nervous like when he met a girl for the first time. Li Rong noticed his nervousness and couldn't help but feel that it was funny and a little pitiful. She couldn't bear to see Pei Wenchuan feel awkward, so she changed the topic. "Do you have any regrets in your previous life?" "Why are you asking this?" "Just asking." Li Rong smiled. "The two of us have a fortuitous encounter. We can start over from the past. Shouldn't we think about what we regret in the past and see if we can change it in this life?" Pei Wenchuan was silent. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan didn't speak, so she changed the topic. "Speaking of which, do you want to find Qin Zhenjin?" "I don't know." Pei Wenchuan knew that Li Rong was looking for a topic to talk about. He didn't resist and said calmly, "We'll talk about it in the future." He didn't know what the future would be like. Originally, he wanted to marry Li Rong as he had done in the past and live a new life. However, Li Rong's rebirth disrupted his plans. If he didn't marry Li Rong, then his life would be different. Qin Zhenjin, he didn't know how to continue thinking about it. Qin Zhenjin died too early, too long ago. He didn't even have time to sort out his feelings before this person left. He never got this person. Therefore, this person became a ray of moonlight, forever shining in the sky and making people look at her from afar. After looking at the moon for a long time, it was hard to have the heart to chase after it. If someone told him that he could try to reach out and take back the moon, he felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Li Rong knew that he was uncertain inside. But I advise you, if you want to do something, do it early. The palace is not suitable for her. Don't let her enter the palace. I know. Pei Wenxuan understood that Li Rong meant what she said. He paused for a moment, then said slowly, "You rarely say such nice things. You're funny." Li Rong leaned against Pei Wenxuan's back and smiled bitterly. I say nice things, but you don't like to hear them. No. Pei Wenxuan said indifferently, I'm just not used to it. I didn't want to say this, Li Rong said slowly. However, I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Although you're more of a hindrance by coming to save me, I still accept your kindness. Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong said slowly, whether or not we get married in the end, I hope that in this life, we won't be enemies. Yes. Pei Wenxuan said in a low voice. Li Rong felt Pei Wenxuan's body relax. She knew that this conversation had resolved his awkwardness. She waited for a while. This was the most amiable and close moment they had ever been. She thought that if they wanted to talk about marriage, this was the most appropriate time. However, Pei Wenxuan didn't speak for a long time. Li Rong knew that Pei Wenxuan was hesitant about this matter. She didn't make things difficult for him and began to think about how to deal with it tomorrow. The two people in the dark each had their own thoughts. Li Rong was thinking about the future, while Pei Wenxuan was thinking about the past. Li Rong's words were still in his ears. She asked him what he regretted. This was a question he didn't dare to answer. Because he had been regretting for most of his life. If there was one thing he regretted the most in his life, the first was letting Qin Jinjin enter the palace. The second was the dispute between Qin Jinjin and Li Rong. The first time he regretted this matter was not long after they had quarreled. During that period of time, they slept in separate beds. Every night, with a screen between them, he looked at Li Rong, who seemed so close yet so far away. Just looking at her made him feel uncomfortable. He wanted to say something nice to her, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't know what to say. On one hand, he felt that Li Rong was right. He had Qin Jinjin in his heart, so he shouldn't provoke her. On the other hand, he vaguely felt uncomfortable, but he didn't know why. Suddenly, news came from the heavenly palace that Li Rong had angered the emperor and was punished to kneel at the palace gate. At that time, he was still at home. When he heard the news, he rushed over. He remembered that it was raining heavily that day. The rain was so heavy that he couldn't see the road clearly. When he rushed over with an umbrella, he saw Li Rong kneeling at the palace gate. Su Yongqing was standing beside her. He held an umbrella to shelter her from the wind and rain. The two of them, one kneeling and one standing, seemed to have become an independent world under that umbrella. At that moment, he suddenly understood how Li Rong felt. He suddenly realized that a married couple, regardless of whether they loved each other or not, whether they had feelings for each other, would never allow anyone to intrude into their lives. However, he didn't dare to think too deeply about that feeling. He covered up this discomfort, hid it, and pretended that it didn't exist. When he was old and thought about it, he vaguely understood that at that time, he still cared about Li Rong. However, Qin Jinjin was a barrier in his heart. It was too difficult for him to accept that he liked one person, then fell in love with another. Most importantly, he was too timid when it came to relationships. What he needed was a stable relationship. Either he could make it clear that he would give up, just like Qin Jinjin. He clearly knew that this person wouldn't like him, so he had to be steadfast in his wishful thinking. Or he could make it clear that he liked this person and let him feel at ease. He could let him know that this person liked him. He was most afraid of Li Rong being like this. Occasionally, he would feel that she might care about him, but in an instant, he would feel that she didn't care about him at all. He didn't dare to like her. Li Rong was also very decisive. She knew that he cared about Qin Jinjin, so she immediately withdrew from him. from the bed, to the room, to the mansion. She didn't give him any leeway at all. Not only did she distance herself from him, but she also seemed to hate him. She couldn't stand any of his advances and wanted to trample on them. When he was angry, they would quarrel, and it would go on and on. Therefore, he could only continue on his path of perseverance. He could only keep telling himself that Xianxia was very important. Since he had already agreed to it with Li Rong, he should persevere. He was like a gambler. If the chips were too big, he could only continue to gamble. There was no turning back. When the Su family was destroyed and Su Yongqing was imprisoned, he heard that Li Rong went to beg Li Chuan. He even contradicted Li Chuan in court and was beaten by Li Chuan. He hurriedly rushed into the palace and saw Li Rong lying on the ground covered in blood. When she saw him, she even used her hands that were dyed with red nails to grab him tightly. She said to him in a hoarse voice, "Pei Wenchuan, I want to protect Su Yongqing." He couldn't describe how he felt at that time. He just felt as if a piece of his heart had been gouged out. The intense pain finally woke him up and made him realize it clearly. He finally regretted it. A person's regret was very complicated. He couldn't say for sure how many things were mixed in that regret. Perhaps he liked her a little, but more than that, he knew that he had lost Li Rong, his wife, forever. Li Rong didn't just represent the person he might have liked. She also represented the perfect family he could have had. If he had known how to be a good husband back then, if he had known how to handle things after marriage, if he had known how to shoulder his responsibilities, if he had known what he should care about and what he shouldn't care about, perhaps he would have had a child with Li Rong long ago, and they would have been able to live happily on their own. This kind of regret reached its peak when Li Rong and Su Yongqing got together. He and Li Rong argued. Li Rong slapped him, and he pushed Li Rong. It could be said that they showed each other the ugliest side of themselves. Li Rong scolded him for being a coward, and he said that Li Rong was wanton. They hated each other. For a long time, they argued whenever they saw each other. He felt that this woman was shrewish, unreasonable, and indulgent. She felt that he was vicious, cunning, and narrow-minded. They argued for so long that he couldn't remember what Li Rong was like back then. He also couldn't remember that in the beginning, he might have liked her a little. Later on, the two of them spent most of their lives discussing politics in front of their allies. At the same time, they couldn't stand each other's behavior and were suspicious of each other. In the beginning, when he saw her and Su Yongqing together, he felt unreconciled, regretful, and pained. Later on, when he saw them, all that was left was numbness and dislike. Because the two of them could lean on each other and keep each other company. Even though Su Yongqing killed Li Rong in the end, Pei Wenchuan clearly knew that Su Yongqing was sincere about Li Rong even before he killed her. The two of them had been together for 25 years, but he had always been alone. Every time he saw a child or a happy family, he would feel lost. Sitting in a friend's house with a lot of children, he would feel uncomfortable. The older he got, the easier it was for him to recall memories of his youth. He could clearly remember that Li Rong had once laid on the bed with him, thinking about how many children they should have and whether they preferred boys or girls. He used to hate Su Yongqing, thinking that he had stolen his happiness. But now, after experiencing life and death, he realized that Su Yongqing was no longer the Su Yongqing of the past. Li Rong had also become the 18-year-old Li Rong. When he looked back, he realized that it wasn't anyone else's fault that his life had come to this point. He had to bear great responsibility. If he could do it all over again, he wanted to live a good life with Li Rong. He wanted to be a good husband. However, in this life, Li Rong was still the same old Li Rong. He would never have a wife who was devoted to him at the age of 18, and he lost interest in the marriage. Even if he knew that this marriage might be unavoidable. Pei Wenchuan was lost in his thoughts as he fell asleep in a daze. They slept until dawn, and the two of them slowly woke up in the early morning cold. The fire next to them had been extinguished, leaving only some warm ashes. The two of them unknowingly huddled together in the cold. Li Rong opened his eyes in a daze. He leaned on Pei Wenchuan's arm and called out, "Pei Wenchuan." Pei Wenchuan opened his eyes and immediately felt his hand go numb. He then realized what had happened. He pretended to be calm and pulled his hand away, then got up. Li Rong looked at him without blinking. Seeing that his posture was very stiff, he couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so nervous?" "I'm afraid you'll think too much." Pei Wenchuan replied, "So I'm thinking about how I can prove my innocence." Li Rong couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "What innocence?" "I didn't do anything last night," Pei Wenchuan said seriously. "So don't wrongly accuse me." "I know." Li Rong saw that he was so serious and lost the mood to tease him. He yawned and got up. "You haven't reached the stage where you don't feel anything after doing anything." Pei Wenchuan was stunned when he heard this. Then he reacted and his face suddenly turned red. After a long time, he said, "Li Rong, you have to be more reserved in the future." Li Rong ignored him and snorted softly. He walked to the river and squatted by it to wash up. Pei Wenchuan stood there and hesitated for a while. In the end, he chose to wash up by the river with Li Rong. After the two of them washed up, they got up and walked along the river. When the sun rose, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. Pei Wenchuan grabbed Li Rong and immediately said, "Let's hide first." The two of them quickly hid in the bushes. Pei Wenchuan broke off a branch with leaves on it and gave it to Li Rong. Li Rong was a little confused. "What is this for?" Pei Wenchuan raised the branch seriously and whispered, "Cover." Li Rong was speechless. She suddenly knew what the swaying reeds she had seen in her dizzy state were. She had thought that it was an illusion. Although Li Rong felt that Pei Wenchuan's behavior was really stupid, he couldn't help but raise the branch. He comforted himself that it was better to be safe than sorry and to be cautious. The two of them squatted for a long time and finally saw the people coming. They saw Su Yongqing riding a horse in front. Behind him were some Su clan servants who seemed to be looking for something. Li Rong relaxed a lot when he saw Su Yongqing. The Su clan was a noble family. Su Yongqing was a gentleman and didn't participate in any party struggles. Moreover, the mastermind this time was Yang Quan. Su Yongqing's people shouldn't be a threat. She immediately wanted to get up, but Pei Wenchuan grabbed her and shook his head, indicating that she should wait. Li Rong knew that Pei Wenchuan was always cautious and didn't object. He squatted down again and waited with Pei Wenchuan. After a while, several Eastern Palace attendants rushed over. Then, a young man's voice sounded. He shouted from afar, "Young Master Su, I heard that you found Big Sister?" As he spoke, a young man wearing a white robe embroidered with a four-fingered dragon pattern and a golden crown with pearls on his head rushed into Li Rong's field of vision. He stopped in front of Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing bowed and respectfully said, "Your Highness." "No need to bow." The young man rode on the horse and looked around. "Where is Big Sister?" "I saw traces of the fire earlier." "She must have gone downstream." Su Yongqing calmly replied. Then, he was a little puzzled. "Why did your Highness come in such a hurry?" While Su Yongqing and Li Chuan were talking, Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan were hiding in the dark. When Li Rong saw them, he didn't hesitate and turned to look at Pei Wenchuan. He asked, "Shall we go?" Pei Wenchuan nodded. Li Rong stood up and walked out of the haystack. He shouted into the distance, "Chuan-er." Hearing this, everyone looked over. Li Chuan was stunned. Then, he excitedly jumped off his horse and trotted over to Li Rong. Li Rong looked at the young man who was running over. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. It seemed that because he ran too fast, his pale skin was dyed red. His eyes were full of undisguised worry. He ran all the way to Li Rong and gasped, "Big Sister, are you okay? What could happen to me?" Li Rong looked at the young man, Li Chuan. He smiled and said, "You, on the other hand, ran so fast. Don't hurt yourself." "I'm fine." Li Chuan waved his hand. "I heard that you were assassinated and couldn't be found. I was scared." "Big Sister, are you okay? You didn't let anyone." Before he could finish, Pei Wenchuan walked out from behind the haystack. His clothes were stained with mud and his hair was messy. However, his facial features were too handsome. Even in such a sorry state, he still showed a kind of oppressive calmness. Li Chuan's voice was cut off. Everyone stared blankly at Pei Wenchuan. When Pei Wenchuan saw Li Chuan, he bowed respectfully to Li Chuan. Your humble servant Li Chuan. Hearing this, Li Chuan finally reacted. Without saying anything, he raised his fist and punched Pei Wenchuan. He shouted, "You lecher bastard, I'm going to kill you today." Li Chuan was not old and was not as tall as Pei Wenchuan, but he had practiced swordsmanship since he was young, so his strength was not small. With a punch, Pei Wenchuan was caught off guard and fell backward. Li Chuan saw Pei Wenchuan fall and was still angry. He rushed forward and kicked and beat him. Su Yongqing hurriedly went forward to stop Li Chuan and said anxiously, "Your Highness, please calm down. Your Highness, please calm down. This is an imperial court official. You can't do this. Let go. I want to beat this dog to death. Let go. Raise your sword. Let me kill him. Bastard, bastard." Li Chuan punched and kicked in the air. Su Yongqing and the guards held him back. After Pei Wenchuan was hit, he slowly woke up. After taking a deep breath, he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please listen to this official's explanation. I want to beat him to death. Let me go. Let me go." Chuaner. Li Rong finally reacted. She saw Pei Wenchuan being beaten, especially by Li Chuan. Seeing Li Chuan baring his fangs and claws for her, she felt happy. She felt that he was indeed her younger brother. Even the way he called a dog was the same. However, she still pretended to be calm and hid the joy in her heart. She coughed lightly and said, "You are the crown prince. You should be more mature." Hearing Li Rong's reprimand, Li Chuan froze. Su Yongqing and the others tried to release Li Chuan. Li Chuan clenched his fists and looked at Pei Wenchuan fiercely. Pei Wenchuan was helped up. He looked calm and bowed to Li Chuan. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Li Chuan say, "I don't want to hear your explanation. If you have something to say it to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother." Pei Wenchuan choked and could only say, "Yes. Return to the palace." Li Chuan shouted and turned to leave with his men. Pei Wenchuan thought for a moment, then walked to Li Rong's side and said, "Princess." Before he could finish, Li Chuan suddenly turned back and stood in front of Li Rong. He warned, "You bastard, stay away from my sister." Pei Wenchuan. After saying that, Li Chuan dragged Li Rong and angrily walked to his date red horse. Then he helped Li Rong onto the horse and said, "Sister, you ride my horse." Li Rong smiled, pulled the reins, and said gently, "Okay." Li Rong rode Li Chuan's horse, and Li Chuan commandeered Su Yongqing's horse. Thus, Su Yongqing and Pei Wenchuan led a group of servants behind Li Rong and Li Chuan. Li Rong and Li Chuan walked side by side. The two of them walked quickly, and the distance between them and the people behind them widened. Li Chuan whispered to Li Rong. After asking a few questions about Li Rong's situation, he asked about last night's situation. "Those people last night, did you see who they were?" "I saw them." As she spoke, she realized the problem. "You didn't catch them? Where could we catch them?" Li Chuan said angrily, "They ran so fast. They were gone in the blink of an eye." "No evidence?" "No." "Oh." Li Rong wasn't very surprised. The Yang family wouldn't do such things rashly. They must have prepared beforehand. Thus, she nodded and said, "So it's like this, it's a bit regrettable." Say, Li Chuan was curious, "What do you think Yang Quan wants by doing all this?" "Can't you see?" Li Rong chuckled. "He wants to marry me. As long as he marries me, won't he be tied to you, the big darling?" "Why do they want to be tied to me?" Li Chuan frowned. "Now everyone knows that Imperial Father doesn't like me. He's looking for opportunities to depose me every day. If it weren't for the fact that he can't depose the crown prince for no reason, he would have issued an edict long ago. Now, they're still leaning towards me. Is the Yang family crazy?" "How is the Yang family crazy?" Li Rong reminded Li Chuan, "They're smart. Imperial Father doesn't like you, and he hates them even more. Do you remember a few years ago when they used their achievements to ask for rewards? Imperial Father was forced by them to reward the border guards with 300,000 taels of silver. With Imperial Father's temperament, would this matter be settled? A few days ago, the Yang family suffered a defeat. The direct descendants were almost exhausted on the battlefield. Now, they realized that Imperial Father wanted to deal with them. Aren't they trying to curry your favor? Then they should have a better attitude. Li Chuan immediately said, they directly came to kidnap you. There's something wrong with their brains. I'm afraid they didn't want to kidnap me. Li Rong said slowly, the best plan was to scare me and then play the hero to save the damsel in distress. Who knew that I was too smart, so he could only ruin my reputation and force me to marry him. If I married him, would I still be able to divorce him? If I have a child, will you not care about me? Despicable. Li Chuan immediately shouted. Li Rong nodded and said, indeed, despicable. They're worse than dogs. Yes. Li Chuan nodded. They're worse than Pei Wenxuan. As he said that, Li Chuan suddenly remembered. He looked at Li Rong and said hesitantly, that, sister, Pei Wenxuan. Li Chuan pursed his lips and said with some difficulty, did he, Did he, bully you? You mean? Li Rong looked at Li Chuan's conflicted face and asked carefully. Li Chuan was a little embarrassed, but he still continued, did he, kiss you? Li Rong, she thought it was some kind of bullying. She coughed lightly and said, that, Pei Wenxuan is a talented person. He wouldn't do such a thing. If you treat him better, you might be able to use him in the future. She didn't want to put in a good word for Pei Wenxuan, but Pei Wenxuan was indeed a sharp blade for Li Chuan. She didn't want anything to happen between Pei Wenxuan and Pei Wenxuan. However, Li Chuan didn't change his attitude after hearing that. Instead, he lowered his head and said nothing, as if he was disappointed. Li Rong couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you? Sigh, Imperial Mother said that a married sister is like spilled water. You're not even married yet, but you're already speaking for another man. Of course. Li Rong immediately said after hearing Li Chuan's words, if you really don't like this dog, I'll support you even if you beat me to death. That's right. Li Chuan raised his eyebrows and leaned over to whisper, sister, you have to promise me one thing. Say it. Li Rong was quite happy to see Li Chuan's fawning expression. Li Chuan smiled, revealing his cute canine teeth, even if you get married in the future, I have to be the most important man in your heart. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. Li Chuan was a little dissatisfied when he saw her laughing at him. However, he felt that if he really showed his dissatisfaction, it would be too childish. Thus, he kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Li Rong saw that he was unhappy and hurriedly said, okay, don't worry. Li Rong comforted him, you'll definitely be the most important man in my heart, okay? Li Chuan sighed and pretended to say, I know you're just coaxing me. However, I'm very satisfied to hear that. Li Rong couldn't stop laughing when she heard Li Chuan's pretentious words. Pei Wenxuan and Su Yongqing followed behind and saw Li Rong laughing in front of them. Su Yongqing gently said, the crown prince and the princess are indeed very close. It's rare to see such a relationship even in aristocratic families. They grew up together. Pei Wenxuan calmly said, the princess is a person who values relationships. Young Master Pei knows a lot about the princess. Su Yongqing nodded and seemed to think of something. However, did young Master Pei know that Consort Ning visited Mingle Palace and Weiyang Palace last night? Consort Ning was a noble consort from the Yang family. Mingle Palace and Weiyang Palace were the residences of Consort Ro and the Empress, respectively. Consort Ro was currently in the Emperor's favor. Her son, Li Cheng, was only 10 years old and exceptionally intelligent. He was deeply favored by the emperor and was conferred the title of prince at a young age. He was the youngest prince in history. Last night, the Yang family visited 2 places. Although they didn't know what exactly they did, it must have something to do with Li Rong. Su Yongqing's words were a reminder. Pei Wenxuan pondered for a moment and asked, does your highness know? I've already reported it to your highness. Su Yongqing nodded and said, but I think young Master Pei should also know. Pei Wenxuan heard this and looked up at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing looked at Pei Wenxuan with a faint smile. Young Master Su, why are you helping me? Pei Wenxuan asked seriously. Su Yongqing didn't speak. He held a folding fan in his hand and strolled in the forest. After a long time, he slowly said, if your highness needs to choose between Yang Quan and young Master Pei, I would like to bet on young Master Pei. As he spoke, Su Yongqing turned to look at Pei Wenxuan. His beautiful eyes carried a hint of seriousness. How confident are you, young Master Pei? Pei Wenxuan heard Su Yongqing's words and quietly looked at Su Yongqing. He didn't miss any expression on Su Yongqing's face. Su Yongqing, on the other hand, maintained his usual smile and didn't reveal any emotion in his eyes. The two were silent for a moment. Pei Wenxuan bowed to Su Yongqing and said, I thank young Master Pei for thinking highly of me. However, your Highness's marriage should be decided by your Highness. I am an 8th-ranked official and dare not dream of it. Young Master Pei is right. Su Yongqing nodded and said casually, we are just chatting casually. There is no need to take it to heart. The group of people chatted as they walked out of the forest. From afar, they saw a long line of people blocking the official road. The Eastern Palace's unique carriage was in the middle, with Eastern Palace guards in front and behind. At the very front, a black flag with the Eastern Palace's emblem was raised high in the air. It looked extremely imposing. Li Chuan and Li Rong boarded the Crown Prince's carriage. Su Yongqing and Pei Wenxuan rode separately at the front. After boarding the carriage, the attendants served tea and pastries. Li Chuan dismissed them. After everyone had left, the carriage slowly set off. Li Chuan raised his head and said, there is something I need to tell you. What did the Yang family do last night? Li Rong casually found a place to lean against and asked lazily. Li Chuan was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, sister is so smart. Li Chuan's expression turned solemn. Last night, Consort Ning visited Imperial Mother and went to Mingle Palace. After she left, Imperial Mother's expression was very bad. She didn't tell me what Consort Ning said. However, I suspect that the Yang family came to propose marriage. Li Rong nodded. Li Chuan muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he sighed and said, the Yang family is too impatient. It's Imperial Father who is pushing them too hard. Li Rong said calmly, I heard that a few days ago, Imperial Father deducted 1/3 of the Yang family's military pay. Imperial Father shouldn't have done this. Li Chuan shook his head. Even if you want to weaken the Yang family, you should do it step by step. You should slowly remove them from power and then demote them. If you act so aggressively, I'm afraid that the Yang family will fall into chaos. Li Rong listened to Li Chuan's words. She unconsciously rubbed the prayer beads in her hand. Li Chuan saw that Li Rong didn't speak for a long time. He couldn't help but ask, sister, do you think I'm wrong? That's not it. Li Rong smiled. She turned to look at Li Chuan and said gently, it's just that Chuaner is so benevolent. This is probably why Imperial Father is dissatisfied with you. He's dissatisfied. When Li Ming was mentioned, Li Chuan's face showed some disgust. If he has the ability, then cripple me. Don't be silly. Li Rong smiled helplessly. However, she didn't directly tell Li Chuan that their Imperial Father might really think so. The 16-year-old Li Chuan still had hope for Li Ming, just like the young Li Rong. He knew that the struggle in the Imperial family was ruthless, but he always had some hope for his parents. It was because of this hope that he dared to rebel. He said if he has the ability, then cripple me, but in his heart, he always thought that this was his father. Because of this hope, when the sword mercilessly fell, he would truly feel despair. In her previous life, Li Chuan was almost crippled. If it weren't for Pei Wenxuan and her efforts to turn the tide, Li Chuan would have been buried long ago. However, Li Rong didn't point it out. She knew that no matter how skilled Li Chuan was in politics, he was still only a 16-year-old child. If she really did point it out, Li Chuan would probably think that she was cold-blooded and too shrewd. She didn't want her relationship with Li Chuan to end like in her previous life. Although there was a blood bond between siblings, there were still many barriers between them. She looked at Li Chuan and gently tapped her palm with the small golden fan. Li Chuan ate the longan and turned to look at her. Sister, when we enter the palace and see Imperial Mother, what do you plan to say? Say what? Li Rong turned to look at Li Chuan. Li Chuan spat out the longan and hurriedly said, about your marriage, who do you want to marry? This? Li Rong kept him in suspense, then laughed, you'll know when the time comes. Are you trying to hide this from me? Li Chuan looked at her with disdain. Li Rong sighed, to tell you the truth, I'm not trying to hide it from you. Li Rong turned her head and looked out of the window, calmly saying, I just don't know. After all, she was not the only one who decided to get married. If Pei Wenchuan did not say anything, she would not say anything either. She did not think that marrying a reborn Pei Wenchuan was a good thing. There were too many entanglements between them, and if they were to be together, they would only wear each other down. Pei Wenchuan had his Xianxia. With his ability, even if he did not become the emperor's son-in-law, there were still other possibilities. In this lifetime, he could choose another path to try. Even if it was a little difficult, it might be better than marrying her. As for her, Li Rong slowly closed her eyes. Without her, there would be no path that would not be smooth. Whether Pei Wenchuan was willing to help her or not, she had her own path to walk. The carriage rocked back and forth. Li Rong took a light nap in the carriage. After a long time, she heard a eunuch's voice from outside. He said respectfully, Your Highness, Your Highness. Li Rong heard this voice and slowly opened her eyes. Li Chuan went forward to lift the curtain, revealing a smiling face. This person was wearing the uniform of a palace eunuch. He looked to be in his 40s, and his big eyes and round face were very likable. Li Rong recognized that this was her mother's eunuch, Xianxia. Li Chuan saw Xianxia and asked curiously, Eunuch Xianxia? Why are you waiting here? When the empress heard that Your Highness the Crown Prince had returned with the princess, she had this old servant wait here. The empress said that Your Highness the Crown Prince was tired from running around last night and should rest first. This old servant will lead Your Highness the Princess. As he spoke, Xianxia bowed to Li Rong and then turned to look at the carriage behind them. You will go to Weiyang Palace with Master Pei to see Her Highness. Pei Wenchuan? Li Chuan was a little surprised. Mother wants to see him? Xianxia smiled and nodded. Yes, Her Highness wants to meet young Master Pei. As he spoke, Xianxia stepped aside, revealing 2 palanquins. He said to Li Rong, the palanquins have been prepared. Princess may move. When Li Chuan heard this, he turned to look at Li Rong. Li Rong nodded. He raised his hand and placed it in Li Chuan's. Li Chuan helped Li Rong up. Li Rong was then helped off the carriage and onto the palanquin. After sitting on the palanquin, she looked back and saw that Pei Wenchuan had also sat on the palanquin. She nodded to Li Chuan and the palanquin was lifted. Li Rong held the golden fan in his hand and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, the palanquin arrived at Weiyang Palace. Xianxia lifted the curtains and respectfully said, Princess, we have arrived. Li Rong opened her eyes and extended her hand. She was helped out of the palanquin. Then she looked up and saw the steps of Weiyang Palace. Pei Wenchuan walked behind her. The two were led up the steps by Xianxia. Li Rong lowered her voice and whispered to Pei Wenchuan, Lord Pei, have you thought about some things clearly? Pei Wenchuan's eyelashes trembled slightly. He whispered, Not yet. Li Rong chuckled. Then there isn't much time left for Lord Pei to think about it. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of Weiyang Palace. Xianxia entered to report. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan stood at the entrance one after the other. The palace servants were scattered around. Li Rong said slowly, Actually, I don't know either. It's obvious that I just want to pursue benefits, but I always feel a little unwilling in my heart. It was naturally the best for the two of them to get married again. It would be the most beneficial for both of them. But the moment they knew that the other party was reborn, there seemed to be some invisible restraint on benefits, making them hesitate and uneasy. Pei Wenchuan understood this feeling. He lowered his eyes and did not reply. After a while, Xianxia walked back and said respectfully, Princess, please. Let's go together. Li Rong instructed Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan grunted, and the two of them entered the main hall together. At the door of the inner room, Li Rong pointed with his golden fan and whispered, You wait here. You're not allowed to enter. Pei Wenchuan respectfully answered, Yes. Li Rong walked in. Li Rong walked into the inner room. The first thing he saw was a woman. She was dressed in red silk embroidered with phoenixes. She wore golden armor on her hands. She was reclining on a small couch, seemingly in a light sleep. Li Rong walked forward and knelt respectfully. He said softly, This son greets Imperial Mother. Long live Imperial Mother. The Empress did not speak. Li Rong knelt on the ground and did not make a sound. After a long time, the Empress slowly said, I heard that you were with Pei Wenxuan last night. Yes. Li Rong answered without hesitation. The Empress opened her eyes and looked at Li Rong. Her gaze was scrutinizing. She said calmly, how do you plan to deal with your marriage? Li Rong smiled. She looked up at the Empress and said gently, may I ask Imperial Mother's opinion, how should I deal with it? You have an idea. The Empress said affirmatively. Li Rong said, Imperial Mother, don't you have an idea? The Empress did not speak. When the two of them were talking, the Empress felt that Li Rong was different from before. Although Li Rong was intelligent in the past, she would never be like now. She spoke as if she was a court official who had interacted with her for a long time. She kept pushing the topic and did not get to the point. The Empress pondered for a moment. She did not beat around the bush with Li Rong and said directly, I want to marry you to Yang Quan. Li Rong did not speak. It was not that she did not think of this possibility. Since the Yang family went to the palace twice last night, it was impossible that they did not do anything. She thought for a moment and said, what did the Yang family promise Imperial Mother? The Empress did not expect Li Rong to be so calm. She was not used to it. But this was good. It saved her a lot of trouble. So she calmly replied, Li Rong, military power. The Yang family still has military power? Li Rong said mockingly, Imperial Mother, do you not know what Imperial Father did to the Yang family in the previous dynasty? I know, the Empress said calmly. So they are very flustered now. They came to the palace last night and said that if you marry Yang Quan will become the head of the Yang family. He will also take over as the direct descendant of the Yang family. Their direct descendants were all killed on the battlefield. How many are left? We can build it. The Empress raised her voice and suppressed Li Rong's voice. She continued, we have people and soldiers. As long as the Yang family is still in the northwest, the position will still be theirs. With the military provisions, we can quickly expand. What problem can there be? Imperial Mother, Li Rong looked at the Empress in disbelief. She lowered her voice and reminded her, you are forcing the Chuaner to die. It is your Imperial Father who is forcing us to die. The Empress suddenly raised her voice, do you know why he abolished the Yang family? It is to help Li Chang's uncle become the Northwest King. He wants to give Li Changjun power. He is only 10 years old. He has already been conferred the title of prince. Now he wants to give this child military power. Li Rong was not shocked when she heard this. Later, Consort Ro's brother, Zhao Ziguang, was indeed appointed as the Northwest Guarding General. Li Ming would not abolish the Yang family for no reason. He abolished the Yang family because the Yang family's achievements were too high and they were arrogant and despotic. The second reason was that he wanted to give the position to someone he wanted to promote. However, it was only a matter of time before the Yang family was ruined. Back then, the Yang family was cleaned up completely. Li Ming was ruthless. The Empress did not know how many chess pieces he had planted to destroy the Yang family. Li Rong looked at the Empress and calmly said, Imperial Mother, calm down. I don't know what you have heard, but now the Chuaner is the crown prince. As long as His Majesty does not find out about his mistakes, His Majesty will not be able to do anything to him in the short term. You want me to marry Yang Quan? His Majesty has been targeting the Yang family for a long time. I am afraid that he has already collected a lot of evidence. When the time comes, these mistakes will all fall on the Chuaner. So what? The Empress looked at her coldly. As long as we can get military power, even if the Chuaner is in the wrong, so what? Li Rong looked up and stared at the Empress. The Empress looked at her. It was as if there was a silent battlefield between mother and daughter. Li Rong knew that Li Chuan was already a great humiliation to the Empress when he was conferred the title of prince. Now, Li Ming wanted to give Li Chuan military power. This was a complete threat to Li Chuan. In fact, Li Chuan was almost deposed back then because of the issue of military power. In her previous life, when she married Pei Wenxuan, the Empress was not able to participate in the betrothal. When she found out, the marriage had already been decided. In her previous life, the Yang family did not know about the possibility of marriage. They were also not forced to the point where they were willing to hand over military power to the empress. The empress did not have such a huge temptation. Therefore, the empress asked her to endure and marry Pei Wenxuan. When the empress asked her to marry Pei Wenxuan, she told her that a woman should have power. Therefore, at that time, she thought that it was not that her mother did not help her, but that she was powerless. In this life, her marriage was tainted with the military power of the Yang family. The empress had the possibility to participate. Therefore, she immediately decided to let her marry Yang Quan. Li Rong looked at the empress quietly. She did not know why, but she suddenly asked, "Imperial Mother, have you ever thought of me?" When the empress heard this, she was stunned. Li Rong did not regret asking. She knelt on the ground and straightened her body. She looked at the woman on the high seat and said calmly, "Imperial Mother, you have been talking about military power and the position of Crown Prince. May I ask, Imperial Mother, have you ever thought of me for a moment in this marriage?" When the empress heard Li Rong's question, she came back to her senses. Her lips trembled. She opened her mouth and finally said, "It is not up to you and me to choose." "Aren't you and I choosing now?" Li Rong said seriously, "I have already spent a night with Pei Wenxuan. Imperial Mother, you know that I am not without a choice. So you want to choose that gigolo who can't give you anything?" "It's not that he can't give me anything," Li Rong said clearly, "his identity can give me stability. He just can't give you military power like the Yang family." She did not call her Imperial Mother. She called her Imperial Mother. The empress clenched her fists. Li Rong looked at her and said calmly, "In Imperial Mother's heart, my marriage is just a bargaining chip. I am also just a chess piece. You don't have to care about the happiness of a chess piece. You don't have to care about who she likes or dislikes. You don't have to care about whether she is living well or not." Since Imperial Mother thinks so, Li Rong looked at the empress and couldn't help but laugh. "Why don't you make it clear that a daughter is not a daughter, but a weapon in Imperial Mother's hands?" Before she finished speaking, a slap landed loudly on Li Rong's face. The sound was so loud that it shook Pei Wenxuan's heart. Pei Wenxuan stood outside the door. The two people in the room seemed to have completely forgotten his existence. He could clearly hear their conversation. This was the Li Rong he had never seen before. The Li Rong in his memory was always high and mighty, surrounded by stars. No one in the world could hurt her at all. She was always arrogant. He hated her arrogance, hated her fierceness. But at this moment, when he heard the sound of the slap, he felt like it was scraping his heart. He put his hands in his sleeves and heard the empress' voice tremble with sobs. "How can you say that? How I treated you in the past, do you not care? Just because I begged you once, you have to say this to me?" "No. It wasn't just once." Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes. He knew too well what Li Rong cared about at this moment. In Li Rong's heart, a relationship must be clean, clear, and clearly let her know what she had. It wasn't that she couldn't tolerate turbidity, but that she couldn't tolerate impurities. Just like that year, when she asked him, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't tolerate Xianxia, but that she couldn't tolerate him. She thought that they were husband and wife, but he went to provoke Xianxia. He felt his chest tighten, and then he heard Li Rong say calmly, "Mother, then I'll also beg you this time." Li Rong stood up. "If you have any difficulties, tell me, and I'll solve them. But this time, you have to be my mother, not the empress." The empress stared blankly at Li Rong. Li Rong stood up. She was already taller than her. She looked at her quietly. "You're blinded by jealousy now, but you'll understand in the future that the Yang family can't be tainted. The Chuaner should have military power, but it shouldn't be the Yang family. I'll arrange it in the future. My marriage can be used as a bargaining chip, but it should be more valuable. I don't need you to do anything, Mother. You're not suitable to be a politician. Leave these things to me and the Chuaner. You only need to do one thing." She stared at the empress, and her expression changed slightly. The empress stared blankly at her. Li Rong looked at the woman who seemed to have aged a little and said in a low voice, "Be a good mother." With that, she turned around and walked out of the palace. The empress stared blankly at Li Rong. When she reached the door, she suddenly laughed. "Am I not a good mother? I've taught you, I've accompanied you, and I've given you and the Chuaner more love than all the other concubines in the harem. I just want to live. The Chuaner has to live. Li Rong turned her back to the empress and said coldly, what did the Yang family threaten you with? They want to rebel. The empress closed her eyes in pain. If they rebel, they'll accuse the Chuaner of being the mastermind. Your imperial father has been looking for the Chuaner's weakness. If the Yang family accuses the Chuaner of being the mastermind of the rebellion, His Imperial Majesty won't let go of this opportunity. Li Rong didn't speak. She stood quietly for a moment, and then said, don't worry, I'll take care of it. If you want to summon Pei Wenchuan, go ahead. I'll go find the Chuaner first. After that, Li Rong walked out. When Li Rong reached the door, she saw Pei Wenchuan, who had been standing there for a long time. Pei Wenchuan's hands were tucked in his sleeves, and he looked at her quietly. His handsome eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion. He looked at Li Rong, who was in front of him, and felt that she was familiar yet distant. The person in front of him was still the proud phoenix in his memory of his previous life. She was always calm, always steady. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her, her expression wouldn't change. But he also felt that this person was a little different. He could vaguely see a little bit of softness and gentleness in the depths of her heart. He could vaguely touch the naivety that had never faded even after 50 years of hardships. At this moment, she was like a butterfly falling into a spider's web. The moment she struggled with all her might, she was shockingly beautiful. The two of them were like lonely cranes forced into a desperate situation. Their feet were in the mud, and they tried hard to raise their necks and look up at the blue sky. They looked at each other quietly. In an instant, 50 years passed by in their eyes. After a long time, Pei Wenchuan chuckled. Your Highness, do you think this marriage should be done again? Hearing Pei Wenchuan's question, Li Rong knew that he understood. She couldn't help but smile. Lord Pei, are you pitying me? Your Highness's predicament has its own solution. There's no need for this humble one to pity you. Pei Wenchuan's expression was calm. This humble one just suddenly felt that your Highness might be different from the people this humble one knows. It's not necessarily a bad thing to start over. Lord Pei is right. Li Rong looked into his handsome eyes. The sincerity and steadiness in his eyes made her originally nervous heart calm down. She nodded. Then it's fine. Then this humble one can't tolerate your Highness's guest. Pei Wenchuan had a smile on his face, as if he was joking. Li Rong raised her eyebrows. Do you think I can tolerate Lord Pei's sweetheart? The two looked at each other for a moment, and then laughed. Pei Wenchuan dusted his sleeves and said calmly, it seems that your Highness and I have reached a consensus. This marriage, let's settle it first. For the time being, we'll tolerate each other. After 2 years, when we have power, you and I will divorce. At that time, we'll take revenge. What does your Highness think? All right. Li Rong raised her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. She sighed and said, let's put up with it first. However, if you want to marry me, Li Rong turned her head and looked at the Empress, who was still in a daze. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, it depends on Lord Pei's ability. If Lord Pei doesn't have this ability, this Empress won't marry you. Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan smiled calmly. He put his hands in front of him and bowed to Li Rong. Princess, don't worry. This humble one will bring Yang Quan's head as a betrothal gift. As he said this, Pei Wenchuan raised his head and said seriously, to welcome your Highness's phoenix arrival. When Li Rong heard this, he chuckled softly. He opened the small golden fan in his hand and covered half of his face. He smiled with curved eyes and said, then I will wait for Lord Pei's good news. Pei Wenchuan bowed his head and respectfully sent Li Rong off. Li Rong closed the small fan and walked out. When he reached the outer door, he saw the palace servants waiting outside. Li Rong's face turned cold. He ordered the person next to him, prepare the carriage and go to the East Palace. Not long after Li Rong left, the Empress slowly came back to her senses. She tidied up her appearance and called out, Shanda. Hearing the call, Shanda hurriedly ran in and knelt in front of the Empress. Nyang nyang. The Empress sat on the golden throne and said tiredly, call Pei Wenchuan in. When Shanda heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he reacted. The Empress probably didn't know that Pei Wenchuan was outside, but he didn't say much. He just nodded and turned to the door. He said loudly, "Summon Pei Wenchuan." Pei Wenchuan bowed to Xianxia and then walked out of the door. The Empress was sitting on the golden throne with her hands supporting her forehead. When she saw him walk in, the Empress looked up and quietly stared at the young man. Pei Wenchuan calmly entered the hall and knelt down. The Empress looked at him. After a while, she slowly said, "Were you outside the hall just now?" If he entered from the outer door, he shouldn't have appeared in front of her so quickly. Pei Wenchuan knelt on the ground and said calmly, "Just now, the princess asked me to wait outside the hall for Xianxia's summons." The Empress nodded. Xianxia sensibly retreated and waited outside. The Empress straightened up and said in a low voice, "Then you also heard my conversation with the princess just now?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. The Empress knew that he acquiesced. She was silent for a moment and said slowly, "Your father passed away early. There are no elders in the family to plan for your future. It is not good for you to rashly get involved in the affairs of the palace. Don't tell anyone about what happened last night. When you go back, I will assign you another official position and arrange a marriage for you. You don't have to worry." Pei Wenchuan was silent. The Empress seemed to have a headache. She held her forehead and said, "What else are you dissatisfied with?" "This humble subject thanks your highness for understanding this humble subject's difficulties and for helping this humble subject plan for this humble subject's future. However, this humble subject has one thing that this humble subject does not understand." "What is it?" If this official retreats, Pei Wenchuan raised his head and met the Empress's gaze. "Your Highness, what will happen?" "That's not something for you to consider," the Empress said coldly. Pei Wenchuan looked at the Empress and said calmly, "What if I want to consider it?" "What do you mean?" The Empress frowned. Pei Wenchuan said calmly, "Your Highness, last night concubine Ning entered Wei Yang Palace and tried to use threats and promises to tie Xianxia and the Crown Prince together. Then she went to Consort Ro's palace." "Your Highness, why did she go to Consort Ro's palace?" The Empress said stiffly, "Speak." "Right now, Xianxia is wholeheartedly trying to curry favor with the princess. Consort Ro is favored. Concubine Ning went to Consort Ro's place to ask Consort Ro to help Xianxia marry the princess. However, Consort Ro and the Empress and the Crown Prince are mortal enemies. If it is a good thing for Xianxia to ally with the princess, why would she help? It can be seen that Xianxia and the princess are related by marriage. There must be hidden harm. Your Highness, please reconsider." The Empress didn't speak. She was silent. Pei Wenchuan continued, "Xianxia allows your Highness to have military power. But for military power, if Xianxia still has the power to resist, then ally with the Crown Prince is complementary. If Xianxia is a fish without water and can only struggle desperately, then ally with the Crown Prince is dragging him into a quagmire. The Crown Prince doesn't have actual military power. The only military power he has is from your Highness's maternal family, the Shangguan clan. What His Majesty is most afraid of now is that the Crown Prince is the eldest son. If he wants to abolish him, he is afraid that the officials will be angry and shake the foundation of the country. But if the Crown Prince makes a mistake now, does your Highness think that Xianxia and the Shangguan clan can suppress the officials and His Majesty? Then in your opinion, the Empress said hesitantly, "What should we do now?" "Your Highness doesn't need to do anything," Pei Wenchuan said calmly, "these people have their own plans. Now, your Highness and the Crown Prince only need to do two things. First, after I walk out of Wei Yang Palace, your Highness immediately block the news that I entered the palace and that the princess was with me last night. I have already done this." The Empress was a little confused. "Why do you want me to do this?" "With His Majesty's eyes and ears in the palace, what your Highness has done can't be hidden," Pei Wenchuan said calmly. "Your Highness is against me, so I can gain His Majesty's trust. Therefore, what the Crown Prince needs to do next is to prepare a report to impeach Xianxia. Once Xianxia is in trouble," Pei Wenchuan looked up and said seriously, "the Crown Prince will immediately impeach her and then find a replacement for the position of Xinbei General." "Why is that?" "In the future, your Highness will know." Pei Wenchuan looked at the Empress. "I just don't know if your Highness can trust me now." The Empress looked at Pei Wenchuan. This person looked to be in his early 20s, but his words were clear and his thoughts were meticulous. Even when facing someone as high as her, he was still calm, completely unlike a young man. He quietly looked at the Empress. After a long time, the Empress said, "What do you want?" As she spoke, she stood up. "You're just an 8th-ranked official. Why are you involved in the disputes in the palace? If I don't have the ambition to rise to the top, why don't I give up the crown and return?" Pei Wenchuan said calmly, "Don't the people in the imperial court all want the same thing? Then why choose the crown prince?" The Empress stared at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan pondered for a moment and said truthfully, "This humble subject can't bear to see your highness being humiliated." "You like my son?" The Empress looked a little surprised. Pei Wenchuan was speechless. After a moment, he respectfully kowtowed and said, "I'm willing to plant a parasol tree in the courtyard and lead the phoenix back." The Empress looked at Pei Wenchuan in silence. After a long time, she finally said, "You can go. This humble subject will take his leave." Pei Wenchuan bowed and then calmly stood up. He slowly walked out of the door. A eunuch came out and led him to sit in the soft sedan. Not long after he sat in the sedan, he felt that the sedan was not going in the right direction. He had been in and out of the palace for many years in his previous life and was already familiar with the palace. He lifted the curtain and took a look. He knew that the sedan was turning in the direction of the imperial study. He thought for a moment and knew that Li Ming had received news from Weiyang Palace and probably summoned him. Pei Wenchuan's heart calmed down and pretended to be asleep. When the sedan stopped, he heard a call, "Lord Pei?" He pretended to wake up from his sleep and opened his eyes absent-mindedly. He saw the eunuch in front of him with a smile. He was a little absent-minded. "Sir, you are." "This humble subject is Fu Lai, the attendant of His Majesty." His Majesty summoned Lord Pei. "Lord Pei, please come with me." Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan pretended to be shocked. He then hurriedly walked down from the sedan and followed Fu Lai into the courtyard of the imperial study. He trembled and followed behind Fu Lai. He asked, "Eunuch, do you know why His Majesty summoned me?" Fu Lai smiled, "Sir, you should know." Pei Wenchuan's expression changed, but he did not say anything. When he reached the door, he saw that Yang Quan was already standing there. Pei Wenchuan walked over and bowed to Yang Quan. Fu Lai instructed the two of them to wait here and walked in. After Fu Lai entered, Pei Wenchuan glanced at Yang Quan and smiled, "Sir Yang, what are you doing here today?" Yang Quan looked at Pei Wenchuan coldly and said, "To propose a marriage." "Sir, you may be disappointed." Pei Wenchuan folded his hands in front of him and stood up straight. He whispered, "I'm afraid this matter has been decided." "What do you mean?" Yang Quan looked up at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan smiled and said, "Sir, do you know why I turned back last night?" Hearing this, Yang Quan's expression changed greatly. Others could not hear anything, but Yang Quan clearly knew that no one should know about his ambush last night. However, not only did Pei Wenchuan know, he even turned back and saved the princess. He even spent a night alone with the princess. His Majesty is a wise ruler, Pei Wenchuan whispered. Sir Yang is not unwilling. It's better to return to the northwest. The mulberry flowers there are very beautiful. The mulberry flowers were sprinkled on the coffins during the funeral procession in the northwest. Most people in Huajing did not understand, but Yang Quan was sure of Pei Wenchuan's meaning. Pei Wenchuan was already decided to be the emperor's son-in-law. Yesterday, something went wrong, and the emperor asked him to rush over and use Yang Quan as a wedding dress to pave the way for Pei Wenchuan and the princess. The Yang family was destined to die. Not only did the emperor know this, but the emperor also told Pei Wenchuan, this ignorant fool, to let him show off in front of him. Pei Wenchuan saw that Yang Quan was extremely angry, so he smiled and did not speak. At this moment, the emperor's voice came from the hall. The two entered the hall together. Li Ming was reading a memorial. The two bowed, but Li Ming did not move. Li Ming slowly took a sip of tea, then raised his eyes and said, "You're here?" As he spoke, Li Ming looked at Pei Wenchuan and said, "Dear official Pei, please rise." Pei Wenchuan immediately responded happily, then stood up and stood to the side. Yang Quan knelt on the ground and clenched his fists. Li Ming looked at him and said, "What are you doing here?" This humble official came today to ask for your majesty's hand in marriage. Yang Quan respectfully said. Li Ming raised his eyebrows. Marriage? Who do you want to marry? This humble official wants to marry Princess Xianxia Ping El, Yang Quan said stiffly. This humble official asks your majesty to grant a marriage. I see, Li Ming nodded, but said, this matter, Zhen has to think about it. Dear official Pei, Li Ming turned to look at Pei Wenchuan and stood up, follow Zhen to the garden for a walk. Pei Wenchuan responded and quickly helped Li Ming up, then walked past Yang Quan. When they reached the door, Pei Wenchuan suddenly remembered, Your Majesty, official Yang is still kneeling. Oh. Li Ming seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Yang Quan and said, Get up. If there's nothing else, you can go back. After speaking, Li Ming led Pei Wenchuan and slowly walked towards the imperial garden. When they walked to a place with fewer people, the surrounding servants suddenly stopped following. Pei Wenchuan supported Li Ming and heard Li Ming slowly say, Zhen heard that you saved Ping Eli last night. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Ming looked up, why aren't you saying anything? Pei Wenchuan stopped walking. After a long time, he took a deep breath, as if he had made an important decision. He walked in front of Li Ming and knelt down in front of Li Ming. This humble official begs your majesty, he kowtowed. Deeply, his tone sorrowful, save this humble official's life. Hearing this, Li Ming's expression did not change. He looked at Pei Wenchuan, who was kneeling on the ground, as if he already knew what was going on. However, he still opened his mouth and said, Dear official Pei, what do you mean? You are an official of the imperial court. How can anyone kill you? Your Majesty, Pei Wenchuan knelt on the ground, seemingly in grief and indignation, since your Majesty already knows that this humble official saved Princess Ping Eli yesterday, then your Majesty should know a thing or two about this humble official's predicament. Predicament? Li Ming found a stone next to him, brushed off the dust, and slowly sat down. You don't have to be afraid. You might as well tell me directly. Yesterday, this humble official was on the way back to the city when this humble official saw a group of soldiers galloping by. A group of people on the horses vaguely said something about kidnapping the princess. This humble official felt uneasy, so this humble official sent a servant back to the city to ask for help from the crown prince's residence. This humble official rushed to see what these people were doing, just in case. Yes. Li Ming responded. This was all true. He had already sent people to investigate last night. He said indifferently, and then? This humble official followed behind them. These people were obviously servants of someone's family, but they had changed into bandits' clothes and pretended to be bandits. This humble official knew that this was not good, so this humble official set up roadblocks on the road in order to share the princess's worries at the critical moment. You are very smart. Li Ming laughed. Those stone boards were your handiwork? Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan knew that Li Ming had sent people to investigate that night's incident. He was afraid that he had already investigated all the clues left behind. Pei Wenchuan had worked for Li Ming for a year. He was very familiar with Li Ming's personality. He was suspicious and sensitive, so everything had to be verified. Therefore, Pei Wenchuan thought about his own words and continued, yes. At that time, this humble subject was waiting on the road. Not long after, we saw the bandits chasing after the princess. The princess had a secret guard protecting her. At the critical moment, I used the roadblock to help save the princess. I didn't want the princess to be injured and unconscious in the chaos, so I could only take the princess and flee in panic. I used my horse to lure those people away and ambush them in the reed field. After that, I heard a man chasing after me, scolding my subordinates for being useless. Even the princess couldn't stop him. This time, the princess didn't even see him, so how could he win the princess's heart? Li Ming listened to Pei Wenchuan's words and chuckled. These young people are very active. Li Ming looked up at Pei Wenchuan and asked, Is it Yang Quan? Pei Wenchuan pursed his lips and said in a low voice, Yes. Your humble servant was in a panic and did not know where to go behind your highness back. After I woke up, I discussed with your highness and learned that your highness did not know about this matter, so I did not say anything. This morning, the princess and I were rescued. The empress summoned this humble subject to enter the palace, and then the empress told this humble subject. What did she say? Li Ming asked faintly. Pei Wenxuan paused and seemed to hesitate. After a long time, he said, "The Empress told this humble subject to hide the fact that I was together with your highness. Even if your majesty asks, I cannot speak the truth. I can only say that I met Yang Gongzi last night and saved your highness with Yang Gongzi. We were chased and I was lost on the way. It was Yang Gongzi who saved your highness." Li Ming listened to Pei Wenxuan's words and couldn't help but laugh. "This is the reason you asked Shen for help?" "Your Majesty," Pei Wenxuan took a deep breath and straightened up. He seemed to have made a life and death decision. He looked at Li Ming and seemed to have abandoned life and death. He said directly, "Since I have said this much, this humble subject will speak frankly. What this humble subject saw last night and what the Empress said today, everything is very clear. The Empress had long decided to form a marriage alliance with the Yang family. Yesterday's matter was just an act for your highness to see. The Empress wanted your highness to see Yang Quan in a new light because he saved your highness. But this kind of matter was discovered by this humble subject. With Yang Quan's narrow-mindedness and the Yang family's audacity, if this humble subject leaves the palace, how can this humble subject live?" Li Ming was silent. After a long time, he said slowly, "Don't worry, the Empress won't harm you for such a small matter." "Your Majesty really thinks," Pei Wenxuan stared at Li Ming and deliberately slowed his voice, "that the marriage between your highness and the crown prince is a small matter?" Li Ming finally straightened his expression at Pei Wenxuan's question. He raised his eyes and stared at Pei Wenxuan. After a long time, he said slowly, "You seem to know a lot." "Your Majesty," Pei Wenxuan calmly reminded him, 3 years ago, when this humble subject's father was still alive, this humble subject was the eldest legitimate son of the Pei family. At that time, this humble subject was the top scholar and the emperor's disciple. A centipede dies but never falls down. Although my father has passed away, some things, Pei Wenxuan raised his eyes to look at Li Ming and hinted, are still there. Li Ming listened to Pei Wenxuan's words and revealed a somewhat playful expression. "Then tell me, why isn't the marriage between your highness and the crown prince a small matter? The Yang family has been tyrannical at the border for many years. They have troops and are self-important. There are many wars at the border. Every time a war starts, the Yang family wants money, food, and troops to defend against Rhone country. They win every war beautifully, but they never send troops to eradicate Rhone country. Your Majesty has repeatedly requested to send troops to eradicate Rhone country, but the Yang family has always rejected it on the grounds that it's not the right time. There is a folk song in the northwest, Xia has 2 emperors, Yang in the north and Li in the south. This shows the Yang family's power in the northwest. Speak." Li Ming's expression was calm. "Continue. The court fears and respects the Yang family. They fear the Yang family's military power and respect the Yang family's many years of defense at the border. Therefore, even though your Majesty is angry at the Yang family, he has never done anything extreme. However, at the end of this winter, a new emperor of Rhone country ascended the throne. Rhone country attacked again, and the Yang family surrendered without a fight. They lost 2 cities, and your Majesty ordered them to defend the 3rd city to the death. They defended it with 50,000 troops and 20,000 troops, and the enemy was defeated. Now, they have retreated to Chongping Pass, and only after temporary reinforcements did they confront Rhone country. Has your Majesty thought about why the Yang family, who has defended the border for so many years, would suddenly be defeated? You know? This humble subject thinks that your Majesty also knows, Pei Wenxuan said calmly, for many years, the Yang family has been bribing Rhone country with military pay. The so-called war every year is just a show with Rhone country. Rhone country is weak in the art of smelting iron, and their strength cannot withstand a single blow. It's just that the Yang family has nurtured them for many years, giving them a chance to recover. Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, his heart is in Xia, and he is unwilling to accept money. Therefore, in one war, they were defeated. You dare to say so? Li Ming said in a low voice. Pei Wenxuan immediately kowtowed and said in a low voice, "This news has long been known at the border, and your Majesty should have already known. Otherwise, with your Majesty's wise heart, why would you have the intention to attack the pillar of the country?" Hearing Pei Wenxuan's flattery, Li Ming's heart relaxed slightly. He straightened up and said coldly, "Continue, what does this have to do with the princess's marriage? Your Majesty knew that the Yang family was defeated, but you suppressed the news and did not release it. You even brought the princess into contact with Yang Quan. This humble subject guesses that Your Majesty's intention is that Your Majesty does not want the princess's marriage to become a bargaining chip for the crown prince. In recent years, as the crown prince has grown older, the empress's maternal family, the Shangguan clan, has been rapidly expanding their power in the imperial court. The crown prince does not respect Your Majesty and has repeatedly disobeyed Your Majesty. Your Majesty is worried that the Shangguan clan will use the princess's marriage, so the princess's marriage partners are all suitable people who are not involved in politics. Although Yang Quan has military power, he will face a disaster. Your Majesty should now be collecting evidence and waiting to catch the Yang family in one fell swoop. But Li Ming did not say anything, which meant that he tacitly agreed. Pei Wenxuan said seriously, but if Your Majesty has such a plan, then you are gravely mistaken. Oh? Li Ming did not seem to care. Beloved official Pei, what do you think? Your Majesty, do you know the strength of Rong country? Extremely strong. Then Your Majesty has misunderstood, Pei Wenxuan explained. Rong is a land of barbarians. Our dynasty's blades can easily cut through their armor. As long as our dynasty's soldiers are fully equipped, 1 against 10 is not a problem. Today, Rong defeated the Yang family because the Yang family has been supplying them with military equipment for many years. This time, Rong counterattacked with our dynasty's weapons. However, they did not make their own weapons, so there will be a time when they will be exhausted, right? In Li Ming's previous life, the Yang family organized a counterattack half a month later and won a great victory. Pei Wenxuan pondered and slowly sorted out the situation he knew in his previous life. Although he did not say it clearly, Li Ming immediately understood. You mean to say that after Rong's weapons are exhausted, our dynasty can attack again and easily win? Yes. Pei Wenxuan said calmly, although the Yang family has lost 50,000 of their direct descendants, they have deep roots in the northwest. No one knows how many soldiers they have in secret. Now, Your Majesty has sent his trusted aides to fight with the Yang family at Chongping Pass. Yang Quan returned to Beijing to marry the princess. If the Yang family successfully marries the princess, what do you think will happen next? What do you think? Next, the crown prince and the Yang family will work together. The Shangguan clan will use the princess's marriage as an excuse to send large amounts of money to the Yang family. After Your Majesty's trusted aides receive the strongest wave of enemy troops, the Yang family will use the Shangguan clan's money to recruit soldiers and counterattack again. At that time, the Yang family will use the princess as an intermediary to gain a foothold in Huajing. When everyone sees that Yang Quan married the princess, they will misunderstand Your Majesty's intentions and will not dare to do anything to the Yang family. If they turn defeat into victory, the Yang family's reputation will rise again. It will not be easy for Your Majesty to pursue the matter of the past. Other than that, the Yang family will have soldiers. The crown prince will have another fierce general. After Pei Wenxuan finished speaking, Li Ming remained silent. After a long time, he finally said, then, according to Minister Pei's intentions, don't give the Yang family any chance to breathe. Pei Wenxuan said calmly, now is the best time to make a move on the Yang family. What about the border? Li Ming frowned. The Yang family has deep roots at the border. If we make a move on them now, the Yang family will rebel at the border. Leave this matter to the crown prince. These words stunned Li Ming. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Ming and said seriously, the border is a mess now. In Huajing, other than the Shangguan clan, the Su clan, the Pei family and other large clans, there is no way to clean it up. Your Majesty, why don't you leave this matter to the crown prince? If anything happens to the crown prince, you can use this as an excuse to appoint another crown prince. For the crown prince, the Shangguan clan will definitely go all out to stabilize the Yang family. What if the crown prince does well? If the crown prince does well, Pei Wenxuan smiled. If the crown prince can really stabilize the Yang family and exhaust the main forces, then Your Majesty can replace the crown prince before the final battle and arrange for your trusted aide to be the main general to fight against the Rhone country and obtain the first merit. Wouldn't that be perfect? Hearing this, Li Ming remained silent. He thought for a while. Pei Wenchuan knelt on the ground and waited for Li Ming. After a long time, Li Ming turned his head and looked at Pei Wenchuan. "You are a smart person." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then, Li Ming said calmly, "Why not pledge loyalty to the crown prince?" "Because," Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Ming and said firmly, "Your Majesty is Your Majesty, but the crown prince may not be the crown prince." Li Ming stared into Pei Wenchuan's eyes. He rarely saw a young man in his 20s with such calmness and boldness in his eyes. Even when they looked at each other, there was some sharpness in his eyes. This sharpness seemed fierce, but in the imperial court, it was easy to break if it was too hard. It was a saber, but it was and would only be a saber. If Pei Wenchuan was so tactful, Li Ming would be a little afraid. But looking at Pei Wenchuan's ambitious eyes, Li Ming felt a little funny. After all, he was only a young man. "I understand." Li Ming nodded. "You are right, but in the imperial court," Li Ming sighed as if he was regretful, "there are not many people who dare to touch the Yang family at this time. This subject is willing to recommend someone to Your Majesty," Pei Wenchuan said respectfully. Li Ming raised his eyebrows. "Speak." "This subject is Pei Wenchuan." Pei Wenchuan kowtowed. "This subject is willing to share Your Majesty's worries." "Huh." Li Ming chuckled, "You are very bold. I don't know how dear official Pei plans to share your worries. When this subject returns to the residence, I will trouble Your Majesty to send a group of secret guards to secretly follow this subject back. If the Yang family wants to make a move today, this subject will use this as an excuse to ask for a thorough investigation, starting from the assassination of this subject, investigating the kidnapping of the princess, and then investigating the collusion at the border. If they don't make a move? If they don't make a move, this subject will report the kidnapping of the princess tomorrow. At that time, if no one dares to investigate this case, this subject will ask for orders to investigate this case." "Good." Li Ming nodded. He raised his head and looked at the sky, saying indifferently, "It's getting late. You should go back. Don't let Master Yang wait too long." Pei Wenchuan respectfully complied. He stood up and supported Li Ming as they slowly walked out. The two of them didn't talk about Li Rong's marriage, but Pei Wenchuan knew that as long as Li Ming treated him as one of his own, Li Rong's marriage should be inevitable. The two of them chatted as they returned from the garden. Pei Wenchuan asked to be excused. He was led out of the imperial study by the eunuch. When he arrived at the square in front of the palace gates, he saw Li Rong's sedan from afar. Li Rong seemed to have just come out of the eastern palace. He held a sword in his hand and was stroking the jewels on it. When Pei Wenchuan saw Li Rong walking over, he and the eunuch stepped aside and respectfully stood on both sides. When Li Rong saw Pei Wenchuan, he stopped them and sat on a high place. He smiled and said, "Lord Pei, why are you still in the palace?" "Just now, His Majesty summoned me," Pei Wenchuan respectfully said. "I chatted with His Majesty for a while before leaving." "So it's like that." Li Rong looked at the person beside him and smiled. "You saved me last night. Did Imperial Father reward you?" "This is what I should do." "I don't deserve a reward." "Then he didn't give you a reward." Li Rong sighed. "Imperial Father is really stingy." As she said this, she looked at the sword in her hand. She held it horizontally and handed it over. She said reluctantly, "Forget it. This is for you. Take it as my gift of thanks." Pei Wenchuan was stunned. Li Rong raised her eyebrows and said, "What? You dare to refuse this consort's reward? How would this humble subject dare to refuse the princess's reward?" Pei Wenchuan reacted and hurriedly received the sword with both hands. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan's bowing and couldn't help but purse her lips. She leaned closer to Pei Wenchuan and whispered, "Lord Pei, you look very handsome like this." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he knew that Li Rong saw him bowing to her and felt proud. He put away the sword and smiled gently. "The princess's current appearance is really innocent and very cute." Li Rong could tell that Pei Wenchuan was scolding her for being pretentious. She was most afraid of people saying that she was innocent and naive. She put on a fake smile and looked at Pei Wenchuan. "This consort still has to go see Imperial Father. Young Master Pei, please take care. Walk slowly on the road. Don't be careless and get into an accident. I won't be able to see you for the rest of my life." She conveyed the rest of her words with her eyes. Pei Wenchuan expressed his disdain with his eyes, but he still said, "Many thanks for your highness's concern. Your highness, please take care. Goodbye." Li Rong smiled, then leaned closer to Pei Wenchuan and whispered in his ear, "I sent you a few people. There's no need to thank me." After saying this, Li Rong straightened her body and elegantly held her chin. Then, she ordered the sedan to set off again in the direction of the imperial study. Pei Wenchuan watched her departing figure and was escorted out of the palace by the eunuchs. As soon as he left the palace, he saw Dong Yi waiting for him with a carriage at the entrance. He looked around and knew that someone was following him. He didn't pay attention and pretended not to know anything. He hugged his sword and sat in the carriage. The carriage swayed as it set off. He didn't know if Yang Quan would come, but it didn't matter. He was already prepared. The carriage turned into a small alley. At this time, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the crowd. A person suddenly rushed into Pei Wenchuan's carriage and said directly, "I'm here on the princess's orders to protect young master." After he finished speaking, he curled up like a bat, sticking to the roof of the carriage and curling up. Pei Wenchuan wasn't surprised. When Li Rong said that she was sending someone else, he knew that Li Rong didn't just come to see him. He nodded to that person and then closed his eyes. No matter how loud the fighting outside was, he was like an old monk in meditation, majestic and unmoving. After a long time, the carriage was fiercely rammed by someone. The curtains were abruptly lifted and then Yang Quan rushed into the carriage, covered in blood and holding a blade. Pei Wenchuan hugged his sword and opened his eyes. At that moment, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through Yang Quan's body from behind. Yang Quan's long blade was only inches away from Pei Wenchuan. Blood splattered. Pei Wenchuan calmly looked at the shocked Yang Quan. "You dare?" Yang Quan's voice trembled. "You dare to kill me?" Pei Wenchuan's expression didn't change. He said each word calmly, colluding with the enemy, possessing troops for your own sake, taking bribes and bending the law, kidnapping the princess, assassinating an official of the imperial court, ignoring the laws of the imperial court. Your Yang family dares to do these things. I'll kill you. Pei Wenchuan's tone became heavier. Why wouldn't I dare? Between each word, Yang Quan lost his breath. The person who attacked bowed respectfully to Pei Wenchuan and quickly said, "The princess said to remember to kowtow 3 times in front of her portrait when you go back to thank her for saving your life." With that, the person jumped out of the carriage and disappeared. Pei Wenchuan didn't even have time to curse before the person disappeared. He was silent for a moment. Outside, he heard Dong Yi hurriedly return to the carriage. When he saw Yang Quan on the ground, he jumped in fright and hurriedly asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Pei Wenchuan didn't answer. He looked at Yang Quan on the ground. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, "Return to the palace." "Return to the palace?" Dong Yi said in surprise. "Return to the palace?" After killing the young master of the Yang family, shouldn't he quickly run away? "Yes, return to the palace." Pei Wenchuan's voice was calm as he said seriously, "He scared me. I have to report him." "Dong Yi, young master, you really don't look scared, okay?" Li Rong gave the sword to Pei Wenchuan and had someone escort her around the palace. She walked around the imperial garden for a while and was squatting on the ground, fiddling with a newly bloomed begonia. She saw the person she sent to Pei Wenchuan return and lead him to her. He respectfully said, "Your Highness, the matter is settled." Li Rong nodded and took the handkerchief from Jing Lan. She replied, "Yang Quan still can't keep his cool. If he had acted a little later, he might have been able to live for a few more days." However, Pei Wenchuan was a person who would do as he said. Since he said that he would take Yang Quan's life, he wouldn't leave Yang Quan with a single breath. However, when Li Rong recalled what the Yang family had done in her previous life, she also felt that leaving such a person alive was indeed a disaster. In her previous life, the Yang family had risked their lives to fight at the border for a long time, causing Xianxia to lose 5 cities in a row. It wasn't until 5 years after Li Chuan ascended the throne that he led an army to recover the 5 cities. It was a good thing that she could let the Yang family have peace as soon as possible. She could roughly guess what Pei Wenchuan had done, but she was also curious as to what Pei Wenchuan had said. She wiped her hands with the handkerchief and stood up. She said to Jing Mei, "Go and report that I plan to go to the Imperial Study to speak with Imperial Father." Jing Mei acknowledged. Li Rong was supported by Jing Lan as she leisurely walked to the Imperial Study. When she arrived at the door of the Imperial Study, she saw Fu Lai waiting for her at the door. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty is discussing matters with several officials. Please wait at the door for a moment." Li Rong gently clapped her hands with the small fan and nodded. She replied, "It's fine. This prince will wait here for a while. Then this servant will bring a chair for your highness?" Fu Lai knew that his highness was used to being favored, so he hurriedly tried to curry favor with him. Li Rong nodded and only replied, "Good." Fu Lai called people over and brought a stool for Li Rong. He also placed a small table with tea and pastries on it. Li Rong had someone bring a book. He sat under the sun and drank tea while waiting for Li Ming to summon him. After a while, a eunuch hurried over and whispered something in Fu Lai's ear. Fu Lai's face changed greatly. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "You bring them in first. I will report to His Majesty first." After speaking, Fu Lai returned to the Imperial Study. Li Rong pretended not to hear anything and leisurely turned a page of the book. After a few hours, Li Rong saw Pei Wenxuan being led over. Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and seemed to be a little flustered. The corner of his clothes was stained with blood and he looked quite miserable. The eunuch led him up the stairs. When he saw him, Pei Wenxuan respectfully said, "Greetings to your highness." When Li Rong heard this, he looked up and sized him up. He revealed a smile and said, "I saw Lord Pei leave the palace just now. Why did you come back?" As he spoke, Li Rong half opened his folding fan and covered half of his face. He whispered, "Could it be that you miss me?" Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and seemed to be a little embarrassed by Li Rong's words. However, he still said calmly, "Your Highness, please don't joke. This humble subject doesn't dare to think about your highness. Something happened on the way and I rushed back to inform His Majesty." When Li Rong saw Pei Wenxuan's appearance, she couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Pei Wenxuan had dealt with her for many years and had long been immune to her poison. Even if she made a dirty joke in front of him, Pei Wenxuan would still be able to accept it without batting an eyelid. Or, like those senior monks in the temple, he would seriously scold her, ridiculous. Of course, she also understood Pei Wenxuan. After all, his life was not much different from that of a monk. But now, Pei Wenxuan was putting on an act. Not only did he pretend to be young, but he also learned how to pretend to be pure. This really made her want to vomit. She raised her hand and used the fan to cover her face. She ordered, "Imperial Father is still in a meeting. Find him a stool to sit and wait." When she finished speaking, she put away the fan, took out a book, and began to read. Pei Wenxuan glanced at the book she was reading. It was another messy book. Ever since he was young, he hadn't changed this hobby. It was also because she was nostalgic. The servant next to him went to serve him tea. The two of them sat as if they were strangers. Pei Wenxuan sat down. A moment later, Fu Lai came out from inside. He looked at Pei Wenxuan and said, "Lord Pei, His Majesty summons you." "Wait." Li Rong interrupted Fu Lai. "This prince has been sitting here for a long time. Why did Imperial Father summon him first and not me?" "Princess." Fu Lai smiled bitterly. "Lord Pei has an urgent matter to attend to." "What urgent matter could he possibly have?" Li Rong looked surprised. His matters are all." Li Rong pointed at herself and didn't say anything. She just stared at Fu Lai as if she wouldn't stop until he let her in. Fu Lai looked bitter. Just as he was about to speak, Li Ming's voice came from inside. "Bring them in together." Fu Lai sighed and hurriedly invited the two of them in. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan with a smug expression. Pei Wenxuan raised his eyebrows and chuckled silently. After entering the room to greet Li Ming, he discovered that there was a group of important officials sitting next to him. Li Ming seemed to be discussing something important. The current court's left and right ministers, as well as the 7 ministers, as well as several powerful figures of the Minister of State, were all here. When Li Rong saw them, he suddenly looked surprised and said awkwardly, "Imperial Father, how about I go back first? When Li Ming heard Li Rong's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Weren't you very arrogant when you came? Since you've already come in, why are you still leaving? Get up. Li Ming raised his chin to the side. Stand behind me. Li Rong stood up rather embarrassedly and obediently stood behind Li Ming. Li Ming turned to look at Pei Wenchuan and said indifferently, didn't you just leave the palace? Why did you come back? Your Majesty. Pei Wenchuan's voice was trembling. This humble official just left the palace and was ambushed by Yang Gongzi. This humble official wanted to protect myself and accidentally killed Yang Gongzi. As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan kowtowed. Bang! The sound of his kowtow resounded through the room and made Li Rong's scalp numb. Just thinking about it made him feel pain. Then, he heard Pei Wenchuan say, killed him. When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Left Prime Minister Shang Wansu shouted in shock, what did you say? Who did you kill? Yang. Pei Wenchuan's voice was trembling. It seemed that he hadn't calmed down yet and couldn't say the name several times. Yang, Lord Shangwan. Right. Prime Minister Su Mingji, who was sitting at the side, said slowly, this young master is still young and has experienced a great disaster. Lord Shangwan, if you scare him like this, how can he explain it clearly? Young Master Pei. Su Mingji turned his head and comforted him. Don't be afraid. Tell me clearly, who did you kill? Pei Wenchuan didn't answer. After a long time, he took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Li Ming. Reporting to your Majesty, this humble official killed the Yang family's second young master, Yang Quan. Everyone present was silent. This time, Pei Wenchuan seemed to be determined to die. He smoothly recounted the whole story, from how he saved the princess, the conflict with Yang Quan, to today's conversation with Yang Quan in front of the imperial study, how Yang Quan threatened to kill him, how he was ambushed by Yang Quan on his way home, and how he killed Yang Quan. When Pei Wenchuan finished speaking, he said in a low voice, this humble official knows that he is guilty today. Although it was second young Master Yang who ambushed this humble official first, the Yang family has contributed a lot to the Xianxia. Now that there is a war before us, second young Master Yang wanted to take this humble official's life. This humble official didn't retaliate for second young Master Yang's sake. However, at that time I didn't have time to think deeply. I only asked for a way out. Now that I have committed such a monstrous crime, Your Majesty. Pei Wenchuan choked with sobs and lowered his head. This humble official deserves to be hacked to pieces. Even if I die, it won't be regretted. I only ask that Your Majesty knows about this as soon as possible to avoid a disaster. Pei Wenchuan's words fell into everyone's ears, making them tremble with fear. Although Pei Wenchuan said that he deserved to be hacked to pieces, which one of his words wasn't heart-wrenching? Yang Quan was only a young master of the Yang family, yet he dared to kidnap the princess and kill an official of the imperial court out of jealousy. No matter which one of these things, it was a crime punishable by death. However, Pei Wenchuan was right about one thing. Now that the Yang family had troops at the border for many years, they had accumulated a lot of power. Even if they did these things, if they wanted to punish them, they would have to think twice. Especially now that the border was tight, if they angered the Yang family and something happened, no one would dare to take responsibility. Therefore, everyone present didn't say anything and kept silent. Li Ming's expression was calm. He picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. After a moment, he slowly said, what are you afraid of? Pei Wenchuan lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Li Ming raised his cup and slammed it down, shouting, you are an official of the imperial court of Xianxia. Yang Quan dared to assassinate you on the street. You killed him, so what? What are you afraid of? Your Majesty. Pei Wenchuan said in a trembling voice, the border, the Yang family still dares to rebel? Li Ming shouted angrily, then looked at the officials around him. I already told you just now that the Yang family couldn't even withstand a single blow from Rome country's invasion. They have completely disgraced our Xianxia. 50,000 soldiers couldn't even withstand 20,000 soldiers besieging the city. Now they dare to kidnap the princess and assassinate an official in Huajing. Does the Yang family think that I'm dead? Your Majesty, please calm down. Everyone saw that Li Ming was so angry and hurriedly knelt down. Shang Guansu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, victory and defeat are common in war." The Yang family was caught off guard by Rong country's sudden attack. Now that the Yang family is still at the front line, it's better to shut up. Li Ming raised a book and threw it over, hitting Shang Guansu squarely in the face. Li Rong panicked. He looked at Shang Guansu, then at Li Ming. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to. Li Ming panted and stared at everyone present. "I will definitely handle this case. The Yang family has humiliated the imperial family. I will investigate them thoroughly." "Who will handle this case?" No one present dared to say anything. Everyone had their own plans. A centipede dies but never falls down. Shang Guansu spoke up for the Yang family, which showed that the Shangguan family and the Yang family might join hands. In such an occasion, the aristocratic families were not willing to participate in such a struggle. Li Ming nodded. "Good, very good. All of you are afraid of him." Pei Wenchuan. Li Ming turned his head and stared at Pei Wenchuan. "Since you dared to kill people, I ask you, do you dare to investigate this case?" "Your Majesty." Hearing this, the Minister of Works, Pei Liwen, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and said anxiously, "Wenchuan is still young. He can't, did I ask you?" Li Ming shouted, stunning Pei Liwen. The Minister of Works, Pei Lixian, who had been kneeling next to him, gave Pei Liwen a look and shook his head. Pei Liwen didn't dare to speak. Li Ming stared at Pei Wenchuan. "Speak." Pei Wenchuan took a deep breath and straightened his body. "This humble subject is willing to share your Majesty's burden." "Good." Li Ming said directly. "From today onwards, you will go to the censorate and supervise the Yang family's case together with the Ministry of Justice." "Your Majesty," Shang Guansu couldn't help but speak up. Pei Wenchuan said that he was the victim. "I'm afraid it's inappropriate for him to investigate this case." "Then what about Shang Guandarin?" Li Ming asked. Shang Guansu was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Li Rong's voice rang out. "Why don't I be the judge of this case and the Lord Pei will assist me?" Hearing this, everyone looked over. Li Rong coughed softly and said seriously, "This matter also started because of me. I'm the princess. It's not impossible for me to investigate the Yang family's rank. Since none of you have a suitable candidate, I'll be the judge and the Lord Pei will handle the case. What do you think?" Li Rong spoke. Everyone fell silent. Li Ming frowned and Shang Guansu was also deep in thought. Su Mingji hesitated. "But the princess is also the victim of this case, then let Assistant Minister Su be the judge?" Li Rong looked at Su Mingji. Su Mingji was stunned. Li Rong said directly, "I've heard that Assistant Minister Su is fair and upright. If Minister Zhua is still worried, why don't we let Assistant Minister Su be the judge of this case?" "Princess, you must be joking." Su Mingji hurriedly said, "My son is too young to handle such a big case. So he'll be the judge." Li Rong interrupted Su Mingji and looked directly at Shang Guansu. "Uncle, what do you think?" Shang Guansu pursed his lips. He glanced at Li Rong and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he said, "I think the princess's words are reasonable." Li Rong turned to look at Li Ming and blinked. "Father?" Li Ming glanced at Shang Guansu. He knew that if this continued, Shang Guansu would recommend someone from his side to investigate this case. Now that he was certain that the Shangguan family was related to the Yang family, it would be difficult to handle this case. Li Ming nodded and replied, "There's no other way now. We'll do as you say." Li Ming's face turned serious. "Don't act recklessly." "Father, don't worry." Li Rong smiled. "I know what I'm doing." Li Ming gradually calmed down. He looked around and comforted Shang Guansu. Then, he had everyone leave, leaving Li Rong alone in the room. The father and daughter were silent for a long time. Li Ming said, "Why did you suddenly come to see father today?" Li Rong lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "I was kidnapped last night. I should have come to find Imperial Father first to report the situation. It's too late for me to come now." Li Ming didn't say anything. He saw that Li Rong looked tired. She seemed to have a lot on her mind. Li Ming couldn't figure out his daughter's position. He had always doted on Li Rong, but Li Rong's younger brother was the crown prince. Now that he had a conflict with Li Chuan, he didn't know what Li Rong was thinking. Li Rong was smart, but she also valued relationships. Li Ming had held her in the palm of his hand for many years. He also had feelings for her. If it wasn't for power, he also wanted this child to live well. He was silent for a long time. In the end, he didn't ask directly. Instead, he asked in a roundabout way, this time, you saw 4 people. Which one do you like? Li Rong didn't say anything. Li Ming hesitated and said slowly, what do you think of Pei Wenchuan? Li Rong lowered her head and didn't say anything. Li Ming looked up and said impatiently, answer. Ken thinks that he's a good person. He's a good person, but he's not good in other aspects. Li Ming thought for a moment and said slowly, you only need to think about whether you like this person or not. Don't worry about anything else. Hearing this, Li Rong's tears fell down, as if she had been greatly wronged. Li Ming saw Li Rong crying and hurriedly said, why are you crying? Imperial father, Li Rong sobbed, I just feel that as a family, why can't we just, Li Ming understood Li Rong's words. He thought that the Empress was pressuring Li Rong to put in a good word for Yang Quan. Although he and the Empress had many disputes, they had never involved this daughter. Now that it was about marriage, they had to compete. Seeing Li Rong crying like a pear blossom in the rain, he also felt quite distressed. Finally, he said, this matter, your mother and I are in the wrong. You don't need to think too much. Just pretend that you don't know. You can choose the one you like. Father will always listen to you. You and Pei Wenchuan were together for a night. According to reason, you should be his person. He's a good child, and he's also good looking. If you marry him, you won't lose out. Li Rong nodded. Li Ming sighed, don't cry. Tidy up and think about my words. When Yang Quan's case is finished, I will appoint a marriage between you two. Yes. Li Rong controlled her voice, raised her head, and said, this son will listen to father. Li Ming comforted Li Rong for a while, then let her get up. He called Fu Lai to send Li Rong out. When Fu Lai heard Li Ming's words, he smiled and said, how can it be this servant's turn to send you off? Lord Pei is waiting for Princess outside. He's been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, Li Ming and Li Rong showed some surprise. After a while, Li Ming laughed, this boy is trying to kidnap my daughter in front of me. Although he said this, Li Ming still urged, all right, you can go. Don't let this old man delay you young people. Li Rong showed a blushing face. She bowed and retreated. She walked all the way out of the imperial study and into the long corridor. She saw Pei Wenchuan waiting for her in front of the railing. He was wearing an azure wide-sleeved gown with silver-embroidered cloud patterns. He was holding a palace lantern and looking up at the bright moon in the sky. Pei Wenchuan's appearance was born with a bit of a mortal aura. At this moment, he was holding a lantern and looking at the moon. The wind blew his gown, making him look like a person from the Moon Palace who was about to fly away with the wind at any time. Fu Lai sent Li Rong to the door and said respectfully, Your Highness, this old servant will see you off until here. Please accompany me for the rest of the journey, Lord Pei. Li Rong nodded and said lightly, you can go. Fu Lai responded and retreated. Pei Wenchuan turned around and looked at her from head to toe. Then, he came forward with the lantern and stopped in front of her. He was born tall. When he looked at her, he lowered his head and looked at her seriously. Li Rong saw him looking at her carefully. She didn't know why, but she felt a little embarrassed. She turned her head and whispered, What are you looking at? She cried. Pei Wenchuan nodded and said his conclusion. He sighed and said, Your Highness is more considerate than this humble subject. Hearing this, Li Rong was a little angry. He laughed mockingly and said, How can I compare to Lord Pei? You know when to yield and when to stand tall. You have both wisdom and courage. Pei Wenchuan was able to advance and retreat freely with such a two-sided style. As the two talked, the attendants behind them didn't dare to follow too close. Therefore, the two walked side by side in the imperial city. Pei Wenchuan walked and said, Let's make a long story short. Pei Wenchuan briefly finished his conversation with Li Ming and concluded, after Yang Quan's matter is settled, His Majesty will push the matter of the Northwest to Your Highness the Crown Prince. If Your Highness the Crown Prince can handle this matter well, Your Highness the Crown Prince won't have to worry about military power anymore. What if I can't handle it well? Li Rong tapped his small fan on the palm of his hand and said lightly, then he will be directly abolished and demoted to a commoner. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. You dare to bet on this? You're very bold. If I'm not bold, Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong's words and said calmly, would I dare to marry you? That's true. Li Rong nodded. Marrying me isn't easy. It's very dangerous. Marrying you isn't dangerous, Pei Wenchuan said seriously. It's just that you're too fierce and dangerous. You're the one who begged to marry me. Li Rong glared at him, then quickened his pace and walked forward. Pei Wenchuan sensed that she was really angry. He was afraid that she would lose control and do something crazy, so he didn't talk back. He rubbed his nose and hurriedly chased after her. Yes, yes, yes. I was the one who asked to marry Your Highness. However, Your Highness. The smile in his voice gradually disappeared and was replaced by a serious tone. This humble official has something to ask Your Highness. Let it go. Li Rong said coldly. Pei Wenchuan smiled gently and looked at her with a sizing up expression. This humble official wants to ask, just now in the imperial study, Your Highness asked Su Yongqing to investigate this case. What did Your Highness mean? Li Rong stopped in her tracks. Pei Wenchuan held the palace lantern and turned to look at her. How does Your Highness want to investigate? Do you want to investigate this case all day long and call Lord Su over to investigate every day? Or do you want to invite Lord Su over every day to discuss it and investigate every day? Also, Pei Wenchuan seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, does Your Highness think that it's a bit inappropriate for this humble official to investigate this case with this humble official here? Why don't you and Lord Su investigate this case together? Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked up at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan had a smile on his face. Li Rong said expressionlessly, Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. Li Rong said coldly, can you be any more pretentious? Pei Wenchuan's expression froze. Li Rong raised her hand and pinched a small section with her index finger and thumb. She moved closer to him and said seriously, look carefully. What is this? What is it? Pei Wenchuan frowned. Li Rong said with a serious face, your heart's eye. Pei Wenchuan was stunned by Li Rong's actions. After a moment of silence, he finally said, I'm narrow-minded, but you're not thin-skinned either. He turned his face away and walked forward slowly with the lantern in his hand. You're not young anymore. Su Yongqing is still in his prime. Don't think that you're an old cow eating young grass. Li Rong remained silent. Pei Wenchuan smiled. Why? Are you unhappy that I said you're old? I'm old, but you're not. Li Rong glared at Pei Wenchuan and turned his head away. He said calmly, I just think that you're too filthy. I don't want to talk to you. I'm filthy? Pei Wenchuan sneered. Do you dare to say that you don't mean that? Then I really dare, Li Rong explained generously. I let Su Yongqing be the inspector because he's suitable. If you and I were to investigate this case, the officials would not be convinced. If someone else were to investigate, they would either be my uncle's men, or they would definitely side with the Yangs. If they didn't side with the Yangs, they probably wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. Now, other than Su Yongqing, who else would take on this hot potato? Su Mingji just happened to jump out and say something. If he said something, he would let his son investigate this case. Then, no one else would dare to say anything. You're very confident in him. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but slow down and speak coldly. Li Rong walked in front. When he heard Pei Wenchuan's words, he couldn't help but smile. Although the Su family avoided trouble and returned to the right path, they're still considered noble. Rongqing is a gentleman. When it comes to him, he won't hide. You make it sound so dignified. Pei Wenchuan's voice was calm. In my previous life, you also said the same thing to me. Li Rong was somewhat at a loss. She turned around and saw Pei Wenchuan standing in the same spot, looking at her calmly. In my previous life, when you asked me to save Su Yongqing, you also gave me a set of reasons, saying that the Su clan had been wronged and that if they were to settle old scores in the future, it wouldn't be good for me or for His Majesty. You said that you saved Su Yongqing for the sake of morality and justice, and nothing else, right? Li Rong didn't say anything. The spring breeze in April was still a little cold. Pei Wenxuan looked at her quietly and asked, "What happened after that?" Li Rong was silent. She looked at Pei Wenxuan's indifferent expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Is this why you hate him?" Pei Wenxuan was stunned. Li Rong looked at his expression and asked, "Because I lied to you?" Pei Wenxuan laughed mockingly and didn't reply, but it could be considered a tacit acknowledgement. Li Rong raised her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. She said calmly, "I told you earlier that I really thought so at that time. Didn't you also not believe me? Then what's the point of saying all this?" "I'm just reminding you." Pei Wenxuan said coldly, "Don't let lust ruin things. In your previous life, you fell into his hands. If you fall into his hands again in this life, then you're stupid. Even if that's the case, what does this have to do with you?" Li Rong heard the reprimand in his tone and was rather angry. She looked at him coldly. "In any case, you and I will be separated in a few years. In this life, Lord Pei can rest assured that if I kill you, it won't be because of other people's instigation." Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. He pursed his lips as if he was angry. Li Rong laughed mockingly. "You quarrel every time, and when you quarrel, you get angry at yourself. You're really... I won't see you off. You can go back by yourself." Before Li Rong could finish speaking, Pei Wenxuan finally couldn't take it anymore. He quickly stepped forward, stuffed the palace lantern into Li Rong's hand, and turned to leave. Li Rong didn't expect that even after Pei Wenxuan was reborn and wasn't the left prime minister, his temper could still be so bad. She held the lantern and was momentarily stunned. Pei Wenxuan walked a few steps, then thought of something and turned back. He frowned and stretched out his hand. "Give me some men. I'm afraid that the people of the Yang residence will leave the city tonight." Being angry was one thing, but asking for men and money wasn't ambiguous. Li Rong was so angry that she laughed. She reached out and took the token, then slapped it into Pei Wenxuan's hand. "Go and find some men." Pei Wenxuan didn't reply. He took the token and turned to leave. He went to the princess's residence to look for people. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan's back as he left. She was angry, but she didn't know why she was angry. After he left, she held it in for a long time before finally calming down. She advised herself that it wasn't worth it to get angry over this kind of person. When she calmed down, she said, "Let's go." The Jing Lan and Jing Mei looked at each other before walking over. The Jing Mei looked at Li Rong and whispered, "Why did young Master Pei leave?" "He's sick." Li Rong replied without hesitation. The maids looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything. Li Rong walked in the night breeze. After a while, his mood was much better. He said calmly, "Let's go back to the palace. We'll meet again tomorrow." In fact, Pei Wenxuan didn't like Su Yongqing. It wasn't a matter of a day or two. Even if she was reborn, she knew that it couldn't be changed. The two of them didn't get along from the beginning. Pei Wenxuan felt that Su Yongqing was pretentious. Su Yongqing never said anything about Pei Wenxuan, but when the two of them stood side by side, anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was an invisible force between the two of them. This was the case before Su Yongqing came to Li Rong's side. After Su Yongqing came to Li Rong's side, it was even more so. For a long time, there was Su Yongqing but not Pei Wenxuan, and there was Pei Wenxuan but not Su Yongqing. At the beginning, Li Rong wondered if Pei Wenxuan liked her a little and was jealous. But after a long time, she could see that Pei Wenxuan's hostility towards Su Yongqing was probably due to jealousy at the beginning. Later on, it was just because he was unwilling to accept it. Su Yongqing became famous at a young age. He was born into a noble family and was given the love of his father and mother. Almost all the best things in the world were given to him. On the other hand, Pei Wenxuan was also a son of a noble family, but he had been through a lot. When Pei Wenxuan was young, he was jealous of Su Yongqing. Later on, He finally married her and supported his family all by himself. He could be said to be a handsome man. But at this time, she chose Su Yongqing and not him. This was a great humiliation to Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan wasn't jealous. Pei Wenxuan just hated Su Yongqing. In the early years, Pei Wenxuan might have had a good impression of her, but this kind of good impression had long been worn down over the years. Li Rong was used to knowing her own limits. She wasn't a likable girl, and Pei Wenxuan were fighting for power and benefits. She was afraid that Pei Wenxuan had long been tired of her. It was just that Pei Wenxuan was a kind person. They had been together for a long time, and now that they had returned together, he probably felt some sympathy for those who had fallen into the same predicament. That was why he took the initiative to propose cooperation. But the two of them had long understood each other's disgust deep in their bones. If two people who knew each other well hated each other, that would be the scariest thing. Because they knew each other's weaknesses and moves too well, every time they made a move, they would ruthlessly stab at the other's heart. A casual word or a glance would be able to point at the other's sore spot. Sprinkling salt on the wound and attacking the heart with words. This was what a husband and wife who had spent most of their lives were best at. Li Rong leisurely returned to her palace and rested while thinking about what happened during the day. Although her princess residence had been built many years ago, she had always lived in the palace. Only the princess residences Xianxia and Li Ming's 2,000 bodyguards and a group of servants were settled there. It could also be considered one of her properties. Pei Wenxuan took her command tablet, gathered his men, and waited outside the Yang family's door for the night. As Pei Wenxuan expected, almost all of the Yang family's people left that night. Only the old madam and a few womenfolk stayed at home to cover their eyes and ears. Pei Wenxuan waited outside the city like this, like catching a turtle in a jar. He caught one who came, and he caught them all night. Li Rong had a good night's sleep. When it was morning, she got up, washed up, and went to the door of the main hall early. At this time, the morning court hadn't started yet. The civil and military officials were standing outside, chatting in twos and threes. Li Rong's arrival made everyone feel a little strange. Princess Xianxia participated in politics, but unless she was specially summoned, she wouldn't directly go to court. Thus, when Li Rong came, everyone began to guess what Li Rong was doing here. The officials who heard Li Ming's anger yesterday didn't find it strange. The old monk sat still and stood in place, not even looking at Li Rong. Li Rong scanned the crowd but didn't see the person she was looking for. After waiting for a while, she saw Pei Wenxuan yawning as he walked in. According to his rank, a small official like him wouldn't even be able to enter the main hall. Li Rong saw him yawning as he walked in, ignoring the gazes of the people around them. He walked directly to her side and stood still. His hands were in his sleeves, and he said vaguely, "It's done. Did you sleep last night?" Li Rong looked him up and down. She saw that his eyes were dark, as if he had been beaten. She couldn't help but ask, "You didn't sleep again, right?" Thanks to the princess, Pei Wenxuan woke up and looked a little better. He said clearly, "I didn't sleep last night again." He didn't sleep much the night before, and he was tense the whole day yesterday. Pei Wenxuan thought of this cruel fact and couldn't help but say, "If this continues, the princess doesn't need to do anything. This official is afraid that he won't be able to hold on for much longer." Li Rong covered her face with a small fan and laughed softly. Pei Wenxuan was already used to her being happy when she saw him unhappy. He only said softly, "Last night, they moved like ants. Those young masters are all here. The family should be neat and tidy. Let's put them together today?" "Up to you." Li Rong said softly, "Let's talk about it after the court." As the two were talking, they saw Su Mingji leading Su Yongqing in. The Su family had a good reputation in the court. When they came in, they were the center of attention. Su Yongqing followed his father and greeted the people around him, then he stood in front. As soon as Su Yongqing came in, everyone couldn't help but look over. Li Rong was naturally no exception. Pei Wenxuan saw Li Rong looking at Su Yongqing as he walked past. He quietly approached Li Rong and said softly, "I have to remind you. Don't say anything when you see him. His position is still unclear." As he said that, Su Yongqing looked over. he saw Li Rong from afar. He was stunned at first, then he smiled and bowed to Li Rong. Li Rong nodded her head in return. Pei Wenxuan snorted softly at the side. Li Rong ignored him, afraid that they would quarrel again, so the two of them stood side by side at the edge of the square. Then, they heard the eunuch announcing the start of the court. The officials stood in 2 rows and slowly walked in amidst the chanting. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan didn't have an official position that allowed them to enter the imperial court. They stood at the door and waited for Li Ming to summon them. Pei Wenxuan was a little sleepy. He simply closed his eyes and said, "I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me if there's anything." After saying that, he didn't wait for Li Rong's reply. He leaned against the wall and directly closed his eyes and fell asleep. There wasn't anyone outside the main hall. It was empty. On the contrary, the main hall was bustling with noise. The officials were chattering. To Pei Wenxuan, it was an excellent lullaby. He was standing and leaning against the wall, but once he fell asleep, he couldn't control himself and involuntarily fell towards Li Rong. Li Rong was still thinking about something when he felt Pei Wenxuan gradually approaching. Then, he seemed to feel weightless. He suddenly woke up and hurriedly sat up. Li Rong saw that he was so sleepy and felt quite disgusted. He couldn't help but say, "Are you that sleepy? You try." Pei Wenxuan didn't sleep well and was in a bad mood. Li Rong laughed, "Pei Wenxuan, you're really delicate. Who am I doing this for?" Pei Wenxuan immediately retorted. After that, he froze. He seemed to feel a little embarrassed. He turned his head and said, "You slept well. I'm too lazy to care about you." Li Rong didn't say anything. Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes again. After a moment, he suddenly heard Li Rong say, "Lean on me." Pei Wenxuan ignored him. Then, he felt Li Rong lean over. They were shoulder to shoulder. Li Rong's usually cold voice seemed to have a hint of warmth. He said calmly, "I'm standing firm. Lean on me. You won't fall." Pei Wenxuan pretended not to hear. They leaned shoulder to shoulder. He squinted his eyes and said. The morning light sprinkled on the white jade steps. It slowly went up and then fell on the two people. The morning light was warm, but it couldn't compare to the warmth of Li Rong's shoulder. Pei Wenxuan seemed to be extremely sleepy. Even though he was just standing there, he felt a rare sense of peace. He felt as if he had fallen asleep, but also as if he hadn't. He could vaguely hear the voices of people and birds, but he also felt as if he was in a dream. Li Rong crossed his arms and listened to the officials in the court. Li Ming told them about how the Yang family had lost 3 cities at the border. The court was shocked. Li Ming asked for the Yang family to be put on record. Naturally, everyone had to quarrel. Most of the officials didn't say anything. Some of them thought that Li Ming's request was unreasonable. The Yang family had outstanding military achievements. Now that the frontline war was still ongoing, they couldn't imprison the families of the frontline soldiers just because they had lost a few battles. Li Ming listened to these officials defending the Yang family and sneered, then what if the Yang family was accused of deceiving the emperor, kidnapping the princess, assassinating the imperial court's officials, and colluding with the enemy? Then, can they still be interrogated? No one dared to speak. After a long time, one of the officials hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, where did you hear these rumors?" "Summon." Li Ming raised his hand. Then, a eunuch's sharp voice sounded, "Summon Princess Ping Ali and Pei Wenxuan to the palace." Hearing their names called, Li Rong turned his head and saw the young man slowly open his eyes under the morning light. His facial features were 3-dimensional. From the side, he looked like a mountain range. His eyelashes were very long. When he opened his eyes under the morning light, he looked like a butterfly flapping its wings, lightly leaping in the light. "Let's go." Li Rong smiled gently, stood up straight, and walked towards the palace. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong's thin back and felt a little dizzy for a moment. He vaguely felt a little absent-minded. After a moment, he recovered and couldn't help but smile. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again. Then, he straightened his expression and walked inside. Following Li Rong, he knelt on the ground and shouted, "Aken, humble official, greet your Majesty. Long live your Majesty." rise. Li Ming raised his hand and said, Pei Wenchuan, read the memorial to them. If they wanted to make a case against Madame Yang, they naturally needed someone to be the executioner. Other people didn't dare to write this memorial, but Pei Wenchuan had already finished writing it last night. His pen was sharp and without any concealment. He vehemently criticized Madame Yang for deceiving the emperor, being tyrannical and unreasonable, colluding with the enemy, and disregarding the law. After a series of scoldings, the entire palace was silent. After a while, the censorate finally reacted and began to argue with Pei Wenchuan. When Li Rong saw Pei Wenchuan arguing with the censorate, he consciously took a step back towards Pei Wenchuan and watched as Pei Wenchuan argued with the crowd. Pei Wenchuan was a tough person, but his mouth was even tougher. In the past, Pei Wenchuan had always argued with him, regardless of whether it was in the imperial court or not. He could always argue with him until he vomited blood. Now, when he saw Pei Wenchuan arguing with the people in front of him, Li Rong actually felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The entire censorate took turns to fight. Pei Wenchuan fought with the crowd alone. Li Ming originally wanted to intervene, but when he saw that Pei Wenchuan was truly formidable, he finally fell silent and drank his tea while listening to these people ridicule him. Li Rong retreated to the side and had someone prepare tea. When Pei Wenchuan finished scolding these people in one breath, he coldly said, Does anyone have any objections? When no one made a sound, Li Rong silently brought the tea over. Pei Wenchuan habitually took the tea and drank it. After drinking it, he felt that something was wrong. When he turned his head, he saw Li Rong's smiling eyes, as if saying to him, Continue. Pei Wenchuan didn't know why, but when he saw Li Rong like this, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He pretended to be calm and turned his head to look at the officials arguing with him across from him. In the imperial court, most of the arguments were about making a big point and putting a big hat on it. It didn't matter if it was feasible or not, as long as one stood on an absolutely correct principle, no one could say anything about it. Pei Wenchuan was familiar with the ways of the imperial court, and because he was young and vigorous, he argued with these people all morning in one breath. His sleepiness had completely disappeared and he was in high spirits. The officials on the other side either couldn't win or couldn't persuade him. In the end, they were all defeated. Li Ming saw that it was about time and said, All right, since everyone has discussed it, then it's decided. As he said this, Li Ming pointed at three people, Ping Lu, Pei Wenchuan, Su Yongqing. The three people who were named stood up. Li Ming said calmly, This matter concerns the Yang family, so this case will be handled by Ping Lu. Pei Wenchuan will be appointed as the imperial censor to assist Ping Lu. Because the two of you are involved in this case, the Ministry of Justice's assistant minister, Su Yongqing, will be appointed to supervise this case. What do you think? No one spoke. The argument stopped. Li Ming nodded with satisfaction and said to the side, Write the decree. The Yang family's Yang Quan attempted to murder the princess and assassinate the officials. The Yang family can be spared the death penalty, but they cannot escape punishment. Because of the meritorious service of the Yang family, they will not be transferred to prison. After searching for evidence, they will be temporarily placed under house arrest in the mansion. As he said this, Li Ming raised his head and said calmly, Ping Lu, Zhen will give you another 500 people, is that enough? Thank you, Fu Huang. Li Rong happily replied, A Ken will definitely handle it properly for you. The officials didn't speak. Li Ming seemed to be tired. He nodded and waved his hand, announcing, Let's go. Everyone bowed and respectfully sent Li Ming off. After Li Ming left, Li Rong stood up and looked at Pei Wenchuan and Su Yongqing. He smiled and said, Now, Zhengong plans to search the Yang family. What do you two plan to do? This humble official will listen to His Highness's arrangements. Pei Wenchuan respectfully said. Su Yongqing smiled gently, This official will also follow. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan and then looked at Su Yongqing. After so many years, this was the first time he saw the two smiling and standing together so harmoniously. Li Rong didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a strange guilty conscience. She coughed lightly and stepped forward, saying, There's no time to lose. Let's go. Li Rong hurriedly distanced himself from them. Su Yongqing and Pei Wenchuan followed behind Li Rong. Li Rong couldn't explain why his heart was beating so fast. The three of them walked out of the palace and boarded the carriage. Li Rong led Jing Lan and Jing Mei to the front carriage and said to Pei Wenxuan and Su Yongqing, Zhen Gong will go first. The two of you, please wait. As he spoke, Li Rong boarded the carriage. After instructing someone to transfer the Fu soldiers to the Yang family's entrance, she hurriedly lowered the curtain and used a small fan to fan herself. It seemed that she had been holding back for a long time. What's wrong with Princess? Jing Mei saw Li Rong's appearance and poured tea for Li Rong. She couldn't help but smile. Why are you like this? Li Rong shook his head and took the tea from the side. After a while, she sighed and said, I suddenly admire those men who have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Why does Princess say that? Jing Mei didn't understand. Li Rong sighed as if she had just survived a disaster. My heart is beating too fast. I can't stand it. In her previous life, there was a time when she had thought about having many male companions. It would be best if they all looked like Pei Wenxuan and Su Yongqing. Perhaps it would be a kind of happiness to have one on each side every day. Today, she suddenly realized that sometimes, having too many people around you might not be a happy thing. At least at this moment, she only felt afraid, flustered, and guilty. There was no happiness to speak of. Li Rong's emotions were fluctuating, but Pei Wenxuan and Su Yongqing were unusually calm. The two of them rode in the same carriage and had nothing to do, so they played chess. I'm afraid the marriage between young master and princess has been set. Su Yongqing twisted a chess piece and said in a flat voice, I heard that the palace was very noisy last night. Lord Su is very concerned about the princess's marriage. Who doesn't care about this in Huajing? Su Yongqing smiled. Lord Pei is now a hot topic in the capital. Hot topic? Hot topic about whether or not I will marry the princess? As Pei Wenxuan spoke, a chess piece fell on the chessboard. He looked up at Su Yongqing, then I'll be frank with young Master Su. Her Highness the Princess, I will definitely marry her. Su Yongqing laughed and tapped the fan in his hand on the palm of his hand. That's true. But I'm a bit curious, Su Yongqing said as he placed a chess piece. What does Lord Pei think of the princess? She's very good, Pei Wenxuan said calmly. She's good with words. As Pei Wenxuan spoke, another word appeared in his mind, sharp tongue. She's considerate. She could always step on his most heartbreaking points. She's an excellent girl. After praising Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan suddenly felt like he didn't want to speak anymore. He felt that saying these words almost exhausted him. Su Yongqing listened to Pei Wenxuan's words, nodded, and said gently, but I heard that Lord Pei had a child betrothal. Lord Pei and that girl. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he coldly looked up at Su Yongqing in front of him. Su Yongqing understood Pei Wenxuan's warning when he saw this look. He nodded and said, I understand. Some people are just like the bright moon. They can be seen but not reached. Lord Su, don't remind your highness so much, Pei Wenxuan said calmly, otherwise, I won't be able to figure out who the Lord Su's bright moon is. I'm just joking. Su Yongqing waved his fan. Let's continue playing chess. The two played chess, but their moves were a mess. Pei Wenxuan lost interest and directly said, Young Master Su, I'm very sleepy. I'll sleep for a while. I won't accompany you. Su Yongqing smiled and said gently, please. Pei Wenxuan responded, leaned against the side, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, he did not know why, but he thought of Li Rong in the morning. She stood by his side and allowed him to lean on her, but she was able to stand steadily. He did not know how she could stand so steadily, even though she was so thin, as if the wind could blow her away. Pei Wenxuan didn't realize that his thoughts were running wild. He smiled lightly. When Pei Wenxuan woke up, he went to Yangfu. Li Rong had already sent people to surround Yangfu. When he got off the carriage, he saw Yangfu's soldiers and imperial bodyguards confronting each other. Yangfu's gate was tightly shut. The soldiers on both sides didn't dare to move. Li Rong walked to the side of the guards. Her imperial bodyguard Captain Jiang Ping came forward and said respectfully, Princess. Where are the Yangfu's people? They're all inside. They don't want to come out. Princess isn't here. This subordinate doesn't dare to make a move. Li Rong nodded. She looked at Yang Fu's gate and held her fan in front of her chest. The fan gently tapped on her arm, but she didn't say anything. Su Yongqing and Pei Wenchuan came over. Su Yongqing was puzzled. Your Highness, why is Yang Fu's gate locked? Oh, Li Rong thought, they don't dare. Li Rong turned around and waved at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan came forward and said respectfully, Your Highness. Tell me, if I want to reason with Yang Fu, can you win? No. Pei Wenchuan said decisively, there's a hierarchy in the imperial court. Your Highness can win. But now, Yang Fu's gate is in front of the common people. Yang Fu's reputation is very high. If we don't have enough evidence, I'm afraid we'll be cursed. Since Pei Wenchuan said that she couldn't win, Li Rong didn't struggle anymore. She thought for a while and said to Jiangping, guard the Yang family well. If they don't come out, don't come out. Jiangping agreed. Li Rong looked around and checked the situation. Then, she said to Su Yongqing, Lord Su, in this situation, it's not appropriate to search the residence. I want to go to the Ministry of War to get some account books. I wonder if Lord Su can help. I'll listen to your Highness' orders. Su Yongqing said respectfully. Li Rong nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble Lord Su to go to the Ministry of War to coordinate. If the Ministry of War is willing to check the accounts, I'll go there. Su Yongqing agreed. Li Rong turned to Pei Wenchuan and said, Lord Pei. I'm here. Lord Pei didn't bring a carriage. I'll send you off. Thank you, Your Highness. Pei Wenchuan bowed and thanked Li Rong. Then, he followed Li Rong's arrangement and got into Li Rong's carriage. Li Rong told Jiangping to treat the Yang family members well before rolling up the curtain and getting into the carriage. The two of them sat on opposite sides of the carriage. The Jing Lan and Jing Mei didn't come in. Li Rong poured tea for himself. Pei Wenchuan asked directly, where are we going? Why don't you think I'll send you home? Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Pei Wenchuan shook his head and said, you didn't get anything today. You can't go back like this. As expected of someone who's known me for many years. You really know me well. Li Rong picked up the teacup and blew away the green leaves on it. Then, he said slowly, do you remember Tuobayan? Pei Wenchuan thought carefully and finally remembered, she's the boss of a private bank that you caught before? Yes. Li Rong nodded and said, this person travels between the northwest and Huajing all year round. She has properties in several countries. On the surface, she does business, but in reality, she makes a living by laundering money. Huajing's nobles have a lot of dealings with her. Including the Yang family. Pei Wenchuan said affirmatively. Li Rong responded, although the Yang family was destroyed by my father, the investigation wasn't very clear. Later, when I investigated Tuobayan for Chuaner, I really found out about the Yang family's operations. Tuobayan is able to stay in various countries not only because he's good at business, but also because he has a life-saving talisman. Li Rong approached Pei Wenchuan and said softly, the account book. So you're not in a hurry to investigate the Ministry of War's account book. Pei Wenchuan understood. Li Rong sneered, what's there to investigate about the Ministry of War and the Yang family's account book? How can it be true when there are people investigating it every year? Moreover, if we can't get the evidence ourselves, those old foxes in the Ministry of War, who would dare to give you the account book? We're not like before, where we could have hundreds of people responding to a call. Now, no one in the imperial court likes us. It's just the two of us who have formed a group for warmth. Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong's words and analyzed, we got the account book of money laundering from Tuobayan, which corresponds to the account book of the Northwest Military and the Yang family's account book. After comparing, we can more or less figure out the flow of money in and out of the account book. The Yang family's crime of embezzling money is more or less confirmed. Li Rong responded and continued, now that we've trapped the Yang family's people, they'll definitely ask for help from the border. When General Yang receives the urgent report from his family, he'll probably do something to pressure His Majesty. If they resign and lose their city, I'm afraid that all the civil and military officials in the imperial court will use us to appease the Yang family and beg them to fight the war. When the time comes, we'll let the crown prince take over this matter. Pei Wenchuan spoke calmly, as if everything was going according to his plan. Let's invite Qin Lin and Cui Qinghe to come out of the mountain and follow the crown prince to the front line. As long as the front line lasts for another half a month, Rong country's weapons will be almost exhausted. At that time it'll be the crown prince's time to make a contribution. Qin Lin and Cui Qinghe were the most capable generals under Li Chuan in his previous life. One was civil and the other was military. During Li Chuan's era, they almost pacified the entire north. If they could invite them out of the mountain in advance, with their abilities, along with the information provided by the Shangguan clan, Li Chuan, Li Rong, and Pei Wenchuan, it shouldn't be a problem to take down the remnants of the Yang family in the northwest. Li Rong nodded and replied, once Chuan stabilizes the Yang family, he'll be able to give us the accounts in the northwest. As long as we reconcile the accounts, the Yang family will be completely gone. Now, our first step is still to get the accounts of the money laundering. With this account, when the Yang family puts pressure on us, we'll have a reason to continue detaining them. Okay, Pei Wenchuan nodded, then looked at the people coming and going outside the window. He was a little puzzled. Then what are we going to do now? Tuoba Yan's residence will hold a private party on the 10th of every month. Wealthy merchants from all over the world will be invited. As he spoke, Li Rong reminded Pei Wenchuan, today is the 10th, you're going? Pei Wenchuan asked in surprise. Li Rong nodded, I know where he keeps the accounts. I'm going to get it. This kind of thing, Pei Wenchuan frowned, just leave it to the shadow guards. You're a golden branch and jade leaf, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. I don't know that I'm precious? Li Rong rolled his eyes at Pei Wenchuan, then said, there's a mechanism in his room. In order to open the door, you have to press the correct button, and the button is in Persian. Can you find anyone among my shadow guards who knows Persian? Pei Wenchuan choked, then could only helplessly say, okay, why? Li Rong laughed, opened the fan to cover half of his face, damn, are you worried about me? I'm worried about myself. Pei Wenchuan looked at him and quickly said, if something happens to you, how can I live? That's a good idea. Li Rong nodded, pointed at his chest with the fan, and joked, from today onwards, Lord Pei, remember that I, Ping El, will be your life in the future. Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. He stepped back secretly and said impatiently, stay away from me, don't play this game with me. Li Rong knew that he usually didn't like her teasing, so she laughed even more happily. Pei Wenchuan saw her arrogance and ignored her, only saying, he's having a private banquet, how are we going to go in? Don't worry about this, I've asked someone to prepare the invitation. Later, we'll change our clothes and disguise ourselves before going in. Okay. Pei Wenchuan nodded, thinking that Li Rong was used to doing things properly. He didn't have anything to worry about, so he relaxed a little, and said to Li Rong, then I'll sleep for a while, wake me up when we arrive. Okay. Li Rong took a storybook from the side, leaned against the side, and said slowly, I'll read the storybook, you sleep. Pei Wenchuan agreed, and found a place to lie down. Li Rong's carriage was already very comfortable, but it was still a little bumpy. Pei Wenchuan closed his eyes, smelling Li Rong's faint fragrance not far away. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel too sleepy, and opened his eyes. Looking over the small table, he saw Li Rong's red and white robe embroidered with peonies. The robe had wide sleeves and was tied at the waist, revealing Li Rong's slender waist. That waist was small, and compared with the slightly undulating mountain range above, it showed a kind of charming charm. Pei Wenchuan felt that it was inappropriate, so he didn't dare to look too much, and hurriedly looked up, only to see Li Rong's hands. Her hands were like a pair of white jade carvings, without any blemishes, and her nails were painted red. Just looking at them seemed to be enough to stir people's hearts. Pei Wenchuan frowned. He thought that it was probably because he hadn't looked at Li Rong properly for many years. Only now did he remember that Li Rong was a woman who was born like a seductress. Unlike other Huajing girls who were thin and elegant, Li Rong's beauty had always been gorgeous, flamboyant, and charming. Other beautiful women, at a glance, would be like a painting, and you would want to frame them, hang them on the wall, and look at them every day. Li Rong, on the other hand, walked to the extreme. For ordinary men, they didn't dare to look directly at her, they didn't even have the courage to look at her. For people like Pei Wenchuan who dared to look at her, as long as they looked at her, it was easy to draw out the unspeakable darkness in their hearts. No one would think of looking at her like a painting from afar, they only wanted to get close to her, to possess her, to hold her in their arms, and to become the only one in her eyes that could be seen. This kind of contradictory charm made her dazzling and lonely. Few people dared to get close to her, look at her directly, and not to mention accompany her. Pei Wenxuan looked at her, his thoughts a little distant. Li Rong noticed that Pei Wenxuan wasn't asleep. She turned a page and said lightly, "Can't sleep?" "Yes." Being discovered, Pei Wenxuan didn't feel shy and said generously, "I don't know why, but I'm sleepy and can't sleep. Can I talk to you?" Li Rong put down the book and looked at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan turned over, looked at her, and said warily, "Do you have something to ask of me?" "Indeed." Li Rong dusted her sleeves, tidied her clothes, leaned against the small table, and looked at Pei Wenxuan with a smile. "I just want to know, why does the Lord Pei have to kill Yang Quan?" "Yes? I just thought about it." Li Rong said seriously, "In fact, the Lord Pei doesn't have to kill Yang Quan to marry me. If it's just to marry me, the Lord Pei has many ways. Now that he killed Yang Quan, either you die, or the Yang family dies. What is the Lord Pei asking for by doing all this?" Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. Li Rong waited quietly. Pei Wenxuan said slowly, "Don't you want military power?" Li Rong raised her eyebrows. Pei Wenxuan looked at her. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." "What's wrong with that?" Li Rong was stunned for a moment. Then, she said hesitantly, "I think, the friendship between the Lord Pei and I doesn't seem to be worthy of such a heavy gift. This has nothing to do with our friendship." Pei Wenxuan laughed. "I just don't want to repeat the life of my previous life." Pei Wenxuan looked out the window and said slowly, "I don't want the Yang family to continue to stay and cause trouble. I don't want the emperor and the Yang family to fight. In the end, the Rong kingdom will benefit and cede 5 cities until I become the prime minister to clean up this mess. I don't want the crown prince to be almost dethroned by the emperor because he doesn't have military power. You and I met in prison and listened to you say goodbye to me. If necessary, I can behead you with my own hands. Since life is starting over, I think," Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong with a serious expression, "I can live a better life." Li Rong didn't say anything. She opened and closed the small fan in her hand. After a long time, she laughed softly, lowered her head, and said softly, "In the end, Prime Minister Pei is paving the way for himself. Just now, you said it was for me." I listened. Li Rong looked up at him with charming eyes. "I'm almost moved." "Oh?" Pei Wenxuan looked up, as if he was very honored. "So this can move your highness?" "Then your highness is moved." Pei Wenxuan didn't care. He joked, "If your highness is moved by this humble subject can at least guarantee that I won't kill your highness." Li Rong heard this and laughed mockingly. "I'm afraid that when the time comes and I want to take your life, you'll have to bury me with you." Just like in her previous life, as soon as he thought she was the one who killed him, he immediately sent someone to bring her poison. Unfortunately, she was one step too early and didn't drink the poison he gave her. "Li Rong, I'll tell you. I can make a bet with you." Pei Wenxuan reclined on the couch, one hand supporting his head and the other bending his leg. He looked seriously at Li Rong. "If you can move my heart, I can give you my life." "But, your highness," Pei Wenxuan leaned over and moved closer to Li Rong. The two were so close that Li Rong could even feel their breaths intertwining. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of romance between them. Pei Wenxuan's eyes were clear. He looked at her and softly said, "After so many years, have you ever been sincere to anyone?" Li Rong looked into Pei Wenxuan's eyes, listening to his question that seemed to be both joking and serious. After a long time, she smiled gently, "Lord Pei, you're asking a strange question. How can I not be sincere? I've always been sincere to all good-looking men. Does your highness know what sincerity is?" Pei Wenxuan continued to ask. Li Rong tapped her small fan against her palm, only saying, "Lord Pei, what kind of sincerity is this?" "This official believes that the so-called sincerity is to place that person in your heart, to trust them, to love them, to not ask for anything in return, and to not fear the future. To be wholehearted, to have a flawless heart. To only have one person in one's life. Your Highness said that you've been sincere before. I wonder who your Highness has given your heart to. Hearing this, Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. She lowered her head, as if she found it funny. Pei Wenchuan frowned. What is your Highness laughing about? Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong raised her head, covering half of her face with her golden fan, her eyes full of teasing. I didn't expect that at your age, you'd still have such youthful dreams. Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan's face stiffened. Then he stopped smiling, calmly turned around, and put his hands behind his head, saying indifferently, it's just that your Highness has never thought about these things. Yes, Li Rong said with a smile, I'm not as leisurely and elegant as Prime Minister Pei, so I can't think of these things. You're worthy of being a person who's guarded his feelings for a lifetime. Li Rong nodded, I admire such a pure and innocent heart. Hearing her ridicule, Pei Wenchuan opened his mouth to say something, but he felt that whether he explained or refuted, he was a bit inferior. So he held back for a long time, swallowed his words, turned around, and said no more, pretending to sleep. Li Rong saw that he had turned his back to her. She tapped her small fan lightly, slowly restraining her smile. Pei Wenchuan was very different from her when it came to relationships. She was very decisive when it came to relationships. She had always been the one who gave her as much as she could. Between the two parties, there was only you and me. She was stingy when it came to relationships and had high expectations. She was afraid of giving, but she wanted a wholehearted return. Pei Wenchuan, on the other hand, was much more generous. As long as he was sure that he liked someone, he would give them everything he had. He could like Qin Jinjin for the rest of his life. Even if Qin Jinjin married someone else and the other party did not reciprocate, he would still silently protect this feeling and give his heart and soul wholeheartedly. Even if Qin Jinjin had died for nearly 27 years, he would still be willing to keep his chastity for that person. Back then, she had cut off all ties with Pei Wenchuan. Firstly, she herself could not tolerate any impurities in her feelings. She had given her feelings to the wrong person. Secondly, she had vaguely felt that perhaps Pei Wenchuan was not completely uninterested in her. However, Pei Wenchuan had promised that he liked Qin Jinjin, so he could not tolerate her liking someone else. They both had their own stubbornness. Now that she thought about it, this stubbornness was deeply rooted in their bones. It was destined that they would not be together even if Qin Jinjin did not exist. She had too little sincerity. Even if she gave everything she had to Pei Wenchuan, it would always be unfair. Even if Pei Wenchuan accepted it, it would be difficult for her to balance it out. She and Su Yongqing were different. Su Yongqing was more similar to her. Born in a family of great importance, their sincerity was rare in the world. Before them, there was power, family, and life and death. Being able to give a little bit of sincerity was all that they had. Li Rong did not need a person to give her much. As long as he could give her everything he had, that was enough. Therefore, even if she knew that Su Yongqing might kill her, even if she knew that Su Yongqing might be scheming against her, she did not resent him. This was because Su Yongqing had given her all his sincerity. Even if Pei Wenchuan did not do anything to her in her previous life and did not really betray her, when it came to matters of the heart, she always felt that Pei Wenchuan was inferior. The carriage swayed. Li Rong closed his eyes for a while. After a while, the carriage suddenly stopped. A shadow guard lifted the curtain and jumped into the carriage. He whispered, Your Highness, the invitation has been obtained. As he spoke, the shadow guard handed over the invitation and the document that recorded the identity of the two people. At the same time, he handed over the clothes and explained, the Crown Prince got it. He said that they are a wealthy couple from Yangzhou who sell silk. Not many people know them. Okay. Li Rong looked at the invitation. After confirming the names, he nodded and said, You can leave. Your Highness, the shadow guard hesitated for a moment and said, Tuoba Yan's network is very complicated. I'm afraid that his residence is not safe. Your Highness really wants to take the risk, there's no harm. Li Rong said indifferently, I brought a signal flare. If something happens, you can directly surround the residence. Seeing that Li Rong was determined, the shadow guard agreed and left. Pei Wenchuan next to him was still sleeping. Li Rong hit him with his fan and shooed him out, I'm going to change my clothes. You can leave. Pei Wenchuan opened his eyes in a daze. He seemed to have fallen asleep just now and was suddenly woken up. He was not very awake. Li Rong saw his appearance and could not help but smile. When he was young, he liked to laze in bed. When he first got married, it was difficult to wake him up every morning to go to court. Li Rong gently waved a small fan and said gently, "What, after so many years, Lord Pei's habit of lazing in bed still hasn't changed?" Hearing Li Rong's question, Pei Wenchuan woke up a little. He turned over and sat up. He shook his head and then nimbly rolled up the curtain. He said indifferently, "Call me when you're done." Then he jumped out of the carriage. Li Rong changed his clothes and got out of the carriage. He saw that there was already a merchant's carriage beside him. This carriage was not as luxurious and spacious as Li Rong's carriage. Many of the decorations were according to the identity of a merchant. After Li Rong sat in the carriage, he waited for a while and saw Pei Wenchuan come up. The two of them sat in the carriage. Li Rong held a document that recorded the lives of the couple and compared it with Pei Wenchuan for a while. Pei Wenchuan said, "When we arrive at the courtyard, what should we do? Tuoba Yan's secret room is built in the backyard. After we enter, you first approach Tuoba Yan and find a way to get him to lead us to the backyard. I'll use the excuse of going to the secret room. After we get the account book, we'll leave." "How can I get him to lead us to the backyard?" Pei Wenchuan frowned. Li Rong rolled his eyes at him, "Think about it yourself." As the two of them talked, the carriage arrived at Tuoba Yan's courtyard. This courtyard was built on the outskirts of Huajing. It was very large and close to the mountains and rivers. When the two of them got out of the carriage, they saw people coming and going. Although it was late at night, it was very lively. Just at the door, the sound of music could be heard. Li Rong followed Pei Wenchuan. The two of them took the invitation and led the secret guard disguised as a servant forward. After the doorman checked the invitation, they were led into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw that there were a lot of people around. People with different accents and clothes were shuttling back and forth. There were also Persian dancers coming and going. There were even many women from Xianxia wearing Persian dancers' clothes and walking along the corridor with people. In such a place, Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan walked upright, showing that they did not fit in with the crowd. Among this group of merchants, Pei Wenchuan looked too upright and handsome. With the beautiful Li Rong following behind him, they attracted a lot of attention. Pei Wenchuan felt that something was wrong. When he was about to do something, he felt Li Rong reach out and pull him over. She leaned on him and said coquettishly, "You walk so fast. I can't keep up." Pei Wenchuan's body stiffened slightly, but he immediately reacted. He smiled gently and said in a doting manner, "Madam is right. It's my fault." The two of them smiled and held each other's hands. Suddenly, they blended in well with the surroundings. Although Pei Wenchuan was out of tune with the environment, Li Rong was charming and moving. Pei Wenchuan was a little gentle and cooperative. They looked like a gentle and elegant merchant bringing his wife over. It was not that attractive. After all, other than merchants, few noble families would marry such a disgraceful woman. The attendant led the two of them into the house. As soon as they entered, they heard someone laughing. Li Rong looked up and saw a man with thick eyebrows and a deep beard sitting at the top. He was hugging a dancer and laughing with the people around him. The two of them were led forward by the attendant. The attendant said to Tuoba Yan, "Master, this is Master Wang and Madam Wang. From Yangzhou's Wang family silk shop." Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong bowed to Tuoba Yan and said respectfully, "Sixth master." Tuoba Yan was the sixth in the family. Because his name was a foreign surname, it was inconvenient to call him Xianxia. Thus, he was called sixth master. Tuoba Yan looked at the two of them from head to toe. His gaze lingered on Li Rong for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Wang, I didn't expect you and sister-in-law to be so young. I thought you were an old man. Come, sit." Tuoba Yan pointed to the seat beside him and asked someone to fill it with wine. "Come, have a drink." Rong people loved wine. Pei Wenchuan didn't decline and drank it all. Seeing Pei Wenchuan's forthrightness, Tuoba Yan's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect Brother Wang to be a man despite his gentleness. Come, let me drink with you." Pei Wenchuan won Tuoba Yan's favor, and he immediately chatted with Tuoba Yan. The two of them drank and chatted. Pei Wenchuan was a person who could anger people to death when he ignored them. They always felt that he was a person who did not know what was good for him. However, if he wanted to deliberately get close to someone, with his vast knowledge, there was nothing he could not say. The two of them hit it off at first sight. Pei Wenchuan's wine didn't stop. Li Rong poured wine for the two of them. After a few rounds, Tuoba Yan and Pei Wenchuan started to call each other brothers. Li Rong saw that it was about time and gave Pei Wenchuan a look. Pei Wenchuan received Li Rong's look and smiled as he continued to chat with Tuoba Yan. However, as they chatted, the topic changed to flowers and plants. I like flowers and plants, especially peonies. In the past, I spent a lot of money to buy a few weizi and raised them in the courtyard. When they bloom, they are a national beauty. Brother, do you have any that you like? Rare treasures were a common topic among merchants. Antiques, paintings, flowers, and rare birds were things that merchants with a bit of money would collect, let alone a tycoon like Tuoba Yan. Hearing Pei Wenchuan mention flowers and plants, Tuoba Yan laughed. I haven't seen a good peony before. What's a weizi? Come. Tuoba Yan stood up. Let brother take you to the courtyard. I'll let you see what it means to move the capital when flowers bloom. Brother, what treasures do you have? Pei Wenchuan laughed. Although I'm not as rich as brother, I've seen countless flowers and plants. Brother, you said it so well. I'm afraid you weren't deceived, right? Ignorant. Hearing Pei Wenchuan's words, Tuoba Yan was a bit dissatisfied. He grabbed Pei Wenchuan and said, come with me. Let's see if I'm deceiving you. Brother, slow down. Pei Wenchuan was pulled by Tuoba Yan. He turned around to look at Li Rong. Foreign, hurry up and catch up. Brother, don't rush. Slow down. Pei Wenchuan walked while following Tuoba Yan. Li Rong smiled and stood up. He said to the maid next to him, Sixth Master is really impatient. That maid smiled and said softly, Laoi is used to being like this. As he spoke, Li Rong led the others and followed the maid to the rear courtyard with Pei Wenchuan and Tuoba Yan. Li Rong entered the courtyard and quickly glanced around. This courtyard was exactly the same as she remembered. There weren't many changes. When she was investigating Tuoba Yan, she searched every inch of this courtyard. She was very familiar with this place. She saw that there seemed to be some people in the courtyard. She couldn't help but ask, is there anyone in the rear courtyard? There were many drunk people at the banquet. The maid smiled. If they were Laoi's good friends, they would be led to the rear courtyard to rest. Li Rong nodded. She had a rough idea. She thought about the route and slowed down her steps. After a moment, she looked troubled. The maid next to her saw her expression change and couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong with Foreign? I want to go to the toilet. I don't know where. Seeing Li Rong ask, the maid hurriedly said, Foreign, please follow me. Li Rong nodded and turned to instruct the others. She said to the maid behind her, Xiang, follow me. The rest of you follow Laoi. The other three received the order and left the maid, Xiang, to follow Li Rong. The two followed the maid to the east. Li Rong calculated the distance to the rockery as she walked. When she reached the most suitable position, Li Rong gave Xiang a look. Xiang raised her hands and two knives, knocking out the two maids walking in front. Li Rong and Xiang dragged the maids to a dark place and quickly changed into their clothes. Then, they went directly to the rockery. After walking to the rockery, Li Rong entered the cave and groped around according to her memory. Then, she stepped on an empty space. Li Rong squatted down and pressed a button beside her. Then, she said to Xiang, sword. Xiang handed the sword to Li Rong. Li Rong inserted the sword into the ground and pried it open. Then, he pulled open an iron plate. Under the iron plate was a staircase. Xiang pulled the sword and said, this subordinate will go down first. With that, Xiang nimbly jumped down. Then, a few muffled sounds came from below. Xiang said, Your Highness, it's done. Li Rong responded and walked down. There was a dungeon below, and the guard had been knocked unconscious on the ground. Li Rong didn't care about the person locked up inside, and went straight to the side door. There was a rotating button on the side door, and beside the button was Bo Siwen. Li Rong raised her chin at Dark Fragrance and said, "Go, and get the guard's token for me." And Xiang responded and went to get the token on the guard. The door here needed a password. The password was the name of the guard every day in Persian. Li Rong obtained the guard's name and translated it into Persian. Then, he twisted the door to the side and the door opened. After the door opened, there was an extremely small room. The room was surrounded by bookshelves. The top of the bookshelves were densely packed with books. Tuoba Yan placed these accounts in a pattern. Li Rong followed her memory of Tuoba Yan and quickly found the Yang family's account. She took out the account and flipped through it for a moment. After confirming that it was the Yang family's account, she put it in her sleeve and said, "Let's go." And Xiang responded. Li Rong closed the door and returned to the rockery. Not long after the two walked out of the rockery, they heard a voice behind them. "The two maids are in front. Catch them." Hearing this, Li Rong knew that the two maids must have been exposed. She told An Xiang, "Let's go separately." She then rushed in the direction of the guest room. Hidden Fragrance stayed behind and blocked those people for a moment before rushing in another direction. Li Rong rushed to the corridor and ran all the way. She wanted to rush to the front yard and escape. The sound of the pursuers behind her gradually grew louder. Her heart beat faster. Hearing those people chasing behind her, she hurriedly turned around the corridor. Just as she was running forward, the door to the guest room suddenly opened. A person pulled her in and closed the door. That person covered her mouth and hugged her waist. Li Rong leaned on his body and he leaned against the door. Li Rong could clearly feel the person's temperature. The tip of her nose lingered with that person's familiar fragrance. She froze and didn't dare to move. Outside, there were the sounds of the pursuers shouting and running. That person lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "It's me, Your Highness." Hearing this voice, Li Rong was dazed for a moment, but immediately reacted. It was Su Yongqing. Why was he here? This question quickly emerged in Li Rong's mind, but at the same time, she relaxed. Since it was Su Yongqing, there shouldn't be any threat for the time being. The two of them didn't speak. The pursuing soldiers outside hurriedly ran over. Su Yongqing let go of Li Rong and hurriedly took a step back. He saluted and said, "This is an urgent matter. I offended Your Highness. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." Li Rong nodded. She glanced around the room. It seemed to be a guest room. Su Yongqing looked different from usual. His hair was messy and his clothes were scattered. He looked similar to the people who attended the banquet in the hall. It seemed that he was resting here after getting drunk. Li Rong held the fan and muttered. She had specially asked Su Yongqing to go to the Ministry of War to transfer the account book. Not to mention why Su Yongqing didn't go to the Ministry of War and came here. Based on Tuoba Yan's style, Su Yongqing shouldn't have dealt with him. For a moment, she didn't know how to ask. Just as she was considering her words, she heard Su Yongqing say, "Your Highness, when I was in the guest room just now, I heard the noise outside. A servant said that a maid was knocked out. I am afraid that someone sneaked in. Now, they are investigating everywhere. Just now, I saw Your Highness being chased. I guess that the person who knocked out the maid should be Your Highness. Tonight, there are many celebrities in Tuoba Yan's residence. His subordinates shouldn't dare to investigate too much. Your Highness, why don't you change your clothes now and let me send Your Highness out of the residence? As for other questions, Your Highness can discuss with me in detail on the way." Su Yongqing's arrangement was detailed. Li Rong didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Okay." Su Yongqing turned around and immediately took out a set of Persian dancer's clothes. He lowered his eyes and respectfully said, "Your Highness, please condescend and reluctantly put on this set of clothes. It will be convenient for me to lead Your Highness away." The Persian dancer's clothes had a veil. Li Rong changed into this dress and could leave with Su Yongqing openly. She was not a person who cared about clothes. She took the dress and went behind the screen. Su Yongqing turned around and heard Li Rong whisper from behind the screen, "Why are you here?" This humble subject guessed that there was no point in looking at the Ministry of War's accounts now, so this humble subject wanted to find another way to do it. Tuoba Yan had a close relationship with Huajing's nobles. It was rumored that most of the shady silver in Huajing had passed through his hands. In the past, when the Ministry of Justice was investigating other cases, this humble subject came into contact with Tuoba Yan. We have quite a bit of friendship. Therefore, this humble subject wanted to try my luck at Tuoba Yan's place and didn't expect to meet your highness. After Su Yongqing finished speaking, Li Rong also changed her clothes. She walked out with a veil on her face and said lightly, "You are quite considerate." When Su Yongqing heard this, he turned around. Just as he was about to say something, he looked up and froze in place. The Persian dancer's clothes were very revealing. Compared to a beautiful and charming woman like Li Rong, compared to a palace dress, it highlighted Li Rong's beauty. She wore a short shirt and a long skirt. Her waist was covered with pearls, and her waistline danced with Li Rong's movements. It was difficult to look away. "Lord Su?" Li Rong saw that Su Yongqing was in a daze and couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" When Su Yongqing heard this, he came back to his senses and forced himself to look away. He turned sideways and said, "Your Highness, please." As he spoke, Su Yongqing opened the door and led Li Rong out. While Li Rong was busy, Pei Wenxuan accompanied Tuoba Yan to admire the flowers in the courtyard. Pei Wenxuan calculated the time for Li Rong and led Tuoba Yan in the opposite direction of the rockery. After walking for a while, Pei Wenxuan saw people running by with torches. He knew something was wrong. Seeing that there was a waterside pavilion in front of them, he sighed and said, "The scenery here is very good. Unfortunately, there is no wine." "How can there be no wine in my courtyard?" Tuoba Yan laughed and pointed to the pavilion in front of them. He pulled Pei Wenxuan and said, "Let's go, old brother. I'll take you to the waterside pavilion to drink." Tuoba Yan drank a lot of wine and staggered a little. Pei Wenxuan's alcohol tolerance was not bad, but after drinking for a night, he felt a little uncomfortable. He forced himself to follow Tuoba Yan and entered the pavilion together. There was indeed wine in the pavilion. Pei Wenxuan smiled and said, "How can this wine be enough?" "Go," he turned his head and ordered the people around him, "Go get some more wine. I want to drink with elder brother." The imperial bodyguard responded and went to get the wine. Pei Wenxuan knew that Li Rong wouldn't stay for long. He poured wine for Tuoba Yan and said leisurely, "Elder brother's alcohol tolerance is not good." "Nonsense." Tuoba Yan was quite dissatisfied when he heard this. "I've traveled to various countries and there are not many who can beat me in drinking. Then I'll make a bet with elder brother. I'll drink 2 cups and elder brother will drink 1 cup. Let's see who collapses first. How about it? You're looking down on people too much." Tuoba Yan picked up the wine pot and filled it to the brim. After drinking it in 1 gulp, he poured a cup for Pei Wenxuan and slammed it on the table. He said loudly, "Drink." Pei Wenxuan's expression didn't change and drank it in 1 gulp. The two drank very quickly. Pei Wenxuan felt that his internal organs were turned upside down and his face was very pale. After 3 cups, Tuoba Yan couldn't take it anymore and rushed to the waterside pavilion. Pei Wenxuan gave the imperial bodyguard next to him a look. Then he stood up and pretended to help Tuoba Yan. The imperial bodyguard received Pei Wenxuan's signal and rushed in the moment Pei Wenxuan stood up. He pretended to serve Tuoba Yan, but he invisibly blocked the footsteps and line of sight of Tuoba Yan's imperial bodyguard. Pei Wenxuan went behind Tuoba Yan and pushed him. Tuoba Yan fell straight into the lake. Pei Wenxuan cried out in alarm, "Sixth master." The surroundings instantly became a mess. Tuoba Yan's imperial bodyguard hurriedly went into the water. Pei Wenxuan anxiously said, "Save him. Quickly save him." As Pei Wenxuan said this, he felt uncomfortable. He turned his head and held on to the pavilion as he vomited. This movement alarmed the housekeeper who was standing guard not far away. The housekeeper hurriedly came forward and said anxiously, "How can he be so drunk?" Then he saw Pei Wenxuan vomiting violently. He hurriedly said, "Quickly bring clean water and help Master Wang to the guest room." Hearing this, the attendant hurriedly came forward. While giving Pei Wenxuan water to rinse his mouth, he also pulled Tuoba Yan out of the lake. The housekeeper saw that Pei Wenxuan had finished rinsing his mouth and was leaning against the attendant. He seemed to be quite tired. The housekeeper respectfully bowed and said, "Tonight, Darren was very drunk and startled Master Wang. I hope Master Wang will forgive him. If you don't mind, why don't you rest in the mansion tonight and return tomorrow?" "No need." Pei Wenchuan shook his head and waved his hand. "It's not early. I still have official business in the city tomorrow morning. I'll have to trouble the housekeeper to send someone to inform my wife. I'll return to the carriage first and wait for my wife to return home." As the two were talking, Tuoba Yen was pulled out of the water. Pei Wenchuan hurriedly said, "Teacher should hurry and see how sixth master is doing." "I'm fine." The housekeeper was worried about Tuoba Yen, so he nodded and didn't say much. Pei Wenchuan gave the guard a look and took advantage of the chaos to walk out. Not long after, just as Pei Wenchuan passed through the corridor, a person suddenly rushed out from the crowd and followed Pei Wenchuan's guard. He lowered his head and whispered, "Darren, I separated from His Highness." She went to the guest room. Pei Wenchuan had just finished vomiting and was a bit more awake, but he still felt a headache. His lungs were in turmoil. He endured the discomfort and was about to open his mouth to give orders when he saw Su Yongqing wearing a loose robe and holding a folding fan. He had a dancer in his arms. He said something to the guard at the door of the backyard and then walked out with a smile. "Let's go." Pei Wenchuan saw Su Yongqing and immediately followed. And Xiang whispered, "Your Highness, she's fine." Pei Wenchuan quickly walked forward and led the guard to chase after Su Yongqing out of the backyard. As soon as they reached the front yard, it instantly became lively. There were people everywhere. Pei Wenchuan vaguely saw the back of Su Yongqing leading Li Rong, then they turned around the corridor and disappeared. He had a splitting headache, but his footsteps were hurried. On one hand, he controlled his posture to not let others find out that something was wrong with him, and on the other hand, he had to chase after the person in front. The surrounding lights and shadows were flickering, and it was full of the sound of musical instruments. The dancer's veil fluttered in the wind, and a fragrant wind occasionally brushed past the cheeks of passers-by. In an instant, Pei Wenchuan felt as if he was in a long dream. He couldn't distinguish reality from illusion, but he clearly knew that the person beside Su Yongqing was Li Rong. He needed to chase after them and call Li Rong back. He didn't know where this obsession came from, but it seemed to be deeply rooted and came silently. His footsteps became more and more hurried, and he occasionally caught a glimpse of the back of the two people in front of him. They were laughing and walking, and there was no gap between them. He didn't know how much time had passed, or how far he had walked, but he finally reached a place where there were fewer people. He suddenly called out to the person in front of him, "Rong Rong." Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's voice behind her and instantly stopped in her tracks. She turned around and saw the young master in a blue robe and white tunic, with a jade crown inlaid with pearls, looking at her under the light of the lantern. He seemed to have been looking for her for a long time, and the moment she turned around, the impetuous feeling of looking for her in a hurry subsided. The Persian dancers were good at performing the Huchuan dance, and the tune was lively and cheerful. The sound of people clapping and laughing could be heard from afar. In this long corridor, under the illumination of the candlelight, Pei Wenchuan's body was surrounded by a tranquility like moonlight. He strode towards her and then stopped in front of her. His warm outer robe floated in the air and gently fell on her body, covering her exposed skin that was stained with the chill of the night. He seemed to be drunk and couldn't stand steadily. He put his hands on Li Rong's shoulders and spoke with a slight smell of alcohol. He frowned and said, "Let's go back?" "Okay." Li Rong smiled. She turned her head and glanced at Su Yongqing, who was standing at the side. She nodded and said, "Lord Su, we'll meet again another day." Su Yongqing smiled gently. He put his hands in front of him and bowed. "Goodbye." As she spoke, Li Rong pulled Pei Wenchuan's hand down and walked forward. "Let's go." Pei Wenchuan struggled to follow behind her. The imperial bodyguards were waiting for them in the corridor. When they saw them walking, they hurriedly followed. Pei Wenchuan didn't want to be at a disadvantage in front of Su Yongqing. He didn't know why he was angry, but he was used to competing with Su Yongqing, so he didn't let anyone help him. Li Rong walked in front of him. After 2 steps, she saw that Pei Wenchuan seemed to be a little uncomfortable walking with her. She glanced at Pei Wenchuan and remembered that this person always wanted to compete with Su Yongqing. She found it funny and helpless. She coughed softly and reminded him in a low voice, "Don't you think that I'm too arrogant and conspicuous as a dancer when you follow behind me?" Pei Wenchuan looked up at her. Li Rong originally thought that Pei Wenchuan would say something and hold on for a while. She was prepared to reason with him again. Who knew that Pei Wenchuan would directly walk up, put his hand on her shoulder, and pull her into his arms. His warmth covered the coldness of the night wind. Li Rong wore his clothes and walked with him in the corridor with a smile on her face. She smiled and said, "You drank a lot tonight?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong continued, "But don't worry, you didn't drink in vain. We got the account book. Tomorrow, we'll set out to find Qin Lin. When the Yang family puts pressure on the imperial court, we'll let Chuaner take Qin Lin to deal with the front lines." Pei Wenchuan still didn't say anything. Li Rong looked at him and saw that his expression was extremely ugly. She raised her eyebrows and said, "What? You hate Su Yongqing so much that you're not happy when I talk to Su Yongqing?" Pei Wenchuan looked at her and the two of them stepped over the threshold and walked out of Tuoba Yan's courtyard. Li Rong slowly said, "You're not young anymore. Don't be like a child. What happened in your previous life isn't important. What's important now is whether he can use." Before she finished speaking, Pei Wenchuan suddenly let go of her and rushed to the side of the tree. He leaned against the tree and vomited. Li Rong was startled. She then realized that Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything because he wanted to vomit. Pei Wenchuan vomited until he knelt on the ground. It seemed that he wanted to vomit out his lungs. Li Rong panicked and hurriedly squatted down to pat his back. She said to the people beside her, "Go, get some water from the carriage." The attendants went to get water from the carriage. After Pei Wenchuan finished vomiting, he was exhausted and fell forward. Li Rong hurriedly pulled him to her side. Pei Wenchuan directly leaned on Li Rong's shoulder. Li Rong frowned. At this time, the attendants came with water. Li Rong hurriedly fed Pei Wenchuan some water. Pei Wenchuan leaned on Li Rong's shoulder and relaxed. Li Rong softly said, "Are you feeling better?" Pei Wenchuan closed his eyes and relaxed. Then, he spoke. His voice was hoarse, but the first thing he said was, "Su Yongqing, that bastard. Why did he make you wear such a mess?" Li Rong, she expressionlessly fed Pei Wenchuan water and lightly said, "Rinse your mouth. I don't like what you're saying." After Li Rong finished speaking, he raised his hand and poured water into Pei Wenchuan's mouth. Pei Wenchuan almost choked to death. He struggled to push the cup away and said anxiously, "What are you doing? Are you energetic?" Li Rong smiled and stood up. He said to the people beside him, "Help him up. Let's go." With that, Li Rong got into the carriage first. The people beside him helped Pei Wenchuan onto the carriage and then left. The carriage set off and left. Li Rong sat in the seat, wearing the dancer's dress and Pei Wenchuan's clothes. His posture was calm and elegant. His every movement had an indescribable charm. Pei Wenchuan entered the carriage. When he saw Li Rong's appearance, his expression calmed down. Soon after, he shifted his gaze away and pretended that he had not seen anything. He went to the opposite side of Li Rong and lay down with his eyes closed. "Why don't you ask where I'm taking you?" Li Rong saw Pei Wenchuan pretending to be dead and asked with a smile. Pei Wenchuan didn't open his eyes and said indifferently, "Anyway, you won't drag me to death." "You're so confident?" Li Rong chuckled. "You trust me very much now. You can kill me now and marry me tomorrow. Maybe you can wear this Persian dancer's dress for a long time." When Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's dislike of the dress, he couldn't help but look down and then said, "I think this dress is very nice. Why do you have so many opinions?" Pei Wenchuan was about to speak when Li Rong immediately reminded him, "Don't mention vulgarity to me. I remember when I was young, you told me that this dress was very suitable for me and had a unique style." This sentence made Pei Wenchuan speechless. He couldn't spit out or swallow his words. After a long time, he said, "I don't think it's possible now." Li Rong sneered, "Pei Wenchuan, you were a playboy when you were young, but now you're just like those old men." When they were young, Pei Wenchuan was not like Su Yongqing, who everyone knew was a gentleman. The outside world said that he was a little taciturn, and even old-fashioned. But in fact, he would also accompany her to look at the lanterns during the Lantern Festival. He would watch her play and dress up as these Persian dancers, wearing a veil and joining the crowd to dance. At this time, he would still praise her with a smile, saying that no one was prettier than her. After the dance, when the cold wind blew, he would quietly put his hand on her shoulder and use his wide sleeves to protect her from the cold. Then she blinked and asked him, "Aren't you angry?" Pei Wenxuan looked at the person in his arms with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Seeing the peony bloom in Huajing, I couldn't be more happy." "Why would I be angry?" Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Pei Wenxuan knew that this was a warning, not allowing him to tease her. So he straightened his face and gently said, "I was a little unhappy, but seeing that you're happy, I'm not unhappy." Moreover, reasonably speaking, Pei Wenxuan's tone was serious. "Everything that belongs to His Highness belongs to His Highness. I shouldn't interfere. I just want to accompany you." These words made people happy. Li Rong said, "Everything that belongs to me is mine. What about you?" Pei Wenxuan saw the joy in Li Rong's eyes. He twirled his fan and walked on the bustling streets of Huajing with the girl in his arms. He blocked the people around Li Rong and said with a smile, "Apart from morality, family, and old friends, everything that belongs to Pei Wenxuan belongs to His Highness." Morality, family, old friends, Li Rong repeated. He was quite unhappy. "Apart from these, what do you have left?" "If I don't get rid of these," Pei Wenxuan said helplessly, "I only have His Highness in my life. Wouldn't I be a disloyal, unfilial, and unjust person? Does His Highness like this kind of person?" Li Rong thought about it. He also didn't like this kind of person. Moreover, she knew in her heart that if there were such feelings, she wouldn't be able to afford it. She said it for fun, but Pei Wenxuan was used to speaking seriously. She didn't ask any more questions. She just stopped walking. Pei Wenxuan saw her stop and turned his head to look at her. Li Rong opened her arms and gently raised her chin. "Forget it. Since you can give me so much of yourself, I will reluctantly treat you a little better." As she said this, she looked at Pei Wenxuan's coat and said, "Put on the coat for me." Pei Wenxuan heard this and paused. He stared blankly at Li Rong. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Rong saw that he was in a daze and couldn't help but urge him, "Hurry up." When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he came back to his senses. He took off his coat and put it on Li Rong. The moment he pulled the coat in front of Li Rong, the fireworks of the Lantern Festival were set off. The people on the street, men and women, all looked up at the sky together. Li Rong was no exception. She hurriedly looked up and saw the fireworks falling into her eyes. It was at this moment that Pei Wenxuan quietly held her hand. The moment everyone looked up at the fireworks, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. The kiss disappeared in an instant like the fireworks, but Li Rong was shocked and stood there for a long time. After all, Pei Wenxuan was used to being cautious and a little old-fashioned. She never dared to do this in front of others. However, the other party was still calm. He held her hand and said with a smile, "Your Highness, let's go." Li Rong didn't say anything. She let him pull her. He walked in front, and she stepped on his footsteps. After a long time, she whispered, "There are so many people. Why did you kiss me?" Pei Wenxuan walked in front. She couldn't see his blushing face. She only heard his usual elegant and honest voice, tinged with an indescribable charm. He whispered softly, "Rong, I'm very happy." He didn't explain too much. He only said that he was very happy. As for what he was happy about, and why he lost his composure at that moment, even he couldn't explain it. Recalling Pei Wenxuan at that time, Li Rong looked at the person with his eyes closed. She couldn't help but sigh and say, "Time makes people old." "You say it as if you're not old." Pei Wenxuan heard her reminiscing about the past. He was annoyed and turned to the side, muttering, "Old woman." Li Rong snorted softly. "What an old man." Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. He didn't know if he drank too much, but when he heard Li Rong say these things, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. If he didn't mention how beautiful the past was, he wouldn't realize how embarrassed he was now. When Li Rong reminded him, he remembered that he hadn't had the same state of mind as when he was young for many years. That kind of calm, gentle, calm, hopeful, and fearless state of mind. He remembered that when he was young, he also had many hobbies. He could draw and write poems. When he was in the mood, he could play the zither and dance with a sword. He was a very qualified son of an aristocratic family. On sunny days, he would climb the mountains or ride a boat to his heart's content. At that time, he felt that everyone in the world was very good and everything was very beautiful, especially Li Rong. Every time she smiled, he felt that there would be no more winter in this world. However, he didn't know what happened to him. Li Rong quarreled with him and separated from him. His mother passed away. Li Rong and Su Yongqing got together. Qin Zhenjin died in the harem. Li Chuan's temperament changed greatly. The more power he had, the higher his position, the stranger everything became. He felt tired every day. Everything was tiring. Every day, after finishing his work, his biggest wish was to find a quiet place. He didn't want anyone to ask him to close the door and be alone. He was afraid of meeting the people around him. Every time he met someone, he either had to quarrel with them, carefully curry favor with them, or maintain vigilance. Even if it was Li Rong, when they met, she would ridicule and abuse him endlessly. Day and night, year after year, this repeated. The more tired he was, the more irritable he became. After this cycle, he lived like a trapped beast. Every day, he ran around. Only when he looked back now did he realize that his head was broken and bleeding. He was unrecognizable. When he heard Li Rong talk about such a beautiful past, he couldn't sleep anymore. He just stared at the shaking wall of the carriage without saying a word. Li Rong sipped her tea. Seeing that he seemed to be asleep, she took the account book from the side and flipped through it. After a while, she suddenly heard Pei Wenchuan say, "I'm very annoying, aren't I?" Li Rong paused. After a while, she said slowly, "Aren't I also very annoying?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong looked down and flipped through the book. She said flatly, "I always quarrel with you and always say that you're wrong. Everyone is the same. You don't have to feel inferior." Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong's words and didn't know what to say. Li Rong knew that he might have thought of something and couldn't calm down. She advised, "You drank so your brain isn't working well. Don't think too much and quickly go to sleep. Tomorrow, we'll go to Jiulu Mountain to find Qin Lin. According to the time, the news of the Yang family being besieged will reach the front lines very soon. When that time comes, the Yang family will definitely cause some trouble. Chuaner will probably have to go there very soon. Before that, we have to persuade Qin Lin to accompany Chuaner to the front lines." Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong calmly discuss the situation with him. He listened to Li Rong's words almost habitually. He responded, "I know Qin Lin well. The one I'm most afraid of is actually Xianxia. Tomorrow, we'll see what happens at Jiulu Mountain. Don't worry." Li Rong heard this. She flipped through the account book and said, "Go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we reach the princess residence." Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong didn't want to continue talking, so he didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and fell asleep in a daze. In his sleep, he didn't know why, but he dreamed of the 3 years he spent observing mourning in Luzhou. At that time, even though he didn't have an official position, he was still carefree. When the wind was warm, he would take a pot of wine and a flute and ride a boat down. He would find a shady place and sleep on the lake for an afternoon. When he returned, he would take some lotus seeds and give them to the children he met along the way. When the lotus flowers bloomed, he would also take a lotus and give it to the little girls he met along the way. He couldn't help but laugh in his dream. Then, he heard fireworks explode in his dream. Then, he saw the 18-year-old Li Rong, dressed in a Persian dancer's costume and wearing a veil. She blended into the crowd and imitated the movements of those people. Her waist was slender and as agile as a snake. When she moved, the sequins hanging from her waist swayed gently, outlining a kind of seductive charm. Her eyes were bright as she looked at him through the crowd. Even though half of her face was covered, he could still see the proud and agile smile of a cat. He looked at the girl through the crowd and couldn't help but laugh. For some reason, the girl walked in front of him. She was wearing his clothes and looked at him with a smile. Pei Wenchuan. She called his name. After calling his name, she didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Then, a young man appeared beside her. That person had a gentle expression and stood quietly with her. That person had the same eyebrows and eyes as Pei Wenxuan, but his temperament was completely different. Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong laughed. I'm leaving. After saying that, Li Rong held hands with hand and slowly disappeared. Pei Wenxuan vaguely heard someone call him, Lord Pei? Young Master Pei? Pei Wenxuan? Dog Pei. Pei Wenxuan slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Rong looking down at him. He patted his face and said, Did you faint or fall asleep? Hurry up and get up. Let's go. Pei Wenxuan came back to his senses. He pretended to be calm and nodded and slowly got up. Li Rong looked at him and saw that he was awake. He said, I'll go down first. You take your time. After saying that, Li Rong got off the carriage. Pei Wenxuan took a moment to get up and also got off the carriage. Then, the two of them looked up and saw the plaque of the princess residence. This was the place where they had lived for many years. The two of them were very familiar with it. After experiencing life and death and standing in front of the door, they felt a sense of vicissitudes. The two of them looked at each other. Li Rong smiled, You're back. Pei Wenxuan also smiled. He lowered his head and said gently, Let's go in. Li Rong rarely came to the princess residence. When she came, the entire princess residence was immediately lit up and became noisy. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan went to the backyard together. Pei Wenxuan was arranged to another room. Pei Wenxuan looked at the familiar yet strange place. He listened to Li Rong's familiar instructions, plant a peach tree here. Move the red maple over there to the east garden. Change all the incense in the room to the Luo family's cyan wood. And that vase, Li Rong wanted to change a lot of places. They walked all the way to the entrance of the backyard. The attendant said to Pei Wenxuan, Gongzi, this way please. Pei Wenxuan nodded. He said goodbye to Li Rong, Your Highness, this subject will go rest first. Okay. Li Rong nodded casually. She turned her head and said to the housekeeper, And that Chinese rose over there. Pei Wenxuan listened to Li Rong's words. He turned around and walked down the corridor. He looked at the moonlight falling on the corridor and listened to Li Rong's chatter. After walking a few steps, he stopped. He turned around and saw Li Rong was still wearing the dancer's clothes. She was wearing his robe, but she was very imposing as she ordered people around. She looked very different from when she was young, but it didn't seem to be that different. Pei Wenxuan looked quietly for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly said, Your Highness. Li Rong turned around and saw Pei Wenxuan standing in the corridor. He looked at her and suddenly said, Actually, your clothes look very good. Li Rong was stunned when she heard this. Pei Wenxuan put his hands in front of him and bowed. He said gently, Your Highness, rest well. At that moment, Li Rong was dazed for a moment. She felt like she was looking at a 20-year-old Pei Wenxuan, but it also didn't seem like it. She couldn't help but pat her face. I have to sleep early, she murmured. Li Rong thought he was hallucinating. He hurriedly ordered the servants to prepare a fragrant soup. After bathing, he went to sleep happily. The two of them were about to fall asleep when a eunuch was led by a palace maid into Concubine Ning's palace. Concubine Ning was sitting in her seat reading a letter when she heard a maid report from outside, Nyang, eunuch Ming requests an audience. Hearing this, Concubine Ning paused and hurriedly said, Tell him to come in. A man in his early 40s hurriedly walked in from the outside. After he entered the hall, he respectfully knelt down. The maidservant beside him immediately understood and retreated. When Concubine Ning saw the man, she lowered her voice and said, Did mother send a message? Princess Ping Le brought people to besiege the young master and the old madam in the fu this afternoon, the man quickly said. Before Princess Ping Le arrived, the old madam sent a message saying that everything in the Yang family now belongs to Nyang. Does mother still need to send a message? Concubine Ning anxiously shouted. The man's expression didn't change, only saying, Nyang, calm down. Concubine Ning didn't speak. She took a deep breath, retreated to the seat beside her, and sat down. Ming Hui was the Yang family's informant in the palace. Unless it was an emergency, he wouldn't come to her directly. She paused for a moment, then raised her head. What are you doing here? Just now, Tuoba Yan sent a message saying that the account book was stolen. Concubine Ning was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she finally understood and said in disbelief, he actually left the account book. Yes, Ming Hui's eyes were cold. Moreover, he said that there was more than one set of account books. This was a threat. Concubine Ning sat in her seat, stunned and speechless. Now, her father and brother were defeated on the battlefield, her nephew was killed by a destitute legitimate son of the Pei family, and the entire family was trapped in the Fu by a little girl. Everyone in the family was counting on her. Ming Hui saw that Concubine Ning was in a daze. He waited for a moment, then reminded, Nyang, there isn't much time. Regarding the account book, we need to make a decision quickly. Who took the account book? Concubine Ning thought for a moment, then looked at Ming Hui. Ming Hui held up a portrait. This portrait was given by Tuoba Yan. She said it could be these two people. This servant has seen it. It's Her Highness Ping Le, and, Ming Hui raised his head, Pei Wenxuan. Hearing this, Concubine Ning seemed to find it ridiculous. She couldn't help but laugh and asked, Pei Wenxuan? Then, she said in disbelief, that Pei Wenxuan who killed Quan Er? You've gone too far. Concubine Ning took a step back, her chest heaving up and down. This child, he's gone too far. To kill. To Nyang. To. You can't kill him. Concubine Ning raised her hand and stopped Ming Hui's action. She only said, you can't kill him now. He and Pingle took the account book together. Killing him will only leave more evidence. What do you mean? Ming Hui stared at Concubine Ning. Concubine Ning thought for a moment, then said, is Pei Wenxuan's father Pei Lixian? Has Pei Lizzie always wanted to kill him? Yes. Ming Hui immediately said, if Pei Wenxuan dies, Pei Lixian's family business will rightfully belong to Pei Lizzie. Now, Pei Lizzie is using Pei Wenxuan's mother's name to control the Pei family's property. Tonight, go find Pei Lizzie. Concubine Ning quickly ordered, ask him for Pei Wenxuan's things. Then, contact Tuoba Yan's butler, Wang Shun. Tell him that he should be useful after raising him for so long. Nyang, what do you mean? If Tuoba Yan dies, his account book has no witnesses. It's dead. If Tuoba Yan dies, this account book alone won't be enough to be used as evidence. It must be put together with the account books of the Ministry of War and the Border. Therefore, Ping Le doesn't dare to take it out when Tuoba Yan isn't around. We'll use Tuoba Yan's death to send that brat to prison and stabilize the situation. Concubine Ning slowly calmed down. She looked at the bright floor and continued, the news of Quan Er's death has already been sent to the front lines. When father and brother receive the news, they will think of a way for us. Before that, we just need to stop Pei Wenxuan from investigating further. Understood. Ming Hui stood up and said, Nyang, I'll do it now. Concubine Ning nodded and Ming Hui respectfully withdrew. When there was no one left in the room except for the moonlight, Concubine Ning raised her hand to cover her forehead and closed her eyes in pain. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan slept in their respective rooms until dawn. After Li Rong washed up, he went to the carriage to wait for Pei Wenxuan. After a short while, he heard footsteps outside. Then, someone lifted the curtain and jumped in. Li Rong was shocked to see Pei Wenxuan. Today, Pei Wenxuan looked a little different from usual. He wore an aqua blue silk robe with silver cloud patterns and a white silk blouse. His hair was tied up with a hairband and his sideburns fell casually. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked like a romantic youth. What are you doing? Li Rong looked him up and down and said with disgust, you're so impetuous. You were in a hurry. Pei Wenxuan sat down beside her and picked up a piece of pastry. I was still shaving, and they were standing outside in a row, saying that your highness was waiting for me. As he spoke, he looked up at her and smiled. How could this humble official dare to make your highness wait? He threw the pastry into his mouth and poured himself a cup of tea. Li Rong saw that he seemed to be in good spirits and couldn't help but ask, did you drink wine or youth rejuvenating soup last night? Today, you look like a bean sprout that has just sprouted, full of vitality. I've thought about it. Pei Wenchuan took a sip of tea and sighed. This is a rare opportunity for the two of us. We have to cherish it. Since we're 20 years old again, let's be 20 years old. Li Rong listened to him and sipped her tea without saying a word. Pei Wenchuan turned to look at the heavy traffic outside the carriage and smiled. Let's take a good look at how Huajing was 30 years ago. It's not a bad thing to try being young. Pei Wenchuan turned to look at Li Rong. What does your highness think? Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan and smiled lightly. I don't need these experiences. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and was about to persuade her when Li Rong continued. I'll always be in the prime of my youth. Pei Wenchuan froze. After a moment, he sighed. In terms of shamelessness, you're still the best. He looked at the road outside and turned to ask, let's go directly to Jiulu Mountain. Li Rong took a sip of tea. You know Qin Lin's temper. Since it's our first time there, we won't be able to meet him anyway. Let's just help the Chuaner deliver a letter of greeting, drink some tea, and wait for him to come back. Pei Wenchuan nodded. In his previous life, Li Chuan went to find Qin Lin 2 years later. The Yang family rose from the ashes and entrenched themselves in the northwest to fight against Li Ming. Li Ming had the patience to take care of the Yang family and the northwest border. He planted a group of people to make the Yang family a mere figurehead. However, 2 years later, when Rong invaded again, this group of people was completely defeated on the battlefield. It was at this time that Li Chuan heard Qin Jinjin's recommendation and found Qin Lin. Qin Lin was born on the battlefield. Before the age of 15, he had spent most of his time at the border. He had once led 800 light cavalry to attack the enemy camp and killed 3,000 enemies. He was a valiant general in the north. However, he was too young at that time and the commander was his father, so not many people knew about him. Later, his father died on the battlefield and he was brought back to Huajing. Because he wasn't familiar with Huajing's affairs, he stayed at Jiulu Mountain for 7 years. If not for Qin Jinjin's recommendation, Qin Lin might not have returned to the battlefield in his lifetime. At that time, Li Chuan was still the crown prince. However, in order to invite Qin Lin, he went to Jiulu Mountain every day and waited for him day and night. It was said that he gave Qin Lin countless gifts and in the end, he personally helped Qin Lin onto the carriage and finally summoned Qin Lin. Li Chuan protected Qin Lin on the battlefield and Qin Lin didn't let him down. In just 15 days, he took back the lost cities and stabilized the northwestern defense line. With the northwestern defense line stabilized, there seemed to be a transfer of military power. This completely provoked Li Ming. Thus, Li Ming signaled Consort Ro to set up a banquet and then framed the crown prince, Li Chuan, for blaspheming the imperial consort. After Li Chuan was imprisoned, he quickly put the empress under house arrest. Li Rong was also imprisoned. Pei Wenchuan and Li Ming feigned civility and pretended to be willing to cooperate with him to capture Qin Lin. Only then were they spared. That was probably the darkest moment of their lives. Li Chuan was determined to die and Li Rong also told him that she would use her life to exchange for his future. However, in the end, they still managed to walk out of this predicament. Qin Jinjin climbed the snowy mountains alone and found Qin Lin, allowing Qin Lin to escape from the ambush. Pei Wenchuan jumped into the river to escape from Huajing and persuaded the aristocratic families to support Li Chuan. In the end, they saved enough money and rations to recruit soldiers and let Qin Lin lead the troops to besiege Huajing. After that, Pei Wenchuan led the court officials to force Li Chuan to abdicate the throne. However, the throne obtained in this way was destined to be a situation where the aristocratic families would prosper in the future. Emperor Li Chuan, who was born in this kind of environment, completely calmed down his youthful nature. The turbulent times of their previous lives flashed through their minds, but they tacitly agreed not to mention it. Li Rong read the storybook while Pei Wenchuan turned his head to look outside the carriage. After traveling for an hour, the two arrived at Jiulu Mountain. Qin Lin's bamboo house was built halfway up the mountain, so the two of them went up together. The scenery of Jiulu Mountain was beautiful. As the two of them went up, the mountain path twisted and turned. The two of them walked slowly until they reached the mountainside. Before they reached Qin Lin's bamboo house, they saw a sign, "Humans and dogs are not allowed to enter." "He's afraid of dogs." Pei Wenchuan reminded him softly. Li Rong looked up and asked directly, "Is there anyone here?" Not long after, a young man walked out of the small courtyard. He was dressed in a green robe and his hair was tied up with a hairband. He was fair and clean and looked very gentle. He walked up to the two of them and said respectfully, "I wonder if the two of you, this one is Pei Wenchuan." Pei Wenchuan knew that this person was Qin Lin's good friend, Xianxia, but he didn't show it on his face. He pretended that he was just an attendant and said politely, "This is Princess Ping Le. We are here on the orders of the Crown Prince to request an audience with Sir Qin. The two of you must be joking." Xianxia put his hands in front of him. "My sir has been away from the world for a long time. How would the Crown Prince know of my sir? The two of you must have come to the wrong place. Sir Baiqi is the reincarnation of a war god. That year, Ping Qiu led 800 light cavalry and killed 3,000 enemies. It could be said that his bravery was unparalleled. The Crown Prince values talent and specially sent us here to deliver an invitation. Tomorrow, he will personally come here and hope that Sir Qin can meet him." As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan handed over the invitation. Xianxia took the invitation and looked at the words on it. Pei Wenchuan's handwriting was very good. Later, when he became the prime minister, he formed a unique school of writing in Huajing and many people copied and learned from him. Xianxia looked at the words for a moment and smiled. "This was written by Sir Pei?" "Yes. It's beautifully written." Xianxia took the invitation. "Just because of this handwriting, I will recommend Sir Pei. However, my sir has a strange temper. Even if the Crown Prince comes tomorrow, he may not meet him." "No matter." Li Rong smiled. "It's okay for a talented person to be willful. If a talented and good-looking person is willful, then it's only natural." Hearing this, Xianxia laughed. "The princess is really humorous." As he spoke, Xianxia looked at the sky and said, "It's already late. Today, the bamboo house will not invite the two of you. You can go back." The two of them had already guessed this and weren't unhappy. They calmly bid farewell to Xianxia and went down the mountain together. At this time, it was close to dusk. Pei Wenchuan was still refreshed, but Li Rong was already somewhat tired. However, Li Rong didn't show it on his face. He followed Pei Wenchuan down the mountain. The sun slowly set and the evening glow flowed past. Birds flew up into the sky. Looking down from the mountain, one could see the golden light flowing through the green wheat fields. In the evening breeze, it rippled with a gentle color. Li Rong's footsteps became slower and slower. Pei Wenchuan noticed this and turned to look at Li Rong. Seeing that Li Rong's face was still strong, he coughed lightly and opened his fan. He sighed and said, "A few years ago, when Qin Lin went, he said that he wanted to be buried here. I accompanied him up the mountain and felt that I couldn't walk anymore. Now that I've come again, I don't feel tired at all." As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan sighed happily. "It's good to be young." Hearing this, Li Rong was unhappy. She was tired half to death. Seeing that Pei Wenchuan was still so lively, she felt a little angry. She stopped walking. Pei Wenchuan turned his head and saw Li Rong standing still. He raised his eyebrows and asked knowingly, "Why aren't you walking?" Li Rong didn't speak. She waved at him. Pei Wenchuan walked forward and stopped in front of her. "What's wrong?" "Turn around," Li Rong said. Pei Wenchuan knew what she wanted to do and turned around. Then he heard Li Rong say, "Squat down." Pei Wenchuan could tell that Li Rong's breathing was unstable. He listened to Li Rong's words and squatted down. At the same time, he laughed. "Your Highness's physical strength is not good." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Rong suddenly pounced on him. Pei Wenchuan staggered. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and steadied himself. Sensing that Li Rong was lying on top of him, he turned around and laughed. "Your Highness, what are you doing? Isn't my physical strength good?" Li Rong said indifferently, "I'm making it more difficult for you. Carry me down." "Your Highness," Pei Wenchuan heard this and joked. "That's not very good, is it?" "It's improper." "No one saw," Li Rong said directly. "And when did I care about propriety?" "That's true. If he cared about propriety, he wouldn't have raised Su Yongqing back then." Pei Wenchuan pretended to sigh. Your Highness, you're bullying me. Li Rong rolled his eyes. She hung on his neck and urged, let's go. Don't delay. It's already dark. Pei Wenchuan resigned himself to fate and got up. He carried Li Rong forward. As he walked, he sighed. Your Highness, you eat a lot. Lord Pei, Li Rong imitated Pei Wenchuan's previous tone. This is because your physical strength is not good enough. If you can be as light as a swallow, then this humble subject's physical strength is enough. If I'm as light as a swallow, then your physical strength is indeed enough, Li Rong said. He leaned on Pei Wenchuan's shoulder. And smiled. After all, Lord Pei likes thin people, right? Pei Wenchuan didn't understand the meaning of these words for a moment. After a moment, he reacted and was speechless. Li Rong. After a moment, he finally choked out. A woman like you. I really admire you. Isn't it very successful? Isn't it very happy? Li Rong continued. There's no need to be envious. There are very few people as outstanding as me. Pei Wenchuan was amused by Li Rong. He carried her on his back and walked forward while arguing with her. The sun slowly set and the bright moon illuminated the night sky. The moonlight seeped through the gaps between the leaves and fell on the two people. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan were tired of arguing. She couldn't help but lean on Pei Wenchuan's shoulder and feel a little sleepy. Pei Wenchuan saw that she was sleepy and didn't disturb her. He carried Li Rong and slowly walked down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the sound of frogs croaking in the fields could be heard in the distance. He carried the girl on his back and listened to the soft sounds of the forest. For a moment, Pei Wenchuan suddenly felt an indescribable calmness in his heart. He couldn't help but slow down and walk forward slowly. Li Rong noticed that Pei Wenchuan slowed down and whispered, Pei Wenchuan, are you tired? Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. No. He raised his head and looked forward. Don't worry and sleep. I'll carry you back. Li Rong hugged his neck tightly. After a while, Li Rong whispered, Pei Wenchuan. I think you were more adorable when you were young. Pei Wenchuan was stunned. Then, he heard Li Rong continue, even if you weren't very clear-headed at that time and didn't understand many things, when I think about it, I still think you were very good at that time. At least, she chuckled softly, you looked better. You. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but want to scold her, but he didn't know what to say. After holding it in for a long time, he didn't say anything in the end. When they returned to the carriage, Li Rong lay down on the small bed to rest. Pei Wenchuan covered her with a quilt and extinguished the lights for her. He sat beside her and watched the night sky. An indescribable calmness rose in his heart. He turned his head to look at Li Rong. The girl was curled up into a ball under the moonlight. He looked at her figure and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that being reborn was quite good. After being reborn, he was forced to be entangled with Li Rong. At first, he was at a loss and felt a little helpless. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable if they were forced by fate. But at this moment, sitting here, he suddenly felt that in this world, you don't know whether things are good or bad until the end. It was like opening a gift. You don't know whether you like it or not until the moment when the gift is presented. The carriage first sent him back to the Pei residence. He felt that they were about to arrive, so he packed his things first. He originally wanted to tell Li Rong, but he felt that it was better not to disturb her. Thus, he planned to leave quietly. When the carriage stopped, Pei Wenchuan took his things and lifted the curtain. As soon as he poked his head out, he saw a group of people dressed in bailiff uniforms. They had swords hanging from their waists and surrounded the carriage. The leader standing in front took out a token and said coldly, the Ministry of Justice is handling a case and arresting the suspect, Pei Wenchuan. That person stared at Pei Wenchuan, Lord Pei, please come with me. Pei Wenchuan recognized him as Li Kuei. He looked at him for a moment and didn't say anything. Li Rong heard the noise outside and lifted the curtain with her golden fan. When she saw the person from the inspector, she couldn't help but smile and call out, Li Darren? Li Kuei didn't expect Li Rong to recognize him. He was quite surprised and hurriedly saluted, greetings, Your Highness. Long live Your Highness. May I know why Li Darren is here? Li Rong looked at Li Kuei and asked gently. Pei Wenchuan leaned to the side and helped Li Rong roll up the curtain. Reporting to Princess. Li Kuei saw Li Rong's inquiry and respectfully said, Today, a merchant came to Shantian Prefecture to report, claiming that Lord Pei killed his master. This humble one was ordered to come and ask Lord Pei to go to prison to assist in the investigation. Does His Majesty know about this? This humble one knows. Lord Pei has received an imperial order to investigate the Yang family's case. Therefore, this order was handed over to the Ministry of Justice by Shantian Prefecture. The Ministry of Justice specifically handed it over to His Majesty this afternoon. After receiving His Majesty's order, this humble one dared to come. Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help but smile. If you report a case in the morning, you can pass through 2 departments and directly report it to His Majesty, Li Rong said, then turned to Pei Wenchuan and smiled. It seems that Lord Pei is also an important person. Pei Wenchuan heard Li Rong's teasing and turned to smile. It seems that I have to go with Li Darren. Your Highness, Pei Wenchuan saluted, the follow-up matters can only depend on Your Highness. Li Rong nodded, then she remembered, Li Darren, may I know who the merchant is? Reporting to Your Highness, Li Kuei said in a methodical manner, the deceased is a foreign merchant named Tuobayan. Li Rong nodded, as expected. Pei Wenchuan glanced at Li Rong. Li Rong gave him a reassuring look, then said to Li Kuei, in that case, Lord Pei will go with Li Darren. However, officially, Li Rong looked at Li Kuei with a meaningful look. I heard that the prison of the Ministry of Justice is very strict. Would there be such a thing as a confession under torture? No, Li Kuei hurriedly said, Your Highness, don't worry. This lowly one is only following orders. The Lord Pei is a gentleman. This lowly one believes in the Lord Pei. This lowly one is just going through the process. The Lord Pei will be fine. Li Rong understood Li Kuei's promise and knew that Pei Wenchuan would be fine in prison. However, she was still worried, so she waved to Li Kuei. Li Kuei hurriedly came forward. Li Rong lowered her voice and stared at Li Kuei. Pei Wenchuan is this prince's man now. In the future, he may continue to be this prince's man. Li Rong emphasized the word continue and stared at Li Kuei. This prince will go to the prison to see Pei Wenchuan every day. Li Darren, do you understand this prince's meaning? Understood. Li Kuei hurriedly said in a low voice, Your Highness, don't worry. The Ministry of Justice has a suitable prison for the Lord Pei. Li Rong nodded and glanced at Pei Wenchuan, saying, I'll look for you if there's anything. Go. Pei Wenchuan smiled calmly and said to Li Kuei, Li Darren, please. Pei Wenchuan left with Li Kuei. Jing Lan came up from outside the carriage and said worriedly, Your Highness, if Tuobayan is dead, it's not that simple. Li Rong knocked on the small table and said slowly, This must be concubine Ning's doing. She has lived in the palace for a long time and doesn't understand these people's life-saving methods. Li Rong said indifferently, He is an outsider. If he dares to do such a thing, he must have the ability to do it. Now he is either on the run, or he must have a backup plan, waiting to take down the Yang family. Li Rong turned his fan and couldn't help but laugh. Does concubine Ning think that killing Tuobayan will solve the problem? She must know that killing a donkey after it has outlived its usefulness is a big taboo in this business. Even if Tuobayan doesn't fight back, these people who help to deal with the dirty money will definitely help to fight back. Otherwise, their circle will become the dough in the hands of the nobles. They will still be at the mercy of the nobles. The merchants had no power. If they weren't ruthless people who could bite flesh, how could they have a foothold in Huajing? Therefore, from the beginning, Li Rong didn't think of protecting Tuobayan. After all, no matter whether Tuobayan died or not, as long as the Yang family made a move on him, he would definitely make the Yang family bleed. Now that he got the accounts, he just needed to find an opportunity to send Li Chuan and Qin Lin to the front line. At this time, Pei Wenchuan was in prison. This might not be a bad thing. Pei Wenchuan was too active outside. The Yang family was wary and afraid that he would make more moves. Now that Pei Wenchuan was in prison, the Yang family was at least stable. Li Rong calculated in his heart. He tapped his small fan lightly on his palm and closed his eyes to rest in the carriage. They went all the way to the palace. Back in the palace, Li Rong took a note from the table and wrote, Leave the city tomorrow. Morning. Go to Jiulu Mountain and find Qin Lin. Don't let anyone know. After writing, she handed it to Jing Lan and said, give this to the crown prince, but don't let anyone know. Jing Lan acknowledged and Li Rong walked into the room. Not long after, Li Chuan was discussing the northwest front line with his aides. An attendant brought a cup of tea. Li Chuan spoke as he took the tea. As soon as the cup touched his hand, he felt that something was wrong. However, his expression didn't change. He calmly put the note in his sleeve. After he finished talking with everyone, he sent them off. When he returned to his room alone, he opened the note and saw Li Rong's handwriting. Below the handwriting were the independent dark patterns that the siblings had set up. Li Chuan knew what was going on. He ordered, tomorrow, I will leave the palace and go to Hugua Temple to pray for Imperial Mother. After Li Chuan gave the order, the eunuch acknowledged in a low voice. At this moment, the moon was bright in the sky. In Minglu Palace, Consort Ro was massaging Li Ming's shoulders. He said in a low voice, Consort Ning has caused such a big commotion. Does your majesty not care? Li Ming smiled gently, what's there to care about? That little brat Pei Wenchuan wants to be my sword. If he can't even resolve this small matter, he should just die. Your Highness, Consort Ro sighed, fortunately, Ping Laie didn't marry Yang Quan. The Yang family is causing so much trouble now. If the Yang family and the Shangguan family were to have a marriage alliance, wouldn't that be terrible? Li Ming didn't say anything. He picked up the tea and blew the tea leaves. Indeed, his voice was cold, I underestimated the Yang family. As he spoke, he lowered his voice, I also underestimated the crown prince. The people in the palace couldn't sleep that night. Only Li Rong had a good night's sleep. When she woke up in the morning, she directly went to the Ministry of Justice to check on Pei Wenchuan's situation. She took the palace's token and used money to bribe the officials. She successfully met with Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan slept in the prison for a night. He seemed to be in good spirits. Li Rong looked at him and couldn't help but smile, you're doing well in this prison? Of course, Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong and smiled, outside, I'm tormented every day and can't sleep well. Here, I don't have to do anything and can sleep well. Then Darren will have to stay here for a while. Li Rong walked forward and approached Pei Wenchuan, it might be better for Darren to stay here. When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he also walked forward. The two of them were separated by the wooden bars and were very close to each other. Your Highness went to look for someone? Pei Wenchuan asked in a low voice. Li Rong responded, then quickly said, you stay here for a while. I'll come in a few days. You're coming too? Pei Wenchuan was puzzled, what are you coming for? The Yang family will retaliate soon. When the time comes, we'll have to put on a show in the imperial court. Otherwise, we won't be able to suppress them. When the time comes, I'll come in too. Both of us will stay in prison. When the Chuaner goes to the front lines to stabilize the Yang family, I'll have someone write a memorial to let us out. Pei Wenchuan thought about Li Rong's words for a moment and nodded. Li Rong glanced at his room, then said, you'll stay here for now. Find out how to live more comfortably and give us some experience. Pei Wenchuan, Your Highness, he had to remind Li Rong, I think you're more experienced than me in this matter. It's been too many years, Li Rong said in a low voice, I forgot. As she spoke, she quickly added, I brought you some necessities. Take care of them yourself. I'll be leaving first. Pei Wenchuan nodded. The two of them stood face to face for a moment. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I'm standing at the door of a prison and talking to you. Just take it as a joke. Pei Wenchuan smiled gently. Then, he was about to persuade Li Rong to leave when he heard a respectful call from the door, Your Highness. Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong looked over at the same time and saw Su Yongqing standing at the door. He bowed respectfully, then straightened up. He first looked at Pei Wenchuan, then at Li Rong. Then, he smiled and said gently, I heard that Your Highness was here, so I came to look for you. Oh? Li Rong raised his eyebrows, Lord Su, what's the matter? Previously, Your Highness asked me to retrieve the Ministry of War's accounts. I've done as Your Highness asked. Hearing this, Li Rong could not help but be stunned. She had asked Su Yongqing to retrieve the Ministry of War's accounts just to give Su Yongqing something to do. She had expected that the Ministry of War would not hand over the accounts so easily and would try to evade it. When the time came, she would have to borrow Li Chuan's men to do it. Who would have thought that Su Yongqing would actually do it for her? But she was only a little surprised, then came back to her senses and smiled. Lord Su, thank you. We'll go over now. Su Yongqing smiled and nodded, then stepped back. Li Rong looked back at Pei Wenxuan and smiled. Lord Pei, I'll leave first. Pei Wenxuan bowed respectfully and watched Li Rong leave. Li Rong led Su Yongqing out of the Ministry of Justice. She first got into her carriage, then remembered Su Yongqing and turned to say, Lord Su, if you don't mind, why don't you ride with me? If you have anything to say in the carriage, you can directly check the accounts at the Ministry of War. Su Yongqing bowed respectfully, then got into the carriage. After getting into the carriage, he sat opposite Li Rong and kept a distance, looking very polite. This Su Yongqing was familiar to Li Rong, but also unfamiliar. In her memory, before Su Yongqing entered the residence, he was indeed like this to her. He was gentle, polite, and considerate. He was indeed a gentleman praised by the world. The two of them were silent. After a while, Su Yongqing poured Li Rong a cup of tea and said calmly, Now that Lord Pei is in prison, how does Princess plan to investigate the Yang family's case? The normal procedure is to check the Ministry of War's accounts first, then negotiate with the Yang family and investigate the statements of the servants in their residence. Su Yongqing listened quietly and did not speak. Li Rong looked up. Lord Su, what do you think? Why did Your Highness and Lord Pei go to Tuobayan's residence? Su Yongqing suddenly asked. Li Rong chuckled. I should ask Lord Su this question. Lord Su was in Tuobayan's residence and just happened to save me. How could it be such a coincidence? There are no coincidences in this world, only intentions, Su Yongqing said slowly. I went there for Tuobayan. I saw Princess and Lord Pei at the banquet. I didn't want to meet you, so I deliberately avoided you. However, I was worried that something would happen to Princess, so I prepared a dancer's outfit in advance and waited for Princess to come. Li Rong did not expect Su Yongqing to answer so frankly. She tapped her small fan on her palm and said slowly, Lord Su is only an inspector in this case. I don't know why Lord Su is so active in investigating the case and helping me like this. I don't understand. Su Yongqing held the teacup and took a sip of tea. This humble subject wants to give Princess a letter of allegiance. Su Yongqing spoke slowly. Li Rong paused. Then, she saw Su Yongqing look up and stare at her quietly. This humble subject is willing to be ordered by Your Highness and assist the Crown Prince with all my heart. I wonder what Your Highness, he stared at Li Rong meaningfully, what do you think? Li Rong didn't say anything. She just stared at Su Yongqing quietly. Su Yongqing allowed her to size him up and didn't say anything. After a long time, Li Rong slowly said, I remember that the Su family is only loyal to His Majesty. Yes, Su Yongqing said calmly, so Rongqing is just Rongqing. You don't represent the Su family. Li Rong understood Su Yongqing's meaning. She tapped on the small table. Su Yongqing quietly waited for Li Rong's response. Why do you have to choose the Crown Prince now? Li Rong asked slowly. Su Yongqing looked down and said calmly, when His Majesty was in his prime, he was warlike, causing the people of the Xia to suffer. Now that he favors powerful officials, it's even more difficult for the people. The Crown Prince is benevolent. He advocates Confucianism on the outside and Taoism on the inside. Su Yongqing wants to see the world like this, so he follows His Majesty. You can tell the Crown Prince directly. Li Rong picked up her tea and said, Why are you telling me this? The Crown Prince is magnanimous. He can't hide things. Rongqing's current position shouldn't be known to the Crown Prince. Li Rong understood. Even if Su Yongqing was representing herself, he was still a member of the Su family. If Li Ming knew that he had sided with the Crown Prince, then Li Ming would be even more suspicious of the Crown Prince. Now that he had found a chance to express his position to her, then she could at least use Su Yongqing when helping Li Chuan with his plans in the future. Li Rong listened and didn't say anything. Su Yongqing looked up in confusion. He couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty? You don't have to do this. Li Rong came back to her senses and said calmly, "The Su family has been in power for generations. His Majesty trusts you because of this loyalty. You don't have to take sides. Just do what you should do. If the Crown Prince gets into trouble in the future, you can take care of yourselves." If the Crown Prince ascends the throne, Li Rong looked at him and said, "As long as you do what you are doing now, as long as I'm here, the Su family will always be the Su family." Hearing this, Su Yongqing was silent, as if he was thinking. Think. Li Rong saw that he seemed to be uneasy and comforted him. "I'm not saying this to refuse your allegiance. It's just that I think," Li Rong hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "that Su Gongzi is an elegant gentleman. You shouldn't get involved in these matters." Although she and Su Yongqing truly met after he fell from grace, and the Su Yongqing she knew and saw was the politician he was now, she still remembered the soft light in Su Yongqing's eyes when he talked to her about his youth. When she and Pei Wenxuan came back, they were already old. That couldn't be helped. But looking at the young Su Yongqing in front of her, she couldn't help but feel protective. Hearing her words, Su Yongqing was absent-minded for a moment. Li Rong twirled the fan in her hand, lightly coughed, and changed the topic. "Lord Su, please tell me about the situation with the Ministry of War's account books." Hearing this, Su Yongqing came back to his senses. He respectfully complied and checked the current situation of the Ministry of War's account books. The two entered the Ministry of War one after the other. Su Yongqing had already bribed the officials. Li Rong went to the room where the accounts were kept. She took out all the accounts related to the northwest border and brought people to check the accounts. There were many accounts. Li Rong stayed in the Ministry of War for 2 days. After 2 days, she finished checking the accounts and immediately brought people to the Ministry of Justice to send out orders to bring all the relevant people together for interrogation. At the same time, Li Rong also ordered the Jing Lan to arrange for all the people in the princess's residence to keep an eye on Tuoba Yan's residence. She also asked Li Chuan about the situation at Jiulu Mountain every day. She knew that in at most 5 days, there would be news from the border. And these 5 days were the time for her to make all the arrangements. Her actions weren't too big. Checking the accounts and interrogating the officials wasn't a fatal blow to the Yang family. On the surface, there shouldn't be any problems with the accounts. In Ning Fei's eyes, Li Rong's actions were even looking in the wrong direction. She was happy to see Li Rong running around like a headless fly. As for Li Rong's investigation of Tuoba Yan, it was carried out quietly. Even Su Yongqing, who followed her to check the accounts every day, didn't know that she was still holding on to Tuoba Yan. After working on the case for 4 days, Li Rong almost finished the entire process of the Ministry of War's allocation of funds to the Yang family. When she walked out of the Ministry of War with satisfaction, it was already midnight. Just as she walked out of the door, the Jing Lan walked up and whispered, "Your Highness, Tuoba Yan has been found." Hearing this, Li Rong was happy. She knew that Tuoba Yan wouldn't die so easily. She controlled her emotions and led the people forward. As she walked, she whispered, "Where is she?" "In the outskirts of the city. They're still chasing after her. I'll go over immediately." As she spoke, Li Rong arranged for a group of people to pretend to escort her back to the princess's residence. The other group followed her out of the city. When they reached the outskirts of the city, there were people waiting there. When they saw Li Rong, they whispered, "Your Highness, we've caught her." Li Rong nodded and followed the group of people to a dilapidated house. The house was full of secret guards. In the middle of the house, there was a big man tied to a chair. He was drenched and covered in injuries. He looked very tired. Li Rong walked up to the man and smiled, "Sixth Master, long time no see." When Tuoba Yan heard this voice, he looked up while panting. He stared at Li Rong for a while and said in a hoarse voice, "It's you." "It's me." Li Rong nodded and said, "Sixth Master, you haven't been well these days, right? I thought you should be out of Huajing. Why are you still loitering around Huajing? Who are you?" Tuoba Yan stared at Li Rong and asked directly, "What do you want?" "You probably know who I am." Li Rong chuckled, "Now I just want Sixth Master to help me. That account book of yours, it's not enough. Sixth Master, take a look and see if you can be a witness. This is against the rules." Tuoba Yan whispered, since Princess confined me here, you should know that in our line of work, we can die, but we can't break the rules. Sixth Master, they wanted to kill you first, Li Rong said softly. They wanted to kill you, so you fought back. How can this be considered breaking the rules? As Li Rong spoke, he squatted down and looked at Tuoba Yan with a smile. Sixth Master, I know your rules. You can't reveal anything about your guests. But if you don't have any intention of fighting back, why are you hiding these account books? This is only a threat, Tuoba Yan said calmly. Once a threat is used, it's no longer a threat. You're just afraid that if you take out the account books and give them to the Yang family, the other families who have the account books in their hands will kill you. But Sixth Master, you only have a chance to be killed if you're alive. Then kill me. Tuoba Yan said coldly, after falling into your hands, I don't want to live. Sixth Master, you're joking. Why would I kill you? Li Rong said gently, you're afraid of the methods of the trading companies. Do you think? Li Rong put his hand on Tuoba Yan's shoulder, I don't know how to do it. Let me tell you a secret. When it comes to torture, Li Rong leaned on Tuoba Yan and said softly, the palace has studied it more than the trading companies. Guards. Li Rong straightened up and said indifferently, pull out his fingernails for me first. As he said this, Li Rong walked to the chair that had already been cleaned. He took a cup of tea from the side and said with a smile, Sixth Master, it's almost dawn. The trading company's 39 stages of torture won't last until tomorrow night. How about I add a few more for you? As soon as he said this, Tuoba Yan screamed. Blood fell on Li Rong's skirt. Li Rong lowered his eyes and drank his tea. His expression was normal. Jing Lan's face turned pale. Li Rong said indifferently, if you're not feeling well, then leave. Jing Lan heard this and left hurriedly with his mouth covered. Li Rong held the teacup and said calmly, Sixth Master, you can't always lie by the rules. You have to learn to judge the situation. If you go out now, you'll die. If you stay by my side, you'll have a chance to live. You're a stubborn person. You can endure 39 stages of torture, but do you think you'll be finished if you die? Your wife works as an embroiderer in Xianxia town in Luzhou. Your son is now at the age of entering school. I heard that you've arranged an identity for him. He wants to study at Fengshan Academy next year. There are many things. Don't be too stubborn. Think about it. Li Rong raised his eyes and smiled. Think about it again. Li Rong finished speaking and turned to order, apply honey on him. As soon as he said this, Tuoba Yan's voice sounded, I confess. Everyone paused. Li Rong raised his eyes to look at him. This person stared at him with blood-red eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you a confession, but you have to promise one thing. Your wife will be brought to my side. Your child will enter a better Xianxia Academy. Li Rong knew what he wanted to say and said directly, you'll work in the princess residence. As long as you're honest, Li Rong stared at him, I won't treat my own people unfairly. Tuoba Yan didn't speak. He panted and stared at Li Rong. After a long time, Li Rong raised his chin. Give him pen and paper. The attendant next to him gave him pen and paper. Tuoba Yan untied the rope and began to write his confession with trembling hands. He wrote with great difficulty. After he finished, he handed it to Li Rong. Li Rong looked it over. After confirming that there were no problems with the confession, he ordered the people next to him to settle Tuoba Yan in Li Chuan's place. Then he got on the carriage and led the people back to the princess residence. She didn't sleep all night. She sat in the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. She was thinking about today's arrangements. The evidence of the Yang family's embezzlement of military funds was basically complete in Huajing. There was the Ministry of War's account, Tuoba Yan's confession, and the private account book. She had also obtained the confessions of all the relevant people involved. Next, she just needed to wait for the border accounts to be in her hands. She was thinking in her heart. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from outside. Then her carriage suddenly stopped. She heard someone say, Is Her Highness Princess Ping Ali in the carriage? Li Rong signaled to Jing Lan. Jing Lan lifted the curtain and poked his head out. He saw the Ministry of Justice standing outside. Jing Lan frowned. You are? I am Inspector Wang Qing. I am here to pass on His Majesty's order. Recently, Princess Ping Ali abused her power and bent the law for personal gain. In the name of investigating a case, she bullied her trusted officials. She also colluded with the suspect, Pei Wenchuan. She is suspected of plotting to murder others. She is to be grounded for 1 month and transferred to the Ministry of Justice to assist in the investigation of Tuo Bayan's murder. Hearing this, Jing Lan was stunned. She looked back at Li Rong, who had lifted the curtain. She didn't know what to say. Tuo Bayan was in their hands. As long as they handed her over, Li Rong couldn't be sent to the Ministry of Justice. Pei Wenchuan would also be released. However, Li Rong didn't say anything. Jing Lan didn't dare to say anything. Li Rong looked at the man in front of her. She smiled and said gently, "Do I need to be escorted there?" Wang Qing respectfully stepped aside and said, "I can follow your highness." Li Rong nodded and then ordered the Jing Mei in the carriage, "Take some people there and clean the prison." Jing Mei respectfully said. She hurriedly got off the carriage and led the people there. Li Rong returned to the carriage and closed her eyes. She didn't say anything. After a while, she arrived at the Ministry of Justice's prison. Wang Qing walked in front of her respectfully. Everyone knew that as long as Li Chuan didn't fall, Li Rong's visit to the Ministry of Justice was just for show. "Official Wang," Li Rong said gently, "can I choose where to stay in this prison?" Of course, Wang Qing's heart trembled when he saw Li Rong. He was afraid that he would provoke this golden branch and jade leaf. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness, which room do you want? Can I stay in the room next to Lord Pei's?" Li Rong smiled, "With an acquaintance, I won't be afraid." "Your Highness is right," Wang Qing said flatteringly, "the princess and Lord Pei are involved in the same case. They should be together." With that, Wang Qing led Li Rong to the end of the prison. The prison at the end of the prison was specially designed. It was obviously for high-ranking officials and nobles to live in. There were a few cells scattered around the corner. Other than Pei Wenchuan lying in one of the cells and reading a book, there was no one else. Pei Wenchuan was lying in bed reading a travel book. When he saw Li Rong come in, he stood up and put the book on the small table. He leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and smiled at Li Rong. When Li Rong saw him looking over, he first chose the cell next to Pei Wenchuan's and asked someone to go in and arrange it. Then, he walked in front of Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan looked at him from head to toe and smiled, "Your Highness, you came so quickly. Could it be that you missed this official?" Li Rong burst into laughter and covered half of her face with her fan. "It seems that Lord Pei's mouth has improved a lot even though he hasn't learned anything in prison." It's fine, Pei Wenchuan nodded and said with a serious face, "Your Highness originally said that you would come to visit this humble subject once a day, but this humble subject has waited for so many days without seeing even a shadow of your Highness. Every day, this humble subject thinks about you, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Looking forward to seeing your Highness, this humble subject finds joy in the midst of bitterness. Now that I have seen your Highness, my heart is filled with thousands of words." Li Rong was amused by Pei Wenchuan. He covered his face with his fan and laughed non-stop. Pei Wenchuan saw Li Rong's happy expression and knew that there was no big problem outside. He whispered, "Is everything done?" "Of the two things, one is done." As Li Rong spoke, he looked around and whispered, "I'll tell you later." Jing Lan and Jing Mei brought some things and cleaned up the entire prison cell. They put in some incense and prepared a curtain to block the entrance of the prison cell. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire prison cell was almost the same as Li Rong's bedroom. After everything was arranged, Jing Lan and Li Rong agreed on a time to visit each day. When Li Rong entered the cell, everyone left. Just a moment ago, there was still a lot of noise, but in an instant, only Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan were left. The two of them were separated by a wall. Pei Wenchuan leaned against the wall and asked, "Which one is done?" No one answered. Pei Wenchuan felt a little strange. Just as he was about to ask again, he saw a hand with red fingernails holding a piece of paper reach over. Pei Wenchuan bent down and took the paper. When he opened it, he saw Li Rong's handwriting, "Evidence." "That's not important." Pei Wenchuan shook his head and looked to the side. Although he couldn't see Li Rong, this action made him feel more at ease. Where is he? Has your highness been invited? We're still inviting him. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan didn't hide anything and knew that this place should be safe. She didn't write a note and simply said, "Is he so easy to invite down the mountain?" That's not surprising. Pei Wenchuan tore the paper into pieces. As he tore, he couldn't help but frown and ask Li Rong, "How do you think he managed to invite him down in our previous life? I don't remember him being so difficult to invite." In her previous life, although Qin Lin was also pretentious, he didn't feel that it was so excessive. Now that Li Chuan had invited him for 4 days, why was there no news at all? When Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's question, she felt a little uneasy. She couldn't help but say, "Is it because we are affected by this matter in advance?" Just like when she organized the spring banquet, she provoked Yang Quan. Now, they invited Qin Lin in advance. It can't be that we can't invite him, right? Li Rong couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Pei Wenchuan hurriedly said, "Don't jinx it. What if we can't invite him?" Li Rong didn't listen to Pei Wenchuan at all and frowned. When Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong didn't listen to him at all, he could only say, "What can we do? Let's do it cold." Pei Wenchuan. When Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's sarcastic remarks, she tapped her fan lightly on the palm of her hand and said leisurely, "If Qin Lin can't come down, I'll shove you to the northwest. Either you bring the northwest back to me, or I'll bury you there." Li Rong's voice was very steady, but when she said the word bury at the end, Pei Wenchuan could hear a little bit of blood in her voice. Pei Wenchuan felt a little cold in his heart, but he wasn't scared by this kind of thing. He coughed lightly and said somewhat embarrassedly, "The main thing is that you mind. If you don't mind, I still have a way." "For example?" After all, he's really... Before Pei Wenchuan could finish his words, he heard Li Rong say, "Really what?" Pei Wenchuan changed the topic and changed the way he addressed him, second Miss Qin's biological brother. "So?" Li Rong found herself and said with a smile in her voice, but Pei Wenchuan felt some indescribable coldness in her voice. Pei Wenchuan didn't know why, but he was a little flustered in his heart, but he still braced himself and said with difficulty, "I think I may still have some face." "Huh." Li Rong couldn't help laughing, "You're a man whose engagement was broken off. What face can you have? Don't you have any shame?" She must have been forced to break off the engagement. "Pei Wenchuan, I find that your other abilities are ordinary, but you're particularly good at deceiving yourself." Li Rong couldn't listen to it anymore. She knocked on the ground with her fan. "Heaven and earth can bear witness to her feelings for the Chuaner. What does it have to do with you? To be honest, if it weren't for her devotion to the Chuaner, there would be no place for a dog like you. In my previous life, you dared to help her and hide it from me. If she dared to respond at all, I would have crippled her. Your logic is wrong." Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong's words and said seriously, "She fell in love with His Highness later. When she broke off the engagement, I just came back from mourning. At that time, she hadn't seen His Highness. She must have been forced by her family to break off the engagement." Li Rong almost vomited blood when he heard Pei Wenchuan's words. The point was, when did Qin Zhenjin fall in love with Li Chuan? It was she who didn't like Pei Wenchuan at all. Breaking off the engagement was completely voluntary, spontaneous, and self-declared. She took a deep breath and controlled her emotions. "Pei Wenchuan, you should really thank me. I'm in jail now. What else could it be?" Pei Wenchuan didn't understand Li Rong's words. He was still thinking about Qin Lin when Li Rong said gloomily, "If it weren't for this wooden fence, I would have gone over and scratched your eyes." Pei Wenchuan was speechless. He felt that Li Rong was particularly irritable. After a moment of silence, he carefully said, "You're a princess. You should pay attention to your status. It won't look good if you fight." "It won't look good if I fight," Li Rong sneered. "I'll let someone else do it." "Girls," Pei Wenchuan said casually, "it's not good to fight. Drink some tea and calm down. Let's continue talking." "I have nothing to talk about with you." Li Rong stood up and said coldly, "I'm going to talk to your Zhenjin. Why are you so bad-tempered today? I thought we had argued enough on this topic." Pei Wenchuan sighed. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you been interrogating people recently?" Li Rong paused. Pei Wenxuan saw that she didn't respond and understood. Li Rong was used to being like this. He would easily lose his composure when he saw blood. In her previous life, he was like this. Although they were allies at that time, they still had their own considerations. Li Rong didn't trust him and wouldn't let him handle many things. Therefore, he couldn't help her. Fortunately, it was different in this life. At least for now, they were definitely on the same side. Pei Wenxuan was silent for a while, then he said slowly, "I'll do this in the future." "Don't touch it." "No need." Li Rong said coldly, "It's none of your business." "I'll treat you, okay?" Pei Wenxuan sighed. He knew that Li Rong was angry, so he said slowly, "We'll be living together in the future. Don't be so angry. If you go interrogating people and make yourself uncomfortable, you'll come back and vent your anger on me. Won't I be the one suffering? I'm begging you, Your Highness." Pei Wenxuan dragged his voice, "Give me a way out. Let me do this for you, okay?" Li Rong sneered and didn't answer. She walked to the bed and was about to lie down when she heard voices coming from outside. After a while, Li Chuan walked in with someone. Li Chuan was still wearing civilian clothes. He obviously didn't come from the palace. He hurriedly walked to Li Rong's cell and said, "Sister, I heard that something happened to you. I specially rushed back from Jiulu Mountain. Are you okay?" "I'm okay." Li Rong nodded, "It's expected. Don't worry. Did you manage to invite Qin Lin?" "Not yet." Li Chuan shook his head. Then, he seemed to think of something and said, "But he'll be here soon." Li Rong responded and heard footsteps coming from the side. The person that Li Chuan brought was wearing a black cloak. Her facial features were hidden under the cloak and her face couldn't be seen clearly. When she walked in, Li Rong noticed her. Li Rong was still trying to guess the identity of this person, but when she saw this person walk to Pei Wenxuan's cell, she knew who it was. Pei Wenxuan probably also guessed the identity of this person, but he didn't say anything. He just watched quietly. That person didn't say anything. She just raised her white and slender hand and took off the large hat on her head, revealing her delicate and elegant facial features. She wasn't very beautiful, but she made people feel comfortable. There was a sense of peace in her indifference. The rarest thing about her was her otherworldly aura. She clearly lived in the secular world, but she seemed to have transcended it. Pei Wenxuan looked at her quietly. It seemed like he didn't expect this, but he also seemed to have noticed it. The woman smiled gently. "Long time no see." She said calmly, "Brother Pei." "Long time no see." Pei Wenxuan smiled. "It's been more than 3 years, right?" As the two of them spoke, Li Rong gave Li Chuan a look. Then, she led Li Chuan to the edge of the cell, which was the furthest away from Pei Wenxuan. She whispered, "Why is she here?" "Sister, do you know her?" Li Chuan glanced at the two people who were talking. Then, she whispered to Li Rong, "I met her at the entrance of Jiulu Mountain. She beat me up the moment she saw me." Li Rong was speechless. This was the first time she heard someone describe Xianxia in such a way. "And then?" Li Rong ignored Li Chuan's description and went straight to the point. "She said that she's Qin Lin's sister. I don't know if it's true or not. In any case, after the people from the palace came, when she heard who I was, she immediately said that she would help me invite Qin Lin. But the condition was," Li Chuan raised his chin, "to come and see Pei Wenxuan." As he spoke, Li Chuan frowned. "Sis, is there something wrong with them?" Li Rong was speechless. Li Chuan was smart for once. Li Chuan was considered stable in political affairs. However, when it came to relationships, Li Rong felt that he was no different from a 6-year-old. Xianxia was talking to Pei Wenxuan. She asked Pei Wenxuan about his condition and Pei Wenxuan answered her questions. After Xianxia confirmed that Pei Wenxuan was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I'm relieved to know that my brother is fine." Xianxia suddenly remembered something. "Did you receive the jade pendant from before?" "They even gave him a jade pendant," Li Chuan whispered into Li Rong's ear. "Sure enough, there's something wrong with them." Li Rong tapped his fan on his shoulder and curled his lips into a smile. He looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. He opened his folding fan and used it to cover his face. He approached Li Chuan and muttered, "It's time to watch the show." "Got it." Pei Wenxuan said slowly, "I know this is not your intention. I don't blame you. You don't have to worry. Big brother Pei, you've misunderstood. This is what I meant." Qin Jinjin replied generously and sincerely, "I've always wanted to return this jade pendant to brother Pei, but I didn't have the time to do so when brother Pei was in mourning. Now that you're back, I should have personally returned it to you. However, brother Pei said that now that I've grown up, it's inconvenient for me to see you, so he'll be the one to deliver it to you." Li Chuan was confused, but Li Rong covered himself with his folding fan. His shoulders were trembling as he laughed silently. She looked at Qin Jinjin, who had a righteous expression on his face. She recalled how Pei Wenxuan had told her that Qin Jinjin was forced to do this. She felt as if she had been slapped in the face. Pei Wenxuan remained silent. After a while, he said stiffly, "Big brother Qin, you're too kind." "Yes," Qin Jinjin laughed, "although you don't see brother Pei often, he's very considerate of you. Brother Pei told me that when the two families were engaged, he didn't expect the Pei family to be so powerful. Now that brother Pei is the legitimate son of the Pei family, your future is limitless. Brother Pei told me not to hold you back. He didn't want to delay your marriage because of the jokes between the two families." Pei Wenxuan was speechless. Li Rong leaned against the wall and laughed so hard that he rolled over. Li Chuan was at a loss. After a long time, Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan's emotionless voice, "Did Qin Lin tell you all this?" This emotionless voice showed that Pei Wenxuan was trying to control his emotions. Li Rong could feel Pei Wenxuan's urge to tear Qin Lin apart just by listening to his voice. What did he mean by the legitimate son of the Pei family having a limitless future? That was a lie. If he had a limitless future, why would he only be an 8th-ranked official? It was obvious that Qin Lin looked down on him and was trying to fool Qin Jinjin. However, Qin Jinjin was a lady and didn't care much about the complicated relationships in the outside world. The Pei family was good at keeping up appearances, so it was normal for the sons of aristocratic families to start from the bottom. As for which positions at the bottom had real power and which didn't, this wasn't something that Qin Jinjin could understand. Thus, after Qin Lin's big bluff, Qin Jinjin didn't suspect anything at all. He gave her the jade pendant and asked her brother to break off the engagement. Now that she saw that Pei Wenxuan didn't look happy at all, she felt that something was wrong. She hesitated and asked, "What my brother said. Is there something wrong?" Pei Wenxuan was speechless. No, nothing was wrong. However, Pei Wenxuan didn't want to explain to Qin Jinjin. After all, the decision had been made, so there was no need to explain. Thus, he replied expressionlessly, "Nothing, I'm just grateful for big brother's concern." Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Jinjin could not bear it any longer. She turned her head and looked over. She could not understand why this Princess Ping Lu was so happy from the beginning. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your Highness, why are you laughing?" "Nothing," Li Rong calmed down and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He hurriedly said, "I just thought of something funny." Pei Wenxuan felt helpless when he heard Li Rong laughing at him. He knew that Li Rong was laughing at him because of the quarrel just now. He felt a little embarrassed and coughed softly, "I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Go back and persuade your brother, the crown prince. My brother knows what to do." When Qin Jinjin heard Pei Wenxuan mention this, he said, "Big brother Pei, don't worry. My brother will go, but you'll have to wait for another day." "Oh, your brother will go, and you're telling me that you'll help me persuade him?" Li Chuan raised his eyebrows as he listened. "Are you lying to me?" When Qin Jinjin heard Li Chuan's words, he immediately lost his composure. He said indifferently, "This commoner only went because I persuaded him. How am I lying?" "You, Chuaner," Li Rong reminded Li Chuan, "don't be rude." Li Chuan heard this and turned to Li Rong. He was shocked. "Elder sister, I didn't even say anything, and you're saying that I'm rude?" "I already know what you're trying to say." Li Rong raised his eyebrows and said, "All right, let's not talk about this nonsense. Go back now and find out what's going on in the imperial court. Make preparations tomorrow morning. Since Imperial Father sent me here, it means that the Yang family is pressuring him. If I'm not wrong, Imperial Father will send you to the northwest tomorrow morning to supervise the battle. You can't agree to it directly. You must keep rejecting it. I understand. Li Chuan pursed his lips. I've already prepared for this. Don't worry. Second Miss Qin, Li Rong raised her eyes and looked at Qin Jinjin. If the crown prince is forced to go to the front lines tomorrow, are you sure your brother will go? She stared at Qin Jinjin. When Qin Jinjin heard this, he bowed respectfully and said, Your Highness, don't worry. My brother is only making things difficult for His Highness because he wants to test His Highness' character. He doesn't mean to refuse. Li Rong nodded. After thinking for a while, she looked at Li Chuan and said, If Qin Lin goes to the front lines with you, don't let anyone know. Quietly put him in the barracks. Don't let anyone know that he's one of your men. Li Chuan was stunned. After a while, he reacted and replied, Understood. They didn't spend so much effort to bring down the Yang family for the sake of Li Ming. Their ultimate goal was to let Li Chuan plant his own men in the northwest. Li Ming would definitely replace the main general in the later stages of the battle and take all the credit. If Qin Lin directly followed Li Chuan, he would probably be pinched by Li Ming as soon as he showed his face. The safest plan now was for Qin Lin to take his good friend Shui Qinghe to the front lines and start from scratch with an identity that had nothing to do with Li Chuan. Then, with their wisdom, they would help Li Chuan to solve the hidden danger of the Yang family at the northwest border. After that, they would attack the Rong country. When the northwest border was stabilized, Li Ming would replace the main general. However, it was impossible for him to replace all the generals under him. Qin Lin would stay in the northwest, and they would cooperate with Qin Lin in Huajing. Sooner or later, the military power in the northwest would fall into Qin Lin's hands. Other than Qin Jinjin, everyone present knew about these plans. Li Chuan said respectfully, Sister, don't worry. I will arrange it. Li Rong nodded and looked at the sky. It's getting late. You should go back first. Li Chuan nodded and turned to Qin Jinjin. Can you leave now? Qin Jinjin looked at Pei Wenchuan and hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm relieved to see that Brother Pei is fine. It's inconvenient for us to meet now. I hope Brother Pei can take care of himself. If you need my help in the future, please send someone to Jiulu Mountain to pass on your message to my brother. I won't refuse. Hearing Qin Jinjin's words, Pei Wenchuan's expression was calm. He nodded and replied, Don't worry. I'll be fine. Qin Jinjin nodded and put on his hat again before returning to Li Chuan's side. Li Chuan looked at Li Rong and said, Sister, I'm leaving. Li Rong nodded and Li Chuan led Qin Jinjin out. Li Chuan mocked Qin Jinjin for being short, but Qin Jinjin ignored him coldly. Li Rong looked at the two of them walking away and suddenly called out to Li Chuan, Chuan. Li Chuan looked back in confusion and saw Li Rong standing in the cell at the end of the corridor, looking at him quietly. Li Chuan didn't understand. After a long time, he heard Li Rong say, You can ask someone to send second Miss Qin back. There are things waiting for you in the palace. You should go back early. Li Chuan laughed when he heard this, I know. Do you think I'm a child? Why do you have to order me around? Li Chuan waved his hand and left with Qin Jinjin. Li Rong looked at Li Chuan's back and stood there in a daze. Although Pei Wenchuan didn't see Li Rong's expression, he could guess what she was thinking. You don't want the Crown Prince and second Miss Qin to meet again? This time, he paid attention to his words and didn't call her Jinjin. Li Rong heard his words and said calmly, You want to do it again? We met a little too early this time. Pei Wenchuan was a little worried. I don't know what will happen. Li Rong didn't say anything. She understood Pei Wenchuan's worry. It was just like how she had changed everything during the spring banquet. Now that Li Chuan and Qin Jinjin had met so early, no one knew what would happen. In her previous life, Li Chuan and Qin Jinjin met a year later. Qin Jinjin entered the palace as a concubine and became Li Chuan's concubine. When she first entered the East Palace, Qin Jinjin and Li Chuan didn't get along. Li Chuan almost didn't see her and she was often bullied in the East Palace. Later, Pei Wenchuan helped to matchmake Qin Jinjin with Li Chuan. Li Chuan didn't know what was wrong with him. In the past, he didn't understand love. After he got together with Qin Jinjin, he suddenly went crazy and only thought of this person. However, under the influence of love, there was not only love but also a sharp blade. Therefore, 1 year after Li Chuan ascended the throne, Qin Jinjin gave birth to Li Ping and died in the harem. On the day of her death, Li Chuan hugged her body and refused to let go. Li Rong went over and dragged her out of Li Chuan's arms. After Qin Jinjin died, Li Chuan insisted on burying her as an empress and placed her in his imperial mausoleum in advance. At that time, everyone thought that Li Chuan had passed away and thought that Li Chuan would get better in a few years. However, he didn't. His temper became worse and worse, and he became more and more violent. The crown prince, who had been known for his benevolence in his youth, eventually walked the same path as Li Ming. He used military force to suppress the aristocratic families and suppressed the imperial court. Only Li Rong could slightly control him. However, after the Su family case, the siblings became estranged. After the Su family case, she was bedridden due to her injuries. Li Chuan came to visit her. At that time, he was already very thin. They were separated by a curtain. Li Rong looked at his figure and felt that he was like a silhouette. He spoke a little absent-mindedly, and for some reason, he talked about Qin Jinjin. That day, he spoke a lot, just like when he was young. At the end of his sentence, he suddenly opened his mouth. He said, "Sis, there's a beast in my heart. I can't contain it. I'm afraid of it, and I'm also afraid of myself. I'm sorry for hurting you." Fortunately, Li Chuan chuckled, "I've already done what I should do. In the future, I'll leave everything to you." After he finished speaking, he stood up and left her room like an alchemist who had left the world. Not long after the Su family was buried, Li Chuan announced that he would become a monk. Pei Wenxuan brought a group of officials to the grand imperial residence and knelt for an entire day. Finally, they reached a compromise. Li Chuan wouldn't become a monk, but he also wouldn't manage the affairs of the residence. For the next 25 years, Li Chuan didn't attend morning court. Every day, he was immersed in the illusions described by alchemists, trying to find a way to revive the dead. For the rest of her life, she thought about it countless times. If she hadn't let Li Chuan experience the crown prince being deposed, and if she hadn't let him meet Qin Jinjin, would her younger brother's life have been the same as when he was young? Forever filled with hope, like the fire of the cold sun, illuminating the world. However, at that time, there was no turning back. She didn't want to think about things that couldn't be changed, so she continued to muddle along. But now, it was different. She really did have a choice. The two of them leaned against the same wall, standing on opposite sides. Li Rong didn't say anything. Pei Wenxuan looked up at the afternoon sky. After a long time, Li Rong slowly said, "This time, you won't let her enter the palace, right?" Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. Li Rong was a bit puzzled. "Why aren't you responding?" "I'm looking at you," Pei Wenxuan said flatly. Li Rong was a bit surprised. "Why are you looking at me?" "If you agree, I'll talk to Qin Lin. If they still want her to enter the palace, then that's her business. As for whether or not you want to interfere and prevent her from entering the palace, that's your business." Li Rong was confused. She didn't understand. She paused for a moment, thinking left and right. Then, she carefully said, "I'm sorry. Can you explain it a bit more clearly? I don't really understand." When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he lowered his eyes. "I shouldn't have interfered back then." Li Rong was even more confused. She vaguely understood the literal meaning of this sentence. Pei Wenxuan seemed to be saying that he didn't intend to interfere with Qin Jinjin anymore. But how was this possible? Li Rong was at a loss. Not to mention the importance of Qin Jinjin in Pei Wenxuan's heart. Even if Qin Jinjin didn't mean much to Pei Wenxuan and was just a friend, according to Pei Wenxuan's personality, it was impossible for him to know that Qin Jinjin would die in the palace and watch Qin Jinjin die. And what did he mean by "if she agrees"? What did she need to agree to? Since when did Pei Wenxuan need her approval for his matters? Was it her business? Li Rong was completely confused. She didn't even know how many questions to ask and from which angle to ask. Pei Wenxuan leaned against the wall and lowered his head without saying a word. He knew that Li Rong wanted to ask him. His heart was beating a little fast and he was a little nervous. He somewhat hoped that Li Rong would ask him the question. After all, this was something that he hadn't found the right time to ask after so many years. But he didn't know whether he should answer her or not. After all, so many years had passed. Saying these things would only make people sad and regretful. There was no other use. The two of them were silent for a while. Li Rong finally said, "Well, do you mean that you will only interfere if I let you, and if I don't let you, you won't interfere?" Pei Wenchuan lowered his head. After a moment, he softly replied, "Yes." "Wh. Why?" Li Rong stuttered a little. Pei Wenchuan lowered his eyes and slowly said, "There are boundaries between people. Everyone's body is like a spider's web, and a web involves other people. Everyone has to move within these boundaries. If you go beyond it, you will cause pain to the other side." Pei Wenchuan's words were implicit, but Li Rong understood. She gently leaned against the wall and listened to Pei Wenchuan's rare serious and calm words. She has her brother, her husband, and herself. She should have taken responsibility for her life. Every choice she makes will bring about the results. It won't be good for anyone to interfere. I have my responsibilities, no matter where they come from. Now that I've agreed to marry you, I will restrict myself as a husband. Until our contract ends? Li Rong chuckled. Pei Wenchuan was silent. After a moment, he lightly said, "Perhaps." Li Rong listened to Pei Wenchuan's words. She pulled a praying mat to a corner and sat cross-legged. She tidied her clothes and sighed with emotion. "Pei Wenchuan, you didn't live the past 50 years in vain. If you had this awareness early on, we might have been able to grow old together in our previous lives." Pei Wenchuan's eyelashes fluttered when he heard this. He didn't know why, but he felt that Li Rong's words were like a sharp blade that instantly pierced through him. For a moment, he couldn't tell where this feeling came from. Perhaps it was regret, perhaps it was dissatisfaction with his previous life, or perhaps it was the unspoken feelings from when he was young in his previous life that had been dormant for many years. Then, at some point, they would retaliate and bite him viciously, leaving him dripping with blood. The pain made Pei Wenchuan subconsciously calm down. He was used to extreme emotions and would enter a state of extreme calmness. Li Rong tidied his clothes, completely unaware of Pei Wenchuan's feelings. He continued to smile. "I knew that you were smart back then and that you would figure things out sooner or later. Sure enough, with your current appearance and thoughts, many girls will fall for you." "You knew that I would figure it out?" Pei Wenchuan coldly asked. Li Rong waved his fan and replied, "I'm quite good at judging people." "Then what do you think of me? Now or in the past?" "In the past." Upon hearing this, Li Rong seriously thought about it. He tried hard to recall the Pei Wenchuan from 30 years ago and slowly said, "You were quite a good person back then. You were just stubborn and couldn't think things through." "What do you mean?" "Back then, you promised to take care of Xianxia. You thought that a gentleman couldn't go back on his word. You didn't care about your own situation and just wanted to help him." As Li Rong spoke, he poured himself a cup of tea and analyzed, "And you always thought that the person you liked was Xianxia. When you saw me, you suddenly fell in love with me. Your heart collapsed and you were conflicted. You couldn't accept it. How could you be such a fickle man? So, there's nothing wrong with your motives. You just couldn't think things through." Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong casually describe everything in the past. He lowered his eyes and listened to Li Rong's evaluation of him. It was extremely jarring. However, he clearly knew that the reason for this jarring feeling came from the fact that everything Li Rong said was true. At that time, he said calmly without any emotion, "You knew that I liked you. I'm not stupid." Li Rong blew at the green leaves on the tea. "If you didn't like me, would you be so good to me? It's just that I was shy back then and thought that you liked me. I wasn't sure. Then you." Pei Wenchuan's voice was dry. "Why didn't you wait for me?" If she had been willing to wait, he might have been able to see his heart clearly and learn to grow up. They wouldn't have ended up like this in their previous life. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "You're funny. I'm not a junk collector. Why should I wait for you?" Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong looked at himself in the cup and said calmly, "Actually, there's something that you can't see clearly. In our previous life, it wasn't because you let me down. I left in disappointment, gave up on myself, and spent the rest of my life with a eunuch. It was because I could have had you, but I chose not to. I found a new love and spent the rest of my life with the one I loved." A woman hates her rival in love because she feels that she has no chance of winning against a very good woman in her current state. So she always hopes that her rival is disgusting and that her lover is blind. She hopes that one day, her lover will wake up and realize how beautiful she is. But I don't need such comfort. Li Rong smiled gently. I know that it's easy for me to beat Xianxia. If I want you, I don't even have to do anything. I just have to wait. But I don't want to. Li Rong looked up and saw the rosy clouds filling the sky. He said, I, Li Rong, am a member of the royal family. I'm not the most beautiful in the world, but I'm famous in Huajing. Money and power are just decorations. I'm educated and smart. If you ask me why I don't wait for you, you should be asking. Li Rong drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Why should I wait for you? Even if Lord Pei is handsome, Li Rong drawled with a hint of playfulness, I won't lose my mind because of lust. Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong's words. Her words were calm and open-minded. Even if she was mocking him and talking about the unpleasant past, it still made him feel relaxed and happy. Pei Wenchuan crossed his arms and listened to Li Rong. He looked down at his feet and thought for a long time. He couldn't help but chuckle. He suddenly felt as if he had met Li Rong for the first time. Li Rong was different from when she was young. She had the persistence and principles of the 20-year-old Li Rong, but she had the open-mindedness and calmness of the 20-year-old Li Rong. In the past, they were always arguing and quarreling. Whenever he saw Su Yongqing by her side, he couldn't control himself. Now that he put aside his prejudice and looked at her, he actually felt an indescribable admiration and affection. This kind of affection had nothing to do with love. It was just that he felt that it was hard to look away from a woman like Li Rong. When Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan didn't answer for a long time, she couldn't help but think that she might have poked Pei Wenchuan's heart. He was used to being petty. Now that his heart had been poked, he probably wouldn't speak for a long time. She felt a little helpless and secretly scolded this person for being so petty. She stood up and said, "Do you still want to talk? If not, I'm leaving." Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong stood up and flipped through a book. She sat by the table and began to read a novel while eating melon seeds. After a while, she looked up and found a roll of paper in the corner of the cell. The paper was rolled up with a red ribbon. It looked neat and tidy, as if it was a gift for someone. It was very beautiful. Li Rong was a little confused. She walked forward and bent down to pick up the rolled-up words. She saw that it was Pei Wenchuan's handwriting. It said, "To Her Royal Highness the Princess." Pei Wenchuan's handwriting was used to turning something rotten into something magical. No matter how ordinary something was, with his handwriting, it would appear somewhat elegant. Li Rong pursed her lips and felt that it was a little funny. She pulled open the ribbon and opened the paper. The paper slowly unfolded. An 18-year-old Li Rong wearing a palace dress with a peony hairpin turned her head sideways and smiled. She looked like an 18-year-old, but that smile wasn't the 18-year-old Li Rong. Bright and beautiful with a myriad of charm. Li Rong couldn't tell when she looked like this. Pei Wenchuan's handwriting was mentioned below the painting. Only the peony is truly beautiful. When it blooms, it moves the capital. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh when she saw this sentence. Pei Wenchuan stood in front of the desk and carefully outlined Li Rong's lines on the painting. In fact, there was one thing that he didn't dare to face in his previous life. In his life, he never felt that there was any woman more beautiful than Li Rong. Only the peony was truly beautiful. In his heart, there was only one woman who was as beautiful as the peony, and only Li Rong. Xianxia might be beautiful, but that kind of beauty never made his heart pound, nor did it amaze him. Li Rong was the only one. But she bloomed early and withered quickly. In the end, she became a withered branch that remained in his memory. He almost forgot those beautiful appearances until he suddenly looked back and suddenly saw them. The peony had always been in full bloom. It was just that she didn't want him to see them anymore. Having known Pei Wenxuan for so many years, Li Rong was well aware of Pei Wenxuan's capabilities. When he went against you, he could make you so angry that you fainted. However, when he deliberately tried to curry favor with someone, his ability to flatter others was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. After all, Pei Wenxuan was the legitimate son of an aristocratic family. He was extraordinarily intelligent. It was said that when he was in the academy, he was almost the best. He was proficient in the 6 arts of gentlemen. It was a piece of cake for him to coax a girl. Li Rong was in a good mood when he saw his words. After a while, Pei Wenxuan saw a stone wrapped in a piece of paper being thrown from next door. Pei Wenxuan was stunned. He didn't expect Li Rong to reply. He hurriedly picked up the stone and squatted on the ground to open it. It was Li Rong's graceful handwriting. If you know how to speak, speak more. When Pei Wenxuan saw these words, he almost imagined Li Rong raising his eyebrows and smiling when he said these words. He didn't know why, but he actually found Li Rong's arrogant appearance to be somewhat cute. He was like a cat with his tail raised. He was so proud that it made people want to love him tenderly. Pei Wenxuan suddenly had the urge to tease him. After a while, Li Rong received a reply. Pei Wenxuan's hand was long, so he directly handed the piece of paper over. Li Rong hurriedly took it. When he opened it, he found that it was still a painting. This time, it was much simpler. With just a few strokes, it outlined a jar with the words peony written on it and aged peony written next to it. When Li Rong saw these words, he immediately crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it out. He didn't care about this dog anymore. When Pei Wenxuan saw Li Rong throw the paper, he knew that Li Rong was angry. He hurriedly said, Hey, Your Highness, don't be angry. It's just a joke. Humans don't talk to dogs, Li Rong said coldly. Stop barking. Pei Wenxuan was choked by Li Rong's words, but he also knew that Li Rong was angry. He hurriedly wrote a few hymns for Li Rong, handed them over, and whispered, Princess, take a look. Li Rong was too lazy to pay attention to him. She continued to read the novel while munching on melon seeds. Pei Wenxuan's hand was sore, so he switched to the other hand and continued to wave the paper in his hand. Princess, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I won't tease you anymore. Why don't you take a look? Li Rong raised her eyes to look at the white paper that was swaying outside, and then lowered her head to look at her script. Pei Wenxuan changed his tone and called out to her, Princess? Your Highness? Li Rong. Before he could finish, the sound of people talking and some footsteps could be heard outside. Pei Wenxuan immediately stood up and leaned against the wall. Just as he finished tidying his clothes, he saw a young man wearing a scarlet official's robe walk out from the long path. He must have come in a hurry because there was a little sweat on his forehead. As soon as he entered the cell, his eyes fell on Li Rong. When he saw that Li Rong was still safe, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully to Li Rong. Your Highness. Li Rong was quite surprised. She looked at the person who came and asked in confusion, Lord Su? Su Yongqing bowed, straightened up, and nodded at Pei Wenxuan. Lord Pei. Pei Wenxuan nodded indifferently. Li Rong saw that Su Yongqing was sweating and she couldn't help but laugh. Lord Su, why did you come in such a hurry? Wipe away your sweat first. As she spoke, she handed over a handkerchief. When Su Yongqing saw the handkerchief that Li Rong handed over, he hesitated for a moment. However, before Li Rong could react, he immediately reached out respectfully and took the handkerchief that Li Rong handed over with both hands. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Yongqing took the handkerchief and gently wiped his forehead. Pei Wenxuan leaned against the wall and watched quietly. The rolled-up paper in his hand tapped his shoulder intermittently. Su Yongqing wiped his forehead and slowed his breathing. Then he said, I came in a hurry on the way. Your Highness, please don't laugh at me. Why did you come in such a hurry? Li Rong chuckled. Su Yongqing respectfully said, When I heard that something happened to Your Highness, I wanted to rush over. However, I was summoned by His Majesty and was only able to escape from the palace now. I was afraid that Your Highness would be troubled in prison, so I rushed over. Su Yongqing's voice had always been very steady, unlike Pei Wenchuan's cadence. His every move seemed to be measured by a ruler at all times. Even his voice was the same. Li Rong heard his words and asked, "What happened in the morning court today?" In the morning court today, there was news from the border. Su Yongqing's expression became serious. 2 days ago, the Rong kingdom attacked the city. The city's defending general, Zhao Yi, died at the front line. Now, all the soldiers have retreated to Fen City. The Yang family has submitted their resignation. Resignation? Li Rong laughed. What did they say? Su Yongqing's expression was not very good, but he still repeated, Yang Ming said that Yang Quan committed a terrible crime and offended the princess. The Yang family is too ashamed to face the imperial family. Therefore, they asked to retire and return to their hometown. They said that they will take the children of the Yang family to live in seclusion in the mountains. They hope that your highness will let them live. What heart-wrenching words. Pei Wenchuan said softly. Li Rong tapped his fan on his palm. If the Yang family had submitted their resignation under normal circumstances, the imperial court would not have been so flustered. However, now that the main general of the battlefield had died and the Rong kingdom was about to attack, the Yang family's resignation was a threat. What did the others say? Li Rong asked calmly. Your Highness should know that most of the aristocratic families stand with the Yang family, Su Yongqing answered smoothly. The aristocratic families do not like to change. The Yang family guards the border. No matter what, they have guarded it for so long. Unless the interests of the aristocratic families are threatened, the aristocratic families will not change their stance. Now that the Yang family has forced them, the imperial court is shaken. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court have asked His Majesty to imprison your Highness to calm the soldiers at the border. I understand. Li Rong nodded. Su Yongqing looked up at Li Rong. What does this humble subject need to do? No need. Li Rong shook his head. You just need to take care of your own matters. Su Yongqing pursed his lips, as if he was not reconciled. He continued, Your Highness, what I said before, I know. Li Rong cut him off and said seriously, but what I said to you was also sincere. I did not reject you because I am wary of you or because I look down on you. It is because the Lord Su really does not need to get involved in these matters. What I promised the Lord Su was not a joke. Su Yongqing did not speak. Li Rong saw that he seemed to be disappointed. He smiled and said, If the Lord Su wants to do something, why not bring something for me the next time you come? What does the princess want? Su Yongqing heard this and finally reacted. Li Rong thought for a moment. Bring a few books. I like to read novels. You read a lot of books. Recommend a few. Su Yongqing respectfully complied. Li Rong asked about the details of the morning court. After that, the two fell silent. After a moment, Su Yongqing respectfully said, If there is nothing else, this humble subject will take his leave. Li Rong nodded and said, Go. Don't come in such a hurry next time. Nothing will happen to me in Huajing. Su Yongqing bowed and retreated. When he walked out, Pei Wenchuan's voice leisurely sounded, Your Highness, I read a lot of books. Can I recommend a few to you? No need, Li Rong replied, I am tired of reading the books recommended by the Lord Pei. I want to read another book. Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan subconsciously wanted to refute. However, the moment before he spoke, he suddenly paused. He suddenly remembered that he shouldn't continue to live like this. He shouldn't always quarrel with Li Rong, even if it was for Su Yongqing. Li Rong was actually right. A person always hoped that their enemy was bad. In essence, it was because of their inner inferiority complex. He didn't like Su Yongqing and always said that he wasn't good. In fact, he was just venting his anger on Su Yongqing because of his inferiority complex and anger. However, a lifetime had passed. He had to start over. Li Rong was a good girl. He didn't want to always quarrel with Li Rong. Therefore, he restrained himself and didn't speak. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan didn't speak and couldn't help but feel a little strange. In the past, when it came to Su Yongqing, he almost exploded at the slightest provocation. How could he remain silent for so long? She carefully said, Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. Li Rong couldn't help but have some bad guesses. Pei Wenchuan, why aren't you saying anything? Did something happen to you? No. Pei Wenchuan calmed down. He changed his posture and leaned against the wall. He adjusted his voice and pretended to be calm. I'm just thinking about what Su Yongqing said to you before. What did you refuse him? Li Rong was a little surprised. She thought that Pei Wenchuan would continue to quarrel with her. She didn't expect Pei Wenchuan to be so open-minded. Seeing that she didn't speak, Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but say, why aren't you saying anything? Is it inconvenient to say? No. Li Rong came back to her senses. Pei Wenchuan, you've changed too much. I'm scared. You. Do you want to scold me a few more times? Pei Wenchuan, I say. Pei Wenchuan held his breath. You can't get over it if you don't quarrel with me, right? That's right. Li Rong nodded. That makes me feel better. Pei Wenchuan, Su Yongqing said that he wanted to rely on the crown prince, but I didn't agree. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan had returned to normal, so she replied to Pei Wenchuan's question. Why didn't you agree? Pei Wenchuan frowned. If Su Yongqing stood on Li Chuan's side, it wouldn't be a bad thing. I don't think he's the kind of person who should do these things. Li Rong said calmly. In my previous life, the Su family's disaster was mainly caused by Su Ronghua. In this life, it's better to keep Su Ronghua away from Prince Su. He doesn't need to follow the Chuaner so early. He can be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. If he does his job well, the Chuaner won't make things difficult for him. You're afraid that getting involved too early will dirty his heart, aren't you? Pei Wenchuan asked directly. Li Rong didn't say anything, so Pei Wenchuan took it as her silent agreement. He had a grudge in his heart, so he couldn't go up or down. You're very good to him. Pei Wenchuan's voice was calm. You're not afraid of dragging me down and dirtying my heart. What's there to dirty about your heart? Li Rong didn't understand Pei Wenchuan's hypocrisy and said disdainfully, you're already so old, yet you still want to compare yourself with other young people. Shameless. Then what about you? Pei Wenchuan immediately retorted. You're already so old, yet you still want to compare yourself with other young people. Shameless. Li Rong didn't say anything, and Pei Wenchuan suddenly felt that her words were too harsh. Li Rong and Su Yongqing had feelings for each other. He knew in his heart that even if Su Yongqing killed her, the ending between them wasn't because they didn't have a good relationship. It was just that their positions were different. Li Rong came back and wanted to change Su Yongqing's position and treat him better. It wasn't a big deal. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't help but say, when I was young, you never advised me to stay away from these things. Li Rong felt that Su Yongqing was an elegant gentleman who didn't want him to be involved in politics. However, what about Pei Wenchuan back then? Didn't he have a deep heart and pretend to be calm? Back then, did we have a choice? Li Rong said calmly. Pei Wenchuan suppressed his heart. We didn't have a choice, but you never thought about it, did you? Li Rong was silent. Pei Wenchuan took a deep breath. In the end, your feelings for Su Yongqing and me are different. You know that, so what's the point of comparing? Li Rong said calmly. Pei Wenchuan froze. Li Rong said calmly, I'd been with him for 25 years, and I'd been with you for less than a year. If you compare, aren't you looking for trouble? Moreover, what's the point of comparing now? You said it yourself that you're starting all over again in this life. You're planning to start all over again. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong leaned against the wall and gently rested his fan on his shoulder. The two of them were only separated by a wall. Back to back, they both looked down at the ground. You're right. Pei Wenchuan chuckled. Starting all over again, I shouldn't be worried about these things. I'll change slowly. Please don't be calculated with me in the future. Li Rong didn't say anything. Pei Wenchuan straightened up and said, I'm going to rest. You should rest early. His tone was calm, but Li Rong didn't know why, but she could hear a bit of disappointment and embarrassment in his voice. She knew that Pei Wenchuan had an indescribable sense of inferiority when facing Su Yongqing. Although Pei Wenchuan was from a large family, the Su family had been a famous family for hundreds of years. Pei Wenxuan, on the other hand, was originally only a second-rate aristocrat. However, thanks to the efforts of his father, he was able to squeeze into a first-rate aristocrat family. Pei Wenxuan was very intelligent and handsome at a young age. He and Su Yongqing were the leaders of the two top academies in Huajing. As a result, they were compared year after year. If it was only about individuals, Pei Wenxuan naturally wouldn't lose. However, there were some things that required hundreds of years of accumulation and inheritance to be able to afford. Therefore, when people mentioned Pei Wenxuan, they would always say, "What a pity, when he was young, he lost to Su Yongqing because of his family background." Later, when it came to matters of love, even though Su Yongqing was castrated, he still lost to Su Yongqing. For Pei Wenxuan, this wasn't something that he could let go of just by saying, "Start over." If it was a normal dispute, Li Rong wouldn't have cared about his feelings. However, now that Pei Wenxuan's attitude had improved, she couldn't bear to see him like this. She thought for a moment and finally said, "Pei Wenxuan." Pei Wenxuan pretended to be asleep and didn't say anything. Li Rong slowly said, "I told him to stay away from these things because he's only in his 20s. I'm already considered an elder and I have some feelings for him. It's impossible for us to start over. He's the 20-year-old Su Yongqing, and I'm the 50-year-old Li Rong. I'm old. If you didn't start over and I met the 20-year-old you," Li Rong paused and finally said, "as long as you don't cause trouble, I'll help you if I can." When Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong's words, he didn't know why, but he felt a little sad. This kind of sadness was different from the bitterness he felt before. Previously, he felt sad because he was thinking about himself. But now, he was thinking about how Li Rong could speak in such a tone. She was used to being arrogant and never cared about others. Now that she suddenly said these words, Pei Wenxuan felt even worse than when she scolded him. "Don't always say that you're old," Pei Wenxuan said in a muffled voice, "we're both 20 years old. We're very young." Li Rong smiled gently and didn't say much. Pei Wenxuan felt depressed for a while. He got up and went to the corner. He called out to Li Rong, "Your Highness, come here for a moment." Li Rong was a little confused, but she still went to the corner and squatted down. She asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Your Highness, give me your hand." Pei Wenxuan stretched out his hand. Although Li Rong didn't know what he wanted to do, she still reached out her hand. The two couldn't see each other, but they could see each other's hands. Pei Wenxuan grabbed her hand, and Li Rong couldn't help but tremble. Pei Wenxuan's hand was very thin, with distinct joints. His skin was hot and warm, with a little roughness unique to men. Li Rong's hand was slender and soft. Her skin was delicate and smooth, and her nails were dyed red. Pei Wenxuan grabbed her hand and held it in his. An indescribable feeling of numbness came over them. In an instant, it reminded them of some absurd times when they were young. But now that they hurriedly let go, it would seem inappropriate, so they pretended to be calm, as if they didn't feel anything. Li Rong said indifferently, "What are you doing? If you can't give a reason, you'll be offending your superiors." Pei Wenxuan's face was very red, but he forced himself to be calm. He was glad that they couldn't see each other now. He gently put something into Li Rong's palm, then calmly let go. He said, "Your Highness, I'll give you something good. Try it." Li Rong was a little confused. She retracted her hand and opened it. She saw a small round pill. She couldn't help but be a little vigilant. "What is this?" "Your Highness, you'll know after you try it." "What if it's poison?" "Do you think I need to poison you now? You even ate my fish before." Li Rong, what he said made sense. Li Rong thought for a moment, then put the pill into her mouth. The sweet taste of plum blossoms spread in her mouth. Li Rong was a little confused. Then she heard Pei Wenxuan ask, "Is it sweet?" "Sweet," Li Rong was puzzled. "What did you give me?" "It's a sugar pill." Pei Wenxuan laughed. "Didn't you like to eat sweet things when you were young? You thought it was sweet when you were 18, and you still think it's sweet when you're 50. Li Rong, don't worry too much about age. As long as you don't think you're old, you'll always be a little girl." Li Rong didn't say anything. She and Pei Wenxuan squatted together. She held the sugar pill in her mouth and hugged her knees. She pressed her face against her arms and said with a smile, "What else do you have to say? Tell me more." Pei Wenchuan heard the smile in her words and felt his heart was at ease. He stood up and returned to the bed. "I don't want to say any more. I'm not in the mood. If you want to hear more, come back tomorrow. I'll tell you a few more things when I'm in a good mood." Hearing his words, Li Rong spat at him, drew the curtain, got up and went back to the bed. Li Rong slept until dawn. When she woke up the next day, the Jing Lan brought people over. They led people to serve Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan. After they finished washing up, they began to clean the prison. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan stood in the courtyard with nothing to do, so they started to practice Tai Chi when they were young. They suffered a lot. When they were old, they loved to maintain their health. Later on, both of them suffered from illness, so they paid more attention to their health. When Li Chuan arrived, he saw the two of them practicing Tai Chi. He stood behind Li Rong, who was practicing Tai Chi, and asked in confusion, "Sister, when did you start practicing Tai Chi? I can also practice the 5 animal frolics." Li Rong's reply was incongruous. Li Chuan choked for a moment, then said, "No, I'm asking you when you started doing this kind of thing that the Empress Dowager likes to do." Pei Wenchuan was unhappy when he heard this. He had just advised Li Rong last night. He was afraid that Li Chuan would take things too hard. He immediately said, "It's never too late to maintain your health. Your Highness, you should also practice early." Li Chuan felt that these two people were crazy. However, he didn't have time to bicker with them. He directly said, "Sister, the imperial edict has been issued today. You're going?" Li Rong knew that Li Chuan was referring to the northwest. The Yang family had submitted their resignation letter, and Li Ming had to send people to the northwest to resolve the war. Now, they had already planned to send Li Chuan out. "I'm going to supervise the army," Li Chuan replied. Li Rong nodded. "Is that person going?" Li Rong was asking Qin Lin. Li Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, he's going. He'll go in 2 groups. I'll give him an identity first and make arrangements secretly." "Okay." Li Rong said calmly, "After you go there, get the account book as soon as possible." "I understand," Li Chuan replied. Li Rong beat around the bush and said, "Go, I'll be here." Li Chuan heard this. He looked at Li Rong, then looked at Pei Wenchuan. After a while, he called out to Pei Wenchuan, "Hey." Pei Wenchuan pretended not to hear him and continued to beat around the bush. Li Chuan knew that he was ignoring him. Although he was a little angry, he didn't have time to argue. He only said, "Take good care of my sister while I'm away. I don't need him to take care of me." Li Rong immediately said, "Hurry up and go. I won't see you out." Pei Wenchuan beat around the bush. Li Chuan was choked by these two people. After a long time, he finally said, "Forget it, I'm leaving." After that, he swung his sleeves and walked out of the corridor. After a few steps, he suddenly called out, "Sister." Li Rong turned around and saw Li Chuan suddenly running back and hugging her. His body trembled slightly as he whispered, "Sister, if I didn't come back, sister is here." Li Rong raised her hand and gently stroked Li Chuan's back. She said calmly, "You'll be safe. No matter what happens, sister will protect you." Hearing Li Rong's words, Li Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of peace in his heart. He suddenly felt a lot of courage. He felt as if someone had spread their wings and quietly protected him all the way. "Sister," Li Chuan whispered, "I'll come back safe and sound. Don't be afraid. I'm back. I'll protect you." Li Rong couldn't help but laugh when she heard Li Chuan's words. Li Chuan let go of her. This time, he didn't look back and jogged all the way out. Pei Wenchuan stood behind Li Rong. He looked at Li Rong's expression. That kind of peaceful, calm, and hopeful expression was something he hadn't seen in decades. "Li Rong." He couldn't help but call out to her. Li Rong turned around and was a little puzzled. "Yes?" Pei Wenchuan quietly looked at Li Rong, who turned around to look at him. He saw his own reflection in the girl's clear eyes. He saw the peach blossoms at the end of spring fluttering down. He looked at Li Rong at this moment. He suddenly had an inexplicable impulse. He hoped that Li Rong could live with this kind of expression and this kind of smile for the rest of his life. If Li Rong could live like this for the rest of his life, it wasn't impossible for him to feel wronged and treat her better. Pei Wenxuan? Li Rong saw that Pei Wenxuan didn't speak and couldn't help but call out to him. Pei Wenxuan came back to his senses. He smiled gently and raised his hand to brush the top of her head. The flower fell on your head. He whispered, I'll brush it away for you. I'm willing to brush away the snow for you. I'm willing to run around for you for the rest of my life. But at that moment, Pei Wenxuan didn't know that there were so many things he could do for Li Rong. Pei Wenxuan's momentary gentleness stunned Li Rong. Pei Wenxuan saw her stunned expression and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with you? Li Rong stared at his face for a moment, then looked up and patted him on the shoulder, sighing, I really do have good taste. Pei Wenxuan was at a loss, but Li Rong had already entered her cell with a fan. Her room had already been cleaned, and the Jinglan Jingmei asked for her needs. If there was nothing else, she left. The two of them stayed in their respective cells, reading books and playing chess. When they had nothing to do, they would bicker a bit, and the days passed. When night fell, Su Yongqing came over with a box of food. He gave the box of food and a few storybooks to Li Rong, then reported what had happened in the court recently. Li Rong listened to Su Yongqing's report as she looked down at the storybooks. After Su Yongqing finished, she didn't ask about the matters of the court, only saying, the storybooks you gave me look very interesting. I should be able to finish reading them in a few days. Next time, find me some similar ones. Su Yongqing was stunned, then agreed. He said hesitantly, Your Highness doesn't have anything you want me to say? Nothing, Li Rong said. She thought for a moment, then said, In the future, you don't have to come often. If His Majesty finds out, it won't be good for you. Su Yongqing heard this and fell silent. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said gently, Your Highness is right. Li Rong nodded and didn't say anything else. Su Yongqing stood at the door of the cell for a moment, then said, If there is nothing else, this official will leave first. Li Rong agreed, her attitude was quite calm. Su Yongqing bowed respectfully, then left. After he left, Pei Wenxuan leaned against the wall and opened his eyes, saying lightly, You don't want to stay and talk a bit more? Talk about what? Li Rong flipped through the storybooks, not even looking up. Anyway, I can't keep him. Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan leaned against the wall and sat on a prayer mat. He bent his knees, one hand on his knee, and the other hand on his leg, slowly said, You really don't want to continue your relationship with Su Yongqing? I don't. Why? Pei Wenxuan was a bit curious, Do you still care that he killed you? Li Rong's words. Her feelings for Su Yongqing, compared to Pei Wenxuan, was much more complex as his feelings. Pei Wenxuan. There was too much love and hatred between them, and there were too many entanglements. Between her and Pei Wenxuan, there was only like or dislike. But between her and Su Yongqing, there was between love and hate. She and Su Yongqing were wary of each other, accompanied each other, and gave each other sincerity, but were also full of suspicion. It wasn't that she wasn't moved. She even had the impulse to divorce Pei Wenxuan, but Su Yongqing clearly made her see that Su Yongqing was unwilling to accept her impulse. In her previous life, she was like a cat carefully testing the world. Every time she reached out, she was met with fire. Although Su Yongqing's fire was gentle and beautiful, to her, looking at this beautiful firework from afar was better than touching it. She didn't speak, and Pei Wenxuan also didn't speak. He didn't know why, but ever since he realized that Li Rong was different from what he knew, he really wanted to find out more about Li Rong. He really wanted to know what Li Rong was like in the 25 years he was absent. He felt uncomfortable talking about it, but he couldn't help but want to ask. After a long time, Pei Wenxuan said, If you can't figure it out, why don't you tell me? I'll help you analyze it. Li Rong heard his words and couldn't help but laugh. You're a fool yourself, and you're helping me analyze it? I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, but I'm fated to be in this mountain. Pei Wenxuan felt that Li Rong's words were wrong, and immediately retorted, I can't figure it out myself, but that doesn't mean I can't figure it out for you. Li Rong heard this and laughed. He felt that Pei Wenxuan was like a doctor who couldn't treat himself, jumping up and down after being questioned about his medical skills. She was too lazy to talk to him, but she had nothing to do in prison, so she started chatting casually. Pei Wenxuan asked, and she answered. She talked in detail about the 25 years he wasn't around, and about another person and her life. 25 years was a long time, and she talked from dusk to midnight. Pei Wenxuan listened and she talked. Occasionally, Pei Wenxuan would talk about his own life. Li Rong listened and felt that it was novel. It was drizzling at night. Pei Wenxuan was talking about how because he didn't have an heir, his clansmen thought he was impotent and desperately wanted to adopt a child for him. Li Rong listened attentively and felt sleepy. The pitter-patter of rain sounded. Pei Wenxuan suddenly said, "Have you covered yourself with a blanket?" Li Rong suddenly reacted. He lazily got up and took a blanket from the side. After covering himself, he said, "I've covered myself." Continue. Do your legs hurt? Pei Wenxuan suddenly asked again. Li Rong knew that he was thinking about how her legs hurt on rainy days. He smiled and said, "I'm still young. This little rain doesn't hurt. You were young at that time too." Pei Wenxuan said gently, "It's easy to hurt in autumn." Li Rong fell silent. She remembered that her legs hurt at night in autumn. At first, she didn't tell Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan saw that she couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and her complexion was not good. Only then did he know that she was punished to kneel for a long time when she was young, and that was the root of the illness. So he learned how to massage. One night, it rained. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Pei Wenxuan got up and covered her with a blanket. Then, he pressed the acupuncture points on her legs little by little and asked her softly, "Rong Rong, do you still hurt?" That was the first time she had slept soundly on a rainy autumn night. At that time, she felt that marriage was much better than she had expected. She thought of herself and Pei Wenxuan at that time. She didn't know if it was because it was too long ago, but even if the result was not very happy, she still felt a little warm. Pei Wenxuan mentioned this matter and asked, "Do your legs still hurt after that?" "It hurts." Li Rong sighed softly. Pei Wenxuan looked ahead and listened to the drizzle. "Su Yongqing doesn't care?" "He does." Li Rong said gently, "It's just that he's old and his body is always a little weak." "He's still good to you." "He's very good. It's just that there's too much in between." The two fell silent. For a moment, they forgot the original intention of chatting. Li Rong was a little sleepy. He grabbed the blanket and got up. "Let's sleep." Then he got up and went back to bed. He wrapped himself in the blanket, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. After Li Chuan left, the two of them didn't have much to do. They basically just needed to wait. Jing Lan would come every day to clean Li Rong's cell and tell Li Rong the news outside. Li Rong asked Jing Lan to pass his words to the Empress. He asked the Empress to cooperate and find trouble with the Emperor. He hoped that the Emperor would summon Li Chuan back, regardless of whether she was in prison or not. Only when the Empress showed that she didn't want Li Chuan to go to the border would the Emperor believe that Li Chuan going to the border was beneficial to him and not to Li Chuan. And for Li Ming, if the Empress didn't care about her, it would be a sign that the Empress and Li Rong might not be on good terms. Even if it wasn't a sign, it would be an excuse for Li Ming to sow discord between Li Rong and the Empress in the future. Every day, the two of them stayed in the cell to recuperate and wait for news. When they had nothing to do, they would quarrel and chat, or find some games to pass the time. Pei Wenxuan read a lot and had dabbled in all kinds of books. He even knew a lot about beauty, cats, and dogs. In his previous life, other than his daily political struggles, he had also collected a lot of gossip. Since the two of them had nothing to do in the cell, they chatted and found that it was actually a good topic to talk about. Other than chatting, the two of them also had a wall between them and a chess table outside the cell. They stretched out their hands and played chess, or guessed riddles. When they were bored to the extreme, they would play games to see who was faster. Li Rong disliked Pei Wenxuan's strength, so Pei Wenxuan was in charge of dodging while she was in charge of hitting. Pei Wenxuan was also clever. He almost missed Li Rong's hand. Every time he hit Li Rong's hand on the ground, it hurt. Su Yongqing occasionally came to see Li Rong. Every time he came, he would bring a storybook and report the outside world. He was very respectful, so no one could find fault with him. At first, Pei Wenxuan's chest hurt when he saw Su Yongqing, but he thought that he should learn to be more open-minded and generous when facing Su Yongqing. He constantly hypnotized him and it eased a lot. At least when they met, he could slightly control his emotions and didn't open his mouth to ridicule Su Yongqing. They spent 1.5 months in prison. When they came in, they were in the prime of their lives. In the blink of an eye, they heard summer lotuses in full bloom. At this time, news of victory finally came from the front lines. Li Chuan not only defended the front lines, but also the lower 3 cities. The Yang family was detained by Li Chuan for colluding with foreign enemies. Then, they and the evidence were sent all the way to Huajing. When Li Rong received the news, it was noon. Su Yongqing received the news in the morning court and immediately rushed over to inform Li Rong. Li Rong didn't show it on her face. She tapped her hand with her folding fan and said calmly, "Lord Su is considerate. I already know about this matter. However, I am still a criminal. For the time being, I can't care about the outside world." When Su Yongqing heard this, his expression changed. However, after a moment, he lowered his head and bowed respectfully. "It's good that your highness knows about this matter. This humble subject only came to inform you." Li Rong made a sound of agreement. When Su Yongqing saw that Li Rong was as cold as usual, he withdrew. After he left, Pei Wenxuan laughed. "Lord Su is always met with a hard nut like you. I feel pity for the Lord Su. You should feel pity for yourself." Li Rong was thinking about what to do next. She opened her mouth and retorted. Pei Wenxuan shrugged and didn't really care. In any case, he was used to being retorted, so he didn't say anything more. After a while, Li Rong stood up. Since Li Chuan sent the Yang family over, it was time for her to make a move. She went to the desk and began to think about how to write this memorial. It was time for the Yang family's case. She needed to ask Li Ming to be released from prison to continue investigating Yang Quan's case. However, if she wrote this memorial, she was afraid that Li Ming would suspect her and think that she and Li Chuan colluded to do this. She thought about it and finally realized that she might have to ask Pei Wenxuan for help. She hesitated for a moment, then ran to the corner and called Pei Wenxuan. "Pei Wenxuan, quickly, do me a favor." Pei Wenxuan had been leaning against the wall and waiting for her. When he heard that she finally came, he tapped his shoulder with his folding fan and said leisurely, "Your Highness must be joking. This humble subject is a pitiful person. How can I help your Highness? Don't talk nonsense." Li Rong saw that he was taking revenge and hurriedly said, "This is a serious matter. Don't mess with me. Your Highness just said that this humble subject is pitiful, and now you want to use this humble subject. This humble subject doesn't understand what your Highness means." Li Rong understood. If she didn't lower her head, Pei Wenxuan would probably be able to take advantage of her all night. She glanced to the side and saw that Pei Wenxuan's clothes were squeezed out of the wooden railing. She knew that he was leaning against the wall and waiting for her. She thought for a moment, then reached out and grabbed the corner of Pei Wenxuan's clothes. Pei Wenxuan looked down in confusion. Soon after, he heard a delicate voice call out from next door, "Older brother Pei." Pei Wenxuan trembled and was so scared that his folding fan fell to the ground. Li Rong heard the sound of the fan falling to the ground and immediately laughed. Pei Wenxuan felt helpless. "Li Rong, you can scold people, but you can't scare people like this. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to write it or not?" Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong throwing a tantrum and raised his hand to his forehead. He sighed, "Forget it, forget it. This young master is magnanimous and won't bicker with a woman. Since you call me older brother, then I'll help you." Pei Wenxuan deliberately emphasized, "My Rong. Younger sister. Rong." After responding to Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan returned to his desk. He picked up his brush and began to think about how to help Li Rong write this memorial. The two of them wanted to go out. If Li Rong took the initiative to write it, it wouldn't be good. It would seem that she wanted to destroy the Yang family. With Li Ming's personality, he would think too much. The role that Li Rong had to play now was a princess who was somewhat intelligent, but because of her trust in her parents, she knew almost nothing about the struggle between the crown prince and the emperor. Just like in the past 18 years, what she saw in front of her was what it was. She couldn't think too much about other things. Investigating the Yang family was because Yang Quan had rebelled against the emperor. Other than that, there couldn't be any other connections. If Li Chuan received news of success, she would immediately investigate the matter. She was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. Therefore, Li Rong wanted him to write this memorial. But if he wrote this memorial, the first thing he would have to explain was how he got the information. He could say that he was using Li Rong. It could also be said that he was a spy left by his father. But a lie always needed countless lies to cover it up. The more lies there were, the more loopholes there would be. Pei Wenchuan thought for a moment and put down his brush. "Your Highness," he called out to Li Rong. Li Rong was waiting for him to write the memorial. She heard him say, "I can't write this memorial." "And?" When Li Rong heard this, she knew that Pei Wenchuan had other considerations. She directly said, "Then how do you plan to go out?" Pei Wenchuan thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Find the Empress." When Li Rong heard this, she immediately reacted. Just as she was about to respond, she heard Pei Wenchuan carefully explain to her, "First, let the Crown Prince give you a list. Anyone that the Crown Prince doesn't think is suitable to be put on this list. Let the Crown Prince ask for a reward from His Majesty. It's best to put more people from the northwestern aristocratic families and some generals who are loyal to His Majesty on this list. His Majesty rarely contacts the northwestern border. His Majesty's trusted subordinates have been framed by the Yang family in the previous battles. His Majesty is actually not familiar with the ordinary generals. If these people appear on the list, His Majesty will definitely suspect that they are the Crown Prince's people and remove them instead." Li Rong thought and continued Pei Wenchuan's words. Pei Wenchuan knew that this kind of thing was the easiest to talk to Li Rong about. There was no need to say much, the other party could understand what he was thinking. This kind of tacit understanding made Pei Wenchuan feel a little comfortable in his heart. He relaxed and said, "Yes, and if these people are from aristocratic families, of course, they can't be too conspicuous. If His Majesty removes them, it will naturally chill the hearts of the northwestern aristocratic families. If His Majesty removes these people, he will think of dealing with the Yang family." Li Rong used a small fan to hit the palm of her hand. "At that time, His Majesty will definitely send people to the border to replace the Crown Prince's people. Then, he will summon the Crown Prince back and let us start investigating the Yang family case and eliminate the Yang family. So, in fact, it's best for us to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. When His Majesty thinks of us, he will naturally come to help us. At that time, you will take the initiative to release Tuoba Yen. Then, His Majesty's people will find Tuoba Yen and it won't be a big problem." Pei Wenchuan chuckled, "In fact, we don't even need to touch the account book. When His Majesty sends people to the border, we will ask His Majesty for the account book." "What you said makes sense. But there is one thing," Pei Wenchuan said seriously, "Tuoba Yen, can you control this person?" "I have already sent people to find his wife and child," Li Rong said calmly, "it won't be a big problem." "That's good." Pei Wenchuan nodded, "You can send people to do it now." As a result, Pei Wenchuan didn't write the memorial. Instead, Li Rong waited for Jing Lan to come the next day and had the Jing Lan bring a message to the Eastern Palace. The people of the Eastern Palace sent a messenger pigeon from Huajing to pass on Li Rong's message to Li Chuan. Li Chuan received the news at the border and found Qin Lin and Cui Qinghe that very night. They secretly discussed and drew up a list of names. They kept a few talented generals and selected a few generals who were neutral aristocratic families and were loyal to Li Ming. They also selected a few generals who were originally used by Li Chuan as a smokescreen. They mixed them together and sent them to Huajing to ask Li Ming for a reward. When Li Ming received Li Chuan's memorial asking for a reward, he was so angry that he smashed a cup in the imperial study. The next day, Jing Lan came to deliver a message to Li Rong. She whispered, "I heard that His Majesty was very angry. He said that after the Crown Prince went to the border, his wings grew. He wanted to win people's hearts and gather followers. It was only after a few old officials persuaded him for a long time that His Majesty was persuaded. When Li Rong heard this, he nodded. Jing Lan saw her expression and whispered, "Your Highness, don't be too sad." "Why would I be sad?" Li Rong smiled gently. "I already knew that His Majesty was like this." Jing Lan was a bit surprised. She knew that the princess had a very good relationship with Li Ming. When Li Rong said this, he knew that he had misspoken. He sighed and said, "I'm not stupid. How can I not see clearly when it comes to appointing a marriage?" When Jing Lan heard this, she understood why the princess changed. She hurriedly said, "It's good that your highness can see through it." After Li Ming received Li Chuan's memorial, a few days later, after confirming that the situation at the front line had stabilized, he immediately summoned Li Chuan back. At the same time, he sent his own generals to take over the Northwest Army. A group of generals that Li Ming had asked for a reward were transferred away from their original positions in the Northwest Army and scattered to other civilian positions in the army. In the army, if a general was transferred away, it was tantamount to losing his power. The transferred generals knew in their hearts that even if they were given a good name, they were still removed from their positions. For a time, banquets were popular in the Northwest Army. Many old generals wept bitterly at the banquets. Although it was not said, both sides knew what kind of cold heart the other party had. On the day Li Chuan returned from the Northwest Army, the new general led the army to send Li Chuan out of the city. Li Chuan stood on the carriage and turned back to say to the general, "Zhang Daren, there's no need to send me off. I hope that Zhang Daren will be in the Northwest." Li Chuan smiled meaningfully, "His career will be prosperous." Zhang Qiu's expression was respectful. He bowed and said, "Farewell, Your Highness." Li Chuan turned back and saw the soldiers kneeling like a wave. The northwest summer wind blew the yellow sand, bringing hot air to his face. His eyes swept across the army one by one. Inadvertently, he saw a few young faces. Qin Lin, Cui Qinghe, and the others were mixed in the crowd. They secretly raised their eyes and quietly looked at Li Chuan. Li Chuan's expression did not change. He nodded and then turned to enter the carriage. After sitting in the carriage, he turned his head and looked at the scorching sun in the desert. The endless wilderness carried the lives of tens of thousands of people. The young crown prince, who had walked out of the bloody battles with swords, had never experienced so deeply the accumulation of white bones under the words soldiers, commoners, rivers and mountains, and imperial power. He closed his eyes and remained silent. After all the orders were given, Li Ming saw that Li Chuan had finally decided to return. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this time, the Shangguan clan had admitted defeat. His people had already investigated clearly. This time, the Shangguan clan had paid a heavy price. Nearly half of the troops that the Shangguan clan could mobilize had been lost. Most of the shops under their name had also been sold in order to raise funds to help the crown prince. The crown prince was the hope of the Shangguan clan. Li Ming wanted to slowly wear down the Shangguan clan's vitality before destroying the Shangguan clan's hope. This time, he had destroyed the Yang family and weakened the crown prince. It could be said that he had won a great victory. Thinking of this, Li Ming remembered the person who gave him the idea. He thought for a while and called the eunuch next to him, Fu Lai, and ordered, "Find someone to take a look at Pei Wenxuan's case." Fu Lai smiled and complied. 2 days later, a down-and-out merchant rushed to Shuntian Prefecture to beat the drum and complain. After the people of Shuntian Prefecture rushed out, they frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you beating the drum?" The down-and-out merchant raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "This commoner, Tuoba Yen, is here to sue the general's residence's Yang family for corruption, collusion with the enemy, betrayal, and murder." When the people of Shuntian Prefecture heard this, they were immediately shocked. Even the onlookers couldn't help but feel strange. How could the person who was said to be dead a few days ago be alive? If he wasn't dead, then who was Pei Wenxuan, who was now in prison, killing? Shuntian Prefecture didn't dare to judge the case and directly reported it to the Ministry of Justice. The case was transferred from the Ministry of Justice to the Censorate. In the end, it was in Li Ming's hands that night. For such a big case that even involved his beloved daughter, Li Ming decided to try the case in court. At night, he notified the Ministry of Justice and prepared all the materials. 3 days later, before dawn, Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan were still sleeping in the prison. They heard the sound of footsteps outside. Then, Xianxia led the imperial guards in carrying lanterns. The entire prison was instantly brightly lit. The curtain of Li Rong's prison was drawn. Pei Wenchuan was directly awakened by the light. He opened his eyes and saw the imperial guards standing on both sides of the long corridor. Xianxia walked to the front of the prison and respectfully saluted Li Rong's prison. "Your Highness, His Majesty requests Your Highness and the Lord Pei to enter the court to assist in the trial. Your Highness, please rise and follow this humble official to the court." Li Rong responded in the prison. Xianxia said again, "Your Highness, this humble official has already brought some attendants from the princess's residence to serve Your Highness. Is it convenient for them to enter?" This was very considerate. Pei Wenchuan paused in the middle of washing his face. He couldn't help but glance at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression didn't change. He only heard the sound of the curtain being drawn. Then, he saw Li Rong wearing a thin red gauze robe. His hair was scattered, and he held a small golden fan in his hand. He leaned to the side and yawned. "Come in." Xianxia didn't raise his eyes. He lowered his head and went forward to open the prison door. Several maidservants followed him in with a basin of water. Xianxia drew the curtain for Li Rong and then waited outside. When Li Rong finished freshening up and came out, Pei Wenchuan was almost done as well. The two of them walked out of the prison together and followed Xianxia out of the prison. The sky was not yet bright, but everyone was very energetic. Li Rong got on the carriage first. Pei Wenchuan was about to go to the carriage behind him when he saw Xianxia directly jump into Li Rong's carriage without avoiding suspicion. Pei Wenchuan paused. After a moment, he made a decision. He also got into Li Rong's carriage. When Li Rong just entered the carriage, she was still sleepy. Soon after, she saw Xianxia jump in. She was shocked and subconsciously asked, "What are you doing up here?" "There are many things I need to explain to Your Highness. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." Xianxia answered respectfully. Li Rong paused and nodded. "Lord Su has the heart." Before she finished speaking, Pei Wenchuan rolled up the curtain and jumped in. Li Rong couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing up here again?" Pei Wenchuan subconsciously wanted to say, "He can come, but I can't," but when he saw Xianxia's face, he swallowed it back. It didn't matter if they quarreled on ordinary days, but they still had to behave in front of others. Thus, he respectfully said, "There are some things I need to discuss with Your Highness. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time in the palace. I hope Your Highness will forgive me." Li Rong was speechless. His words were so similar that she felt embarrassed to refuse. "Then Lord Pei, let's go together." Li Rong called the two of them in. The two of them didn't need to discuss and each found a side to sit down. Li Rong sat at the head of the table. She didn't know why, but she felt an inexplicable anxiety and awkwardness. The three of them were silent. Xianxia looked down and didn't say anything. Pei Wenchuan opened and closed the fan in his hand and also didn't say anything. Li Rong poured tea for herself. The sound of water flowing could be heard. The two of them looked at her together. Li Rong's hand froze with the teapot. After a moment, she revealed an awkward smile and persuaded the two of them, "Have some tea." As she spoke, she personally poured a cup of tea for each of them. Then, when she picked up the tea, the question of who to give it to first became a problem. She gave it to Xianxia first. With Pei Wenchuan's narrow-mindedness, she was afraid that he would find a way to take revenge later. She gave it to Pei Wenchuan first. Xianxia's official position was higher than Pei Wenchuan's. This didn't make sense. She stiffened with the cup in her hand. The two of them quietly looked at the tea in her hand. Li Rong suddenly felt that she wasn't holding tea, but a firecracker that could explode at any time. After a moment, Li Rong gritted her teeth and drank the tea in her hand. She calmly said, "I'm a little thirsty. Drink another cup." Lord Su, she ignored the awkward atmosphere and went straight to the point. She turned to look at Xianxia and said, "What do you want to tell me?" Xianxia's matter was very orderly. He told Li Rong almost everything he knew. After he finished, he concluded, "The accounts from the northwest border were sent over yesterday." Because this matter was supervised by this humble subject will take over now that the princess and the Lord Pei are in prison together. This humble subject will take over. This humble subject had the Ministry of War, Tuobayan, and the front line reconcile the accounts overnight. In addition to Tuobayan's testimony and the testimony of the people Your Highness previously investigated, there shouldn't be any problems with this case. Li Rong nodded and said gratefully, Lord Su is considerate. It's this humble subject's duty to work for Your Highness. As the two spoke, Pei Wenchuan quietly listened to them. When Su Yongqing and Li Rong finished talking, Li Rong turned around and looked at Pei Wenchuan. She smiled and said, Lord Pei, what do you want to tell me? Oh, it's not a big matter, Pei Wenchuan smiled and raised her fan. She pointed at the hairpin on Li Rong's head. Your Highness' hairpin is crooked. Li Rong, he really didn't give her any face. He didn't even bother to brush her off. Li Rong was about to ask someone to stop the carriage and kick Pei Wenchuan out when she felt the person beside her suddenly stand up. She pressed down her sleeve and raised her hand to gently straighten her hairpin. She said calmly, Your Highness, it's done. Li Rong was stunned and couldn't react. Pei Wenchuan coldly looked at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing calmly returned to her seat. Her expression was calm and she completely ignored Pei Wenchuan's gaze. Li Rong saw that the atmosphere had become awkward again and coughed lightly. The two looked over. Li Rong hurriedly picked up the teacup and urged, drink tea. The two didn't speak. Li Rong felt even more awkward. Fortunately, the carriage soon arrived at the palace. As soon as they arrived, Li Rong hurriedly said, We're here. Let's go quickly. As she spoke, she didn't even care if the two stood up and quickly jumped off the carriage. When she got out of the carriage, the morning breeze blew. Li Rong suddenly felt relaxed and happy. She held her fan and walked forward. She said to Jing Lan, Let's go. We'll go in first. We're not waiting for the two lords? Jing Lan was a bit confused. Logically speaking, Li Rong should have entered the palace with them. However, when Li Rong heard her words, she hurriedly covered half of her face with her fan and showed a look of disgust. Let's go quickly. Stay away from them. As she spoke, Li Rong led Jing Lan into the palace. Pei Wenchuan and Su Yongqing walked side by side into the palace. Su Yongqing said gently, Lord Pei seems to have a lot of opinions about me. Lord Su, don't you think? Pei Wenchuan turned to look at him and said lightly, Lord Su is taking too much care of the princess? Oh? Su Yongqing laughed and said carelessly, Is that so? I'm just doing my duty as a subject. Does Lord Su plan to get married? Pei Wenchuan suddenly asked. Su Yongqing was a bit puzzled. Why does Lord Pei ask this? I hope that Lord Su will continue to do his duty as a subject. Pei Wenchuan turned his head and chuckled. Especially in front of your wife. Su Yongqing's expression didn't change. Pei Wenchuan saluted and said, Lord Su still wants to enter the palace. This official won't disturb Lord Su any longer. As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan straightened up and walked to the side. Su Yongqing was going to enter the palace at the beginning of the morning assembly like an ordinary subject. He went to stand in line first. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan waited at the door for the summons. When Li Rong saw Pei Wenchuan walking over with a smile on his face, he knew that Pei Wenchuan wasn't in a good mood. If Pei Wenchuan was really happy, his smile wouldn't be like this. When he was the prime minister in Li Rong's previous life, his current smile would usually cause trouble. Li Rong's expression didn't change. He waited for Pei Wenchuan to make his move. Pei Wenchuan stood beside Li Rong. He held his ceremonial tablet and didn't say a word. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong began to think about other things. She ran through all the possible things that might happen today in her mind. Just as she was thinking, Pei Wenchuan couldn't hold it in any longer. He said, Does your highness have anything to ask this humble subject? Li Rong came back to her senses. When she heard Pei Wenchuan's question, she decisively said, I don't want to ask. I'm not interested. Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong continued to let her mind wander. Pei Wenchuan endured for a while before saying, But this humble subject wants to say something. I know I can't stop you, Li Rong sighed. Say it. If you don't say it, I'm afraid you'll suffocate to death. Your Highness's words, Pei Wenxuan said indifferently. This humble subject is about to suffocate to death. Do you want to hold it in a little longer? Li Rong sincerely suggested. Pei Wenxuan couldn't hold it in any longer. He directly said, I think Su Yongqing has ulterior motives for you. Really? Li Rong's voice didn't waver. I'm so happy. Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan called her name. I'm serious. Su Yongqing is too good to you. Li Rong listened to Pei Wenxuan's words and stopped playing with him. She listened to the eunuch's voice and watched the ministers enter in a line. She calmly said, Pei Wenxuan, do you know the biggest difference between you and Su Yongqing? Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. He followed Li Rong's gaze and looked at the ministers under the morning light. Some looked worried, some looked happy, some looked apathetic, and some looked arrogant. He heard Li Rong say indifferently, he's more ruthless than you. Family, glory, inheritance. The two of them landed on the young man in the distance. Under the morning light, the young man was wearing a scarlet official's robe. He held a ceremonial tablet in his hand and his movements were elegant and regular. He followed the crowd, walked up the white jade steps, and stepped into the main hall that represented the vortex of power in the country. These are the things Su Yongqing has been carrying for his entire life. Under these things, he learned restraint, calmness, and forbearance since childhood. Li Rong's voice was a little distant, but there was a hint of pity and sympathy in her voice. He doesn't have the emotions you think he has. He won't be good to me because of his feelings, Li Rong said calmly. He doesn't value me, but the Chuaner. I always remember this. And you, Li Rong looked up at him. Her phoenix eyes were like cold pools in an ancient well, restrained and calm. Under this absolute silence, there was a hint of inescapable beauty. She emphasized each word. You also need to remember. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong and didn't speak for a long time. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. You've always been talkative, why don't you say a few words? Pei Wenxuan held the ceremonial tablet with both hands and lowered his head to chuckle. Li Rong raised his eyebrows, what are you laughing at? Your Highness, Pei Wenxuan smiled and looked at her, after so many years, you're still very cute. Li Rong was a little confused. At this moment, the eunuch's voice came from the main hall, summon, Princess Ping Le, Pei Wenxuan, enter the hall. Hearing this, the two immediately straightened their expressions. After looking at each other, they entered the main hall one after the other. In the main hall, concubine Ning and Yang Quan's father, the head of the Yang family, Yang Lai, knelt together on the ground. Li Ming sat on the high seat and watched the two enter. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan didn't look sideways. They stepped forward and knelt beside concubine Ning, greeting Li Ming. Ping Le, Li Ming asked the two to stand up and said calmly, before, I asked you to be in charge of the Yang family case. How is your investigation? Li Rong didn't dare to answer Li Ming's question too thoroughly. If he was too thorough and smart, he was afraid that Li Ming would be suspicious. Thus, Li Rong smiled and coughed lightly, Lord Pei is helping me with this case. He can speak, but I can't. Let the Lord Pei speak. Pei Wenxuan. This humble subject is here. Pei Wenxuan stood up. Li Ming looked at the young subject and said slowly, a few days ago, you were accused of murdering the wealthy merchant Tuoba Yen. Recently, this Tuoba Yen came back to life and complained to Shun Tian that the Yang family sent people to kill him. Do you know? Reporting to your majesty, Pei Wenxuan said respectfully, please allow me to report this matter in detail. Speak. 2 months ago, Princess Ping Le held a spring banquet in a courtyard in the suburbs. Yang Quan wanted to marry the princess, so he sent people to ambush the princess on her way back to the palace. He wanted to be the hero to save the beauty and deceive the princess. On the way back, this humble subject noticed Yang Quan's intentions. In order to save the princess, this humble subject had a conflict with Yang Quan. Later on, this humble subject was saved by His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince brought this humble subject and the princess into the palace. This humble subject went to meet His Majesty. His Majesty took pity on this humble subject and specially sent people to escort this humble subject back to his residence. Unexpectedly, Yang Quan held a grudge against this humble subject for ruining his plans. When His Majesty learned of Yang Quan's daring actions, he appointed Princess Ping Le as the chief judge, this humble subject to assist, and Assistant Minister Su as the supervisor to jointly investigate the Yang family. We accepted the order. After this humble subject filed a case for investigation, this humble subject sent people to secretly write a letter to expose the Yang family's actions in the northwest. It said that the Yang family had been collaborating with the enemy for many years and betraying the country. "You're talking nonsense." When Yang Lai heard this, he shouted at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan's expression did not change. Li Rong stood at the side and smiled as he waved his fan. He looked at Pei Wenchuan and continued, "According to this person, Rong country is bitter and cold. Even now, most of their weapons are still made of copper. It's just a small barbarian country." In order to stabilize their position, the Yang family reached an agreement with Rong country. Every autumn, Rong country would send troops to invade. The Yang family would ask for troops and food. When they arrived, they would divide the food equally with Rong country. It was a fake war, but in reality, it was just a show. For many years, big and small reports of victory were just Rong country taking money and cooperating with the Yang family to put on a show. Ignorant child. Yang Lai stood up agitatedly. When Li Rong saw Yang Lai's movement, he tightened his grip on his golden fan and shouted, "Kneel down." Her shout was sonorous and forceful, startling Yang Lai a little. He gritted his teeth and knelt down. Again. Pei Wenchuan glanced at him indifferently and continued, "This is a one-sided story. However, since there is such a rumor, this humble subject naturally has to investigate." This humble subject heard that there is a foreign merchant in Huajing, Tuobayan, who has purchased many of the Yang family's relics. Thus, this humble subject asked Your Highness for permission to investigate this case with this Tuobayan. When we arrived at Tuobayan's residence, this humble subject stole the account books related to the transactions between Tuobayan's residence and the Yang family. I discovered that over the years, the amount of money the Yang family had obtained from Tuobayan alone was not small. The antiques that Tuobayan purchased from the Yang family far exceeded the normal price. It was obviously not an ordinary transaction. Thus, this humble subject followed the clues and found the Ministry of War to verify this. I compared all the account books and investigated the relevant personnel one by one. This matter may have reached Concubine Ning's ears. Pei Wenchuan looked at Concubine Ning. Concubine Ning knelt on the ground without a change in expression. Pei Wenchuan turned his head and continued, "In order to eliminate the evidence, they killed Tuobayan and framed this humble subject and Princess Ping." At the same time, Yang Lai knew that his family members were trapped in his residence, so he plotted to kill the general at the front line at that time. Then, he submitted his resignation letter to threaten Your Majesty. "Your Majesty." Pei Wenchuan raised his head with a solemn expression. Now, the accounts of the Northwest front line for the past 10 years, the Ministry of War's account books, and Tuobayan's account books have all been reconciled. The amount of money and time that Tuobayan transferred to the Yang family matches the accounts of the Ministry of War and the front line. Coupled with the testimonies of Tuobayan and the others, it is enough to prove that the Yang family has been stuffing their own pockets at the border all these years. How could they leave behind so much money? Now, according to the reports from the front line, why did the Rong country have a large amount of Xia's weapons during their attack? With all the evidence added together, it is clear that what the informant said was true. The Yang family's actions are deceiving the monarch, bending the law, harming the country and the people. They do not respect the Son of Heaven and do not care about the people. They colluded with the enemy to bully our Xia. Your Majesty. Pei Wenchuan knelt down and kowtowed. The Yang family cannot be spared for such a heinous crime. After Pei Wenchuan finished speaking, all the civil and military officials in the court were shocked. Everyone stared blankly at the kneeling Yang Lai and Ning Fei. After a long time, Li Ming opened his mouth and said, "Yang Lai, do you have anything else to say?" Yang Lai knelt on the ground with his head lowered. After thinking for a long time, he laughed mockingly. "Whatever Your Majesty says, it is what it is." Ning Fei. Li Ming looked at Ning Fei and said indifferently, "What about you?" Hearing Li Ming's words, Ning Fei raised her hands to support her knees and gracefully stood up. At this point, what's the point of your majesty asking these questions? Ning Fei raised her head and looked at Li Ming. Whatever crimes the Yang family committed, isn't it your majesty's idea? Your majesty needs the Yang family. The Yang family is at the border and has been fighting for half of their lives. Now your majesty thinks that the Yang family is hindering your majesty and wants to support Prince Su. The Yang family colluded with the enemy, betrayed the country, deceived the monarch, and bent the law. Huh. Ning Fei laughed out loud. Funny, very funny. Yang Wan. Li Ming shouted, you're presumptuous. I'm presumptuous? Ning Fei raised her hand and pointed at Li Ming. She shouted, your Li family forced me to this point, and you still don't allow me to be presumptuous? Let me tell you. Ning Fei turned her head and looked at the court officials. My Yang family's today is your future. Guards. Li Ming ordered coldly. Drag this crazy woman out. As he spoke, the soldiers rushed up and pulled Ning Fei away. Ning Fei got out of the door and struggled with all her might, but she couldn't be pulled out. She pushed the soldiers away and threw herself at Li Rong. Li Rong, you idiot. He wanted to abolish Li Chuan for a long time. None of the men he arranged for you to marry are good. He can't wait to marry you out and let you die outside. You still respect and love him. Your Li family will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. The soldiers pulled Ning Fei away. Ning Fei threw herself at Li Rong as if her life depended on it. Pei Wenxuan stood in front of Li Rong without a trace. Li Rong looked at Ning Fei quietly, his expression as calm as death. Ning Fei screamed and screamed. In the end, when she pulled out the golden hairpin from her head, Li Ming shouted, kill her. The sword pierced through Ning Fei's body. At that moment, Pei Wenxuan subconsciously raised his hand to block Li Rong's eyes. Blood splattered on Pei Wenxuan's sleeve. Li Rong held the golden fan in his hand and lowered his eyes, indifferent and motionless. She could see Ning Fei's blood soaking in the hall and spreading all the way to her. Then she heard someone dragging Ning Fei out. She suddenly said, wait. Everyone looked at her and saw her use her golden fan to press down Pei Wenxuan's hand that was blocking his eyes. She looked at Ning Fei, who was being dragged out like a pig or a dog, and calmly said, aristocratic families are not allowed to humiliate themselves. Get a stretcher and a white cloth, and carry her out properly. As she spoke, she took off her outer robe, walked in front of Ning Fei, and covered her body. Not long after, people outside came in with a stretcher. They put Ning Fei on the stretcher, covered her with a white cloth, and carried her out. Pei Wenxuan walked behind Li Rong and looked at Yang Lai. He only said, General Yang, do you admit your guilt? Yang Lai raised his head and looked at Li Rong with his turbid eyes. After a long time, he cowed out and said in a low voice, this humble subject admits his guilt. This sentence of this humble subject admits his guilt announced the end of the Yang family. Li Ming calmed down for a moment and said rather tiredly, take him away. The following matters will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice. Take the entire Yang family into custody. Since his ancestors have rendered meritorious service to the court, leave his corpse intact and give him poison. This humble subject. Yang Lai said in a trembling voice, thank you, Your Majesty. After Yang Lai accepted his punishment, he was taken away. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan also left together. When they reached the door, Yang Lai staggered. Pei Wenxuan reached out to support him. Yang Lai raised his head and looked quietly at the young man who had killed his entire family. Do you know what you are doing? He said in a hoarse voice, young man, it is not easy to be a sword. Pei Wenxuan's expression was calm. He looked up at Yang Lai. Then General Yang, do you know what you are doing? Yang Lai did not understand. Pei Wenxuan helped him out and said lightly, I have read General Yang's poem when he was young. General Yang once wrote, a white horse leads the army to the north, sweeping through heaven's pass to repay the country's kindness. Does General Yang still remember? Yang Lai was in a daze. After a moment, he smiled bitterly. There is actually someone who knows about these things. You are young and ambitious. Why don't you continue? Pei Wenxuan looked up at him. Yang Lai shook his head. One person will not be able to clear the quagmire. Officials protect each other. Young Master Pei comes from an aristocratic family. You should know this better than I do. Young people are ambitious, but in the end, they will realize that the words of the elders are always right. Yang Lai smiled gently and patted Pei Wenxuan's shoulder. Lord Pei, send me here. With that, Yang Lai turned around. He walked slowly and steadily with the chains in his hands. One day, Lord Pei will understand this old man's intentions. Pei Wenxuan did not speak. He folded his hands in his sleeves and stood on the steps, quietly watching Yang Lai walk away. Li Rong stood beside Pei Wenxuan and whispered, "Why ask a person who is about to die?" "Only a person who is about to die," Pei Wenxuan said calmly. "Only a person who is about to die will tell you why he is about to die. And only in the future will you know how to prevent others from dying because of this. Didn't you understand what he said a long time ago?" Li Rong chuckled. "Did you live for 50 years in vain?" Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan also laughed. "I won't hide it from your highness. I have lived for 50 years, but I really didn't understand what he said." "Liar." Li Rong immediately said. "If you didn't understand these things, why did you fight with me for the throne? When you were young, you also said that you wanted the common people to live a better life. In the end, didn't you fight with me for personal power?" When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he was silent. He wanted to explain, but he knew that his explanation was not suitable for Li Rong to know. Li Rong could never understand his ambition, and his almost naive way of thinking. Because Li Rong was born in a high place, she had never been like him, walking through the fields, seeing the mountains and rivers, making all kinds of friends in Luzhou, and seeing the hardships of the common people. Maintaining orthodoxy and stability was Li Rong's belief. But he knew that if he persisted in this belief, the end of Xianxia could already be predicted. But he could not say these words, and Li Rong could not understand. Li Rong saw that he did not speak, so he thought that he had poked his soft spot. He felt that his words were too harsh. While walking forward with him, he tapped the palm of his hand with his fan to save the topic. "But people are all like this. Didn't I also think about these things when I was young? You're still afraid that I'll see blood today? I've seen many." Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan suddenly interrupted her. There was no joy or anger in his expression. Li Rong turned to look at him. He said, "Every time you see blood, your left hand trembles." Li Rong slowly restrained his expression. Pei Wenxuan continued, "You always tell me that you and Su Yongqing are not sincere. You also say that you are selfish. But in the imperial court, not everyone can take the risk of putting clothes on a dead person because they can't bear it. Words spoken are not necessarily true." The two walked to the front of the palace gate. Pei Wenxuan stopped and turned to look at her. "And some words, although they are jokes, are not necessarily false." "For example?" Li Rong asked directly. Pei Wenxuan looked at her. After a long time, he suddenly said, "After leaving the palace, I'm afraid that we won't be able to see each other again before the wedding. In the short term, I plan to rebuild the previous information network. I need some money." "Li Rong, I really want to know." Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan with a face full of admiration. "How can you ask women for money so easily?" "Because the money you give me today, I can pay you back double in the future." Pei Wenxuan smiled calmly. "Do you want to do this business?" In her previous life, Pei Wenxuan's dark web was more powerful than Li Chuan's. When he established the dark web, he had set up a system himself. In order to ensure its efficiency, Li Rong's many channels of information had to go through him. Furthermore, the dark web was accompanied by various large shops. In the latter half of Li Rong's life, he didn't have to worry about food or clothing. It could be said that most of his wealth came from the money he invested in Pei Wenxuan in the early days. Whoever didn't do such a profitable business would be a fool. Li Rong wasn't a fool. He took out his token and handed it to Pei Wenxuan. "If you need anything, go to the princess's residence and find the housekeeper. But let me tell you, I don't have much money right now. This is all I have. Don't act recklessly. It seems that Princess Shang doesn't have much to gain." Pei Wenxuan took the token and showed a look of disdain. I don't know if the other princesses have more money, give it back to me. Li Rong reached out to grab the token. Pei Wenchuan raised the token and put it behind his back. He used his other hand to stop Li Rong and said, Your Highness, pay attention to your manners. I know I'm very beautiful. Don't molest me. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong was so angry that she almost laughed. You're shameless. Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. There was a complacent look on his face. He then turned around and walked towards the palace gate with his hands behind his back. He said, Princess, you can escort me here. This humble subject will take his leave now. Who's escorting you? If you use a single copper coin from me, you have to record it in the account. I want to check the account. Li Rong wanted to tear him apart, but she couldn't say too much in front of everyone. After yelling at him fiercely, she felt a little better. She turned around and was about to leave when Pei Wenchuan suddenly called out to her, There's more. Li Rong turned around and looked at the youth in front of the palace gate. He stopped and looked back at her. Suddenly, he smiled and said, If there's a next time, I'll cover your eyes again. Li Rong was stunned. You're a girl. Pei Wenchuan's eyes had an indescribable gentleness. It was like a warm summer wind that gently wrapped around people. He lowered his voice and said gently, It's always good to have someone to protect you. After Pei Wenchuan said this, he really didn't look back and walked out of the palace gate. Li Rong quietly looked at his back. For a moment, she felt that even though they had known each other for more than 30 years, she didn't seem to truly understand what kind of person Pei Wenchuan was. She was absent-minded for a moment. Then, she heard Jing Lan say, Your Highness, His Majesty seems to have left court. Li Rong heard this and came back to her senses. She sorted out her emotions and turned around, saying, Let's go find His Majesty. Li Rong sent someone to inform Li Ming. Then, she hurried over and had a meal with Li Ming. Li Ming had just left court and arrived at Tai He Palace. After changing into casual clothes, he was holding a handkerchief to wash his hands when he heard that Li Rong had arrived. He smiled and had someone call Li Rong in. Li Rong bowed to him. Li Ming looked at Li Rong and said with a smile, You've lost weight. You can't stay in that place, Li Rong said unhappily, How can you not lose weight? What? Li Ming threw the hot handkerchief back into the basin and walked to the table, Are you blaming Zhen? No, Li Rong sighed, the Yang family has gone too far. Imperial father, you have your difficulties, I know. You even understand? Li Ming smiled and gestured for her to sit down, You've grown up. What's not easy to understand? Li Rong sat down, I understand when Pei Wenchuan says it. Li Ming heard Li Rong mention Pei Wenchuan and couldn't help but look at her, I heard that you were locked up with him? That's right, Li Rong picked up a pair of chopsticks and said casually, Otherwise, I wouldn't know anyone and wouldn't have anyone to accompany me at night. How scary would that be? You've been together for a while. Li Ming picked up the fish that the eunuch had removed the bones and said slowly, What do you think of him? Ah? Li Rong stiffened when she heard this. Her expression was unnatural as she whispered, He's just all right. What do you mean by just all right? Li Ming looked at Li Rong's expression and knew what was going on. He laughed, I gave you 4 candidates. Yang Quan is gone, so you have to choose one, right? Just. Li Rong blushed, just all right. Li Ming rarely saw Li Rong so bashful and couldn't help but laugh. When did our Ping El become so inarticulate? Is it because that Pei family's boy is incapable? If not, you can choose between Cui Yulong and Ning Shizi. I didn't say that he's incapable. Li Rong panicked and hurriedly said, Young Master Pei is quite good. You're finally speaking the truth. Li Ming picked up a dish with his chopsticks and smiled, No one has been able to control you all these years. That Pei family's boy is quite capable. What did he say to you? If Zhen locked you up, wouldn't you come crying and scolding Zhen? He told me that Imperial Father loves me dearly. If he could help me, he would definitely help me. You must have some difficulties. Otherwise, you wouldn't treat me like this. Father and daughter are of the same mind. I'll always side with Imperial Father. I'll always be Imperial Father's sweetheart. He's right about that. Li Ming sighed, You've grown up a lot after being imprisoned. What about your Imperial Mother? has she visited you? When Li Rong heard Li Ming's words, she immediately revealed a disappointed expression. She should have her own difficulties. Li Ming sneered, she does have her own difficulties. You're in prison, but she doesn't care about you at all. Every day, she comes to me on behalf of the Chuaner and makes a fuss. She never mentions you at all. When Li Rong heard this, her eyes reddened. Li Ming stopped eating. After a while, he slowly said, Imperial Father is here for you. You don't have to be sad. Today, I didn't announce the marriage between you and Pei Wenxuan in the palace because I thought it wouldn't be good to see blood. In a while, I'll have someone send the imperial edict to the Pei family. After you get married, you won't have to worry about the matters in the palace when you live in the princess residence. I can't live in the palace in the future? When Li Rong heard this, she raised her head and looked at Li Ming with reddened eyes. Li Ming smiled helplessly. How can a princess live in the palace all the time? When you get married, you can live happily with Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong lowered her head and looked a little sad. Li Ming paused his chopsticks, then said, Ai, you're crying all the time during the meal. Let's not talk about this anymore. Be happy. Let's talk about your marriage. I plan to set the wedding date on the 3rd of next month. What do you think? I'll listen to Imperial Father. Li Rong sniffed, wasn't my marriage already in discussion? It was delayed for 2 months by the Yang family. Did the Ministry of Rights not care about it? Don't accuse them wrongly. Li Ming smiled, not only did the Ministry of Rights care about it, they also prepared 2 sets of wedding clothes for you. Go and choose one. Really? At the mention of wedding clothes, Li Rong's eyes lit up. Li Ming saw that she was like a child and couldn't help but laugh, childish. Why would I lie to you? Li Rong was happy. When she talked about the wedding process with Li Ming, she really looked like an 18-year-old girl, sticking to her father and talking about trivial things. After the meal, both father and daughter were in a good mood. Li Rong sent Li Ming to the imperial study. Before Li Ming left, he suddenly remembered, Rong why did you put on a dress for someone like concubine Ning today? Aren't you afraid of seeing blood? Why wouldn't I be afraid? Li Rong laughed, but Aken is a princess. I can't let others see me as a joke. Concubine Ning has also interacted with her. Li Rong sighed, I can't bear to see her like that. Li Ming raised his hand and pointed at her. He said with some disappointment, you're too soft-hearted. Alright, you can go back, Fulai. Li Ming turned to look at the eunuch next to him, let the Ministry of Rights send the 2 sets of wedding clothes for the princess to choose from. If the princess has any requests, let the Ministry of Rights add them. It's the wedding of Zhen's Princess Ping El. Li Ming patted Fulai's shoulder, don't act recklessly. When Fulai heard this, he bowed and sent Li Ming into the imperial study. Then he turned to Li Rong and said with a smile, Your Highness, you see how much His Majesty cares about you. Of course, Li Rong smiled and said proudly, I'm Imperial Father's most beloved daughter. Li Rong waved her hand, Ben Gong will go back first. Fulai won't send you off. Farewell, Your Highness. Fulai bowed and respectfully saluted. After Li Rong and Li Ming finished talking about the wedding, they yawned and returned to the imperial palace. At the same time, Pei Wenxuan also returned to his home. When he was released from prison this morning, he had someone notify Dong Yi. After court, he avoided the carriages of the other elders of the Pei family and waited for Dong Yi to pick him up. Dong Yi brought a shabby carriage over and complained, Gongzi, don't complain about the carriage. Last time, we didn't return the carriage that we took from the same courtyard. The old woman in charge of the carriage asked me for money every day. You haven't returned to the Fu for so long and I didn't have the money to compensate her. She said that if we didn't compensate, she wouldn't let us use the carriage anymore. It's good enough that we were able to borrow one today. Pei Wenxuan sat in the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. He was too lazy to pay attention to these trivial matters. Dong Yi saw that he didn't speak and sighed, these old wicked servants bully us. Look at those young masters in second master and third master's courtyard. Which one of them would be bullied because of a carriage? But Gongzi, when will you receive your monthly salary? You have to return the money for the carriage as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to attend court tomorrow. First, I'll change my clothes. Then I'll have the money. After changing his clothes, he went to the Princess Fu to get the money. With Li Rong's money, he would buy himself a carriage. He couldn't buy an expensive one. If Li Rong found out, he was afraid that he would be scolded for squandering money. First, he would buy a random carriage. When he had money in the future, he would buy a better one. Pei Wenchuan seriously calculated. When Dong Yi heard Pei Wenchuan's words, he was quite worried. He felt that Pei Wenchuan might have suffered some trauma in prison. When Pei Wenchuan arrived at the Pei residence, he entered with Tong Yi and walked around the long corridor to return to his own courtyard. Just as he reached the entrance of his courtyard, he sensed that something was wrong. He could vaguely see that his courtyard was filled with people. He instantly had a bad feeling and immediately began to analyze who the people in his courtyard were. There were only two groups of people who could bring people to wait for him in the courtyard. They were either his mother or his second uncle and third uncle. And these two groups of people, no matter who they were, most likely wanted to stop him from marrying Li Rong. Back then, his mother didn't like him marrying a princess. It was just that she couldn't accept it. Now that the imperial edict had not been issued, it was entirely possible that his mother came to save the situation. If it was his second uncle and third uncle, then they definitely didn't want him to marry a princess. Once he married a princess, it meant that he had a backer and was no longer under the Pei family's control. As soon as he thought that these people were here to disrupt his marriage, he felt irritated. Although he was forced to marry Li Rong, it had indeed become his goal. In order to marry Li Rong, he killed Yang Quan and destroyed the Yang family. Now, there were still people who wanted to stop him. As soon as he thought about it, he felt irritated. He flung his sleeves and rushed forward, shouting in a low voice, "Why is it so difficult to marry a wife?" Tong Yi was slightly dazed. Soon after, he saw Pei Wenchuan grab the ceremonial tablet and step into the small courtyard with a cold expression. He swept a glance at the group of servants sitting in the small courtyard waiting for him and said in a cold voice, "What are all of you doing here? Who allowed you to come in?" Pei Wenchuan was already prepared. Whoever dared to interfere with his marriage, today he would make an example of them. He would use these servants to slap their faces. Who would have thought that a fat woman at the front would come forward and salute Pei Wenchuan? She respectfully said, "Eldest young master, this servant has been waiting for eldest young master for almost 2 months. When I heard that eldest young master was coming back today, I specially waited here for eldest young master." "Why are you waiting for me?" Pei Wenchuan frowned and felt that something was wrong. The woman gently smiled, "You borrowed the carriage 2 months ago and the debt hasn't been settled yet. Originally, a carriage isn't much, but after all, it belongs to a family. Everything has to be done according to the rules. Don't think that this old servant is making things difficult for you. Do you want to settle the debt with money or return the carriage?" Pei Wenchuan was silent for a moment. He adjusted his mood and calmly said, "How much?" The woman raised 2 fingers, 200 taels. After deducting the extra allowance such as food and silk cloth, his monthly salary was only 200 taels. Very good, he was sure, he couldn't afford it. This was a problem that was even more difficult and awkward than not allowing him to marry a wife. Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. He was thinking about how to gracefully say that he was going to default on his debt. The woman looked at him with a smile on her face, but there was a hint of mockery in her eyes, as if she was watching a good show. After a while, Pei Wenchuan finally found his bearings. He was about to speak when he heard an anxious shout from outside, "Eldest young master! Eldest young master!" Everyone turned their heads. Pei Wenchuan saw that it was the gatekeeper who ran over. After thinking for a moment, he knew that the imperial edict for marriage might have arrived. The servant panted heavily and stopped in front of Pei Wenchuan. He stuttered, "Imperial edict. Eldest young master, the door." Pei Wenchuan didn't wait for him to finish before laughing. He turned and walked out the door. The maid who asked for money finally reacted. She quickly asked the gatekeeper, "What imperial edict?" "There are people from the palace outside." The gatekeeper caught his breath and explained, "They are going to announce the imperial edict. The master, madam, and young master of the Fu all have to go. It seems that something big is going to happen." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and quickly ran to the front yard to see what was going on with their own eyes. When Pei Wenchuan reached the door, the Pei family was already there. When Pei Lixian's eldest son, Pei Wendy, saw Pei Wenchuan walking over, he sneered and said mockingly, "I always knew that eldest brother was arrogant, but I didn't expect him to be so arrogant even when the palace's officials came." Wenda. Pei Lixian stood in front of him with his hands folded in his sleeves. He slowly opened his eyes and scolded, "Shut up." Pei Wenchuan walked in front of Pei Lixian and Pei Liwen and respectfully bowed, "Second uncle, third uncle." He then turned to look at his mother, Madame Wen, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "Mother." Madame Wen nodded at him with a tired expression. After everyone in the Pei family arrived, Pei Lixian went forward and said to the eunuch holding the imperial edict, "Gong gong, everyone in the Pei family is here. Please." The eunuch smiled and nodded. Pei Lixian withdrew and heard the eunuch shout loudly, "Kneel." Everyone knelt down as the eunuch read out the decree. The contents of the decree first praised Pei Wenchuan. Hearing these extravagant words of praise, everyone quietly looked at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan's expression was calm. When he read the next part, the Empress Dowager bowed and was pleased to hear this news. She specifically decreed the marriage between Princess Ping Le and Princess Ping Le. Everyone suddenly understood. The servants hiding in the distance all widened their eyes, feeling a little confused. Pei Wenchuan calmly received the edict. The eunuch looked him up and down and then said, "Princess Ping Le has always been favored by His Majesty. Lord Pei is very fortunate. Thank you for your kind words." Pei Wenchuan bowed respectfully and modestly. After the imperial edict was read out, the palace people also withdrew. After sending the palace people away, Pei Wenchuan raised the imperial edict and turned around to look at Pei Lixian. Pei Lixian folded his hands in his sleeves and said with a calm expression, "It is your good fortune to receive His Majesty's decree of marriage. In the future, serve the princess well and don't forget the etiquette of the Pei family." Pei Wenchuan, he originally wanted to bow, but when he heard this, he felt that something was wrong. It was as if he was a newly married woman. After Pei Lixian finished speaking, he turned his head and said to everyone, "Disperse." Pei Lixian was used to having the final say in the family. When everyone heard this, they didn't dare to stay any longer and dispersed. Only Pei Wendy couldn't help but say a few words to Pei Wenchuan before he left. "Eldest brother is very fortunate. In the future, you can rely on the princess to eat." "Yes." Pei Wenchuan dusted his sleeves and said with a calm expression, "Second brother is jealous? What a pity." Without waiting for Pei Wendy to speak, Pei Wenchuan smiled lightly. "With second brother's character and appearance, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to marry the princess. In this life, other than relying on father, he can't rely on anyone else." "You." Wenchuan. Before Pei Wendy could vent his anger, Wenxia hurried over. She looked anxious and glanced at Pei Wendy. When Pei Wendy saw that Wenxia was here, he didn't want to continue arguing with Pei Wenchuan. After all, he was still an elder. He could only bow and leave. After Pei Wendy left, Wenxia pulled Pei Wenchuan's hand and said anxiously, "Come with me." Then, Wenxia dragged him to her courtyard. Pei Wenchuan knew what Wenxia wanted to say. He felt helpless, but he still followed Wenxia into her courtyard. As soon as they entered the room, Wenxia sent the servants away and asked him anxiously, "Did you know about the bestowment of marriage in advance?" Pei Wenchuan calmly found a place to sit down. He knew in his heart that he had attended the spring banquet and investigated the case with Li Rong. The fact that he and Li Rong had met early on could not be hidden. Thus, he admitted frankly, "I know." "You know? This is such a big matter. Why didn't you tell me?" Wenxia heard Pei Wenchuan's words and immediately shouted, "Do you still have me as your mother in your heart?" "I only know my mother." Pei Wenchuan poured himself a cup of tea and said calmly, "Can you resist the imperial edict or can you reason with His Majesty?" Wenxia was stunned. After a while, she sat down weakly and tears rolled down her face. "It's my fault. I made you suffer. If your father was still alive, you wouldn't have encountered such a thing. It's not easy to be a princess. Which princess has a good temper?" Pei Wenchuan listened to Wenxia's crying. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, "I'm willing to do this." Wenshi looked up in disbelief. Pei Wenxuan thought for a while and looked at Wenshi. He said calmly, "Mother, I asked for this girl myself." "You asked for it?" Wen's face is full of shock. "Why did you ask a princess to come in? Isn't the princess good?" Pei Wenxuan laughed. "The princess is also an ordinary girl. She's very nice. You'll know when you see her." "What kind of magic potion did you eat?" Wenshi said and cried again. "I know you're comforting me. You've liked Xianxia since you were young. Your temper is the same as your father's. How can you fall in love with others so easily?" "Mother," Pei Wenxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't talk nonsense in the future. You're my son, my flesh and blood," Wenshi cried until she couldn't catch her breath. Pei Wenxuan quickly patted her back and listened to her. "How can I not know what you're thinking? I couldn't stop your second uncle from talking nonsense to the Qin family. I didn't expect that Qin Lin from the Qin family to listen to your second uncle and directly say that his sister can't marry into the Pei family. He directly came to break off the engagement. It's all my fault. Now I need you to comfort me." "Mother," Pei Wenxuan couldn't bear Mrs. Wen's crying and felt a headache coming on. However, he knew that his mother was used to being like this and could only persuade her nicely. "She's really good. I really like her very much. I spent a lot of effort to marry her. Please don't talk nonsense in front of her in the future. If you really want me to have a good marriage, please don't mention Qin Xianxia in the future. Get along well with the princess, okay?" Wenshi listened to Pei Wenxuan's comforting words. She looked up doubtfully. "You're not lying to me?" "Why would I lie to you?" Pei Wenxuan sighed. "I really like her." "Then what about Qin Xianxia?" Wenshi was confused. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand to his forehead. "I wasn't thinking clearly at that time. I'm only so old. How can I know whether I like or not?" "Well." Wenshi hesitated for a moment. She was moved and said slowly, "That's true." Pei Wenxuan looked up strangely. "You think I don't like Qin Xianxia?" "You're just childish." Wenshi looked gentle. "Our relationship is like that of your father and I. When we don't see each other, we miss each other. When we see each other, we'll be moved. When we're together, we'll feel that time passes quickly. Even if your father just says a few words to me, I'll feel that it's very interesting." With that, Wenshi's face showed some nostalgia. Pei Wenxuan knew that Wenshi missed his father again. He was silent. Wenshi also knew that she shouldn't indulge in nostalgia in front of others. She paused for a moment and sighed. "During those years in Luzhou, you never sent Xianxia a letter because you missed her. When you saw her, you were well behaved. How can that be called liking her?" "According to what you said," Pei Wenxuan laughed, "I have to find someone I like to insult. That's liking her?" "I don't know if you'll insult her or not," Wenshi also laughed, "but you must be different in front of her. In front of that person, you'll always be a child." Pei Wenxuan was stunned. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Is father like that too?" Yes, Wenshi liked to talk about Pei Lizzie. When she heard Pei Wenxuan mention it, her eyes softened. "Don't be fooled by his strict attitude in front of you. He's actually always been a child. Do you remember that he used to buy toys for you? He bought them for himself to play with. I told you, how could he buy toys for you? He's obviously itching for toys." Yes, Pei Wenxuan accompanied Wenshi to talk, "I remember." Pei Wenxuan accompanied Wenshi to talk about Pei Lizzie. Wenshi's health wasn't good. After talking with him for a while, she felt a little tired. Pei Wenxuan saw that she was tired, so he helped her rest and then went out. After he went out, he stood at the door with Dong Yi following behind him. He was a little confused. "Master, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking," Pei Wenxuan sighed. "Fortunately, His Highness doesn't like to cry." Dong Yi was a little confused. "Huh?" Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and chuckled, then walked away. When he was talking to Wenshi just now, he kept thinking about Li Rong. In his previous life, he always said that Li Rong was too stubborn. Every time they quarreled because of political differences, he would wonder how a girl could be so stubborn. However, when he looked at Wenshi just now, he suddenly felt that Li Rong was very good. No one could hide behind others for a lifetime. One day, he would have to stand up and face the storm, the cruel world. His mother wasn't a bad person. she was soft and kind. His father protected his mother all her life, letting her live happily for most of her life like a canary. However, all gifts came with a price. His father probably never thought that he would leave so early one day. No matter how well he protected this person, after he left, this person would be correspondingly weak. Before his father died, he prepared many people to protect him and his mother. But he was only 17 years old at that time. In the name of mourning, he forced him to go to Luzhou and left his mother in Pei Mansion. His mother was a soft-hearted person who gave in easily. She was always afraid of arguments and always gave in. Therefore, no matter how many things his father had left behind, when he returned 3 years later, his mother had squandered them all. When he was young, he envied his parents. They were different from ordinary couples in aristocratic families. They really loved each other. They taught Pei Wenxuan how to hold on to and hope for a relationship. He had imagined countless times that if he had a wife, he would also live such a life. He would also learn from his father, protect and love that person with all he had. But when he saw his mother, he suddenly felt that if he loved a woman too much and gave her everything but didn't teach her to fly, what was the difference between that and breaking her wings? But fortunately, when Pei Wenxuan thought of Li Rong, he felt somewhat relieved. This woman, no matter how much you pampered her, she could still fly 90,000 li. The only thing to worry about was that if you weren't careful, she might go to a place that you couldn't see. You could only look up at her for the rest of your life and never touch her again. When Pei Wenxuan realized this, he immediately felt that he was a bit ridiculous. They were just making do with each other in this life. In a few years, they would be separated. Yet here he was thinking about the way of husband and wife. But strangely, when he thought of this, he felt somewhat happy. He walked briskly back to his courtyard and saw the female servant who had asked for money earlier standing at his door. His face sank as he stared at the female servant. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. "That carriage, take your time." The maid immediately said. "Prince consort." "Oh, no, eldest young master," the maid said with a sad face. "This servant is here to apologize." This servant's dog eyes didn't recognize Mount Tai. "In the future, I hope that eldest young master will forgive this servant. You can take your time to return the carriage. You can return it at any time." Pei Wenxuan was amused by this maid. He suddenly felt what it meant to use someone else's power to intimidate others. He had no intention of being entangled with these brats. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. You can leave." The maid hurriedly ran away. Pei Wenxuan returned to his courtyard. At night, he thought about the key figures of the dark network. The next day, he went to the princess's residence. He took the money and found people. Everything was set up in an orderly manner. When he returned to the residence at night, he saw the princess's residence's steward standing at the door. Pei Wenxuan was stunned. He hurriedly got off the carriage and greeted the other party. "Lord Lu, why are you here?" "The princess has a letter for you." Lu Mingji handed a letter to Pei Wenxuan. "This official is on the way, so I came to deliver this letter." "You are too kind." Pei Wenxuan took the letter and chatted with Lu Mingji for a while. After Lu Mingji left, Pei Wenxuan held the letter. He hesitated for a moment and did not open it. He returned to his room and put the letter on the bedside. At night, after he finished dealing with all the official business, he lay on the bed and opened the letter. He saw Li Rong's handwriting. Li Rong said 3 things concisely. First, she gave him 2 drawings of the wedding dress and asked him to help her refer. Second, she asked him about the progress of the dark network. Third, she gave him a banknote and told him to throw it at the slave girl's face. Pei Wenxuan lay on the bed and looked at Li Rong's letter. He thought of Li Rong's raised eyebrows when she spoke. He could not help but laugh. He carefully looked at the 2 drawings of the wedding dress and selected one of them. Then, he put the letter aside and lay down to sleep. That night, he had a dream. He dreamed that Li Rong was wearing the wedding dress he chose. She turned in front of him and asked him, "Pei Wenxuan, do you think it looks good?" He did not know why, but he could not help but want to laugh. When he woke up from the dream with a smile, he lay down quietly for a while. Only then did he realize that this was the first time in his memory that he had woken up from a dream with a smile on his face for an uncountable amount of time. After he was a teenager, there were no more beautiful dreams. When he was a teenager, he had a beautiful woman in his dream. The next day, Li Rong received Pei Wenxuan's reply. Li Rong glanced at the wedding dress he had picked out. After thinking for a moment, she took out the blueprint of the other wedding dress and handed it to Jing Lan. Tell the Ministry of Rites that I want the one with the phoenix embroidered on it. Jing Lan paused and couldn't help but ask, didn't young Master Pei choose the peony one? Actually, both are fine, Li Rong said as she washed her hands. I'm just using the elimination method. Hearing this, the maids nearby all lowered their heads and laughed. After the group of people played around, Li Rong calculated the time. Her mother should have woken up, so she went to Weiyang Palace as usual. Under normal circumstances, she had to visit the Empress every day. However, she had been investigating cases and imprisoned recently, so she hadn't seen her mother in a long time. She took a handkerchief from the side and wiped her hands clean. Then, she turned and led the others to Weiyang Palace. As soon as she reached the entrance of Weiyang Palace, she heard the laughter of the women inside. Li Rong smiled as she walked in. She saw that almost all the concubines in the imperial harem were present. Her mother, Shang Guanyu, was sitting on the high seat and laughing with everyone. What are you all talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Li Rong walked in and asked with a smile. Then, she bowed to the Empress and said, Greetings, Imperial Mother. Then, she turned and bowed to the 4 imperial concubines. Greetings, Imperial concubines. So it's our little Ping Le. She had just stood up when a gentle voice sounded. Li Rong looked up and saw Consort Ro looking at her with a smile. Sit down. The word Ro came from her real name. Her real name was Xiao Ro. She came from an ordinary family. When she was young, she entered the palace early and became a palace maid. Because she was smart, she served Li Ming when she was young. It was said that when Li Ming was still a prince, he did not have a good life. Xiao Ro accompanied him in the cold palace when he was young, so Li Ming always had a strange feeling for Xiao Ro. Later, when Li Ming was still the crown prince, Xiao Ro was betrothed to a minister by the empress at that time. However, not long after she was married, Li Ming became the emperor. A few years later, that minister died of illness at home. Xiao Ro first shaved her head and became a monk. Later, she met Li Ming in a temple and returned to the palace after a night of passion. From then on, she was favored by the imperial harem for decades. With this kind of ability, her appearance was naturally not bad. Now that she was almost 50 years old, she still maintained her appearance very well. Compared to the empress who was 7 years younger than her, she was not inferior. She was now the head of the 4 imperial concubines, assisting the empress in managing the harem. She was also good at socializing. When Li Rong came in, the empress didn't say anything, but she spoke first. Li Rong smiled lightly and nodded slightly to express his thanks. The servant girl set up a small table to the left of the empress. Li Rong sat down behind the small table. As soon as he sat down, he heard Consort Ro ask the empress, I heard that Ping Le's marriage has been set recently, is that true? The marriage decree has been issued, Shang Guanyu said calmly, it is the eldest son of the Pei family, Pei Wenxuan. It is Pei Liji's son? Consort Ro laughed, I saw that child 3 or 4 years ago. He is very handsome, Ping Le. Consort Ro turned and looked at Li Rong, saying, I heard that you investigated the Yang family together with him. Nyang, Li Rong said gently, not married yet, it is not appropriate to talk about this. Let's change the topic. Ping Le is shy, Consort Duan on the side mediated and raised her head to look at Consort Ro, look at how Ro Jia is making the child shy, not us old things. If you ask this, who will respond to you? Consort Ro raised his round fan and laughed lightly. Instantly, the hall was filled with laughter. Li Rong raised his teacup and took a few sips, but smiled and didn't speak. The group of concubines laughed for a while before the empress dismissed them. Consort Ro didn't move. When everyone left, the empress turned to look at Consort Ro and said, you have something to say? I just want to ask for Ping Le's help. Consort Ro smiled as he looked at Li Rong. Ping Le used to like to be alone and wasn't close to the other sisters and brothers. Now that she is going to marry, in this last period of time, many of the younger sisters want to spend some time with you and listen to your teachings. So I was thinking, why don't we have Ping Eli set aside some time every day to communicate with the other princesses in the palace? As he spoke, Consort Ro turned to look at the Empress. Xianxia, what do you think? The Empress frowned. She knew that Consort Ro didn't come with good intentions. Just as she was about to refuse, she heard Li Rong say, okay. Consort Ro stilled slightly. Li Rong looked up at Consort Ro. Xianxia, what's with that expression? Do you think that Ping Eli won't agree? How can that be? Consort Ro laughed. I know that even though Ping Eli usually looks cold, she has brothers and sisters in her heart. Xianxia, what are you saying? Li Rong lightly tapped his golden fan against his palm. It's as if I don't have brothers and sisters in my heart. Your words are too insulting. Consort Ro was scolded by Li Rong and found it difficult to smile. He could only turn to look at the Empress and say, look at this child. We haven't seen each other for only 2 months and she's become so eloquent. I've always missed my younger sisters. Li Rong picked up his teacup, his tone gentle. There are many things that I want to teach them. I think that Consort Ro Xianxia should organize for me to lecture each of the younger sisters for 4 hours every day. How about it? Lecture? Consort Ro stilled. What do you want to talk about? The Empress Dowager is used to being passionate about Buddhism. I want to talk about Buddhism to the younger sisters, as well as some daily etiquette. This way, they won't make any mistakes. A few days ago, I heard that Hualu crippled a servant girl in her courtyard. Hualu was Consort Ro's eldest daughter and was used to being arrogant. When Consort Ro heard this, his expression changed and he immediately said, there was such a thing? Then you should discipline her well. Okay, Li Rong smiled. With Xianxia's words, Ping Eli will do well. When Consort Ro heard this, he suddenly felt uneasy. Li Rong looked at the sky and then said, does Xianxia Consort Ro want to stay for dinner? These words were to chase away the guest. Consort Ro had finished what he wanted to say, so he stood up and said, no, you came for the Empress. I don't want to disturb your mother-son relationship. After saying this, Consort Ro exchanged some pleasantries with the Empress and then left while waving his fan. Li Rong saw that the Empress was about to stand up and went forward to help her up. The Empress stood up with his help and said with some dissatisfaction. Why did you agree just now? She's obviously up to no good. Since she's up to no good, is it up to me to reject her? Li Rong helped the Empress walk into the courtyard and said gently, if I don't agree now, she'll go to Imperial Father again and talk about how to cultivate sisterhood. Imperial Father is used to listening to her. I'm afraid the Imperial Edict will come tomorrow. How disgusting. The Empress frowned and continued to show her disgust. Li Rong chuckled, so let's not take this adulterous couple to heart. You're the Empress, the most honorable woman in the world. Just be the Empress. That woman wants me to cultivate sisterhood. If we agree, Imperial Father will think that I'm more reasonable. If she won't do it herself. Li Rong walked with the Empress in the garden and said slowly, after so many years, don't you understand her methods? This time, she wants me to cultivate sisterhood with the princesses. In fact, it's a chance for the princesses to get in touch with me. Some of them are stupid. She doesn't need to do anything, someone else will. You've thought it through. The Empress listened to Li Rong's reasonable analysis and sighed in relief. Then you need to deal with it well. Don't worry. Li Rong said calmly, the harem's matters are not that simple. You don't have to worry. In fact, we should be happy. What's there to be happy about? The Empress looked sad. I don't think there's anything to be happy about now. Think about it this way. If my marriage had no value, Consort Ro wouldn't think of ways to destroy it. Now that she's making trouble for me, it can only mean one thing. What? The Empress turned her head. Li Rong laughed, Pei Wenxuan will probably be promoted. The Empress was stunned. After a moment, the Empress sighed, you young children, the more I look at you, the more I don't understand. You sent the Chuaner to the northwest. 2 months ago, I was really scared to death. On the one hand, I was afraid that something would happen to the Chuaner on the battlefield. On the other hand, I was afraid that he wouldn't do a good job in the northwest. His Majesty would use this as an excuse to punish him. I could only ask your uncle for help. After all this trouble, the Shangguan family's vitality has been greatly damaged. The Chuaner didn't get any credit, but you are still very happy. The Empress' eyes reddened. I really wonder which side Pei Wenchuan is on. Imperial Mother, Li Rong raised his hand and put it around the Empress' shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. In fact, you should think about it. If you can't understand, then it's even better. This proves that Imperial Father is even more difficult to understand. It's not a bad thing that the Shangguan family is weakened. Imperial Mother, there's a very simple reason, Li Rong persuaded, hide the blade. Only when you kill, can you kill with one blow. Then you have to have a blade. The Empress was a little anxious. Li Rong smiled and didn't say anything. He went with the Empress to the place where they ate. The two sat down together. The Empress washed her hands in a copper basin. While washing her hands with water, she said, "This time, your uncle helped me and made a request." He wants to send Ye to the palace. Hearing this, Li Rong stopped washing her hands. The Empress took the handkerchief from the side and looked back at her. Do you still remember Ye? You met when you were young. Oh, I remember. Li Rong came back to her senses and hurriedly said, I remember that she went back to Yuzhou very early. She'll go to the capital next month and come back to attend your wedding. The Empress chatted casually. Chuaner is not young anymore. I plan to choose a concubine for him next year. Now I've started to look for some good candidates. The Crown Prince's concubine must be Ye. As for other good families, help me to look for them. Li Rong didn't say anything. The Empress took a pair of chopsticks and said as she ate, after marrying Ye, I want to marry 4 more concubines for him. The girls aren't too important. Their backgrounds are more important. Help me take a look. It's best to choose 2 from military families. Chuaner doesn't have any military power, so he will always be a weakness. The Empress chatted casually with Li Rong while eating. Li Rong didn't talk much in front of the Empress. It was mostly the Empress who talked. After the meal, the Empress was a little tired and wanted to take a nap. Li Rong asked to leave. On the way back, she sat in the sedan chair and thought about the Empress's words. In her previous life, Li Chuan did marry Shangguanya and then married 4 more concubines. Shangguanya's temperament was similar to hers. They knew each other when they were young. Later, Shangguanya went to Yuzhou and separated. When she came back, she became her sister-in-law. However, it didn't affect their relationship. Marrying a concubine didn't affect Shangguanya much. She was a woman with a strong mind. She usually looked noble and elegant, but after they got to know each other, she became irritable. She put her family first, and the rest was her own hobbies. Drinking, playing chess, and painting, she lived a very free and easy life. When Li Chuan didn't dote on her, Li Rong specially thought of a way for her. However, Shangguanya looked at the internal account book and waved her hand. Don't affect my position as the Empress. Just give me some face. Otherwise, get lost as far as you can. If he wasn't the Emperor, who would have the patience to care about him? This sentence blocked Li Rong's words. However, Li Rong knew that Shangguanya was definitely not forcing a smile. She was a person with a scholarly temperament. She probably felt annoyed when she saw Li Chuan. However, just because it didn't affect Shangguanya didn't mean that it didn't affect other people. The 4 concubines fought back and forth. In the end, 2 died. One became a monk, and the other one was more open-minded. She stayed in the palace with Shangguanya for the rest of her life. Thinking about it this way, no one had a good ending in her previous life. Knowing the result, did she still want to follow the path and let everything repeat itself? Li Rong tapped her fan on the palm of her hand and pondered quietly. Qin Jinjin couldn't enter the palace again. It was even better that she didn't meet Li Chuan again. As for Shangguanya, Li Rong hesitated for a moment. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. She took a deep breath, rolled up the curtain, and ordered the Jing Lan, send someone to Shangguanya's residence. If Miss Shangguanya comes back, immediately send someone to report. Yes. Also, Li Rong thought for a moment, have Pei Wenchuan write me a letter. The general meaning is to entrust the person who delivers the letter to give it to me. He asks me to go to a place where I can meet him and say that he has something to give me. After that, have him carry that thing with him every day and wait for my summons at any time. Yes. The Jinglan responded. After giving all these instructions, Li Rong put down the curtain and leaned against it to rest. Pei Wenxuan's letter came the next day through the people in the princess's residence. Pei Wenxuan's letter contained a lot of things. Li Rong glanced at the letter he wrote according to her request. After confirming that this guy understood the main points and didn't make any mistakes, she put the letter on her body. Then she opened Pei Wenxuan's letter and saw 3 sentences. What about the wedding dress? Did you encounter a difficult problem? Also, Your Highness is very rich. When Li Rong saw that Your Highness is very rich, she couldn't help but laugh. She took the letter and looked at the miscellaneous things Pei Wenxuan gave her. She found that he calculated the amount of her assets and the budget for her expenses. Li Rong looked at the list while taking a teacup from the Jinglan. The Jinglan looked at Li Rong's smile and couldn't help but ask, "What is Your Highness looking at? Why are you smiling so happily? Lord Pei is still very capable." Li Rong raised the teacup with one hand and drank a mouthful of tea. Then she put the teacup down and threw the accounts Pei Wenxuan sent over into the brazier used to burn paper. After washing up, Li Rong received news that Consort Ro had already reserved a place for the princesses to teach. Li Rong nodded and got up to go over. She found that Consort Ro had reserved a waterside pavilion in the imperial garden. Nyang Nyang said, the eunuch leading the way said, the summer is hot and dry, and the waterside pavilion is cool and refreshing. There is no better place for Your Highness to lecture the princesses. Li Rong nodded and walked into the waterside pavilion. As soon as she entered, she saw that her 6 younger sisters were already there. 2 of them, Changle and Hua Lu, were already of marriageable age. Changle was the daughter of Consort Mei, one of the 4 noble consorts. She was of noble status and was doted on, so she usually didn't get along with Li Rong. Hua Lu was Consort Ro's daughter. She had inherited Consort Ro's smiling face but was extremely violent in private. The remaining 4 princesses were all under 15 years old and looked like children. They were too different in age from Li Rong and didn't have much interaction with her. After Li Rong entered, Changle turned around and smiled. "Oh, elder sister is here." Li Rong smiled. "You all came early. Sit down." With that, Li Rong sat at the head of the table. After the princesses sat down one by one, Changle looked at Li Rong and smiled. "I heard that elder sister was betrothed to the eldest son of the Pei family. Elder sister has always been doted on. The person betrothed to you must be a god's favored son with an extraordinary status, right?" Li Rong didn't say anything. She opened the book in front of her and said, "Today, let's start with the Diamond Sutra." "Why?" Changle was happy that Li Rong didn't answer. "Elder sister, is there something you can't say? Is young Master Pei a high-ranking official in the imperial court? But he's young. Even if he can't compare to Assistant Minister Su, he's at least a 6th-rank official, right?" Changle. Li Rong looked up at her and said gently, "If you don't like today's sermon, elder sister can teach you something else." "Oh?" Changle raised her eyebrows. "What else can elder sister teach me?" "Jing Lan, go to Weiyang Palace and invite senior servant Xijing over." Jing Lan obeyed and left. Changle didn't understand and said, "Elder sister, just tell me." Changle. Hua Lu quickly advised, "I heard that Pei Wenxuan is only an 8th-rank official. Don't poke at elder sister's sore spot." Li Rong didn't say anything. She calmly drank her tea. After a while, an old woman followed Jing Lan into the room with a ruler in her hand. After entering the room, she bowed to Li Rong. "Your Highness. I was ordered to teach the princesses the rules of being a princess. I originally wanted to give a sermon, but it seems that my younger sisters have forgotten the basic rules of the palace. I'll let senior servant Xijing teach you again." Everyone's faces turned pale when they heard this. Li Rong turned to look at the younger princesses and said, "Changle and Hua Lu will learn. The other sisters are still young, so don't bother. Ping El, don't you dare." Changle slammed the table and pointed at Li Rong. Li Rong smiled gently and calmly drank his tea. Disrespectful. Why is a princess slamming the table? Senior servant Xijing, how do you think we should deal with this? Slap her and hit her. Slapping her is a disgrace to the imperial family, Li Rong said calmly. Hit her. The others didn't dare to move. Chang'e sneered, I'd like to see who dares to touch me today. Who doesn't dare to touch you? Li Rong looked at everyone. I'm going to touch someone. I'm the eldest princess of the first wife. I was ordered by Consort Ro to teach the princesses. Today, I can't even set the rules of the palace. As he spoke, Li Rong suddenly stood up and pointed at Chang'e. He said angrily, hold her down. As soon as he finished speaking, the Jing Lanjing Mei rushed up and grabbed Chang'e. Chang'e's maids wanted to rush up, but Li Rong glanced at them and said coldly, think carefully. If you offend your superiors, you'll be beaten to death. The maids were frightened. Senior servant Xijing went forward and mercilessly hit Chang'e's palm with 10 planks. Chang'e screamed. Li Rong's expression was as calm as before. He only said, if you're done, then go out. I still have to preach to the other sisters. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man's voice came from outside. A moment later, the young man lifted the curtain and was stunned. Li Rong looked up and saw a handsome man. He was wearing a black jacket with golden birds embroidered on it. He had a small fan in his hand. His eyebrows were similar to Su Yongqing's, but there was a wildness that Su Yongqing didn't have. Behind him stood Su Yongqing, who was talking to him. When the curtain was lifted, Su Yongqing's smile didn't disappear. Su Yongqing's gaze naturally fell on Li Rong. His voice came to an abrupt stop. He and Li Rong quietly looked at each other. One was standing and one was sitting. They looked at each other. The man in black was the first to react. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and said loudly, this humble subject Su Ronghua and my brother greet your highness. Su Ronghua's shout made Su Yongqing come back to his senses. Su Yongqing raised his hand and respectfully and calmly knelt down, greeting Li Rong, this humble subject Su Yongqing greets your highness. Li Rong nodded and raised his hand. Jing Mei and Jing Lan released Chang'e, and Xijing Mama also stood to the side. Li Rong turned to look at the two Su clan brothers and asked in confusion, why are the two Darren here? Logically speaking, people from outside the palace were not allowed to enter. Why were the two brothers here? Reporting to your highness, Su Ronghua spoke first, his appearance very respectful. This humble subject is under his majesty's orders to teach your highness Su. Every afternoon, we go to school here. On weekdays, we come earlier and wait here first. Li Rong didn't find this strange. In his previous life, Su Ronghua was Prince Su's teacher. It was also because of this relationship that when Prince Su rebelled, he spoke up for Prince Su and angered Li Chuan. But she didn't know that Su Yongqing had also been Prince Su's teacher in the past. The meaning of using a member of the Su clan as Li Chun's teacher was very clear. Xiao Rou's status was ordinary. If he wanted Prince Su to gain support in court and contend against the Empress, he had to cultivate enough henchmen. Now, Li Ming had placed Xiao Ping in the northwest to give Prince Su the right to raise an army. Using a member of the Su clan as his teacher was to win the support of the aristocratic families. 5 years ago, when the imperial examination system was introduced, commoners poured into the court. Although there weren't many of them and their official positions were very low, in time, they would become a new force in court. These commoners naturally had a good impression of leaders like Consort Ro who had similar backgrounds. In the same situation, they would choose Consort Ro first. In order to pave the way for Prince Su, Li Ming could be said to have spared no effort. The core of this painstaking effort was probably because Li Ming felt that he could still live 100,000 years. Li Rong was somewhat helpless. If Li Ming knew that he was going to die in 3 years, perhaps he wouldn't be so tormented. But if Li Ming knew that he was going to die in 3 years, perhaps he wouldn't use such a gradual method. Li Rong's mind and nodded slightly to Su Ronghua and Su Yong. And said to the eunuch next to him, Darren, since it is afternoon and you two Darren came early, you should go rest elsewhere. Yes. After the two responded, they stood up and were led away by the eunuch next to them. After the two left, Li Rong raised her head and saw that Hua Li's face was still somewhat pale. When Chang'e saw her looking over, she immediately wanted to speak. Li Rong directly said, Today, you won't stop until I slap your mouth? Hearing this, Chang'e froze. She knew that Li Rong would really slap her mouth today. Li Rong lowered her head to look at the Buddhist scriptures and said indifferently, Senior servant Xijing, I'm going to preach the scriptures to the other younger sisters. Senior servant Xijing heard this and respectfully responded. She made a pleased gesture to the two princesses, Chang'e and Hua Lu. Chang'e flung her sleeves and rushed outside. Li Rong turned her head and looked at the little princesses who were clearly frightened. She said, Younger sisters, come. Let's recite the scriptures first. The two elder sisters who were leading the group were taught a lesson. The little princesses were so scared that they trembled with fear. They lined up like a bunch of radishes in a vegetable field and quickly lowered their heads to recite the scriptures. The sound of the children reciting the scriptures in unison traveled all the way from the waterside pavilion, accompanied by the sounds of insects and birds in summer. Li Rong found himself in the morning breeze and lowered his head to read the Buddhist scriptures. As I have heard, all things have their way, they are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. Li Rong listened to the recitation and inadvertently raised her head. Not far away, in the pavilion, the Su clan brothers were sitting opposite each other and talking. Su Ronghua sat carelessly and moved a lot. When he laughed, he slapped his knees. There was no etiquette to speak of. He was indeed an anomaly in the Su clan. Su Yongqing sat upright opposite him. His expression was still calm. Although his behavior was impeccable, it was somewhat different from usual. Li Rong had never seen such a relaxed posture. Even if she looked at him from afar and could only see his silhouette, she could feel his gentle attitude. Li Rong watched quietly and listened to the Buddhist scriptures. For a moment, she was absent-minded. It was as if she had dreamed of the youth on the path of reincarnation. She couldn't come back to her senses, so she simply closed her eyes and pretended to listen carefully. It was at this moment that a report came from outside. In a low voice, someone said, Your Highness, His Majesty is here. When Li Rong heard this, she hurriedly stood up and led the little princesses out of the waterside pavilion. Li Ming stood at the door with Pei Wenxuan. When Li Rong saw Pei Wenxuan, she was somewhat surprised. She first saluted Li Ming and then said, What wind blew Imperial Father here? I'm strolling in the Imperial Garden with beloved official Pei Wenxuan. We have something to talk about. Li Ming raised his hand and pointed at Pei Wenxuan. Then he looked at the waterside pavilion and said, I heard the sound of the Buddhist scriptures here, so I came to take a look. How long have you been here? Li Rong followed Li Ming outside and ordered the Jinglan to guard the princesses. Li Ming thought for a moment and said, Not long, just before you were in a daze. Hearing this, Li Rong's heart jumped. She didn't know if Li Ming had seen her looking at Su Yongqing, but she didn't show it on her face. She only smiled and said, You've been here for so long, yet Imperial Father doesn't even greet you. Usually, these children are very naughty. Li Ming smiled, Today, you've managed to make them obedient. In the past, I didn't manage them much. I thought that there were etiquette instructors in the palace. When Consort Ro asked me to discipline them, I didn't know what to do. Li Rong raised her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. Her movements were elegant and her voice was gentle, but after seeing them today, I understand that Consort Ro also has her own difficulties. These are the children's matters. Sometimes, Consort Ro can't manage them. As the older sister, I should have come earlier. Although these words were sympathetic to Consort Ro, in the ears of others, they were hinting that Consort Ro didn't manage the children well. Consort Ro didn't manage the children well. Naturally, it made people think of her background. Li Ming was silent and didn't speak. He seemed to be thinking. Li Ming secretly glanced at Pei Wenxuan who was following behind her. He didn't know what Pei Wenxuan was thinking. His expression was drifting, as if he wasn't listening to them at all. Li Rong accompanied Li Ming to walk around twice. Li Ming then told her to leave first. Li Rong bowed towards Li Ming. She then heard Li Ming say, Ping Le, you're leaving without saying a few words to the Lord Pei? Li Rong smiled embarrassedly. She pursed her lips and bowed towards Pei Wenxuan, Lord Pei, have a safe journey. Pei Wenxuan's expression was calm as he bowed towards Li Rong. Li Rong couldn't help but feel a little strange. At this time, Pei Wenxuan would at least wink at her. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. She wondered if Li Ming had said something to Pei Wenchuan. After school, Li Rong asked someone to send a letter to ask about what happened during the day. Pei Wenchuan only replied with 2 words, nothing. There was also a pile of bills. Li Rong looked at the speed at which Pei Wenchuan spent money. She sucked in a breath of cold air. It would be strange if nothing happened. She hurriedly sent a letter back. The next day, Pei Wenchuan's letter came back a little more normal. It roughly read, money flows like water. My heart is worried. This was indeed something that Pei Wenchuan had been worried about his whole life. Li Rong felt relieved. She knew that there was no major political event that she didn't know about. With Li Rong and Li Ming's words, before Chang'e could complain to Li Ming gave Li Rong a ruler and told all the princesses to listen to their elder sister. Therefore, Chang'e didn't dare to be angry with Li Rong anymore. She obediently learned the rules and chanted scriptures every day. Li Rong taught the princesses to chant scriptures and counted the days. It was almost time for the wedding. These princesses were well behaved under Li Rong's guidance. After copying 10 scriptures, Li Rong packed them up and sent them to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. The Empress Dowager was originally from the Shangguan clan. She had a good relationship with Li Rong and the Empress. However, Li Ming didn't like them to be together all the time. The Empress Dowager said that she was sick and closed her door to practice Buddhism. Now that Li Rong sent some scriptures to the Empress Dowager didn't respond. However, Li Ming soon rewarded Li Rong. It was said that the Empress Dowager had been ill before, but she was much better after receiving the scriptures. Li Ming was deeply impressed by Li Rong's filial piety, so he rewarded Li Rong. However, he didn't only reward Li Rong. He also specially praised Princess Hua Lu. He said that she copied the scriptures beautifully and the Empress Dowager liked it very much. It was her sincerity that moved the Empress Dowager's illness. When Li Rong heard this in the palace, he couldn't stop laughing. What Li Ming probably didn't know was that Hua Lu didn't copy the scriptures herself. It was an imperial edict. Hua Lu could only bite the bullet and accept it. After accepting it, she began to kneel in her room and beg Bodhisattva to protect her from being exposed. When Li Rong was young, he would definitely want to expose this matter immediately. However, now he knew that if this matter was exposed, Hua Lu would lose face. However, it wouldn't do her much good either. It would be better to keep it as a secret and use it to slap Consort Ro's face at the right time. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day she had to teach the princesses. After waking up early in the morning, she came to the waterside pavilion early. Unexpectedly, there was not a single person in the pavilion. Li Rong turned her head and looked at Jing Lan beside her. You decided that today is the last day? When Jing Lan heard Li Rong's question, she immediately knew that there was a problem. She then said, it was Qiu Feng who sent the message. Let's investigate. Li Rong looked up at Jing Mei. Go and inform Lord Pei. Tell him to wait for me at the place he wrote before. Also, send someone to stand guard at His Majesty's place. See who went to inform His Majesty. Also, keep an eye on Qiu Feng. Jing Mei received the order and immediately left. Only Li Rong and Jing Lan were left in the waterside pavilion. Jing Lan said uneasily, Your Highness, now that we know it's a trap, why don't we? It's fine. Li Rong smiled. The tricks of the princesses in the harem won't be a big deal. However, we can take the opportunity to see how the people around us are like. There has to be something to be able to see a person's heart, right? Jing Lan was slightly stunned. After a moment, she understood. In this world, most battles were not lost because of the brilliance of the schemes, but because of the people around them. Jing Lan didn't know why Li Rong trusted her so much. However, since Li Rong had spoken, she would accompany Li Rong and wait quietly. The master and servant enjoyed the breeze in the waterside pavilion for a while. Then, they heard footsteps behind them. Li Rong turned around and saw Su Yongqing appear in the courtyard. When he saw Li Rong, he was slightly stunned. Li Rong didn't expect Su Yongqing to come. She thought that with the ability of Chang'e and the others, if they wanted to frame her, they would find a bodyguard or something. She didn't expect Su Yongqing to come. Li Rong smiled gently. How did Lord Su come? Su Yongqing's expression changed greatly. He turned around and was about to leave when he heard Li Rong say, "Lord Su, don't be in a hurry. Come over here first. I have something to give you." Su Yongqing saw Li Rong's calm expression. He went forward and respectfully said, "Your Highness." Su Yongqing's back was facing the pavilion. Li Rong raised his hand to help him up and whispered, "Tell him that Pei Wenchuan asked you to send a letter to me." Su Yongqing's expression changed slightly. He secretly received Li Rong's letter. At the same time, he secretly handed a note to Li Rong. Li Rong took the note and moved the pattern on the side of her golden fan under her sleeve. She put the note in the pattern and put the cover back. Li Rong smiled and raised his hand to point outside. "Let's go see the Lord Pei together." Su Yongqing responded and followed Li Rong out. When the two arrived at the waterside pavilion, they heard a loud shout, "You still want to run?" Li Rong looked up and saw Chang'e leading Li Ming and a group of people towards her aggressively. Li Rong pretended to be surprised and went forward to greet Li Ming. "Father, sister, how can you do this?" Chang'e said emotionally, "You're going to marry the Lord Pei soon. Even if the Lord Su is good, you can't have a private meeting like this, be careful with your words." Li Rong looked coldly at Chang'e. "You're a princess. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten the rules you learned a few days ago? You still have the nerve to talk to me about rules?" Chang'e turned her head and looked at Li Ming. "Father, look at her." Ping Le. Li Ming looked at Li Rong and frowned. "What are you and Su Yongqing doing here?" "Father." Li Rong bowed. "The Lord Su was asked by someone to pass a message to me. Why didn't you directly ask someone in your palace to pass the message?" Li Ming was quite dissatisfied. Li Rong was about to speak when Su Yongqing knelt down and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, this is my fault. I came to the waterside pavilion early because I usually give a lecture in the afternoon. I heard that the princess usually plays with the other princesses in the morning, so I wanted to be lazy and personally pass the message to the princess. Usually, the other princesses are there." "The Lord Su is talking nonsense." Chang'e interrupted him. "Yesterday, Consort Ro suspended everyone from school and asked my sister to prepare for the wedding. What classes are there today? Then does he know?" Li Rong looked directly at Chang'e and said mockingly, "Could it be that Consort Ro specially went to greet the Lord Su and told him that I wouldn't be coming?" Chang'e choked, then she immediately reacted. "Then what are you doing here?" "What, I can't come to the Imperial Garden? I miss the time I spent with my younger sister. Now that I'm about to get married, I'm feeling sad, so I came here to take a walk. I bumped into Lord Su in public, and even brought a maid with me. Is that a crime?" Li Rong spoke frankly. His words made Chang'e's face turn white and red, then red and white. Chang'e couldn't understand. Li Rong and her were like fire and water. How could he say such disgusting words? Li Rong looked at Chang'e with a smile, then looked around. "But I'm very confused. I met the Lord Su, so why did everyone come here as if they wanted to catch someone? Why did Imperial Father come here?" When Li Ming heard this, he looked at Chang'e. Only then did Chang'e react. She hurriedly said, "I saw the people around you pass Su Yongqing a note and invite him to a private meeting. If you don't believe me, you can search him." "Search him?" Li Rong laughed. "The Lord Su is the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and a Minister of the Imperial Court. You actually want him to be searched in public for such a thing?" Li Rong's reminder made Li Ming's expression change. He said, "Chang'e, don't be rude." But Chang'e anxiously wanted to speak, but Su Yongqing knelt down first. "Your Majesty, this humble subject was entrusted by the Lord Pei today to deliver a letter to your Highness. The Lord Pei can't enter the inner palace, so this humble subject delivered it on his behalf. This humble subject was lazy for a moment and caused such a misunderstanding. The princess's reputation is important. Your Highness, please search her in public to prove her innocence." As he said this, Su Yongqing looked at Li Rong. "Your Highness, please take out the letter from the Lord Pei." Li Rong sighed and bowed. "I've implicated the Lord Su. Evil people do evil." Su Yongqing and Li Rong were respectful. Their expressions were magnanimous. He only said, "It's not the princess's fault." When Changel heard this, she looked at Li Ming and hurriedly said, "Imperial father, he was willing to be searched." Li Ming looked at Changel as if he was looking at a fool. Finally, he said, "Beloved official Su is willing to prove his innocence. Fu Lai, go." As he said this, Fu Lai walked forward and searched Su Yongqing's body in front of everyone. Li Rong handed over Pei Wenxuan's letter. Everyone stared at the letter. Even Changel couldn't believe it. The most taboo thing about this matter was to spread it to Pei Wenxuan's ears. Even if the princess was the daughter of a noble family, to have a private meeting with a man before marriage, even if others believed it was a chance encounter, Pei Wenxuan would still have a knot in his heart. However, if Pei Wenxuan's letter was true, then no one in the world would believe that Su Yongqing and Li Rong had a private meeting. After all, no man in the world could be so carefree. Li Ming took the letter with some doubt. He glanced at it. Before he could finish reading, a eunuch rushed over and whispered, "Your Highness, the Lord Pei is outside the palace. He wants to see you." Pei Wenxuan was promoted to the position of imperial censor because of the Yang family case. Although this position wasn't a high rank, it was a position with real power. Li Ming even gave him a goldfish bag to walk in front of the emperor. Now, he could be considered to be in great favor. Li Rong's expression changed when he heard Pei Wenxuan's name. Changel was a little surprised. Then she heard Li Ming say, "Bring him in." After a while, Pei Wenxuan followed the eunuch in. He walked near the waterside pavilion and saw Su Yongqing and Li Rong from afar. One was kneeling and the other was standing. Both of them were calm and composed. When they stood there, they looked like a painting, out of tune with their surroundings. Pei Wenxuan's footsteps paused. In an instant, he seemed to see time go back and a very familiar scene from many years ago came rushing back. At this time, Li Ming turned his head and saw Pei Wenxuan arrive. He called out, "Beloved official Pei." Pei Wenxuan immediately reacted. He quickly walked forward and saluted Li Ming and Li Rong, then stood up. At this time, Su Yongqing also finished searching the body. Fu Lai turned to Li Ming and said, "Your Majesty, there is nothing." "Impossible," Changel was anxious, "I clearly, beloved official Pei." Li Ming raised his eyes and looked at Pei Wenxuan, "Why are you here?" "Your Majesty," Pei Wenxuan respectfully said, "Today, I have some matters to discuss with your Highness. Therefore, I asked the Lord Su to help me pass a letter to the princess. I asked the princess to meet in front of the Xianwen pavilion. This humble subject has waited for a long time, but your Highness did not come. This humble subject guessed that something had happened to your Highness, so this humble subject hurried over." Li Ming raised his head and looked at the place Pei Wenxuan had agreed to meet in the letter. He pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Changel. "Changel, when and where did you see Ping Le's people bring a letter to Assistant Minister Su? Do you know the person who brought the letter?" Changel stuttered for a moment. Li Rong gently said, "That's right, younger sister. Tell us and we will slowly interrogate you. Let's see who it was that fooled and instigated younger sister to frame older sister." Changel froze. The more lies one told, the harder it was to cover them up. Changel froze for a long time, then suddenly said, "But, even if it wasn't young Master Su, but young Master Pei, you shouldn't be so private. What nonsense are you talking about?" Li Ming couldn't listen to it anymore. Private contact with Su Yongqing and private contact with Pei Wenxuan were two completely different matters. Although it was inappropriate to meet after the engagement, it wasn't a big taboo. Furthermore, the Xianwen Pavilion wasn't a place for private meetings. Pei Wenxuan wasn't disrespectful to choose this place. Moreover, Su Yongqing wasn't the person Li Ming wanted to protect, but Pei Wenxuan was different. If Pei Wenxuan's promotion was affected because of this, Li Ming wouldn't be too happy. In addition, Li Ming had already seen that this matter was probably planned by Changel to frame Li Rong. If he investigated further, it wouldn't look good for either of them. Thus, he didn't harp on it and made a prompt decision, "You're a princess. It's simply ridiculous for you to listen to slander and falsely accuse your elder sister. It's fine if you're young, but what kind of people do you have around you? Send everyone around you to the laundry bureau and have consort May come over." Li Ming turned to look at Fu Lai, "Take Changel back and ground her for a month. Let consort May teach her the rules." "No, Imperial father. Chang'e hurriedly said. Li Ming looked at her coldly. Chang'e sensed Li Ming's anger and didn't dare to say anything. She retreated and whispered, yes. Li Ming waved his hand irritably and had someone take Chang'e away. After Chang'e left, Li Ming glanced at the three young people and raised his hand to poke Pei Wenxuan's head. He said with some disappointment, you're about to get married. Why are you in such a hurry? Pei Wenxuan hurriedly knelt and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. This humble subject also has some doubts about the details of Madame Yang's old case. This humble subject wants to seek confirmation from Princess. Details? Li Ming looked at Li Rong and then looked at Pei Wenxuan. Finally, he said, I'll believe you. I'm not an old-fashioned person. Your marriage is set. It's not like you can't see each other. Do you think I won't allow you to come here so openly? Li Ming's words were to give Pei Wenxuan a way out. Pei Wenxuan hurriedly said, This humble subject is narrow-minded. Your Majesty is a magnanimous ruler and treats your humble subject like a father. This humble subject didn't understand your Majesty's will. Please punish this humble subject. Pei Wenxuan's flattery made Li Ming happy. Li Rong felt goosebumps all over his body. Li Ming waved his hand and ordered, That's enough. Rong Qing, come with me first. You two have to thank Su Qing for the trouble he has suffered. Of course. Pei Wenxuan saluted Su Yongqing. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Yongqing calmly returned the salute. Li Ming looked at Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan who were still standing in the same place. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Forget it. If you want to talk, just talk. Bring more people with you to avoid gossip. Yes. Farewell, Your Majesty/Father. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong saluted together. Li Ming waved his hand and left with Su Yongqing. After the group of people left, Pei Wenxuan turned to look at Li Rong. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, Do you want to walk around or sit in the waterside pavilion? Let's sit in the waterside pavilion. I'm tired. Li Rong looked tired. Pei Wenxuan nodded and stood half a zhang away from her. He raised his hand and said, Your Highness, please. Li Rong followed him back to the waterside pavilion. It was almost noon. There was a cool breeze in the waterside pavilion. It was unknown whether it was the wind or the people, but it made Li Rong feel more relaxed. Pei Wenxuan asked someone to bring a tea set. He sat opposite Li Rong and made tea for her. Pei Wenxuan didn't wear his official robe today. He only wore a blue silk robe embroidered with white plum blossoms. His hair was half tied up with a wooden hairpin. He was born with integrity. He sat down behind the tea table and looked down at the tea set in his hand. His expression was calm and his posture was elegant and graceful. Combined with the fragrance of the tea and the white smoke that rose faintly, he looked somewhat dreamy and beautiful. Li Rong propped up his head and looked at Pei Wenxuan. After resting for a moment, he said, Lord Pei seems to be in great favor now. Even my father is willing to break the rules for you. I'm a little jealous. Xiao Ping smoothly took the position of Zhenbei general and just won a battle. Pei Wenxuan served Li Rong tea. His voice was calm. You like me and seem to listen to my words. My position seems to be on the crown prince's side, but it's actually on His Majesty's side. By giving me face, you can numb the crown prince and at the same time, you can polish my knife. Pei Wenxuan blew on the hot tea. Why not? The most important thing is Lord Pei's skill and flattery. After living for so long, you've really improved a lot. No wonder Chuaner later became closer to you. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he paused. After a moment, he said indifferently, Your Majesty is close to me not because I said good things about you, but because I understand Your Majesty. Moreover, Your Majesty doesn't know about our relationship, so I will give you face and treat me better. Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan's serious answer and suddenly felt a little irritated. She waved her hand. Forget it, forget it. Don't be so serious. What's wrong with you today? Li Rong leaned over and looked at him. You look unhappy. Pei Wenxuan's movement stiffened. After a moment, he raised his head and smiled. Maybe I'm a little tired. Recently, I have to deal with His Majesty during the day, and at night, I have to find my former subordinates and recruit them one by one. I also have to be busy with your marriage. Isn't the Ministry of Rights busy with the marriage? What are you busy with? Of course I'm busy, Pei Wenchuan said gently. The palace will send people to teach you some etiquette and take care of you. The imperial physician has also come several times. Although it won't take much time to learn, it's still something to do. Hearing this, Li Rong covered half of his face with his fan and laughed softly. It's not easy to be the emperor's son-in-law, is it? Pei Wenchuan saw Li Rong laughing happily and his expression softened. It's okay. I have experience. Tell me about today. Pei Wenchuan lowered his head. Changel made trouble for you? It's just a small trick. I'm afraid it was Consort Ro who dealt with it. I was too lazy to make trouble. I just wanted to clean up the people around me and teach Changel a lesson. Why did Su Yongqing come? Pei Wenchuan took a sip of tea. Li Rong also felt a little strange. You're right. I also find it strange. Changel said that she saw my people send him a letter. Then someone must have pretended to be me and sent him a letter. He's smart and cautious. How can he not see that it's a trap? Why did he rush here? Where's the letter? Here. Li Rong opened his fan and was a little proud. You didn't expect it, did you? Take a look. Pei Wenchuan raised his chin. Li Rong opened the mechanism on his fan and took out a piece of paper. After he took it out, he saw that it was indeed Li Rong's handwriting. He wrote a sentence in a neat and tidy manner, lovesickness, promising peach blossoms. The following sentence was an imitation of his handwriting. It was a little messy. Meeting at the waterside pavilion, not Luotian. Missing each other, promising peach blossoms. Pei Wenchuan glanced at the words, then looked down at the teacup and chuckled. In your last life, when you were touring the south with me, Su Yongqing wrote a love poem for you. Are you still practicing now? Pei Wenchuan had sharp eyes. With a glance, she could tell which lines were written by Li Rong. Li Rong coughed lightly, her expression calm. I just wrote it casually. I've written all the poems that I have an impression of. As she spoke, Li Rong hurriedly said, You've also written it. Pei Wenchuan faintly glanced at her, but didn't pursue the matter. She only said, the original name of Luotian Fu was Sentimental Fu. Many people say that it was written by Chao Ji when he grieved over Lady Jin's death. The Luotian Fu hinted at Lady Jin. Now that you're about to get married, in the eyes of others, you're probably the Luotian Fu. Meeting at the waterside pavilion, not the Luotian Fu. Pei Wenchuan sneered. Fortunately, you hit it well. Otherwise, even if you jumped into the lake today, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to wash away the rumors. That's why I know. Li Rong knew that Pei Wenchuan was also angry at her boldness. She waved her fan and said, Didn't I tell you to leave a letter for me earlier? The harem's methods are limited. If it's not drugging, then it's catching adulterers. Don't worry, nothing major will happen. Do you still remember how you died? Pei Wenchuan saw her like this and couldn't help but remind her. Li Rong gently smiled. So, didn't I learn my lesson and focus on cleaning up the people around me? Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. Li Rong leaned forward to take the cup. She raised the small cup to her lips and heard Pei Wenchuan suddenly say, Why do you think Su Yongqing came? Li Rong didn't speak. She drank the tea and heard Pei Wenchuan say, With his intelligence, why would he risk coming to the palace? What are you trying to say? Li Rong put down the cup and smiled helplessly. Pei Wenchuan looked at her and said, Have you ever thought, no? Li Rong interrupted him. She looked at him and said, I know what you want to say. You want to say that Su Yongqing likes me. But whether it's the previous life or this life, at this time, whether he likes me or not, it's not important. Because you married me. Su, why it's impossible for Su Yongqing to like me. Even if he likes me, Li Rong looked up at him and said, his love will only be in his heart. He will never do anything to harm his family. Do you understand? Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. Li Rong raised her hand to her forehead and said, if you don't have anything else to say, you should leave. Just looking at you is giving me a headache. Also, Li Rong looked up and stared at him, you and I can quarrel, but don't go back and spend money. She wasn't worried about anything else, but Li Rong was worried about her money. Although she had a fief, it wasn't very rich. She had to support so many people in the princess residence. Now, she had to spend money to set up a dark net for Pei Wenchuan and raise secret guards. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He stood up, bowed, and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, Pei Wenchuan suddenly stopped. With his back to Li Rong, he looked out of the long corridor and suddenly said, Li Rong, do you think you've always been right? Li Rong was stunned. Pei Wenchuan said, if Su Yongqing is really the person you think he is, he wouldn't have come to the palace today. Do you really know what a 20-year-old Su Yongqing is like? What he is like, Li Rong said coldly, has nothing to do with me. If you mention the word Su again, I'll have someone throw you into the lake today. Su Yongqing, Su Yongqing, Su Yongqing. Pei Wenchuan quickly said, and even repeated it 3 times. He turned to look at her and said, you can have someone throw me now. Li Rong, Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong laughed. She clenched her fan and said, if you have the guts, don't marry me. As long as you enter my princess residence, I'll jump into Jingxin Lake myself. Pei Wenchuan turned around and walked away. He said indifferently, once a day. Jingxin Lake was the lake in the princess residence's backyard. When Li Rong heard this, she was so angry that she felt dizzy. She propped herself up and wanted to chase after Pei Wenchuan and scold him. But when she got up, she sobered up a bit. She was in the imperial garden, and she wasn't a shrew. Why should she lower herself to his level? Li Rong quickly fanned herself with her fan, trying to use the cold wind to calm herself down. Jing Lan walked in and saw Li Rong's appearance. He couldn't help but laugh. You were angered by Lord Pei again? Unruly people. Li Rong shook her head, I can't lower myself to the same level as unruly people. Pei Wenchuan, the unruly person, walked out of the waterside pavilion. When he reached the forest path, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked back at the waterside pavilion and saw Li Rong talking and laughing with someone as they walked out. He felt a little regretful for a moment. When he came out this morning, he wanted to ask her which wedding dress she chose. But when they met and argued about Su Yongqing, he forgot about it. He was happy when he thought about it this morning, but he didn't know why, but he didn't want to think about it now. The wedding dress he chose was the one she wore in her previous life. In her previous life, they got married 2 months early, and the Ministry of Rites only prepared 1 set. Now that the Ministry of Rites had more time to prepare, they made another set. He liked things that were familiar to him, so he chose something familiar. He didn't know what Li Rong chose. But no matter what Li Rong chose, he didn't know why, but when he thought about it now, he didn't feel it was important. He clearly knew that no matter what Li Rong wore, she would eventually be separated from him after marrying him. This wasn't a wedding, it was just a transaction. In this transaction, Li Rong only wanted power and protection. Nothing else mattered. Pei Wenchuan took a deep breath and didn't think about it anymore. He returned to the official residence and repeatedly flipped through his memorials. After Li Rong finished arguing with Pei Wenchuan, she went back to her palace. When she reached the palace, she was still angry. She called everyone over and had them report what happened today one by one. Then, she rewarded and punished some people. She dragged Qiu Feng out and gave her a beating. After interrogating her for less than an afternoon, Qiu Feng confessed. Sure enough, it was Changel, Ming Lu changed to Changel, who secretly bribed Qiu Feng to not report Consort Ro's order to Li Rong. She also stole Li Rong's manuscripts that she didn't burn. Li Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know whether she should say that Qiu Feng was lucky or not. She just happened to steal the manuscript that she wrote Su Yongqing. If she stole other manuscripts, perhaps Pei Wenchuan wouldn't be so angry and her life would be better. Li Rong felt helpless. She had people take Qiu Feng away. She rested for a moment and listened to the sounds of crying in the courtyard. Jing Lan came forward and gave her a bowl of sweet soup. He asked tentatively, Your Highness, after dealing with the people in the palace, is there anything else you need to do? Although Changle was grounded, Li Rong had already made it clear that this matter was related to Consort Ro. Li Rong thought for a moment and said slowly, Changle got into trouble today. His Majesty must be in a bad mood. Your Highness still went to Consort Ro today? Yes, Jing Lan said in a low voice. When His Majesty is upset, he always goes to Consort Ro's. Frame the scripture of filial piety that Hua Lu personally copied, Li Rong immediately said. In a moment, send it to the Empress Dowager. Tell her that you heard that the Empress Dowager's health hasn't been good recently. Previously, His Majesty said that the scripture that Princess Hua Lu copied had spiritual energy. I'm sending a copy to her. Your Highness, what do you mean? Consort Ro gave me such a gift. Li Rong chuckled. I have to make a show of force and give her a reminder. You've been a rabbit for too long. People think that you don't bite. Jing Lan agreed. Following Li Rong's instructions, he framed the scripture of filial piety and sent it to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager glanced at it and directly bestowed the scripture of filial piety to Consort Ro. That night, news came that Li Ming had grounded Changle and made her copy the scripture 100 times. Li Rong was soaking his feet when he heard the news. He heard Jing Mei's vivid description. When His Majesty entered and saw the scripture of filial piety on the wall, his expression was quite good. Later, when he saw that it was Her Highness Changle, he immediately became angry. He scolded her, saying, You all don't learn well. You don't even know how to copy a scripture and still need someone else to do it for you. Her Highness Changle was scolded to tears on the spot. It's not a big deal. Jing Lan listened from the side and sighed. Her Highness Changle is too delicate. Isn't that so? Jing Mei spoke without thinking. She's used to being spoiled. As soon as she finished speaking, the two immediately glanced at Li Rong. They saw Li Rong propping his head up and humming a song with satisfaction. Seeing that Li Rong wasn't unhappy, the two felt relieved. Li Rong felt very carefree after cleaning up the mess in one day. He ate well and slept soundly every day. Pei Wenchuan, on the other hand, felt somewhat uncomfortable. It was fine when he worked during the day, but when it was late at night, his thoughts became somewhat scattered. For 2 consecutive nights, he would dream of his previous life. He dreamed that he had heard the news that Li Rong had been punished and hurriedly ran over. Every time, he ran very fast. In the dream, he didn't know what had happened, but he knew that he had to run faster. However, every time he ran over frantically, he would see 2 people, one kneeling and the other standing. The 2 of them stood together, and there seemed to be no one around them. He was like a lonely ghost wandering around them. Half of his life passed in a flash. Sometimes, he would see them drinking wine in the corridor. Sometimes, he would see them playing chess. Sometimes, he would see Su Yongqing holding an umbrella in the heavy rain. Li Rong would jog over, squeeze to his side, and raise his hand to hold his arm. The dreams weren't long, so he would always wake up at night. When he woke up, he would see an empty room with the moonlight shining in. It was exactly the same as the countless nights in his previous life. He would feel afraid and ashamed in this kind of loneliness. As the wedding date approached, this shame became more and more obvious. He vaguely knew what he was concerned about, but he didn't want to face it. He felt like a thief, as if he had stolen something. In his previous life, Li Rong was actually different from him. The more he lived, the more narrow-minded he became. It wasn't until he was reborn that he saw the clouds and the sparrows, heard the breeze of a young man, and chased in a dream in the Tuoba residence, that he suddenly realized that he was on the wrong path. However, in his previous life, Li Rong's state of mind was much more open than his. Except for the moment before his death, the rest of Li Rong's life was more or less blissful. He had seen Su Yongqing take care of Li Rong, and he had seen them fall in love. Li Rong said that she would never be with Su Yongqing in this life because she was old. She couldn't like a 20-year-old Su Yongqing. However, Pei Wenchuan knew that in the depths of Li Rong's heart, there might be a kind of fear that was ingrained in her bones. She was afraid of repeating the same mistakes. In her imagination, Su Yongqing was so calm that he didn't know how to feel. However, Pei Wenchuan knew that this kind of prejudice was just Li Rong's extreme self-protection. Su Yongqing, who could be disturbed by a letter, was not the cold-blooded tool that Li Rong thought he was, who had nothing except for his family. Su Yongqing was very good. He was better than Li Rong imagined. However, Li Rong didn't dare to think about it. Pei Wenxuan just happened to take advantage of this loophole and received a marriage decree. His marriage was in exchange for Li Rong's misfortune. How could he fall asleep peacefully and turn a blind eye to Li Rong's misfortune? Pei Wenxuan became more and more awake at night. During the day, he forced himself to go to work. Everyone congratulated him when they saw him. Pei Wenxuan's expression didn't change. He smiled and accepted everyone's congratulations. According to Xia's custom, he gave money to everyone who came to congratulate him. However, he didn't expect to see Su Yongqing at the end of the day. When he saw Su Yongqing, he couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yongqing smiled and spread his hands. "Lord Pei, don't tell me you don't want to give me money for the wedding?" "What?" Pei Wenxuan quickly recovered and hurriedly said, "I just didn't expect Lord Su to be here." "Isn't Lord Su in the office?" "I was passing by and saw everyone here, so I wanted to join in the fun." Pei Wenxuan listened and handed the money to Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing looked at the money in his hand and said seriously, "May you be together for 100 years. "Thank you." "After you get married," Su Yongqing said half-jokingly, "you have to draw a line with other girls. Don't offend the princess." Pei Wenxuan was stunned. He stared blankly at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing saw that he was stunned and hurriedly said, "I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously." It was a joke, but it was indeed the beginning of his break with Li Rong. Su Yongqing bowed and turned to leave the crowd. Pei Wenxuan suddenly called Su Yongqing, "Lord Su." Su Yongqing turned around and heard Pei Wenxuan say seriously, "If your wife has a conflict with your family, what will you do?" Su Yongqing didn't expect Pei Wenxuan to suddenly ask this question. The people next to him hurriedly said, "Lord Pei isn't seeking scriptures, right? If the princess has a conflict with her family, it's better to bear with it." After being interrupted like this, Pei Wenxuan's question was not strange. Pei Wenxuan looked at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing thought for a while and finally said, "I'll stand on the side of whoever is right." "Don't you value your family more?" Pei Wenxuan asked anxiously. "Isn't the wife family?" Su Yongqing asked back. Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. Su Yongqing smiled and bowed, then walked out. "Lord Pei." The people next to Pei Wenxuan pushed him. "Hurry up and have a son." Pei Wenxuan smiled helplessly and began to distribute the money again. After the money was distributed, it was almost night. Pei Wenxuan came out of the official residence and saw the princess's residence's Xianxia standing at the door. Pei Wenxuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the princess's Xianxia. He didn't usually feel anything when he saw him, but today, he felt a little panicked. But he forced himself to be calm, walked forward, and bowed to the other party. "What brings you here?" "You're going to marry the princess tomorrow. I thought that it would be inconvenient for you to go to the princess's residence because you're busy today, so I came here." The other party smiled. "The princess has a message for you." With that, the other party handed a letter to Pei Wenxuan. In the letter was Li Rong's admonition. The general idea was that she was a little annoyed because she had nothing to do at the wedding tomorrow. She hoped that he would perform well at the wedding tomorrow and not embarrass her. Otherwise, she wouldn't just let him jump into the lake, she would directly drown him. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong's letter and smiled unconsciously. The princess's Xianxia stood aside and watched. He couldn't help but ask, "Did Her Highness say something good again?" "No." Pei Wenxuan put away the letter and said directly, "She scolded me. Her Highness has always been like this." The other party was very understanding. She only scolds people she likes, and ignores people she doesn't like. Then I have to thank Her Highness for her appreciation. Her Highness is a very good girl. For some reason, the other party suddenly changed the topic. As if he was an elder, he said in a gentle voice, "Although she is a princess, Her Highness is not arrogant and rude. Even if she is not a princess, she is still an excellent wife. Although it seems like he's scolding Lord Pei, His Highness often tells us that Lord Pei's stomach isn't good, and he wants us to make more soft food. The tea you drank when you came was also ordered by His Highness." He said it was your favorite tea. Pei Wenchuan quietly listened to these trivial matters. After a while, he laughed softly. She always scolds me. I thought she hated me. Lord Pei is joking. The other party shook his head. Her Highness said before that you are good to her now. She also hopes that you will live a good life. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He listened to the words, live a good life. For ordinary people, it might be a casual sentence. However, Pei Wenchuan clearly knew that when Li Rong said these words, she really hoped that he would live a good life. In their previous lives, neither of them had a happy life. Especially him, he was all alone and lonely. Li Rong was a person who would become stronger when faced with a strong opponent. If you didn't treat her well, she would fight back. However, if you treated her slightly better, she would soften her heart. Pei Wenchuan felt a little uncomfortable. He felt as if something was stuck in his chest. He couldn't spit it out or swallow it down. After a long time, he said in a low voice, me too. I hope that Her Highness can live a good life. If you all think so, Xianxia chuckled. Then I am relieved. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. Then, he said, if there is nothing else, Your Excellency can go back and make preparations. Your Excellency, Pei Wenchuan called out. Can I trouble you to pass a message to Her Highness? Just say, Pei Wenchuan smiled. I have a gift that she has been looking forward to for a long time. I will give it to her tomorrow. When she sees it, Pei Wenchuan's voice was gentle. Tell her not to be too grateful to me. On the night before the wedding, everyone in the palace was busy and no one could sleep well. Only Li Rong slept until dawn. She was full of vitality and radiant. She had nothing to worry about. The only thing she was worried about was the news from the princess residence last night that Pei Wenchuan wanted to give her a gift and asked her not to thank him. When she heard this, she panicked a little. She felt that Pei Wenchuan was going to do something unreliable. However, since she was already here, she did not think too much about it. When she woke up in the morning, she started to dress up and then went to visit the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress. After lunch, she changed into her wedding dress and waited for the auspicious time. Everything was not much different from her previous life. However, in her previous life, she did not know who she was marrying. She was nervous, expectant, and somewhat fearful of the future. Therefore, she always asked the people around her what kind of person Pei Wenchuan was. Was he really as good-looking as he was in the painting? How was his family? Thinking of her previous life, Li Rong could not help but laugh. At this time, the sound of ceremony officials singing auspicious words came from outside. Jing Lan walked in and said with a smile, Princess, it's time. You may rise. Li Rong responded and raised her hand to block her front with a golden round fan embroidered with peonies. The round fan blocked her view. Li Rong lowered her eyes and felt people helping her up from both sides. Li Rong moved forward. If it was a normal person, they would have trembled from the pressure. However, Li Rong was very relaxed. Her body was like bamboo, her steps were like lotuses, and her posture was dignified and elegant. She had a luxury that normal people could not hope to achieve. The imperial family was a noble family with 100 years of history. The gentry were mediocre. Usually, one would not be able to see the difference, but the moment they put on their clothes, they would be able to see the subtle difference. It was like boiling tea from a clear spring. Wherever the mountains and rivers were, there would be a difference in quality between the lips and the teeth. Li Rong followed the crowd and walked forward. She felt as if she was stepping on a soft red carpet. She felt as if there were petals falling on her body. She heard the ceremonial officers standing on both sides of the carpet chanting blessings as she walked past. Not far away, there was a joyous and distant sound of music. She walked for a long time and stopped somewhere. The Jing Lan next to her reminded her, Your Highness, we're in front of the palace gate. Li Rong responded, and then the ceremonial officer told her to thank the Emperor and the Empress. Li Rong was supported by a maid beside her. She turned around and faced Li Ming and Shang Guanyu, who were dressed splendidly. Then, Li Rong was supported by someone beside her. She slowly knelt down and kowtowed to Li Ming and Shang Guanyu. Her movements were very steady. Even when she bowed her head and bent her waist, the ornaments on her body did not move at all. Li Ming looked at Li Rong kowtowing. He said the blessings he had prepared in advance in a hoarse voice. Then, the ceremonial officer chanted greetings to Shang Guanyu again. Li Rong bowed to Shang Guanyu once more. Shang Guanyu looked at Li Rong and her eyes turned red. However, she still cared about her bearing and read the blessings to her daughter with a sobbing tone. After the ceremonial officer finished reading the blessings, the attendants helped Li Rong up. Li Rong had just stood up and was about to turn and leave when she felt someone come forward and suddenly hold her hand. Rong Shang Guanyu said in a choked voice, "You have to live well. Promise mother that you have to live well." When Li Rong heard this, she couldn't help but feel sour. She controlled her emotions and said gently, "Don't worry, Imperial Mother. I can come back to visit Imperial Mother every day, just like before. Imperial Mother, don't be too sad and lose your manners." After hearing Li Rong's consolation, Shang Guanyu slowly let go of her hand. Li Rong turned around and was helped to the front of the horse. She felt a pair of steady hands reach out to support her and said, "Older sister, I'll block the carriage for you." The wedding banquet was to be held at the princess's residence. Pei Wenchuan would bring the Pei family to the princess's residence in advance to make arrangements. According to Xia's customs, on the road from the palace to the princess's residence, there would be commoners blocking the carriage. The palace would specially send someone to clear the path for these commoners. Li Rong originally thought that a ceremonial official would be arranged. She didn't expect that the crown prince would personally block the carriage. Li Rong didn't know what was wrong with her. She clearly felt that she shouldn't have so many emotions after living for so many years. But when she heard Li Ming's hoarse voice, felt Shang Guanyu holding her hand, and was helped into the carriage by Li Chuan, she suddenly felt like she was 18 years old again. She thought that she would be doted on and would be happy or sad because of a few words from her family. She sat in the carriage as the palace gates creaked open. She was trying her best to control her emotions. She forced herself to think about things that would calm her down and make her happy. For example, when the palace gates opened, Pei Wenchuan would stand in front of the palace gates and wait for her. Pei Wenchuan, that dog, would say something nice to her later. In fact, Pei Wenchuan's brothers should be the ones to escort the bride. Pei Wenchuan could lead the Pei family to kneel in front of the princess's residence to welcome her. However, in her previous life, Pei Wenchuan didn't have a reliable brother. Pei Wenchuan didn't dare to entrust such an important matter to his brothers. Perhaps because no brothers were willing to do it, Pei Wenchuan came himself. He wrote a widely circulated poem, welcoming the phoenix, and recited it in front of the palace gates. The general idea was that it was a blessing from the heavens to marry her. He didn't dare to let down this blessing, so he wanted to personally come and receive her. At that time, she didn't think too much about it. Now that she thought about it, what kind of nonsense logic was this? At that time, she sat in the bridal sedan and listened to him recite the poem. She felt shy and happy, so she didn't think too much about it. If she thought more about it, she would know how difficult it was for Pei Wenchuan at that time. If he wasn't alone, how could he play to the gallery like this? Li Rong thought to herself. For a moment, she felt that Pei Wenchuan was somewhat pitiful. This kind of emotion slightly diluted her sadness. She took a deep breath and heard someone roll up the curtain in front of her. Then, she heard a familiar voice in front of her. "This humble subject, Su Yongqing, is here to welcome Princess Ping Le on behalf of my adopted younger brother, Pei Wenchuan." Hearing this, Li Rong's eyes suddenly widened. She froze in place. Then, she heard Su Yongqing begin to recite Pei Wenchuan's poem of praise. Since Su Yongqing was here, Pei Wenchuan naturally wouldn't write a poem like he did in her previous life. Instead, Su Yongqing quietly recited the poem in front of her. From the initial surprise, Li Rong quickly calmed down. She listened to Su Yongqing recite the poem of praise for her. At the end, she heard Su Yongqing's voice pause, but he quickly continued to recite, "Yearning can chase after the sun and moon, wishing for next year's peach blossoms." Pei Wenchuan had incorporated the love poem Su Yongqing gave her in her previous life into this poem. Although the poem wasn't written by Su Yongqing, it carried the shadow of Su Yongqing. Li Rong didn't know what to feel in her heart. Regret, sorrow, mixed with a bit of indescribable helplessness, and a vague, indescribable sense of satisfaction. In her previous life, she had accompanied Su Yongqing for 25 years. She didn't understand what kind of relationship it was. But occasionally, she would feel a bit of regret. She would feel that perhaps she should give Su Yongqing an identity. However, this regret, at this moment, seemed to be filled in an invisible way. It also seemed to be a farewell. These emotions were too complicated, and they overlapped with the emotions from before, causing her mind to be in a mess. Fortunately, she didn't need to do too much. She just held the circular fan in her hand and sat quietly in the carriage. After listening to the protocol officer and Su Yongqing ask and answer questions according to the procedure, the curtain in front of her was lowered. Before the curtain was lowered, she quietly lowered the circular fan and saw Su Yongqing not far away. He was the same as in her memory, wearing white clothes and a jade crown. He quietly watched her carriage. He seemed to have noticed that she was peeking at him. Li Rong hurriedly resumed her movements, feeling a bit flustered. Fortunately, the carriage slowly moved forward, so she didn't have time to panic. She heard the people around her shouting her name. She didn't look sideways. She only heard Li Chuan in front of her seem to be happy. He was throwing money and saying auspicious words, asking the people to move out of the way. When it was dusk, she finally arrived at the entrance of the princess residence. She sat in the carriage and heard Pei Wenxuan's familiar voice, "This humble subject, Pei Wenxuan, greets your highness." As he spoke, she heard a group of people kneel down. Li Rong didn't move. She heard the curtain in front of her being pulled open. Then the maids came forward and helped her down the carriage. Pei Wenxuan came forward and put a piece of red silk in her hand. Pei Wenxuan led her in the front. The maids at the side supported her on both sides. He led her over the brazier and into the main hall. Then they stood side by side, each holding a piece of red silk. Pei Wenxuan lowered his voice and whispered, "This is my gift to you. Do you like it? We'll talk about it when we get back." When Li Rong heard that his tone had a hint of wanting to take credit, she became angry. She controlled her emotions and coldly warned him. Pei Wenxuan's heart thumped. He had a bit of an ominous premonition. But when he thought about it seriously, he felt that Li Rong probably didn't think it through. This was something that needed his guidance, so it was normal for her to blame him now. Once he explained it, Li Rong would understand. He sighed silently and listened to the ceremony officials. Just like in his previous life, he and Li Rong bowed to heaven, earth, monarch, and relatives, then bowed to each other. Pei Wenxuan clearly remembered that when they bowed to each other in his previous life, Li Rong's phoenix coronet pierced his head. So this time, he was prepared and distanced himself from her. Li Rong wanted to vent her anger, so she bent her waist a bit more than normal. She tried to push the phoenix coronet forward a bit. Thinking that she could poke him like in his previous life, he had no choice but to endure it. Pei Wenxuan sensed her intentions when she bent her waist. He wanted to take a small step back, but Li Rong directly lowered her voice and said, "You dare?" Pei Wenxuan also knew that they were in public, so he didn't dare to move. He could only brace himself and receive Li Rong's phoenix coronet. Li Rong knew that she had pierced him and immediately felt better. She stood up and went to the rear courtyard with the help of her maidservants. Pei Wenxuan was then led out to accompany the guests. Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his forehead. Li Chuan walked behind him and glanced at him. "Why are you covering your head? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Pei Wenxuan, this pair of brother and sister really were the same. No wonder they came from the same womb. "Your Imperial Highness is joking." Pei Wenxuan put down his hand. "Your Imperial Highness, please take a seat first. This official will entertain you later." "Entertain what?" Li Chuan rolled up his sleeves. "Let's go. Today, I will help you entertain them. You must control yourself. Don't get drunk and go see my older sister." As he spoke, Li Chuan pulled Pei Wenxuan up. Together with Su Yongqing, who was already chatting with others, they invited everyone to take a seat. Today, almost all of the civil and military officials in the imperial court were present. Su Yongqing was invited by Pei Wenxuan to be the prime minister. He was familiar with everyone in the imperial court, and with Li Chuan, no one dared to make things difficult for Pei Wenxuan. they also didn't deliberately force him to drink too much. However, there were too many people who came. Su Yongqing and Li Chuan were the first to collapse, leaving Pei Wenchuan alone. He toasted the last table one by one. At the beginning, he still took it easy. However, once Su Yongqing and Li Chuan left, no one tried to persuade him. After that, as long as he listened to others toast him and Li Rong, he didn't know why, but he finished the entire cup without slurring. When he drank, no one could tell whether he was drunk or not. He always had a smile on his face, and his expression was calm. He looked as if nothing had happened. After a round of toasting, everyone was amazed at Pei Wenchuan's alcohol tolerance. Pei Wenchuan knew that he was a little drunk, but it shouldn't be anything serious. After greeting everyone, he went to see Li Chuan and Su Yongqing, who were resting at the side. Su Yongqing felt a little better. Li Chuan was still holding his head in discomfort. Pei Wenchuan looked at the two and couldn't help but say, "You two rest first. I'll go back first." Su Yongqing nodded and waved his hand without saying anything. Pei Wenchuan hesitated for a moment, then bowed and said, "Thank you, Brother Su. Go." Su Yongqing finally opened his mouth and said, "Don't let the beauty down." Pei Wenchuan smiled and said, "I won't let her down." When Su Yongqing heard his words, he looked up blankly. Pei Wenchuan bowed and turned to Li Chuan and said, "Your Highness, this humble subject will take his leave." "Treat my sister well," Li Chuan said in a hoarse voice, "I only have one sister. Treat her well, do you understand?" When Pei Wenchuan heard this, even if he knew that Li Chuan was drunk, he still raised his hand in front of him and solemnly bowed and said, "This humble subject obeys the decree." Li Chuan was a little uncomfortable. He turned his head and waved his hand, indicating that Pei Wenchuan should leave quickly. Pei Wenchuan was led to the rear courtyard by a servant holding a lamp. In fact, he was very familiar with the princess's residence, but everyone treated it as if it was his first time here and carefully guided him. He felt that it was a little strange. When he arrived at the entrance, he saw Jing Lan and Jing Mei waiting at the door. When they raised their heads and saw him, the two of them smiled. This scene overlapped with his previous life. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but be stunned. The maid next to him called out softly, "Prince Consort?" Pei Wenchuan came back to his senses and nodded, saying, "Go and report." "Your Highness," Jing Lan turned his head and said, "Prince Consort is here. Come in." Li Rong's voice came from inside. Pei Wenchuan didn't know why, but when he heard Li Rong's voice, he suddenly became nervous. Jing Lan pushed open the door and led Pei Wenchuan inside. Then, a group of people came in, carrying many plates and standing at the side. Pei Wenchuan was led to Li Rong. He looked at the girl in front of him. She was wearing a different wedding dress from her previous life. The original peony was changed to a phoenix. This change made him feel that this wedding wasn't a repeat. It seemed to be a brand new, different wedding. Because it was similar to Pei Wenchuan's memory, but also different, Pei Wenchuan suddenly felt a little expectant. He looked at Li Rong and couldn't help but be a little stunned. Everyone smiled and looked at each other. The maid brought the first plate, which had a brush, ink, and paper, and placed it in front of Pei Wenchuan. "Prince Consort," Jing Lan said respectfully, "please write a poem and fan." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he came back to his senses. Li Rong raised his fan and said indifferently, "Write well. If you don't write well, I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing this, the girls in the room burst into laughter. Pei Wenchuan was a little helpless. He took a brush, hesitated for a moment, and then put it down. Half awake, half drunk, half living a dream. The bright moon, the bright heart, and the bright moon. If I can get the beauty to look back, I won't leave Song Mountain until it's old. Pei Wenchuan originally wanted to write casually, but after he put the brush down, he couldn't control himself. After he finished writing, the maid beside him came to take it. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but press down on the paper. The maid looked up in confusion, "Prince Consort?" Pei Wenchuan stiffened and didn't move. He felt a little awkward, as if someone was prying into his heart. But he also felt that his current actions were even more awkward. He didn't move, and the maid didn't dare to move either. Li Rong saw that there was no movement beside him, so he directly said, "Finished writing the poem?" "Reporting to your Highness, it's finished." The maid said, then looked up at Pei Wenchuan and cautiously said, Prince Consort? Pei Wenchuan was somewhat at a loss and withdrew his hand. Li Rong already knew that he had finished writing, so if he wrote again, it would seem too deliberate. It was just that fan poems generally praised a girl's beauty. He always felt that if he made a pledge of eternal love, it would be a little too awkward. Especially when he wrote half awake, half drunk, half living a dream. In Li Rong's eyes, could it be a hint of their previous lives? The more Pei Wenchuan thought about it, the more flustered he became. He didn't dare to think too much about it, so he pretended to be calm and waited for Li Rong to take the poem. Li Rong held the fan in one hand and looked at the poem with the other. Pei Wenchuan rarely wrote such poems, so it was different from his usual standards. But for some reason, when she saw it, she still had some indescribable emotions. Perhaps it was the phrase half awake, half drunk, half living a dream that made her feel sympathetic. Or perhaps it was the phrase I won't leave Song Mountain until it's old that made her yearn for it. Li Rong restrained his emotions and said with a smile, it's really not bad. As he said this, Li Rong slowly put down the fan. The first thing that was revealed was her eyes. She had a pair of lively and beautiful eyes that seemed to be outlined by ink, and there was a hint of a smile on her face. That smile was different from his previous life. In his previous life, when she looked at him at this moment, there was a hint of shyness and joy. Now, she looked at him as if he was an old acquaintance, and there was a hint of teasing. Then, there was her tall nose, her thin, dyed lips, and the contours of her face. She was beautiful and luxurious, and for a moment, Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but stare blankly. The maid next to them wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan who didn't speak for a long time and couldn't help but laugh. Are you satisfied with the marriage? I'm satisfied. Pei Wenchuan subconsciously came back to his senses and blurted out. The people next to him immediately laughed out loud. Li Rong picked up peanuts from the bed and threw them at him, laughing, how dare you speak to this princess like that? Pei Wenchuan heard Li Rong's laughter and slowly came back to his senses. He hurriedly said, it's my fault. As he said this, Pei Wenchuan smiled and bowed, I hope the princess will forgive me. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Li Rong glared at him and stood up. The maid next to her brought a tray over. Li Rong raised his wine cup and raised his chin at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan lowered his head and chuckled. He walked over and also raised his wine cup. In front of everyone, the two of them clasped hands and raised their cups to their lips. Pei Wenchuan looked up at Li Rong, who was close to him. Li Rong saw him looking at her and raised her eyebrows, why are you looking at me? A beauty is offering wine. Pei Wenchuan smiled gently, how can I not look at a beauty? Then do you want to drink a few more cups? Li Rong smiled and asked again, I'll offer you a jar, okay? Forget it, forget it. Pei Wenchuan hurriedly said, 1 cup is enough. After saying this, the two of them drank the wine in one gulp. Then, they followed the process and said some auspicious words. Finally, the whole process was completed and everyone left. As soon as everyone left, the two of them immediately deflated. Li Rong's entire body went limp. She directly sat on the bed and leaned against the bed frame, sighing, I'm so tired. Pei Wenchuan sat next to her and leaned on the other side, sighing, me too. The two of them were silent for a while. After a while, Li Rong couldn't help but ask, why didn't they help me remove the phoenix coronet and take off my clothes so that I could sleep well? This is probably something for the husband to do. Pei Wenchuan blurted out. When Li Rong heard this, she couldn't help but look over. Pei Wenchuan noticed Li Rong's gaze and turned to look at her. When their eyes met, Pei Wenchuan felt an ominous premonition, what do you want? Do you know how much my phoenix coronet weighs? Do you know, Pei Wenchuan raised his finger and pointed at his coronet, how much the one on my head weighs? Is it heavier than me? After Li Rong asked, Pei Wenchuan fell silent. Li Rong leaned against the bed frame and waved her hand, come on, remove it. Oh my God. Pei Wenchuan cried out in pain, but he still accepted his fate. After all, they didn't want to call anyone in to help them remove their coronet and clothes. Pei Wenchuan gathered his last bit of energy and raised his hand to remove his coronet and thick coat. Then, he climbed onto the bed and knelt behind Li Rong. He began to remove the phoenix coronet for Li Rong. This wasn't the first time he had done it. He had done it last time, so he vaguely remembered the procedure. He yawned as he removed the coronet. Li Rong felt that he was struggling with the phoenix coronet behind her back. He held on to his last bit of consciousness and said with difficulty, Pei Wenxuan. Yes? Why did you ask Xu Yongqing to pick me up? Can we talk about this tomorrow? Pei Wenxuan removed Li Rong's phoenix coronet and placed it on the table along with various fixed hairpins. Li Rong leaned on the bed and looked at Pei Wenxuan, who was exhausted, and said, Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan didn't sit on the bed and only responded, yes? I still have clothes to take off. You want me to take off your clothes? Pei Wenxuan looked back with a bitter face, why don't you take them off yourself? I'm so tired. Li Rong turned to look at him, and you said it, it's your husband who will take it off. Pei Wenxuan choked. Li Rong looked at him with a pitiful expression. Pei Wenxuan sighed and could only say, stand up. Li Rong propped herself up and stood up. Pei Wenxuan helped her take off her belt first. Then, he grabbed a bunch of her clothes and took them off together, leaving only a single shirt underneath. Li Rong felt that she was instantly freed and directly fell onto the bed. Pei Wenxuan grabbed a pile of clothes and looked at Li Rong, who had climbed onto the bed of her own accord. He felt an unprecedented fatigue and couldn't help but say, if you sleep on the bed, where am I going to sleep? You can sleep wherever you want. Li Rong crawled under the covers, I want to rest. He also wanted to rest. Pei Wenxuan felt despair when he thought about how he still had to sleep on the floor at this time. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After putting Li Rong's clothes away, he turned around and rummaged through the cupboard. Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan rummaging through the cupboard. She thought for a moment and poked her head out. She looked at Pei Wenxuan and said, do you want to sleep together? Pei Wenxuan froze and stuttered, I don't think that's a good idea. Li Rong thought for a moment. She didn't care about these things, but Pei Wenxuan was still very cautious when it came to such matters. Now that they had agreed to be allies, Pei Wenxuan would definitely protect his chastity until the end. Although she only wanted to share half of the bed with him, Pei Wenxuan might feel that even sharing half of the bed was a stain on his chastity. Thus, Li Rong decided to respect him and said, oh, then I'll rest first. After saying that, Li Rong closed her eyes and fell asleep. She was really too tired and sleepy. Pei Wenxuan's back was facing Li Rong. He was a little surprised. That's it, Li Rong didn't persuade him anymore. In fact, he still really wanted to sleep on the bed. He was really too tired now and didn't want to sleep on the floor at all. He could promise not to touch Li Rong at all. He definitely wouldn't cross the line. Li Rong's steady breathing was quickly heard. Pei Wenxuan hesitated for a moment and made a big decision. He decided to sleep on the bed. Even if Li Rong kicked him out, he still wanted to sleep on the bed. After making this decision, he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He hugged the quilt and happily returned to the bed. The bed was very big. Li Rong was curled up in the innermost part of the bed. Her whole body was wrapped in the quilt. She was small and had lost her usual arrogant temperament. She looked pitiful and cute at the same time. A kind of invisible softness slowly spread out in Pei Wenxuan's heart. He placed the quilt on the side and then fell asleep under the quilt. There was a large distance between them. He was at the outermost part and it was like he was blocking the wind and rain for her, creating a small world for her. In that moment, he suddenly felt a kind of sweet, proud, and hard to describe feeling that he didn't even notice. He felt like he was protecting her. His Princess Royal Highness. End of chapter 36. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.